An SS-level talent as a mechanical lord spells a tragic beginning. On the field of Qingting Academy, thousands of students stood in line, waiting to pass through a mysterious oval portal. Each time someone crossed, the portal would emit a burst of colorful light, announcing the birth of a new lord. In this world where everyone could become a lord, the awakening ceremony was a grand event that could alter destinies. To everyone's surprise, Ifan, the student known for skipping classes to play games, awakened as an A-level Winter Iron Cavalry, causing a stir among the crowd. Talents ranged from F to SSS, with higher levels promising more remarkable futures. "Oldie, aren't you nervous at all?" asked the chubby, good-natured friend beside him. Yi Zhachi stared intently at the portal, knowing that his 18-year wait was about to end. As a transmigrant and a former gaming expert, he had immense confidence that even if he awakened a mediocre talent, his exceptional strategic skills would compensate for it. "Next, Yi Zhachi," called the official. Yi Zhachi strode forward, and as he passed through the portal, it unexpectedly exploded into a dazzling array of rainbow colors. The entire field fell silent, for everyone recognized this as the phenomenon reserved for an SS-level lord. Even the teachers and professors in the nearby buildings were drawn out to witness this once-in-a-century spectacle. However, when the registration teacher solemnly announced, "Yi Zhachi, SS-level, mechanical lord," the cheers abruptly ceased. The mechanical lord was a profession that required rare ancient parts, super-energy oil, and other peculiar materials to construct even a basic territory, making it nearly impossible to progress on this planet. A mechanical lord who couldn't establish a territory was deemed worse than even the lowest-level lords. What once-in-a-century occurrence? It's a once-in-a-century joke. Can't even build a territory, might as well become a laborer. If I awaken this, I'd rather jump into a lake. The mocking voices were relentless. Yi Zhachi's heart sank with each derisive comment. 18 years of anticipation for his lord awakening had ended in such a way. When the chubby friend tried to offer comfort, Yi Zhachi simply shook his head. "I'm fine, I'm heading back," and then turned away, leaving under the scornful gazes of his peers. As Yi Zhachi pushed open the door to his home, he noticed a figure hastily standing up from the table, scrambling to hide something. Despite the attempt, his sharp eyes caught a glimpse of white bandages and healing ointment. "Xiaoli? What happened to your face?" Yi Xiaoli was Yi Zhachi's sister in this world. Although they weren't related by blood, they had grown up depending on each other. Without the protection of parents, Yi Zhachi had been scavenging for scraps with his sister to survive, using his intelligence far beyond his years to barely keep up with their education and living expenses. It was this difficult life that fueled Yi Zhachi's fervent desire to awaken as a lord and change their fate forever. At that moment, a clear scar marred Yi Xiaoli's once serene face, igniting a fury within Yi Zhachi. "Who did this to you, Xiaoli? Brother, did you fail to awaken as a lord?" Yi Xiaoli asked, holding back her tears as she looked up hesitantly. "Everyone at school knows you awakened as the weakest, a mechanical lord. My classmates said that scavengers like us dreaming of changing our fate through awakening is impossible, and that we'll always be destined to pick up trash." Unable to hold back her feelings any longer, Yi Xiaoli burst into tears. Yi Zhachi's clenched fists slowly relaxed as he gently patted his sister's head. "Silly girl, who said a mechanical lord is worthless? They're just ignorant. Don't cry. Xiaoli, watch and see, I will prove them wrong. We are not trash, and we won't be scavengers forever. I promise to change everything." Before he finished speaking, Yi Zhachi summoned the core he received upon awakening. With a thought, a small, intricately glowing orb appeared in midair. "Is this the Lord Core?" As Yi Zhachi touched the orb, the environment around him shifted, reconstructing his form on a desolate planet. Before him lay a barren expanse, and a UI panel visible only to him appeared. "Begin constructing your lord's base immediately and start developing your territory." Simultaneously, another interface displayed the materials needed for a basic lord's base. Ancient parts 100, meteoric iron 100, stardust 100, and an infinite energy core 1. Compared to other basic bases that only required iron 5, wood 5, and stone 5, the disparity was staggering. No wonder the mechanical lord was deemed worthless. Gathering these materials on Blue Star seemed impossible. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm Yi Zhachi, a series of system notifications sounded. Soul resonance detected. The soul is not from this world. Reassessing lord status. Assessment successful. Due to soul variance, a reawakening is required. Error. Mechanical lord identity is bound. Reawakening to change lord type is not possible. Initiating forced correction. After the correction, Yi Zhachi's character panel displayed a new compensation talent. Initially crafted by the first city builder of the Yamilo star system, the powerful mech now fused with star core energy to become a talent imprint, extracted and integrated from the host's soul memory. Talent 1. Maximize simplification of all mech construction costs. Talent 2. Exclusive efficiency of all subordinate mechs increased by 100. Talent 3, Lifelink, allowing symbiotic connection with a mech, with the option to disconnect or reconnect at any time. Esteemed Mechanical Lord, your new Lord talents have been detected. The creation panel has been updated. Begin constructing your first mech war base immediately. The blueprint for the War Fortress, Giga base type mech was activated. Originally requiring planetary core 1000, energy essence 10,000, dark matter simulation 10,000, and cosmic stardust 10,000, the terrifying material demands were simplified to just iron 10. Am I invincible now? The creation engine talent was overwhelmingly powerful. Yi Zhachi immediately used the 10 iron ores from the beginner's package to start construction. In an instant, a magnificent golden light enveloped the land, and a colossal structure, the size of a city, emerged with a thunderous presence. Its cold metallic texture, endless walls, the star-destroying cannon glowing blue, and facilities like the Ether Tower, Thunder Pool, Rapid Response Base, and Advanced Technology Research Room all demonstrated to Yi Zhachi that he was destined to be unbeatable. The system notification chimed again. War Fortress, Giga, construction complete. A new construction panel has been activated. According to Lord settings, after the initial base is built, the Lord can construct more buildings through base facilities, recruit various units, and continuously expand the territory. The upgrade system for the Novice Lord's base gradually unfolded before Yi Zhachi. As the base upgraded, the buildings and units within it would also evolve. At this moment, 3 new mecha models appeared on his Lord control panel. The Explorer mech, Chaser, is renowned for its exceptional digging, mining, and exploration capabilities. Its parameters are quite balanced: 100 damage points, 1,000 mobility points, and 10,000 defense and health points. As the most basic working mech in the mechanical territory, it is primarily responsible for resource extraction tasks and requires only 10 units of wood to build. The combat mech, Shadowhunter, is a combat-focused elite mech boasting 10,000 damage points, 1,000 mobility points, 1,000 defense points, and 10,000 health points. Proficient in melee, thermal weapons, range combat, and detection skills, it is the backbone of mechanical fortress security, constructed with 10 units of stone. The last option made Yi Zhachi furrow his brow. The Superbrain AI, Skynet. The specific parameters of this mysterious unit were unknown, requiring 10 units each of wood, stone, and food to construct. As a seasoned player of Lord management games, Yi Zhachi knew the importance of early planning. Each new Lord receives a basic resource pack containing 10 units each of wood, stone, food, and iron ore. How to allocate these resources wisely would directly influence future development. Rationally, building the Chaser and Shadow Hunter mechs would be enough to stand out on tomorrow's Lord battlefield. But thinking of his classmates' ridicule and the new scar on his sister Yi Xiaoli's face, Yi Zhachi's anger was hard to quell. If I have to endure humiliation again in this new life, what's the point of this rebirth? Gazing at the vast starry sky above the Lord's planet, Yi Zhachi's gamer intuition told him that the Superbrain AI, Skynet, might yield the greatest benefits. I'm going to gamble. He gritted his teeth and resolutely decided to invest all his resources into the construction of the Superbrain AI, Skynet. As the resources were invested, the center of the War Fortress, Giga, suddenly formed an irregular transparent sphere composed of virtual quantum simulation. An invisible network unfolded, perfectly covering the entire fortress. Please name it. 1. Yi Zhachi blurted out. The system notified him that the Superbrain AI, Skynet 1, successfully went online and integrated with the fortress. A lively girl's voice replaced the cold mechanical tone. Hello, Master. I am your Superbrain AI, 1. With the Superbrain AI taking over, all control interfaces were renewed. When one asked about the development direction, Yi Zhachi unhesitatingly chose combat, large-scale combat, hoping to make a significant impact in tomorrow's Lord battle. The system indicated that the plan would take 8 hours to complete. This meant that by tomorrow, a brand new mechanical territory would emerge, filling Yi Zhachi with excitement. After spending a long time in the Lord's space, Yi Zhachi felt fatigued. Upon exiting, he found Yi Xiaoli asleep beside him. Gently wiping away the tears from his sister's eyes, Yi Zhachi murmured, "Just wait. Tomorrow your brother will make a grand impact as a mechanical lord." In her sleep, Yi Xiaoli softly responded, a smile appearing on her lips. Yi Zhachi, too, succumbed to drowsiness and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Greenvine Academy was busier than usual. It was the annual graduation ceremony and the first Lord battle for these newly minted Lords. The Academy had prepared generous resource rewards, distributing them across specially designed scenario cards. All novice Lords would compete on this scenario card, using their territories developed overnight. This not only tested the strength of their territories, but also challenged the strategic minds of the Lords. The novice Lords present were eager to showcase their skills. Among the crowd, discussions arose. Who do you think will be the champion this time? The corridors of Qingting Academy buzzed with lively discussions. Of course, it's gotta be Sheng Tianhao. "An Sklas Dragon Lord," someone exclaimed enthusiastically. "And then there's our school belle, Jiang Yunxiao. Her awakened Ice Kingdom is also Sklas, so she's got a real shot too." The speaker chuckled. "But speaking of Jiang Yunxiao, hasn't she always had a thing for Yi Zhiqi? He used to be the top of the class, but now he's awakened as the most useless mechanical lord. He's practically the laughingstock of Qingting Academy." Jiang Yunxiao, the center of this gossip, had long grown immune to such chatter, but her brows furrowed involuntarily at the mention of that particular name. Just then, a young man dressed in a black leather jacket and dark jeans approached. It was Shang Tianhao, one of the two who had awakened class talents just yesterday, eyeing Jiang Yunxiao with undisguised interest. "Isn't this our school belle? How about teaming up with me for the graduation ceremony?" His tone was laced with arrogant confidence. Jiang Yunxiao was about to respond when she caught sight of a familiar figure, and her eyes brightened. She promptly declined. "Sorry, I've already promised someone else." With that, she walked straight towards the figure, leaving Shang Tianhao standing there, a flicker of malice in his eyes. "Yi Zhiqi, I thought you wouldn't show up for the graduation ceremony today." Jiang Yunxiao's tone softened instantly. "Why wouldn't I?" Yi Zhiqi replied calmly. "Want to team up?" Jiang Yunxiao asked with a hint of hope. "I'm an Sklas Lord and already have a team of 10 Silver Lion Guards. No need," Yi Zhiqi answered decisively. "Hey, you aren't planning to just give up, are you? This is the graduation ceremony, after all. It might help you gather materials for building a basic mechanical base. You should think about Shaoli." Before she could finish, Yi Zhiqi had already turned and walked away. This scene only fueled Shang Tianhao's jealousy. He glanced at the faintly glowing red key in his hand, a sinister smile playing on his lips. It was a backdoor opportunity granted by his teacher, intended to secure a strategic advantage, but now, he had a new plan. At precisely 9 o'clock, the graduation ceremony commenced. All the novice lords gathered on the field as the extreme cold zone scene card, prepared by Qingting Academy, came into effect. In the instant the environment shifted, the red key in Shang Tianhao's hand transformed into a faint light, subtly landing on Yi Zhiqi. The commentator's voice was filled with excitement. "Jiang Yunxiao is lucky, landing in a valley surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, easy to defend and hard to attack. Shang Tianhao has a less advantageous position, finding himself on a plain." "But wait." The commentator's voice suddenly rose. "Yi Zhiqi has appeared right in the center of the Snow Tribe's main city." All around Yi Zhiqi were glistening ice sculptures, with millions of creatures sealed within. As he arrived, cracks began to form in the ice, and the sealed monsters were on the verge of breaking free. Principal Zhu Guangfu of Qingting Academy frowned as he watched the big screen, his voice low. "Who sneaked in a directional key? The scene cards are supposed to be random, but they've all been assessed as risk-free zones." As the headmaster of Qingting Academy, Zhu Guangfu immediately noticed the anomaly in the teleportation area where Yi Zhiqi was located. When a teacher admitted to giving Shang Tianhao, an S-level talent lord, a directional key, Zhu Guangfu calmly interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "There's nothing wrong with what you did. Building a good relationship with an S-level lord benefits Qingting Academy," Zhu Guangfu said indifferently. "As for Yi Zhiqi, he's likely already ruined. Although death in the environment card isn't real, the mental trauma is unavoidable. Once he's eliminated by the snow monsters, expel him immediately to protect the Academy's reputation." Surprisingly, none of the teachers present spoke up for Yi Zhiqi. They merely watched coldly. On the screen, countless snow monsters burst from the ice, swarming the entire main city. They surged like a white tide towards Yi Zhiqi at the center. Boom! A loud explosion echoed through the Snow Tribe's capital. In the audience, Yi Shaoli sprang to her feet, anxiously staring at the big screen. Around her, laughter erupted. "Haha, dead right after teleporting. That's gotta be a record. Look, there's the Trash Lord's trash sister. Stay away from her, or you'll catch her bad luck." Before the words were finished, the dust cleared, revealing a massive black mech standing in the center of the capital. Its sleek metal exterior gleamed with a dark luster, and its crimson electronic eyes glowed with a dangerous light. Yi Zhiqi sat in the cockpit, piloting his mech for the first time. As he pushed the control stick to the limit, the black mech fully charged, and the engine roared thunderously. "Black Knight, destroy them." Yi Zhiqi's voice melded seamlessly with the mech's electronic tone. The mech's parameters instantly displayed. Damage, 200,000, mobility, 50,000, defense, 100,000, health, 1 million. Mastered skills included Pinnacle Combat, Flight, All Weapon Mastery, and Ultimate Star Destruction Mastery. This was the ultimate star weapon, custom built for Yi Zhiqi by the Super Brain Network 1, with a soul compatibility and synchronization origin both at 100, its ultimate power capable of destroying an asteroid. Earlier that morning, when Yi Zhiqi arrived on the mechanical planet, he found only this solitary Black Knight mech. Even after simplification, the materials required were astounding. 1 million each of wood, stone, an iron ore, 10,000 each of earth marrow essence, and various crystal ores, plus a Lord's world core. Lord, one has scoured the planet's resources according to plan to build this ultimate star weapon mech for you. After piloting it himself, Yijichi was convinced it was entirely worth it. He looked up at the sky, and the Black Knight followed suit, its crimson eyes shimmering. Random teleportation for the graduation ceremony, and I ended up in a death trap. Without the mech, I'd be a corpse by now. Who would believe there's no foul play involved? Yijichi sneered. Since the academy has been unjust, don't blame me for being unkind. Let this graduation ceremony end in the most unexpected way. The Black Knight's hand pressed heavily on the Snow Tribe capital's ground. The entire scene was broadcasted live, and the knowledgeable teachers turned pale. Zhu Guangfu's face turned completely dark as he shouted at the stunned teachers. What are you waiting for? Cut the broadcast. Evacuate the area. Deploy all forces to intervene in the extreme cold region. No matter where this kid got that bizarre mech, resolve this immediately. Amidst the sound of a teacup shattering on the floor, Zhu Guangfu scoffed. A mere novice lord. Does he really think he can stir up any trouble? The broadcast was cut off, with the final audio being the mech's activation, initiating ultimate star weapon, super energy detonation mode. Destruction countdown. 3, 2, 1. Black lightning snaked around the mech's body like a thunder serpent, but unfortunately, the live broadcast and audio were completely cut off. The Doomsday Star armament, superpower detonation mode successfully activated. The mechanical voice echoed in Yijichi's ears, accompanied by a stream of data. Current energy level at 98, energy efficiency increased by 100, mech speed increased by 100, weapon efficiency increased by 100, and the light energy absorption system is now active. Yijichi felt an unprecedented surge of power. The fully activated mech now possessed the terrifying strength to crush planets. But just as the Black Warrior reached full activation, the icy sky above fractured, revealing streaks of black lightning, signaling that the environment card was on the brink of collapse. Any slight external disturbance could shatter the environment card completely. If that happened, the space would dissipate instantly, tearing apart anyone within by the chaotic spatial currents. However, those with enough strength might survive the chaos and find an anchor point back to reality. Something's not right, Yijichi muttered, frowning. Either the environment card is mutating, or someone has invaded it. He recalled that the sky had been normal when he first entered, indicating that the issue arose later. The students huddled together noticed the sky's anomaly, their faces turning pale. They understood this meant one of two things. Either the monsters within the card had mutated beyond its capacity, or an army of foreign invaders had found a spatial anchor and were preparing to breach. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Zhu Guangfu's face was ashen. Today's situation had spiraled out of his control and was bound to become the laughingstock among other academies. The thought that all this was caused by a newly awakened junior lord made his expression even darker. Principal, we can't enter that environment card right now, a teacher cautiously suggested. Zhu Guangfu snapped his head toward the speaker, his gaze sharp as a blade, sending a shiver down the teacher's spine. As the principal, Zhu Guangfu was not only powerful but also ruthlessly decisive. Aside from those few special students, everyone else is expendable, Zhu Guangfu said coldly. And make sure that boy is dealt with. Once he's dead, we can pin all the blame on him. Do I really have to teach you such basic crisis management? An assistant was about to speak but was cut off by Zhu Guangfu. I know the spatial stabilization cards have other uses, and we're only allotted one per year. But nothing's happened for years, and we have a dozen in stock. Using one now won't hurt. Once that boy is dead, just blame everything on him. To Zhu Guangfu, Yijichi was nothing more than a troublesome insect, destined to be squashed under his control. The other teachers, seeing the principal's decision was made, remained silent. Back in the icy environment, Yijichi piloted the Black Warrior, surrounded by heaps of monster corpses and craters from artillery fire, still warm. Suddenly, a spatial tremor resounded, and the sky's fissures vanished, the space regaining stability. Looks like they've used an 11 or higher spatial stabilization card, Yijichi smirked. Are they finally showing their true colors? Meanwhile, in the Academy's conference hall, a group of teachers had gathered. The spatial stabilization card has been used, a leader announced. You all understand, apart from those few, the rest don't matter. But Yijichi, he must be eliminated. In a secluded corner of Qingting Academy, a group of 7 or 8 teachers gathered in a circle. Standing before them was a bald, portly middle-aged man, Director Wang. Just then, a graceful figure approached slowly. It was Hong Yong, the new female teacher. Her long, alabaster legs and contemplative gaze naturally drew the attention of everyone present. Director Wang, what if we end up harming those students? Hong Yong's voice carried a hint of concern. Initially impatient, Director Wang's expression brightened upon seeing who had spoken. He was well aware of Hong Yong's background, a one-star intermediate lord with no significant power or resources, Yet she possessed a remarkable A-grade talent. Of course, what intrigued him more was her striking appearance. Haha, Hongyong, you're new to our academy. So there are some things you might not fully understand, Director Wang said, a glint of greed in his eyes. Once they awaken as lords, they're no longer just kids. Only through the baptism of blood and fire can they grasp the harsh realities of the Lord's world. Naturally, we'll try to avoid harming them unless they're too attached to certain things, in which case they'll need a lesson. The principal's directive was straightforward. Quickly resolve the troubles within the environmental card, with the primary goal of silencing Yi Zhiqi permanently. For these teachers, the rare opportunity to enter the card meant collecting a performance fee. Although the treasures and materials inside weren't of high grade, they were better than nothing. In truth, after dealing with Yi Zhiqi, they planned to target others as well. After hearing this, Hong Yong's face showed a peculiar expression. She sensed something amiss in Director Wang's words, but couldn't quite pinpoint it. As a newcomer to Qingting Academy, she could only nod silently. Meanwhile, in another part of the environmental card, Yi Zhiqi gazed at the mountain of monster corpses before him, pondering, so many bodies, yet no way to put them to good use. Ithiel just rot here. The space had stabilized, and he was in no hurry to act further. This card contained various resources and materials, possibly even precious blueprints, but most were ice-related. True mechanical building blueprints typically appeared in lost ruins or dwarf relics. Additionally, certain special places were known to house high-tier mechanical blueprint suit of control AI environment cards, teeming with hostile AI. Rumor had it that a family in the ugly nation once opened such a high-level card, nearly causing chaos in the real world. At that moment, Yi Zhiqi sensed movement in the distance. From that direction, it seems someone has found this place. Without me, they'd likely end up dead here. Elsewhere, a few academy students were engaged in conversation. No surprise from our academy, resolving the card space so quickly, one remarked. By the way, I heard there's a genius in our academy? Genius? Who are you talking about? We have quite a few with awakened Scrade Lord talents. Not Scrade, SS Scrade. It's my first time being this close to an SS Scrade Lord talent. Some couldn't help but laugh, leaving the inquirer puzzled. He distinctly remembered the academy having an SS Grade talent lord, having witnessed the phenomenon with his own eyes. What's so funny? Haha, don't you know? That person is Yi Zhiqi, with a mechanical territory talent. Mechanical lords require all sorts of bizarre materials to build their territories. Yeah, I read about it, things like ancient lost cores, which I've never even heard of. As they chatted, they fought, easily dispatching the scattered monsters around them. Gradually, they noticed no more monsters appeared nearby. Unanimously, they summoned soldiers from their territory. Some were orcs, others were strange creatures, totaling around 100. Suddenly, someone pointed ahead. Look over there. Following his finger, they saw a towering mountain reaching into the clouds. But upon closer inspection with their lordly vision, they realized it wasn't a mountain at all, it was a colossal mound of monster corpses. Even more astonishing was a black silhouette, standing as tall as half the mountain itself, unleashing lightning at will near the mound. The newly awakened lords finally understood that this year's graduation ceremony at Qingting Academy, utilizing the environmental card, was unlike any other. They had barely entered when the card was already on the brink of collapse. When they first entered the environment card space, the group managed to take down a few monsters, leading them to mistakenly believe they had stumbled upon some ancient ruins. However, as the space stabilized, the scene before them left everyone in shock. In front of them stood a towering mountain of monster corpses, reaching up to the sky. The air was tinged with a faint scent of blood, and the biting cold made them realize that this was no dream. One student felt his legs give way beneath him, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and his neck felt as if it bore a weight of 1,000 pounds, rendering him nearly immobile. Shut up. Do you want to die? Another person quickly hissed, drawing back the soldiers they had summoned from their territory. The others followed suit, fearing to disturb the colossal entity ahead. The authentic aura of battle was nothing like the simulated environments they were used to. At that moment, a figure wreathed in black lightning stood up. Wait, that's not a monster. It's a mech, someone exclaimed. This is supposed to be an ice-themed environment card. How can there be a mechanical creature? Has the school's environment card been hacked? Yi Zhiqi sat calmly in the cockpit of the mech. He had noticed these strangers long ago but couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention. However, he was puzzled by why they summoned soldiers only to retract them. Were they trying to conserve energy? As he pondered this, a powerful presence approached. A legion, led by a proud middle-aged man, charged forward. The soldiers wore dazzling armor, each with a single horn on their forehead. This legion's strength far surpassed that of ordinary students. Yi Zhiqi, the middle-aged man called out. I finally found you. As a junior lord who defies the school's arrangements, you should be expelled. But considering your ability to create such a mech, if you surrender now, I'll plead your case with the school. Yi Zhuqi replied through the mech's loudspeaker with a disdainful laugh. Surrender now? Let me off. The students watching were stunned. That's Mr. Li's star-splitting legion. They say it can crack planets. Yi Zhuqi? How can it be him? He can't even build a territory. How could he have such a mech? He actually dares to speak to Mr. Li like that? Li Rufin's expression darkened. He couldn't deny that upon seeing the Black Knight mech with his own eyes, he felt a strong desire to possess it. With its black lightning snakes coursing over its surface, its black and red interwoven body, and its dark, gleaming exterior, even without combat capability, it was a rare collector's item. Li Rufeng eyed the mech in front of him with a greedy glint. The value of this mech was enough for him to be willing to spend a significant amount of star resources to acquire it. This was also the main reason he demanded Yi Zhuqi's surrender. His plan was straightforward. As soon as Yi Zhuqi left the cockpit, he would seize the mech and eliminate this overconfident young lord. However, Yi Zhuqi's response infuriated Li Rufeng. A newly awakened low-ranking lord dares to act so arrogantly in front of me, he sneered, releasing the pressure of a mid-level lord in an attempt to intimidate Yi Zhuqi with his superior rank. Typically, this kind of pressure was highly effective against lords with lower-grade talents. But if the opponent had exceptional talent, combined with bonuses from soldiers and territory, the plan could backfire. Li Rufeng completely overlooked the fact that Yi Zhuqi actually possessed an SS-grade lord talent. To him, Yi Zhuqi was merely a mechanical lord who had somehow acquired a high-level mech, and mechanical lords were generally regarded as useless by most. As Li Rufeng's pressure descended, the soul power of the Black Knight within Yi Zhuqi was triggered. System notifications flashed in quick succession. Shadow Breaker activated. Energy consumption 20. Mech pressure 600. Absolute will 100. Lord Aura pressure enhancement 1000. The system detected that the opponent was a grade-talented mid-level lord, and Yi Zhuqi's unique SS-grade talent immediately launched a counterattack. A force far beyond Li Rufeng's imagination erupted from Yi Zhuqi. This pressure, bolstered by the SS-grade talent, surged like a mighty river, and with the Black Knight's enhancement, it transformed into a colossal wave, shattering the surrounding space like glass and seemingly breaking through dimensional barriers. Meanwhile, in the office of the Dean of Qingteng Academy, Zhu Guangfu sat with a dark expression at his desk. As the dean, he had never been outmaneuvered by a student like this, especially one who was merely a low-ranking mechanical lord with no background or influence. Recent investigations confirmed that Yi Zhuqi came from an ordinary family, which only added to Zhu Guangfu's frustration. Just a low-ranking lord. No matter how strong your mech is, how could it possibly contend with a mid-level lord's army? Zhu Guangfu muttered to himself, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. The directors in the office dared not make a sound, aware that the dean was in a foul mood. Suddenly, a female teacher burst into the office, breaking the silence. Zhu Guangfu's expression darkened further, ready to reprimand her, but she brought shocking news. Yi Zhuqi's lord pressure had caused cracks in a 6-star low-grade environment card. Impossible! The directors exclaimed in disbelief. How could a low-ranking lord affect a 6-star environment card? The female teacher hastily explained, Dean, the cracks are expanding. In half an hour, the environment card will completely collapse. Zhu Guangfu, however, remained skeptical. Don't be ridiculous. A low-ranking lord trying to shake a giant tree is nothing more than an ant trying to topple a mountain. I will go to the monitoring room myself to see what's really happening. Zhu Guangfu, growing increasingly furious, suddenly vanished from where he stood, heading straight for the control room. The directors exchanged glances and immediately followed him. In the center of the control room stood a massive platform, with a card floating in midair, spinning continuously. The room was filled with equipment maintaining its stability, and 20 operators sat at their consoles, sweating profusely as they worked to keep the environment card's internal space stable, not daring to lift their heads. Zhu Guangfu froze upon entering the room. The environment card on the platform had developed cracks. How is this possible? An A-level stability card, yet it's collapsing under the pressure of a low-level lord? The projection screen in the control room displayed the interior of the environment card, with one section showing Yi Zhuqi. Seeing Yi Zhuqi's mech, Zhu Guangfu's fury ignited like gasoline on fire, his knuckles cracking loudly. The directors who arrived shortly after were equally stunned by the sight. Inside the environment card space, Jiang Yunxiao watched the monster's corpse on the ground with worry, deeply concerned for Yi Zhuqi. Why didn't you listen to me? If we were together, I could have helped you find a way. Beside her stood a petite woman, Hu Tianhe, with a massive tiger lying at her feet. Big sister, stop swooning. That guy is the top genius of Qingteng Academy. He can manage without you. Jiang Yunxiao's forehead veins throbbed with anger. Tianhe, shut up. Just as Hu Tianhe was about to retort, she suddenly tensed, and the tiger beneath her stood alert. At that moment, Shang Tianhao appeared in strange attire not far away, looking pleased with himself. Hey Yunxiao, we meet again. Don't call me Yunxiao. We're not that close, Zhang Yunxiao replied coldly. Before Shang Tianhao could respond, a violent pressure swept through the space. Shang Tianhao froze, while Zhang Yunxiao seemed unaffected, as if basking in a gentle breeze. Hu Tianhe and her tiger, however, were terrified, the tiger crouching low to the ground. Hu Tianhe quickly summoned a fruit from her domain and fed it to the tiger. It seems like a mutated monster. Yunxiao, let's check it out. With that, the two women and the tiger vanished instantly. Shang Tianhao snapped back to reality, realizing they were gone. In the distance, a black thunder dragon prowled the sky, its presence formidable. He silently turned and walked the other way, the word fool faintly visible on the tiger's skin draped over his back. Meanwhile, in the icy wasteland, Yi Zheqi's mech was enveloped by black lightning serpents that had transformed into a thunder dragon, nearly obscuring the entire sky. Such insignificant power, unable to withstand even my aura's pressure? This immense power could only be sustained for 3 hours, after which the mech's energy would be depleted. Having never faced other lords, he was still unaware of his true strength. At this moment, Li Rufeng felt like a small boat in a storm, constantly on the brink of being swallowed by the waves or overturned by the chilling winds. This profound fear reminded him of the first time he awakened as a lord and faced a formidable monster. Yet now, this suffocating pressure was emanating from a newly awakened lord. How is this possible? How can your lord's aura be so powerful? Li Rufeng suddenly realized he had overlooked a critical point. Although Yi Zheqi was deemed a worthless mechanical lord, his SS-grade lord talent was undeniable. Even a low-level lord with such a talent could counter his aura, but the strength of this aura seemed beyond reason. In the sky, a black rift reappeared, indicating the instability of the environmental card. Yi Zheqi remained silent, fully aware that while the enhancements brought by his mech were astonishing, the energy consumption was equally immense. 3 hours was his limit. In this short time, he needed to deal with Li Rufeng and address the situation with the graduation ceremony's environmental card. The thunder dragons surrounding the Black Knight mech, along with those soaring in the sky, all surged into the machine. Its precision mechanical arms extended, forming a massive sword of black lightning in its grasp. Not far away, several students who had initially expected to watch Yi Zheqi being taught a lesson were now stunned. As newly graduated lords, their territories housed creatures no bigger than small cats. Yet here was Yi Zheqi, also a recent graduate, commanding a giant mech with thunder dragons at his beck and call, suppressing a mid-level lord with the might of a low-level one. Are we in some kind of illusion? One student asked, bewildered. This scene shattered their understanding of what a newly graduated lord could achieve. Typically, they might have a few dozen ordinary soldiers, and the lucky ones might possess a couple of stronger elites. But Yi Zheqi's mech defied all expectations. He's going to attack Teacher Li. Let's go. How dare he? Look at that mech. Even the dean might think twice before confronting it. Stop talking and run. As they summoned their soldiers to escort them away, they couldn't help but glance back. Such a scene might not be witnessed even 3 or 4 years down the line. Advancing from a low-level to a mid-level lord required vast resources and passing territory trials. Without sufficient strength, forced advancement could result in the destruction of the territory core, permanently losing the chance to advance. The lightning sword in the Black Knight mech's hand grew increasingly terrifying, with electric currents seemingly ready to tear the void apart. Li Rufeng, in a panic, shouted, "Wait! You can't do this. I'm a teacher at Qingting Academy, and you're a student. How can you attack a teacher? Do you not want to graduate?" Yi Zheqi remained silent in the face of Li Rufeng's questioning. The eye modules of the Black Knight mech flashed with a dangerous rainbow light, its intent to kill clear. Li Rufeng finally realized that the other party intended not just to attack, but to take his life. Darkhorn Legion, use Shadow Frenzy. In a moment of crisis, Li Rufeng abandoned the idea of summoning new troops and deployed his elite legion instead. Though he coveted Yi Zheqi's mech, survival took precedence. With the command issued, the Shadow Legion gathered intense dark energy. Even before the two sides clashed, the surrounding space was riddled with cracks. No matter how precious this low-level environmental card was, it couldn't change its low status. Star-splitting strike. Meanwhile, in the environmental card monitoring room of Qingting Academy, Zhu Guangfu's face had turned ashen. The card was on the verge of collapse. Bring in another stabilizing card. Zhu Guangfu's voice resonated clearly throughout the surveillance room. Every individual present was a formidable lord in their own right, not mere unawakened commoners. In such a confined space, his unrestrained words reached everyone distinctly. The faces of several directors had already turned pale. The value of a stabilization card far surpassed that of an environment card, a fact well known to all. Dean, are you sure we need to use another one? One director asked shakily. The images from Yi Zheqi's side are no longer accessible. Judging by the last visible footage, it looks like Teacher Li's Abyss Army is in action. It seems Teacher Li's energy was too rampant, causing this situation. Despite his seething anger, Zhu Guangfu spoke with clarity and precision. If this environment card shatters, the cost will be even greater. The immediate crisis is one thing, but the potential future risks are more concerning. Our priority now is to stabilize this environment card. As long as that kid dies, many issues can be blamed on him. If the environment card breaks, Qingting Academy will lose face, and those aristocratic students will certainly seize the opportunity to extort us. As he spoke, Zhu Guangfu's facial muscles tightened, his eyes ablaze with fury, almost setting the room alight with his rage. The dean is right. Let's use another stabilization card, agreed one of the directors. Zhu Guangfu's fury intensified. And pass along a message for me. Tell that kid that if he surrenders now, I might let bygones be bygones. But if he doesn't know what's good for him, he sneered, then cripple him and interrogate him thoroughly about the origin of that mech. As a seasoned figure, Zhu Guangfu could naturally discern that Yi Zhaqi's mech was extraordinary. Coupled with the earlier scene of the rampaging Thunder Dragon, its might rivaled the hero units in a Meteor Lord's domain. On the battlefield, Li Rufeng looked on in disbelief as his meticulously crafted Abyss army was decimated by Yi Zhaqi's Black Knight mech with a single strike. An elite army is the backbone of any domain, requiring vast resources and luck to build. Seeing his efforts so easily destroyed, he immediately took action. Activate Meteor 4-star Army Healing card. Activate Meteor 4-star Strength Enhancement card. Activate Meteor 1-star Speed Enhancement card. Meteor 1-star Resistance Enhancement card. As he activated the war cards, he summoned new members of the Abyss army from his domain, though these rookies were not as powerful as the veterans. Attack. Target all the mech's joints. Li Rufeng commanded. The joints of mechanical constructs are often weak points. Although their overall defense is stronger than biological soldiers, once damaged, they require time-consuming repairs unless one possesses a rare nanomachine repair card. Inside the mech cockpit, Yi Zhaqi frowned. Although he could cut through the Abyss army soldiers like butter with a single strike, each swing consumed a significant amount of energy. The mech's energy level had now dropped to 93, with 1 damage sustained. Considering that Qingting Academy had over 30 teachers, he needed to conserve energy. With another swing, even more powerful than before, the surrounding Abyss army suffered heavy losses again. By now, many students and teachers had arrived at the scene, awed by the dozen massive spatial rifts in the sky. Seeing his army still outmatched, Li Rufeng decisively withdrew all his soldiers. He knew that without using his trump card, subduing Yi Zhaqi would be difficult, but even with full force, victory was not guaranteed. Yi Zhaqi was preparing to strike again to quickly end the battle, bringing the environment card to the brink of breaking. At that point, everyone would retreat for survival, allowing him to transfer the resources within the environment card to his domain. Although these ice attribute materials were of little use to him, they could be sold for star resources. Watching the Abyss army disappear, Yi Zhaqi smirked and said, "What's wrong? Weren't you going to make me surrender?" Yi Zhaqi's voice echoed through the silent snowy landscape, accompanied only by the biting wind and the sound of widening cracks. Despite the harsh conditions, many people continued to arrive, eager to witness what was happening. After all, this was a school-prepared environment card, and most students had not anticipated any real danger here. "Don't waste words with me," Li Rufeng said coldly. "It's useless for both of us. In the end, you only got that mecha by luck. You can stop me, but you can't stop everyone else. I'm not the only teacher who came to this environment card." With these words, Li Rufeng regained his confidence, standing tall with a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Although the scene where Yi Zhaqi's Black Warrior mecha had effortlessly dismantled his Dark Abyss troops was hard to swallow, he quickly realized that rebuilding his forces would take at least a year, leaving him at a disadvantage during this time. This realization darkened his expression. Noticing the change in Li Rufeng's demeanor, Yi Zhaqi taunted. "Why the sudden change of expression?" His words were intended not only to provoke, but also to buy time to push the environment card to the brink of collapse with his remaining energy. Originally, the environment card was designed to last 3 days, allowing students to explore and take anything they found as starting resources for their future endeavors. Yi Zhaqi's drastic actions were a necessary risk. Delaying any longer would only invite more trouble as more people entered the card. "Shut up." Li Rufeng finally lost his composure. The thought that the current predicament was all caused by Yi Zhaqi, coupled with his mockery, shattered his previous calm. The black thunder energy sword dissipated into the air, and a menacing aura emanated from his mecha. The right arm of the Black Warrior emitted a mechanical whir, transforming into a large black cannon barrel, crackling with electricity. Just as Yi Zhaqi prepared to fire purgatory energy at the spatial rift, the cracks suddenly vanished. Another stabilization card? Does the Academy really have so many? Yi Zhaqi was taken aback. A single environment stabilization card was worth at least 80 million star sources, guaranteed to cause a frenzy at auction. While primarily used to stabilize environment cards, their true value lay in the potentially hidden resources within those cards. Very well. I'll just have to subdue you all here. Otherwise, it won't end well for me once I leave, Yi Zheqi thought, his curiosity replaced by determination. At that moment, a series of sounds broke through the air as a large contingent of teachers and students from Qingting Academy arrived, with even more students approaching from afar. The scene quickly became lively, with the crowd buzzing. What happened here? I've never seen a mecha like that, even in Iron environment cards. That mecha looks amazing. The monster corpses are piled up like mountains. Li teacher doesn't look too pleased. Are the teachers here to seize resources? They're probably checking for monster mutations. I think it's an invasion. The mecha might be controlled by a rogue AI. With so many people present, Li Rufeng's confidence surged. He addressed Yi Zheqi, saying, "Aren't you going to launch a sneak attack? Stop resisting. I might overlook the fact that you killed so many of my Dark Abyss soldiers, as long as you hand over that mecha, which doesn't belong to you." As soon as Li Rufeng finished speaking, the entire scene fell into an awkward silence. Teachers from the academy and students who had just arrived stared wide-eyed in disbelief at what was unfolding. The teachers knew full well that the Black Knight mech belonged to Yi Zheqi. Yet, Li Rufeng's blatant distortion of the truth was shocking. Hong Yong, who had just arrived, wore a peculiar expression, thinking to herself, this mech is clearly Yi Zheqi's. How can Li Rufeng talk as if it's his? The students around them whispered among themselves, their eyes darting between the Black Knight mech and Li Rufeng. Did Li say that Yi Zheqi was controlling the mech? That can't be right. He's a mechanical lord, not from any prominent family. How could he have built a territory? Could it be that he stole Li's mech? After all, Li is a mid-level lord. Speculation ran wild, but no one guessed the truth that the Black Knight mech was indeed Yi Zheqi's creation. He had poured all his resources as a low-level lord into its construction. The common belief that mechanical lords couldn't establish territories blinded everyone to the truth. Just then, Jiang Yunxiao burst out in anger. Everyone, shut up. Yi Zheqi is a genius of Qingting Academy. He wouldn't do something so despicable. Jumping to conclusions based on one person's word is foolish. If anyone disagrees, come argue with me. If not for Hu Tianhe holding her back, she would have already charged forward to fight. When Jiang Yunxiao spoke, the other students immediately fell silent. Those from similarly prominent backgrounds chose to remain quiet, preferring not to cross the Jiang family and opting to wait and see how things unfolded. Yi Zheqi watched Jiang Yunxiao stand up for him, a slight smile playing on his lips. This girl had shown interest in him since a chance encounter and his offer of help long ago. But he had been focused on honing his skills and caring for his sister, and with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, he had become a true genius at Qingting Academy. Suddenly, inside the cockpit, Yi Zheqi felt a tingling sensation, like a mild electric shock. He guessed it was due to the energy cannon he had aborted, causing the stored energy to disperse within the mech. At that moment, Director Wang appeared. The middle-aged man with a shiny head and a round belly spoke with a seemingly kind but secretly greedy gaze. Li Rufeng, how can you treat this child like that? All eyes immediately turned to Director Wang. Yi Zheqi sneered internally, having already seen the greed flash in Wang's eyes. Li Rufeng's face darkened. In his confrontation with Yi Zheqi, he had lost almost half of his Dark Abyss Legion, reducing his strength to that of a high-talent low-level lord. Yi Zheqi retorted sharply, your mech? How ridiculous. You all watched me come here. I was merely defending myself, and suddenly it's my fault? Should I have just stood by and waited for death? I've always been honest at Qingting Academy, and just because I have this mech, you treat me like this? Or is it simply your arrogance? Director Wang's expression faltered. Then, another voice rang out, impossible. Yi Zheqi, how could such a powerful mech be yours? Yi Zheqi turned to see who had spoken and was taken aback. The person had something on their back, emitting a golden glow that illuminated the sky, with 2 prominent words fool. In a world of biting cold, an unexpected figure drew everyone's attention. It wasn't Yi Zheqi's Black Warrior mech, nor was it Li Rufeng or the incessantly chattering Director Wang. It was Shang Tianhao, draped creatively in a tiger pelt with 2 characters etched upon it, gleaming brilliantly against the sky. Hu Tianhe, witnessing the scene, burst into laughter so intense her whole body shook. Gracefully, she leapt onto a giant tiger she had summoned, her feet dangling playfully in the air, her petite form exuding a mischievous charm. Jiang Yunxiao, upon seeing Shang Tianhao's spectacle, wore an expression of bewilderment and instinctively took a few steps back. At that moment, she wanted nothing more than to disassociate from this suitor. It wasn't merely about saving face. It was a social disaster unfolding before her eyes. She quickly recognized the tiger pelt as Hu Tianhe's handiwork, despite not knowing exactly when it had been affixed. This prank bore the unmistakable signature of her mischievous friend. She couldn't think of another culprit. Feeling the eyes of the crowd upon him, Shang Tianhao experienced an odd surge of confidence. He straightened his back and, In what he believed was a perfect imitation of his cousin's authoritative tone, proclaimed, "Yijachi, that mech can't be yours. If I'm not mistaken, it belongs to the academy. Haven't you realized you're disrupting our graduation ceremony? Regardless of how you acquired it, you'd better return it before you tarnish the reputation of all the students here." Having delivered his speech, Shang Tianhao felt a sense of triumph, convinced he had channeled his cousin's commanding presence. He discreetly scanned the crowd, hoping he hadn't embarrassed his family and perhaps had even impressed everyone present. Yet, he couldn't spot Zhang Yunxiao, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. Yijachi glanced at Shang Tianhao, a few exasperated lines forming on his forehead. To him, this was just a naive youth, untouched by the harsh realities of life. However, the sacred characters on Shang's back prompted him to ask, "Who are you? Have we met?" This question hit Shang Tianhao like a slap, stripping away his confidence. His face flushed a deep red, resembling a monkey's behind. Just as he was about to retaliate, Director Wang's icy voice cut through, "Step aside before you get caught in the crossfire." Shang Tianhao shivered, silenced by Director Wang's cold gaze. The murmurs around him persisted, with some commenting on the oddity of the characters on his back, others speculating it was a lord's treasure. As Shang Tianhao landed and searched for Zhang Yunxiao, she remained elusive. Turning to his followers, he noticed their peculiar expressions. After some hesitant exchanges, one finally spoke, "Shang, you've got a tiger pelt stuck to your back." A sense of foreboding washed over Shang Tianhao, yet he tried to maintain his composure. He tore the pelt off, transitioning from a calm demeanor to confusion, and then to utter despair as the light in his eyes dimmed. He collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. His followers rushed to help him, but by then, no one paid any attention to the scene. Yi Zhachi watched impassively, then turned to face the teachers poised to confront him, mocking, 20 mid-level lords ganging up on a student, truly commendable. Director Wang's face turned pale, and the others shared a similar discomfort. Yet, to subdue Yi Zhachi, they had no choice. Their attempts to coax the mech from Yi Zhachi had failed, leaving them with no alternative but force. Director Wang furrowed his brows. Upon hearing Yi Zhachi's words, he immediately realized that this student was far from easy to deal with. As a pre-awakening prodigy of the academy, Yi Zhachi had achieved remarkable results in both the Lord simulation battles and other subjects, even without the support of a Lord panel. "You've come this far, which is quite impressive. I'm giving you a chance to surrender now," Director Wang said gravely. "Hand over the mech, and all will be forgiven. Don't think that this mech alone can change anything. Against so many level 2 lords like us, you don't stand a chance." "I'm not willing to be a fish on the chopping block," Yi Zhachi replied coldly. Since the confrontation was already out in the open, there was nothing left to say. Director Wang immediately summoned soldiers from his territory, hundreds of massive black snakes. These giant serpents not only crushed the mountain of monster corpses around Yi Zhachi, but also encircled the entire area. Several flying serpents hovered in the sky, almost resembling the sacred dragon race, save for the absence of dragon horns. 20-something teachers joining forces? You're overestimating yourself, Director Wang retorted coldly. "I'll say it one last time. If you don't hand over the mech, I'll destroy both you and it." At that moment, a pleasant voice interrupted. "Hold on, Director Wang. Isn't this against the rules? As the director, you shouldn't be attacking Yi Zhachi. Besides, it doesn't seem like this mech belongs to the school. Otherwise, why haven't we seen you use it before?" It was Zhang Yunxiao speaking. Shang Tianhao, upon hearing this, fainted once more. He had tried so hard to impress the goddess, only to find out she supported his opponent. He resolved to leave the city afterward and never return if he couldn't make a name for himself. Director Wang turned to Zhang Yunxiao, his frown deepening. He had long been aware of Zhang Yunxiao's favoritism towards Yi Zhachi. The Zhang family, with a high-ranking lord among its members, held significant influence in a world where each city had only a handful of high-ranking lords. "I've already said he stole the school's mech," Director Wang asserted firmly. Yi Zhachi quickly interjected. "Since you claim I took the academy's mech, then answer this. If you can tell me the name of this mech, I'll hand it over immediately." Those around them, recalling Li Rufin's earlier remarks, quickly grasped that this mech had a different origin. "Enough talk. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame us for being ruthless." Director Wang's demeanor shifted abruptly. The others present didn't say much, as such incidents weren't uncommon at Qingting Academy. Some began to murmur among themselves, with some suggesting Yi Zhachi should endure silently, while others admired the mech that displayed the might of a thunder dragon. However, those who wanted to side with Yi Zhachi were quickly subdued by the teachers, including Zhang Yunxiao. "Zhang Yunxiao, don't make this difficult for me," one teacher pleaded earnestly. "You're an outstanding student at Qingting Academy, and your family collaborates with the academy. Would your family approve of such romantic entanglements?" Hu Tianhe also placed a restraining hand on Zhang Yunxiao's shoulder. Are you going to stop me too? Zhang Yunxiao asked angrily. Zhang Yunxiao stood there, exuding an aura of imminent anger, like a volcano on the brink of eruption. What infuriated her the most wasn't the teacher's attitude, but the fact that Hu Tianhe was also blocking her. The feeling that a close friend not only wouldn't help her, but would side with the opposition was beyond mere anger. Yunxiao, I'm not trying to stop you. Hu Tianhe, who usually seemed absent-minded, was surprisingly clear-headed in critical moments. But think about it. If you push too hard on this matter, it won't benefit either of you. And as he said, your family might not fully support you. Don't forget you have a sister. As for Qingting Academy, wait until things are resolved to confront Director Wang. Hearing this, Zhang Yunxiao slowly unclenched her fists, feeling as if all her energy had been drained. She knew very well that although she had the backing of her family, they only saw her as a member with decent potential, while her sister was the one being groomed as the future leader. All right, fine, she said softly, her voice filled with defeat. Seeing this, Hu Tianhe sighed lightly and then turned to the teacher, narrowing his eyes and saying coldly, you should leave. We won't take any action. As the teacher was about to speak, Hu Tianhe's demeanor suddenly shifted. I rarely get serious, but every time I do, I survive. Right now, it's not us causing trouble for you. It's you bothering us. Want to test that? With that, his aura surged, and the giant tiger beneath him stood up, its eyes slowly opening. No, that's not what I meant. The teacher hurriedly turned and left. At this moment, Director Wang didn't even glance at the students, confident that the teachers he brought would handle everything. Except for Li Rufeng, whose combat ability had declined, only Hong Yong remained still. This approach of threatening students contradicted her principles, and the attitude of taking students' belongings directly disgusted her. Meanwhile, Yi Zhachi, sitting in the cockpit of the Black Knight mech, was laughing. The reason was simple. Only one person was attacking him. If all 20-plus teachers along with Director Wang had attacked, he wouldn't have been confident in handling them all. But with only Director Wang, he was quite confident. Just you? Director Wang sneered. Kid, don't think you can act recklessly just because you defeated Li Rufeng's Dark Abyss Legion with a mech. The gap between intermediate lords isn't something you low-level lords can ignore within 3 or 4 stars. With a snap of his fingers, the summoned giant snakes grew larger, their eyes gleaming crimsona basic berserk state, an effective and low-cost beast skill. Yi Zhachi once again formed the Black Thunder Energy Sword, with a Black Thunder Dragon coiling around the mech's body. This scene caught everyone's attention, and many couldn't help but think how great it would be to pilot such a cool Black Knight mech themselves. Just then, a rough voice called out, "So this is where you are. I wondered why I couldn't find you." Director Wang, don't harm him. The dean has something to say. The newcomer was Director Xue, who noticed the situation only after seeing the Black Thunder Dragon. Director Wang was puzzled. Wasn't the directive to eliminate Yi Zhachi? Why the sudden change of heart? Director Xue got straight to the point. Yi Zhachi, if you kneel and apologize, we can let bygones be bygones for everything you've done. Director Xue stood rooted to the spot, his eyes fixed intently on the Black Warrior mech. The mech's striking black and red color scheme was nothing short of breathtaking, filling him with a sense of envy. Outwardly, he appeared to be merely observing the cockpit, but internally, he was itching to circle the mech and scrutinize every detail. What astonished him even more was the peculiar feeling that this mech exuded, as if it were a living entity. Despite having encountered numerous mechanical creations, and even those controlled by rogue AI, he had never experienced such an unusual sensation. Kneel and apologize? Wipe the slate clean. Yi Zhachi sneered from inside the mech. I bet you're just waiting for me to come out so you can nab me, right? Too bad. I don't have any tricks up my sleeve, but kneel and apologize? Are you kidding me? Director Xue turned to Director Wang and asked, can you handle him? If you can, I won't intervene. The graduation ceremony needs to continue, and we've wasted enough time. Since he refuses to beg for mercy, we'll just have to incapacitate him. As Director Wang nodded, Yi Zhachi was already raising his Black Thunder Energy Sword. However, at that moment, the sky suddenly filled with a dense blood mist, revealing countless humanoid creatures. These monsters were decaying, shrouded in the blood mist, some even sprouting massive red wings, emitting terrifying screeches. Zombie race, the crowd exclaimed. One of the 10 calamities, the zombie race. Who summoned them? This race was notorious for being able to challenge high-level lords even at the mid-level lord stage. At that moment, Hong Yong stepped forward, declaring, it was me. As teachers, why should we oppress a student like this? Isn't he the student with the SS-grade mechanical talent? This revelation stunned everyone. Cold sweat broke out on Director Wang's forehead as he recalled Hong Yong's surname, associated with the fearsome family behind the zombie race. Zhang Yunxiao watched Hong Yong's graceful stance, her desire to grow stronger intensifying. Meanwhile, in a villa somewhere, a white-haired elderly man with bulging muscles was laughing heartily, Ha ha ha. That young one finally has someone they fancy. Beside him, a middle-aged man was contemplating how to get his daughter's suitor to join their domain, only to be slapped on the back of the head by the old man. You fool, this is something the younger generation should handle. In the academy's monitoring room, Principal Zhu Guangfu fell off his chair. That family, with zombies as their main force, was known for being unreasonable. This was truly a hornet's nest they had stirred up. The middle-aged man remained calm in the face of his father's sudden slap. It was a sort of tradition in their family, only temporarily unextended to the next generation because he had a daughter. Father, are we really going to do nothing? The middle-aged man frowned. You don't think just because he has a mech that he can solve all the problems, do you? Even though this mech's origin is unknown, he certainly can't produce a second one. Wars between lords are won by armies, and no matter how powerful one mech is, it can't prevail against a well-structured legion. He continued his analysis. The key issue is that once a mech is activated, it requires constant maintenance. Otherwise, its performance will inevitably decline over time. This is an inescapable rule for all mechanical constructs. The old man listened to his son's analysis, his face still smiling, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, simply waiting for him to finish speaking. In summary, while his personal combat strength is indeed high, continuing down the path of a mechanical lord requires resources and effort that are completely disproportionate. The middle-aged man concluded, looking at his father with confusion. From every angle, having Hu Tianhe marry Yi Zhiqi and turning Yi Zhiqi's territory into their family's domain seemed like the best solution. This way, Yi Zhiqi would also benefit, as the territory would transform into the mountain of beasts, capable of summoning various beast soldiers. The cost would just be a downgrade of his original SS-level mechanical lord talent by one level. This is the choice most mechanical lords would make. So far, no one has truly established a mechanical territory. The reason lies in the materials required, which are so unique that even substitutes can't be found. When building ordinary territories, materials can be substituted with those of the same attribute and grade, but a mechanical territory requires all sorts of peculiar, non-attribute parts, and even the specific effects of these parts are hard to determine. Ha ha ha, who knows? The old man stroked his white beard and laughed. Perhaps we should give him some time. Think of your great-grandfather. Didn't he awaken with only a level beast mountain lord talent, and yet he established our lineage? That young man is different from others. What I admire most is that he never relies on any family. The old man squinted as he continued. Earlier, he could have taken advantage of Tianhe and that Zhang family's girls' connections, but he didn't. Don't forget, he has a sister to take care of, and his parents are not around. If it were you, could you have achieved what he has? The middle-aged man thought for a moment and gently shook his head. As for that Zhang family girl, the old man said knowingly, the Zhang family hasn't been grooming Zhang Yunxiao as an heir, just treating her as an ordinary clan member. Recently, they found an eternal environment card outside, which has caught the attention of another family. This card contains items ranging from low-level to high-level lord treasures, and even higher. Unlike ordinary environment cards, an eternal environment card is formed by the energy explosion of a high-level lord's territory core upon their death. The explosion turns the territory space into ruins, under which a new world is nurtured. This world connects to a spatial anchor point, and along with the originally shattered territory core, forms an eternal environment card. The biggest difference is that ordinary environment cards can only be explored once and are scrapped after being looted. In contrast, an eternal environment card is a self-contained world, with resources that recover over time and exceptional stability. The white-haired old man had little interest in the eternal environment card. Firstly, because his granddaughter had a good relationship with the Jiang family girl, and secondly, his injuries hadn't healed, and his territory was still cursed. Surviving was already fortunate, and he had no strength to compete with other families. The Jiang family plans to share the environment card with another family, binding the two families together in the simplest way. The old man didn't continue, but the implication was clear. The middle-aged man nodded in understanding marriage alliances have been the quickest method of connection between families for millennia. Though it may seem cliché, it is undeniably effective. Speaking of which, it's strange that the environment card of Qingting Academy hasn't collapsed yet, the old man mused. It seems Zhu Guangfu must have used an environment stability card. No wonder Tianhe is using such a teleportation talisman. The environment card has already been reinforced. I reckon more than one stability card was used. Ha ha ha, the old man laughed. Zhu Guangfu definitely couldn't produce such things. He must have used cards given from above, and used two of them. You shouldn't just idle at home. Take some clan members and visit Qingting Academy. Hong Yong, we are not oppressing him. It's just because he took something from the school, Director Wang argued defensively. Beside him, Director Shui had already started contacting the headmaster, Zhu Guangfu, outside the environment card. A trace of mockery flashed across Hong Yong's face. Director Wang, do you take me for a fool? If you dare to keep blabbering, how about we have a lord's deathmatch? Hong Yong's face suddenly turned cold. How could she not be aware of the origins of the Black Knight mech? The anxiety she felt when she first entered the environment card was still fresh in her mind. Now, not only she but even the once naive students have seen the truth of the matter. She glared at Director Wong with disdain. This hypocrite, who spoke of righteousness and morality, used grandiose words to mask his despicable actions. With this thought, the contempt on Hong Yong's face deepened. Director Wong was at a loss. What did a life-and-death struggle between lords signify? It was a battle to the death. Even disregarding the combat power of Hong Yong's family's zombie race, just considering her family's background, those who claimed the family's children die without inquiry, who would really believe that? Moreover, Hong Yong's zombie army could infect enemy soldiers, while his territory didn't even have a single hero unit. The outcome was already determined. For a moment, Director Wong was speechless. Meanwhile, Director Xue had already contacted Zhu Guangfu. The dean's instructions were clear. Stabilize Hong Yong. Offer her a respectable position. There are no eternal enemies. If she insists on refusing, start a war to hold her off and make sure to eliminate Yi Zhaqi. Zhu Guangfu gritted his teeth as he uttered the last few words. Ever since Yi Zhaqi entered the environment card, he had already cost him 2 stability cards, and the debt was far from settled. Director Xue hung up the call, straightened his back, and faced Hong Yong. Our academy has decided to promote you to director. As long as you stay, don't interfere with our affairs, and even join forces with us against Yi Zhaqi, there will be better opportunities for you in the future. It's not worth becoming enemies with us for a worthless mechanical lord. The surrounding students whispered among themselves. Some said Qingteng Academy bullied the weak, others mentioned that Yi Zhaqi had a sister in the academy, and many marveled at how Yi Zhaqi managed to come so far without any family background. Jiang Yunxiao clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking as her hatred for the academy peaked. She regretted wasting so many opportunities to grow stronger over the past 3 years. Even her usually carefree friend Hu Tianhe had surpassed her. Hu Tianhe suddenly spoke up. Xiao Xiao, help me stabilize the space around us. I want to summon my grandfather, a 1-star High Lord, along with my 4th and 5th uncles. This statement shocked everyone present, and 7 or 8 teachers immediately gathered around, fearing the situation might escalate into a Qingteng Academy defense battle. Hong Yong, however, laughed aloud. Haha, since I've stepped forward, do you think I'd stoop to your level? Today, I finally understand why some people die right after passing our family's test. With people like you, getting hold of this child's mech would only prompt you to make his life even more miserable. Her hair floated in the air, and the surrounding zombies let out a deafening roar. In that case, all of you, one by one, come at me. I, Hong Yong, will take you all on. It's just a death battle after all. Meanwhile, still seated in the mech's cockpit, Yi Zhaqi held the Black Thunder energy sword, unsure of what to do. He was bewildered. How did things escalate to this point? In the end, Yi Zhaqi decided to call off the confrontation. He understood that although Hong Yong intervened this time, the core issue remained unresolved. The academy had already become aware of his Black Knight mecha, and even if Hong Yong had stepped in today, more trouble would inevitably arise in the future. Teacher Hong Yong, thank you for your kindness. However, rather than helping me, I hope you can look after my sister in the days to come. If you ever need anything, I will do my best to repay you, Yi Zhaqi said solemnly. His words caused a subtle shift in the previously tense atmosphere. People exchanged glances, with some whispering, looks like Yi Zhaqi is finally giving in. I don't think so, someone countered. If he was going to surrender, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Are you suggesting he's going to take on those 2 directors? They're not someone like Li Rufeng, another remarked skeptically. Hong Yong turned to Yi Zhaqi and snorted. Fine, but don't go getting yourself killed. With that, she retracted all her summoned undead creatures, and the red mist in the sky dissipated. Jiang Yunxiao stood by, watching with a complex expression. At that moment, she was filled with a deep yearning for power and regretted her previous indifference towards her family's cultivation practices. Hu Tianhe put down the white tiger pelt, not because of a sudden change of heart, but because her father had arrived at the academy with reinforcements. Directors Wang and Xue sighed in relief as Hong Yong withdrew. The threat of the undead race had indeed left them uneasy. Even with the use of war cards, their chances of victory were slim, which was why the undead were considered one of the 10 calamities. Yi Zhaqi, you've finally come to your senses, Director Wang said, straightening his posture and stepping forward. If you hand over the mecha and admit your mistakes, we can forgive your past actions and even provide you with resources to develop your territory. He reached out to touch the Black Knight's armor, but quickly withdrew his hand upon realizing Yi Zhaqi hadn't surrendered. At that moment, Director Wang's pupils contracted, and cold sweat broke out all over him. A sense of impending doom washed over him. The Black Knight's Black Thunder energy sword hadn't dissipated. Instead, it had become even more solid. Oh no! In an instant, dozens of giant serpents lunged forward, forcing Director Wang to retreat rapidly. Director Shui was both shocked and furious. He's actually daring to make a move. With just a single mecha, where does he get the confidence? Six-winged sky guardians arise. A group of bizarre soldiers with 3 pairs of white wings and dog-like heads appeared. Yi Zhachi swung the Black Thunder energy sword, and black lightning filled half the sky. The serpents were injured, but only suffered superficial wounds. Yi Zhachi sighed inwardly. Clearly, the strength of these directors far surpassed that of Li Rufeng. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to go all out and reveal all his trump cards. The figure of Director Wang suddenly appeared, immaculate from head to toe, having perfectly evaded Yi Zhachi's unexpected sword strike. A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes as he silently assessed his opponent's strength. This kid, despite having the Jamek as protection and decent combat experience, doesn't know how to properly harness his power. The lightning should be focused for a powerful strike, not spread aimlessly. Yi Zhachi, do you really think the academy director is the same as an ordinary teacher? Director Wang said with a smug expression. Let me tell you, to become an academy director, one must at least be a 5-star intermediate lord, and that's just the basic requirement, he advised condescendingly. Surrender. I'm not pitying you. I just can't bear to see such a fine mech destroyed in your hands. Nearby, Director Shui, observing the ineffectiveness of Yi Zhachi's Black Thunder energy sword, took a step forward. He knew full well that the young man before him was merely a newly awakened low-level Star Lord, who hadn't even established his own domain, let alone passed the domain core assessment to become a 1-star low-level lord. Yi Zhachi, stop resisting pointlessly, Director Shui pressured. Your mech's energy is limited. Are you confident you can defeat the 2 of us before it runs out? He was about to mention Yi Zhachi's sister, but recalled that she was under the protection of Hong Yanga mysterious powerhouse who controlled one of the top 10 calamities, the zombie clan. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a chilling gaze pierce him. Turning stiffly, he met Hong Yong's cold eyes and swallowed hard. Are you trying to threaten me? Using my sister as leverage? Yi Zhachi sneered. Do you really think I'm cornered? Having Sister Hong Yong's help isn't about surrendering to you. It's about better dealing with you. The Black Thunder energy sword in the Black Warrior mech's hand dissipated into the air. Controlling the mech, Yi Zhachi raised his arm and pointed to the sky. Skynet. Summon domain. War Fortress. Zhigo. A system prompt immediately sounded. Skynet received the command. Executing. Projection location refracting. Will consume 60 of Black Warrior mech's energy. Please choose deployment location. A massive domain projection appeared in the sky, encompassing the entire area. Considering that Director Shui and Wang might still have long-range attack capabilities, Yi Zhachi decided to project the War Fortress high above. The surrounding students murmured among themselves, discussing their gains and losses. Especially Li Rufeng, who, despite feigning concern, was inwardly cheering for Yi Zhachi, hoping he would teach those fools a lesson. Sensing the situation turning unfavorable, Director Wang immediately ordered an attack. Go. Interrupt his actions. Suddenly, electromagnetic sounds and the heavy startup noise of electronic equipment filled the air. Everyone looked up to see a massive fortress projection constructed of electromagnetism forming, like a giant blueprint suspended in the sky. That's a domain projection. Hong Yong, knowledgeable and experienced, exclaimed in shock. You're a mechanical lord, and you've already established a domain? This revelation left everyone present wide-eyed. After all, mechanical lord domains were exceedingly rare, and no one there had ever seen one. The space suddenly split open with several rifts, and a mechanical voice resonated throughout the entire environment card space. War Fortress. Zhigu has arrived on the battlefield. Explosive star cannon charging complete on the battlefield. Endless nether energy tower. Warp arrival time in 1 minute. Sky thunderburst pool. Warp arrival time in 10 minutes. As the first mechanical alert sounded, the sky suddenly darkened. This wasn't due to the environment card transitioning into nighttime, but because a massive war fortress had obscured much of the sky. The war fortress, named Zhiga, had arrived on the battlefield, with its main weapon the Star Annihilation cannon fully charged. Following this, a series of mechanical alerts announced the impending arrival of more war equipment. Endless Phantom Energy Tower. Estimated arrival in 1 minute. Sky Thunder Pool. Estimated arrival in 10 minutes. Stormbird Drone Defense Network. Estimated arrival in 10 minutes. Antiparticle Stellar Destruction Emperor Cannon. Estimated arrival in 30 minutes. Everyone present stared in disbelief at the colossal war machine summoned by Yi Zhachi. It was so immense that most of its turrets hadn't even fully materialized. Director Wang's reaction was the most intense. His trembling gaze fixed on the 4 or 5 crescent-shaped turrets each as large as a Black Warrior mech. These devices, resembling electromagnetic cannons, were the legendary Star Annihilation cannons. Star Annihilation cannon? Director Wang's mind screamed. I've never even destroyed a star in my life, and now I'm being targeted by one of these? How am I supposed to fight this? Zhu Guangfu, why don't you take over? I'm done being the academy director. Though he didn't voice these thoughts, his pinprick-sized pupils and sweat-drenched back betrayed his fear. Director Shui appeared calm on the surface, as if this behemoth hadn't affected him at all. However, upon closer inspection, it was clear he was holding his breath. The space within the environment card began to destabilize, with cracks appearing and then healing, some even gaping wide. This phenomenon alarmed everyone present. This mechanical creation must have the power of a high-level lord. Where did he get something like this? Doesn't matter, let's get out of here. This space will collapse soon. Not even the Academy's stabilization card can save us now. If we don't leave, once that thing fires, we'll be lucky to have anything left. In an instant, the students began evacuating the space, with many teachers following suit. Hu Tianhe was dumbfounded. When did he get this kind of equipment? Yun Xiao, do you know? Zhang Yunxiao shook her head with a wry smile. I have no idea. Her feelings were mixed, happy that Yi Zheqi was out of danger, yet frustrated that she couldn't assist him. Come on, don't be upset. Hu Tianhe, sensing her friend's thoughts, reassured her. At least he's safe now. But we should get going too, or we might take a shortcut in life. In those brief seconds, Shang Tianhao awoke, but his entire demeanor had transformed dramatically. His followers were shocked to see that the arrogant young master they knew was gone, replaced by someone with a calm and steady gaze. Shang Tianhao struggled to get up from the ground, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings before finally resting on Yi Zheqi's Black Knight mech. He turned to look at the few followers still by his side, his eyes filled with complexity. Witnessing the scene of Yi Zheqi being besieged by the academy teachers just moments ago made him reflect on his own malicious actions. Over the years at the academy, he had been treated with favor everywhere he went. For so long, I've become accustomed to flattery, to the point where I've lost sight of myself. The words on that tiger skin were right. I am indeed a fool. What are you saying, boss? Don't forget, we were with you even before you had any territory, one of his followers quickly said. Yeah, Brother Shang. Yi Zheqi isn't someone to mess with right now. We should leave first, another follower advised. Over the years, they had honed their skills in reading the room and could tell that something was off with their leader today. I've let you down these past 3 years. Shang Tianhao's apology stunned his followers. It was a word they'd never heard from him before. Boss, I'm not joking. From today onwards, you are truly my brothers. Shang Tianhao's gaze once again shifted towards Yi Zheqi. I finally understand why the family was unwilling to nurture me. Those words were merely to placate me. Let's go. An unusual aura emanated from Shang Tianhao. His followers exchanged glances, sensing a positive change in him. Without hesitation, they followed him out. Soon, the space within the environment card was left with just 3 people, Yi Zheqi and 2 directors. Director Wang and Director Shui exchanged a look and quickly left as well. Seeing this, Yi Zheqi breathed a sigh of relief. He promptly deactivated the warp weapon of his war fortress and returned the recently warped-in endless nether energy tower and starburst cannon to his territory, leaving only the basic laser cannon. The space stabilized significantly, with the previously appearing and healing rifts reducing to hair-thin cracks. This would ensure the stability of the space within the environment card for at least an hour or two. Skynet, scan the resources in this space and bring back anything useful to the territory. Yi Zheqi began tallying the spoils. Although the others had left, they couldn't take much of the resources from this environment card. With Skynet, his intelligent mechanical creation, he could collect all the resources. Scene transitions to the principal's office at Qingting Academy. In the spacious principal's office at Qingting Academy, Zhu Guangfu's brow was furrowed, though his tone remained polite. I didn't expect you to come in person. May I ask what brings you to our academy? Xiao Fuer, it's been a long time. Ha ha ha, the visitor laughed heartily. I've been feeling cooped up at home lately and wanted to accompany my son on a trip. I heard today is the graduation ceremony at Qingting Academy. My granddaughter, Tianhe, is at your academy, and although I'm old, my memory isn't bad. So, there haven't been any problems with the graduation ceremony, right? The visitor was none other than Hu Yong'an, the 3rd-generation patriarch of the Hu family and a 2-star High Lord. The Hu family had always passed down the lineage through a single heir, until the 5th generation when Hu Tianhe, a female heir, emerged. Many speculated whether the Hu family would have another child. Some sought alliances through marriage, and even some branches of the Hu family were eager to make a move. The old man was enraged, dealt with a few audacious individuals, and since then, no one dared to mention Hu Tianhe's marriage again. The movements of the Hu family were always a point of interest. Zhu Guangfu's mind raced with thoughts. While women can bear children, ultimately, men are indispensable. He scanned the room, and as expected, nearly every notable family in Nantian City, with descendants at Qingting Academy, had sent representatives. The Hu family, in particular, drew attention. They had gathered nearly 900 members, with over 100 being mid-tier, 4-star lords or higher. This formidable display made Zhu Guangfu uneasy. Could the Hu family be preparing to clash with Qingting Academy? Although the imperial laws had become more lenient, if such a conflict were to break out, given the empire's bureaucratic efficiency, his position as headmaster would be in jeopardy. Adding to his frustration was the fact that he had recently used 2 precious stability cards, intending to frame Yi Zhaqi. Now, it seemed that plan was unraveling. Our Qingting Academy has been a source of talent for the empire, sending out thousands each year. Your presence here suggests you trust us with your descendants. Zhu Guangfu addressed the room. Tiger Yangon, the patriarch of the Hu family, scratched his neck disdainfully, his face openly mocking. A young representative from the Shang family, accompanied by just one attendant, showed even less regard for Zhu Guangfu's words, barely lifting an eyelid. The other families either smirked or remained indifferent, but the young man from the Shang family had a gaze as sharp as an ice blade. I'm curious, the young Shang family member remarked. How did you stabilize that environment card? Everyone knows that to host mid to high-level lords in a low-level environment card, you need a stability card. His words caused a stir among those present. Although many were unfamiliar with the intricacies of environment cards, the speaker was Shang Fan, a prodigy in the Shang family with influence rivaling that of the family head. His words carried considerable weight. My cousin might be a fool, benefiting much from your academy, but as long as he's alive, that's what matters, Shang Fan concluded, then closed his eyes, retreating into his own domain. Zhu Guangfu's forehead glistened with sweat. Shang Fan was the most outstanding talent in the Shang family for 7 generations. An rank gifted lord, steady, yet ruthless. Zhu noted the solemn posture of Shang Fan's attendant, as if on a sacred mission, underscoring Shang Fan's esteemed status in his family. As Zhu Guangfu pondered his next move, the door to the headmaster's office burst open. Headmaster, the students and teachers are all out. The environment card almost. The speaker halted abruptly, seeing the gathering. Hearing this, Shang Fan immediately opened his eyes. Are the students safe? The newcomer, recognizing Shang Fan's commanding presence, quickly replied, yes, all the students are safe. Outside, in the plaza, the rescued students buzzed with conversation. We finally made it out. That Yi Zhaqi is something else, a mechanical affinity lord, pulling off such a feat. Maybe he inherited a treasure from a powerful figure. Or it could be the academy's equipment. If the academy had such things, it wouldn't still be called Qingting Academy. Zhu Guangfu arrived at the plaza to find Director Wang and Director Shui drenched in sweat. What happened? He's still alive? Zhu Guangfu seethed, restrained only by the presence of the assembled families. He's still alive, and we were no match for him, the directors whispered, their words audible to several family members. Shang Fan's eyes flickered with curiosity, resolving to inquire with his cousin later. Impossible. Zhu Guangfu spat angrily. You are mid-tier, 5-star lords. How could you lose to a low-tier lord? Was it his mech? With your strength, how could you not suppress that mech? How did you lose? Don't tell me you retreated before the fight even began. Wait, where is he? Zhu Guangfu stood at the edge of the square, his brow furrowed. He scanned the surroundings and noticed all the students had come out, except for Yi Zhaqi. This realization sent a chill through him. Could Yi Zhaqi have somehow managed to transfer everyone out? This situation made Zhu Guangfu extremely anxious. If he couldn't eliminate Yi Zhaqi, he'd have to figure out how to deal with the 2 stabilization cards issued to the academy by the higher-ups on his own. But these cards weren't ordinary items. They were impossible to find on the open market and could only be sought at auctions or on the black market. Even if he spent a fortune in star currency to acquire them, it would attract countless envious eyes. Worse still, he wasn't sure when he had offended the Hu family. With the intelligence networks of the major families in South Sky City, any attempt to purchase stabilization cards would certainly reach their ears. In the dean's office, everyone was aware of the situation, but no one spoke openly about it. After all, they were all there to discuss interests, not to declare war. The dean and Director Wang explained with a complex expression, that kid summoned a war fortress through a mech, large enough to cover a significant portion of the environment cards area, and it's equipped with star-destroying weapons. This statement left everyone present in shock. Not only did Zhu Guangfu's eyes widen, but members of other families also perked up, mouths agape. Although some were skeptical at first, the unanimous testimonies of numerous students confirmed the fact Yi Zhaqi had indeed summoned a fortress suspended in the sky. Meanwhile, Shang Tianhao calmly prepared to leave with his subordinates. When asked about his destination, he simply replied, heading back to the family first, then forming a team to explore outside. This exploration, known as prize hunting, involved scouring environment cards that had been searched multiple times. Although most valuable items had been taken, there was always a chance of finding something overlooked. Card owners would rent out these environment cards, which was a common starting point for newly graduated low-level lords. At that moment, Shang Tianhao suddenly stopped a young man with bodyguards block their path. It was Shang Fan, the current heir of the Shang family and a mid-level lord with 7-star status. His appearance stunned Shang Tianhao's entourage. Shang Fan held a significant position in the family, commanding respect from nearly everyone. During their conversation, Shang Fan expressed disdain for Zhu Guangfu's use of the stabilization cards and showed interest in his cousin Shang Tianhao's changes. He reminded them that in 2 or 3 months, there would be action from above, just like 4 years ago. Finally, he expressed curiosity about two things: Yi Zhiqi's situation and the change in Shang Tianhao's demeanor. Other families had by now given up on extracting benefits from Zhu Guangfu and turned their focus to learning more about Yi Zhiqi. Meanwhile, Hu Tianhe noticed his friend Jiang Yuanxiao's uneasy expression, but with a reminder from his grandfather, Hu Yong'an, he realized this matter might be beyond the Hu family's capacity to handle. Ultimately, Yi Zhiqi unexpectedly discovered a valuable regenerative resource core within the environment card, an icy riverbed beneath a glacier capable of nurturing low-level 3-star material called frozen water foam. This material could grant units the opportunity to develop ice attribute abilities. This discovery made Yi Zhiqi realize that exploring environment cards solo might be the best approach. Yi Zhiqi found himself deep in thought. Once he left the environment card, finding a new one would be no easy task and would rely heavily on luck. Unexplored environment cards were notoriously expensive, so the safest option was to approach the Lord Association and join a family team. He began to take stock of his gains. The resources from the Lord's planet had been mostly depleted to create the Black Warrior mech. He hoped some of the materials he had gathered could be useful. Otherwise, collecting a large amount of materials would surely attract unwanted attention. Summoning the base war fortress was largely to deter the Academy from coveting the Black Warrior mech. With just the Black Warrior mech, Zhu Guangfu certainly wouldn't let things slide. Not to mention that he monopolized the environment card resources. The 2 stability cards he used were worth a fortune. Such cards were rare treasures, likely issued by the Empire. Zhu Guangfu would undoubtedly look to cover these 2 vulnerabilities. Suddenly, a series of alerts from Skynet brought Yi Zhiqi back to reality. All materials above 2-star have been collected. 2-star ice attribute materials, 78,416. 3-star ice attribute materials, 4,602. 4-star ice materials, 1,004. 6-star ice materials, 246. Special materials. Low-grade 8-star regenerative energy ice riverbed. Collected treasures. Heart of ice low-grade 2-star. Broken ice crown low-grade 4-star. Frozen wings low-grade 2-star. A total of 20 treasures, which could be used by the Lord himself or equipped on territory soldiers. Currently, Yi Zhiqi's territory had only one Black Warrior mech, remotely controlled by Skynet. Skynet, see which treasures can be integrated with the Black Warrior mech. After analysis, Skynet responded, none of these materials and treasures are compatible with the Black Warrior mech, as its attribute composition is 30 dark, 30 lightning, 30 fire, and 10 biological. Skynet proposed 2 options. 1. Use all the materials to create an ice attribute mech stronger than the Black Warrior. 2. Use the materials to produce a large number of small mech soldiers. Yi Zhiqi immediately chose the first option since the ice attribute materials were indeed incompatible with the Black Warrior mech. When creating the ice attribute mech, use all the materials, including the ice riverbed. Can you do that, Skynet? Skynet cautioned that although the ice riverbed is a low-grade 8-star energy source capable of continuously generating resources, using such high-grade material in a low-grade territory might result in manufacturing failure. Then don't use the ice riverbed for now, just find a place to store it. I'll leave the construction and planning of the territory to you. Yi Zhiqi leaned leisurely against the shoulder of the Black Warrior mech. With the new mech, his combat strength would significantly increase. He planned to personally pilot the new mech while Skynet controlled the Black Warrior mech to assist in battle. Looking around, all he saw were ordinary ice blocks. The monster corpses had been transported back to the territory for energy burning. 1-star materials were hardly different from ordinary materials in reality, with 1-star wood being equivalent to about 3 or 4 ordinary pieces of wood, so there was no need to take them. Once Skynet dismantled the temporary beacon station, Yi Zhiqi left the environment card space. After a dizzying moment, he found himself back on the school playground. There were still quite a few people around, particularly an elderly man with bulging muscles who was watching him with a peculiar smile. Yi Zhiqi thought to himself that this old man looked incredibly formidable, probably capable of punching through the Black Warrior mech. In this world, an elder with such a commanding presence usually signified a powerful territory. However, the elder's next words left Yi Zhiqi stunned. Young man, would you be interested in joining the Hu family and becoming my son-in-law? The sudden remark from the old patriarch left Yi Zhiqi completely bewildered. He glanced around, confused, first at the unfamiliar elder, and then at Hu Tianhe standing nearby. Grandfather, what are you talking about? Hu Tianhe stammered, her usual confident demeanor now resembling a startled ostrich. The square had mostly emptied, with even Shang Tianhao and his cousin having departed, leaving only her and her friend Jiang Yunxiao waiting. Jiang Yunxiao stood there, her eyes filled with expectation. Clearly, the person she was waiting for was Yi Zhiqi. Who else could it be? Meanwhile, Hu Tianhe harbored her own feelings for Yi Zhiqi, though she had never expressed them due to Jiang Yunxiao. Her naturally forthright personality differed from the gentle image traditionally favored by men, prompting her to suppress her true emotions even more. The crowd watched Yi Zheqi as he emerged from the internal space of the environment card, their eyes wide with astonishment. His Black Knight mech and War Fortress base were each enough to establish dominance among lower lords, let alone having both. That old man must be the patriarch of the Hu family, someone whispered among the onlookers. If Yi Zheqi really joins the Hu family, it won't be long before they rank among the top 3 in Nantian City. Question me all you want, but never doubt the Hu patriarch's judgment, another voice chimed in. Directors Wang and Shui glanced at Yi Zheqi with lingering fear. They had felt their hair stand on end when the fortress's devastating cannon had been aimed at them. Surviving unscathed was nothing short of a miracle. Li Rufin stood motionless, like a statue. His meticulously crafted Abyss Legion had been shattered by Yi Zheqi, leaving him in anguish. Without seasoned veterans, the advancement and strength of new recruits would suffer greatly. He turned away silently, his desolate silhouette drawing sympathetic glances. Jiang Yunxiao initially smiled as Yi Zheqi appeared, but upon hearing the Hu patriarch's words, she trembled slightly. Her smile remained, yet was tinged with deep sadness. The woman behind her murmured softly, "Don't regret it. This is for the family. The family has given you shelter and resources. You must give something in return." Jiang Yunxiao gradually steadied her emotions and whispered, "I am already content." Jiang Yunxiao softly uttered the words, completely satisfied, prompting the woman to nod slightly, her tone softening. "I thought you were the stubborn type, but this is much better. However, I must make something clear: your engagement is urgent. In just a few days, the other party will come to finalize the engagement and present the betrothal gifts. You must be there and behave appropriately." These words filled Jiang Yunxiao's heart with a deep sorrow. To her, she was nothing more than a commodity to be traded at will. Sensing her thoughts, her aunt remarked coldly, "Don't think you're suffering some great injustice. This is your duty to the family. You're no longer a child. From the moment you awakened your lordship abilities, you stepped into this harsh world. At least under the family's protection, you won't have to worry about potential dangers." Her aunt's eyes glimmered with greed, clearly fixated on the eternal environment card. Acquiring that card would undoubtedly strengthen their family over time. "So, who am I supposed to marry?" Jiang Yunxiao asked, struggling to hold back her tears. "The second son of the Wu family, Wu Hao." "Wu Hao? That fool?" The woman frowned and interrupted, "It doesn't matter what he is. Your job is to marry him. Once you've lost your dignity and reputation, you won't care about them anymore. If he's a fool, all the better. In a few years, if you find a way, you could let him die of illness." Of course, the family must not know about such plans. Jiang Yunxiao's face twisted in anguish, and she whispered weakly, "Let's go." Meanwhile, at the graduation ceremony, Yi Zheqi's performance left most people in a strange mood. He was undoubtedly the biggest winner of the event, with others merely playing supporting roles. Some had come to terms with this, while others still clung to a sliver of hope. As many looked at Yi Zheqi with admiration, Zhu Guangfu glared at him with bloodshot eyes. "How are you still alive? How can you be alive? What about me? What about the 2 stability cards I lost? What about the resources I owe those families?" At that moment, a teacher from the monitoring room rushed over. "Principal, there's a problem." Zhu Guangfu turned, his face nearly contorted in rage. The teacher stammered, intimidated by his expression. Zhu Guangfu calmed himself slightly. If Yi Zheqi were a mid-level or high-level lord, he wouldn't be so furious, as those levels indeed had some prodigious talents. But Yi Zheqi was merely a newly awakened novice lord, yet he had repeatedly thwarted him. "Speak. What's the problem?" Zhu Guangfu demanded through gritted teeth. "The environment card. That environment card can't be used anymore. It's turned gray." The news left Zhu Guangfu utterly shocked. An environment card only turns gray when its internal space is devoid of rare materials, resources are depleted, or there are no living creatures. The eternal environment card, being akin to another world, should not have such issues. The scene then shifts to Hu Yong'an, who looked at Yi Zheqi with a satisfied smile. "Kid, what are you thinking?" "Actually, I'm not in a hurry. You and my granddaughter can take your time getting to know each other." As a lord commanding tiger soldiers, Hu Yong'an instinctively sensed the powerful aura emanating from Yi Zheqi, causing the hair on his arms to stand on end. As Hu Yong'an's gaze fell upon Yi Zheqi, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. Behind Yi Zheqi, 2 colossal phantoms flickered in and out of view. One was the Black Knight mecha, which, unlike ordinary mechanical constructs that lay lifeless, emitted an eerie aura of vitality. This discovery sent shockwaves through Hu Yong'an's mind. Mechanical creations were supposed to be soulless, only controllable by AI or other entities. However, what shocked him even more was the second phantom. It was a sky-blocking war fortress, many times larger than the Black Knight mecha. The fortress was bristling with various turrets, with a main cannon resembling a railgun that was particularly eye-catching. As its barrel slightly opened, the surrounding light seemed to be drawn towards it. Hu Yong'an knew that a direct hit from such a weapon would be devastating, if not fatal. This startling discovery snapped Hu Yong'an back to reality, prompting him to quickly say, sir, thank you for your kindness, but we must respect Hu Tianhe's wishes. Yi Zheqi indeed had feelings for Hu Tianhe, but previously, he lacked confidence in his own talents and future abilities, making it difficult for him to respond to Jiang Yunxiao's affections. But now, the situation was different. Besides the existing war fortress and Black Knight mecha, Skynet was constructing a second mecha using new materials. Coupled with his imminent promotion, his strength would surely see a significant boost. After all, territory upgrades not only strengthen the land itself, but also provide additional benefits to soldiers and the Lord. Hu Yong'an chuckled, ha ha ha, indeed. It's time for you young folks to take charge. Since Tianhe is fine, we'll be on our way. With that, he led his son, Hu Xing, away. Hu Xing noticed his father's unusual behavior today, but though he was puzzled, he didn't question it openly. He could tell his father held Yi Zheqi in high regard, but it seemed implausible that a single mecha could warrant such attention, especially since the old man hadn't shown this level of interest back with the family. At this moment, Hu Tianhe dared not meet Jiang Yunxiao's eyes and instead scanned the surroundings with his peripheral vision. Most people had dispersed, leaving only Zhu Guangfu, who was glaring at Yi Zheqi, clearly furious over his losses and wishing he could crush him with his gaze. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunxiao was already a distant figure. Old Yi, come by my place later, Hu Tianhe said. Yi Zheqi didn't think much of it, as Hu Tianhe had always treated him like a brother. Is Jiang Yunxiao not here? Yi Zheqi asked, noticing only her retreating silhouette. Just then, Hu Tianhe noticed her grandfather, Hu Yong'an, who had taken a few steps away, suddenly turned back, giving her a thumbs up, his eyes filled with surprise and approval. The rest of the Hu family was equally stunned, not expecting Hu Yong'an to support the idea of Yi Zheqi and Hu Tianhe so openly. Surprisingly, Yi Zheqi seemed indifferent to it all. Hu Tianhe felt a bead of sweat form on her forehead, but she knew there were more pressing matters at hand. Come to my place later, we'll talk in detail, she said, her brow furrowed with complex emotions. On one hand, she was pleased to sense Yi Zheqi might reciprocate her feelings, yet on the other, she was worried for her friend Jiang Yunxiao. Her grandfather had mentioned that Jiang Yunxiao was to be betrothed to Wu Hao, the second son of the Wu family, who was far from being a decent person. I have to get home tonight. My sister's alone, and I'm worried, Yi Zheqi replied. Without hesitation, Hu Tianhe said, bring your sister along. She can stay for dinner, and we'll prepare a room for her. Bring my sister and go to your house at night? Yes, my place. Hu Tianhe mused, touching her chin. Knowing about Jiang Yunxiao's situation would likely unsettle Yi Zheqi, so keeping the circle small would be best to avoid adding pressure on him. It's best at my place, where no one will disturb us. A place with no disturbances? That does make things easier. Hu Tianhe didn't realize the ambiguity of her words, and the surrounding people's expressions grew increasingly curious. Easier? What are you planning? Don't ask, you'll find out. These things need privacy. Realizing what she had said, Hu Tianhe blushed deeply and playfully smacked Yi Zheqi. Don't tease me. It's serious. I'll wait for you at home. Yi Zheqi shook his head, about to head back home when someone called out to him. Hold on, Yi Zheqi, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Zhu Guangfu said through gritted teeth. That environmental card is ruined, and many students ended up with nothing. He stepped in front of Yi Zheqi, but standing at only 5 feet 3 inches, he had to tilt his head to glare at Yi Zheqi's handsome face. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Zhu Guangfu seethed, feeling the sting of the height difference but suppressing his anger. He knew the consequences of confronting Yi Zheqi in public would be severe, and even if he had 10 times the courage, he couldn't afford the repercussions. The Empire's laws might be lenient, but crossing certain lines would inevitably bring down harsh justice. An explanation? What kind of explanation? Zhu Guangfu's eyes widened slightly, narrowing into slits, his teeth clenched, and a forced smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Though it resembled a smile, it sent chills down one's spine. Yi Zheqi's counter-question caught him off guard, and what infuriated him even more was the other's audacity to openly challenge him. With just your mecha and that low-level mechanical territory, where do you get your confidence? Zhu Guangfu said coldly. Your sister is so adorable. Surely, you wouldn't want anything to happen to her because of you, right? He fixed his gaze on Yi Zheqi's face, eager to see despair or anger. The thought of leaving the graduation ceremony empty-handed, wasting 2 stability cards, and the fact that over 20 skilled teachers and 2 directors he sent, one of whom was injured, had suffered losses, stoked his fury. Well, good luck with that, Yi Zheqi replied nonchalantly, even smiling. This reaction left Zhu Guangfu puzzled. His investigation had shown that Yi Zheqi had always been extremely protective of his sister, working hard even before awakening his lord talents. At that moment, a graceful and melodious voice came from behind Zhu Guangfu. Dean Zhu, you're truly despicable. How did I not see it when I enrolled? It seems I need to work on my judgment. Zhu Guangfu turned to see that it was Hong Yong speaking. His expression froze momentarily before he feigned composure. What brings someone like you to our academy? Not that you're unwelcome, but this place is quite modest, and I can't offer proper hospitality. Hong Yong's zombie race combat prowess made him wary. Hospitality? How about a fight? Hong Yong suggested eagerly. Zhu Guangfu furrowed his brows, knowing that her family was full of battle enthusiasts. If they fought, his peace would be disturbed. Let's not. I'm well aware of the zombie race's strength. I'm too weak to compare with you. Is that so? Well, let me tell you, his sister is under my protection now, Hong Yong said, explaining how she was the first to sign up for the environment card task. Zhu Guangfu cast a complex look at Yi Zhachi, who was ignoring him, looking elsewhere instead. Fine. Very well. Do you really think I, Zhu Guangfu, can't deal with you? He said through clenched teeth before turning to leave. Kid, your mecha's combat power is impressive, and that war fortress flying in the sky. How about a fight sometime? Hong Yong proposed. She explained that lords could battle in mirror spaces under agreed rules or engage in life-and-death duels, with the winner taking everything from the loser. Yi Zhachi quickly turned his gaze from Jiang Yunqiao's retreating figure. Thank you, Teacher Hong Yong, for your help. Though I'm not your match, if you ever need anything, I'll do my best to repay you. Hong Yong laughed. Don't worry about it. I just can't stand him. But you should be cautious. Zhu Guangfu isn't someone to mess with. I can only openly protect your sister for a month, after which I'll be leaving the academy. I plan to stay longer to train a few promising fighters. Seeing Hong Yong's excitement, Yi Zhachi felt a sweat drop form on his forehead but caught the crucial point. A month? That's enough. You seem confident, so you must have a plan. Something like that. Good. Then I'll check your progress in a month. After all, if I'm doing a good deed, I might as well see it through to the end. Seeing Hong Yong's enthusiastic demeanor, Yi Zhachi suspected she had her eyes on his summoned war fortress, eager for a sparring match. After wrapping up matters at the academy, Yi Zhachi bid a brief farewell to Hong Yong and returned home. As soon as he opened the door, his sister Yi Xiaoli rushed up to him excitedly. Brother, did you hear? Everyone at the academy is talking about how you single-handedly took down the entire Qingting Academy. Neither Li Rufeng nor Director Wang could stand against you. They say you nearly blew up the academy, and even Shang Tianhao, who's always been a thorn in your side, was left in the dust. Yi Xiaoli exclaimed, her hands waving animatedly. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to being bullied at school, but today was different. Brother, you wouldn't believe it. When those people tried to pick on me again, a fiery-tempered female teacher suddenly stood up for me. And while you were gone, so many people came to give me resource cards. Only then did Yi Zhachi notice the pile of resource cards on the table, stacked halfway up the room. His eyes scanned over them. Basic iron, food, wood, and water resource cards, along with some lava resource cards. Among the one-star cards were a few scattered two-star cards. This was a common way for people to offer gifts, as foundational resources are crucial for any territory's development, especially at the lower levels of leadership. As territories advance to mid-level, the need for these resources diminishes significantly, and high-level leaders require them even less. They sure acted quickly, Yi Zhachi remarked, glancing at his sister's face, relieved to see her injuries had completely healed without leaving scars. The gifts were a form of apology. With him and Hong Yong around, he believed no one would dare trouble his sister again. By the way, the teacher who stood up for you is named Hong Yong. Next time you see her, give her all these cards, he instructed. Although he hadn't figured out how to repay Hong Yong's kindness, offering her the cards was a start, whether she accepted them or not. Meanwhile, in the Shang family's meeting hall, Shang Tianhao and a few of his followers were brought before the family's high-ranking members by Shang Fan. 7 elders, the family head, and more than a dozen young graduates gathered. Shang Tianhao's followers were visibly uneasy, as it was their first time attending such an important family meeting. Tianhao, this is a family meeting, an elder began, only to be interrupted by Shang Tianhao. I'll be quick. I'm just here to answer a few questions. Over the years, I've been blinded by flattery, but today I've finally woken up. Before awakening the Lord talent, Yi Zhachi was already a genius at Qingting Academy. His mechs and war fortresses can indeed overpower most mid-level lords. He's a genius, having awakened the SS-level mechanical lord talent, and I can't compare to him. With that, Shang Tianhao stood to leave, but his cousin Shang Fan called him back. Shang Fan suddenly unleashed a powerful mid-level lord's aura, manifesting icy shadows in the air. Yet Shang Tianhao looked unimpressed. Is that all? Compared to the overwhelming presence of Yi Zhachi's war fortress, this is nothing. Shang Fan's face showed a hint of surprise. There aren't many ways to increase resistance to a lord's pressure. The most common method is to enhance the territory and lord level. Another way is to rely on the Lord's innate talents, but this method is ineffective against lords with higher talents. A more extreme approach is to actively endure the pressure of a high-level lord. This method is almost self-abusive. If one can resist easily, it won't yield any improvement. If one can't resist, one must maintain composure under immense pressure or else lose all fighting spirit. However, if one can endure this process, the pressure from a low-level lord becomes insignificant. Did he withstand it? Shang Fan was somewhat astonished. This kid just awakened his lord talent, didn't he? Yes, he just awakened the day before yesterday. Everyone present wore expressions of shock. Shang Fan withdrew 70% of his lord's pressure, knowing that even at full strength, the outcome would likely not change much. Cousin, your pressure is nothing compared to his, Shang Tianhao remarked with a nostalgic expression. He used the pressure of a low-level lord to overpower a mid-level lord's pressure, and with one strike, wiped out most of Li Rufeng's Dark Abyss Legion. For the first time, he felt the world so clearly, no longer muddled as before. Shang Tianhao and other family members were filled with curiosity about the matter Shang Fan mentioned that would affect the entire Nantian city, as they had never heard of it. As the acting head of the family in the absence of the family leader, Shang Fan's every word was particularly attention-grabbing. Shang Fan shook his head gently. It's not time to tell you yet. First, focus on improving your strength. When the time comes, I might be able to save you. Shang Tianhao's expression remained calm after hearing this. Since witnessing Yi Zheqi's performance in the environment card, his mindset had undergone a qualitative leap. He left the family meeting hall with a few followers, leaving others puzzled. Even the elders couldn't figure it out. Shang Fan continued, in the future, support him more. If anyone wants to imitate, they only need to endure 70% of my lord's pressure. For the next 20 days or so, I will be in seclusion to break through, and you can decide on daily affairs yourselves. As for the Wu and Jiang families, let them deal with their own issues. We won't get involved. Also, find a way to visit Yi Zheqi and gauge his attitude towards our family. At this point, Shang Fan paused, suppressing his curiosity. Despite the apparent calm in Nantian City, undercurrents were already stirring. When someone asked if they should continue providing resources to the academy, Shang Fan stated directly, ignore them, and certainly don't provide resources. Besides, Zhu Guangfu will soon be a dead man, so there's no need to waste resources. The scene shifted to the Hu family. Hey, you finally came. Hu Tianhe greeted Yi Zheqi with anticipation. I thought you weren't coming. You should have come earlier. The food's gone cold. I haven't taken a bite waiting for you. After returning home, Hu Tianhe grew more anxious, fearing Yi Zheqi wouldn't show up. Although Yi Zheqi had never shown much emotional response to her or Jiang Yunxiao, due to her personality, she had developed a brotherly bond with him. Well, that's good. Once you're starved to death, the world will be peaceful. Yi Zheqi joked lightheartedly. Nearby, Yi Xiaoli kept her head down. It was her first time in such a luxurious place. Whether it was the grand entrance, the exquisite garden plants, or the spacious rooms and beautiful murals, she could only sneak glances with her peripheral vision. She was well aware that any object here was far more valuable than anything she owned. Huh. Hu Tianhe was momentarily stunned, then caught on. Fine, then don't eat. Butler, throw his portion to the dogs. After feeding them, let them into your territory, straight to the tigers. The butler chuckled and retreated at Hu Tianhe's wave. At this moment, Hu Tianhe noticed Yi Xiaoli. Wait, what's your name, little sister? Come on, lift your head. Let me introduce myself. I'm Hu Tianhe. Stick with me, and you'll have the good life, Hu Tianhe said, bounding over to Yi Xiaoli. Yi Xiaoli cautiously lifted her head and found that Hu Tianhe's eyes held a mix of nervousness and concern, but no malice. Yi Xiaoli. Haha, have you noticed she's the same height as my sister? Yi Zheqi remarked. Hu Tianhe's rare, dignified demeanor stiffened, her nose almost flaring with anger. Shut up. When you're silent, I think you're alive, but you just have to speak. Taking a deep breath, Hu Tianhe turned to the butler. Take Xiaoli to have a good meal, then prepare a room for her. She's staying here tonight. As a detail-oriented person, Hu Tianhe gave Yi Zheqi a meaningful look after the butler took Yi Xiaoli away. You must have noticed too, Yunxiao is being treated as a pawn by her family. The words were on the tip of Hu Tianhe's tongue, but she hesitated. Although Yi Zheqi had awakened as a low-level zero-star lord, demonstrating considerable strength and talent, he would likely stand no chance against a high-level lord. For his safety, she didn't want to drag him into this mess. But as Jiang Yunxiao's close friend, how could she just stand by and do nothing? Ultimately, the root of this predicament was Hu Tianhe's own lack of power. So, which family is she supposed to get engaged to? It can't be tomorrow, right? Yi Zheqi asked, calculating the progress of his second mech. If it were tomorrow, he'd have to both advance his territory and rush the production with Skynet. After becoming a low-level 1-star lord, his abilities would see a comprehensive boost, enough to handle mid-level 5 or 6-star lords. Not that soon, Hu Tianhe replied, lowering her head. It's the Wu family. They and the Jiang family discovered an eternal environment card. To share this card, the two families decided on a marriage alliance. The second son of the Wu family is said to have the intelligence of a 6-year-old. They'll announce the engagement in about a week, as they're eager to explore the card's inner space. As a true friend, not just a superficial one, Hu Tianhe had already sought help from her grandfather, Hu Yong'an, while Yi Zheqi was still in the environment card. However, the Hu family was indeed powerless. 7 days is more than enough. Let's eat first, leave the rest to me. You. Hu Tianhe was stunned. Do you know the strength of these two families? The Jiang family's elder is a high-level 2-star lord. The Wu family head is a high-level 1-star lord, and they have 7 mid-level 5-star lords. They're working together now. Yi Zheqi gently placed his hand on Hu Tianhe's head. Trust me, 7 days is all I need. His voice was unusually firm. Hu Tianhe gradually felt reassured. Recalling the astonishing mech Yi Zheqi had showcased at the Academy's graduation ceremony, she decided to trust him once more. Meanwhile, in a modest room next to the Wu family courtyard, a secret conversation was taking place. The room was simply decorated, yet not to the extent of looking like a pigsty. A woman was reporting to the second young master inside. The table was cluttered with children's blocks, and the second young master had doodles on his face. As you predicted, the news of the fake Eternal Environment card has spread. Most families in Nantian City haven't reacted, the Hu family is staying put, and that young man from the Sheng family hasn't made any moves. Other families are probing for information on Yi Zheqi. That card was a failed creation of mine, even tricking the family, the second young master said with a dark expression when referring to the second son identity. They want to marry the Jiang family to me? Suddenly, as the second young master brushed a hand across their face, a transformation occurred. The plump, sluggish boy vanished, replaced by a cold, starkly beautiful woman, her gaze as sharp as ice. I've endured humiliation for years, waiting for this moment, she said coldly. Once they enter my card, they'll feel the pain my parents endured. They think I know nothing about their murder over that blueprint? The maid looked at her with reverence. Thanks to your guidance, I've reached mid-level 5-star lord. Enough. Even if you were only 2-star, it's sufficient. I don't need you to fight Hedon. This way, I'm more confident. The next morning, Yi Zheqi awoke at the Hu residence. After getting ready, he prepared to leave. According to Skynet, the second mech would need another day or two to be completed. For Yi Zheqi, waiting 2 days was no big deal. Yet, his mind buzzed with curiosity about how powerful this new ice elemental mech could be. After all, the creation of the Black Warrior mech only took 8 hours, while this one required a full 2 days. Perhaps it was due to the exclusive use of ice element materials. As he pondered quietly, he realized that a mech with such a strong elemental focus would inevitably have limitations. For instance, it would likely be at a significant disadvantage in a lava environment, or when facing a lord with fire element troops. He had considered creating some basic small mechanical soldiers, but then thought they might be caught in the crossfire when the Black Warrior mech was in action. Ultimately, he decided to prioritize high-combat power machines like the Black Warrior, as the theory of ants biting an elephant to death might not apply in this world. Yi Zheqi rubbed his face and left his room to enter the hall, where the attendants were preparing breakfast. Seeing this, he offered to cook himself, feeling it was inappropriate to leave without contributing after spending the night as a guest. The attendants exchanged glances but eventually stepped aside. Soon, a tantalizing aroma wafted out of the kitchen. Hu Tianhe, awakened by the scent, jumped out of bed. Her delicate feet slipped into her slippers, and she quickly made her way to the hall. The table was already laden with simple yet fragrant dishes, making her mouth water. I made this meal. Since you're up, why don't you give it a try? Yi Zheqi said, bringing out the final dish from the kitchen. Hu Tianhe's eyes lit up, and she immediately sat down at the table. While as a lord, she didn't need to eat or drink. Most people still enjoyed the pleasure of good food. Meanwhile, in a study within the Hu family residence, Hu Xing was in conversation with the elder Hu Yong'an. You never told me why you suddenly took such an interest in that young man yesterday, Hu Xing said. He knew that the elder had noticed Yi Zheqi even before he awakened his lordly talents. We must seize a good opportunity when we see one, the elder replied cryptically. I always thought that young man's character was promising, and it helps that Tianhe is quite fond of him too. However, before he could finish, Hu Yong'an began to cough violently, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Hu Xing's expression changed dramatically. Father! He moved to help, but Hu Yong'an raised a hand to stop him. The elder's body was frail from old injuries, and if a lord's war broke out, he feared he wouldn't stand a chance against a high-level lord of equal rank. I won't die, Hu Yong'an insisted, sweating profusely. Not at a time like this. Hu Xing wanted to suggest using the tiger bone, but the elder firmly refused. The tiger bone must be reserved for Tianhe. As long as that young man hasn't joined our family, I won't die. By the afternoon, in a dense forest outside the city, a voice sternly spoke, kid, I'll say it again. I don't care how you got into our team. Even with that person's influence, we might not be able to protect you in this intermediate environment card. This Dwarven Dead City card has been explored 4 times and doesn't have much left. We're just going in to get some weapon materials. After leaving Hu Tian's home, Yizuchi immediately set out to find a team. In this world, most ordinary people opt to rent environment cards that others have already explored. The rent for these cards is inversely proportional to the number of explorations. The fewer times it has been explored, the higher the rent. Typically, after an environment card has been explored 3 times, the owner rents it out to earn star energy. Yizuchi originally planned to find an environment card himself, but Hu Tianhe's words changed his mind. Can you really find a suitable one? Aren't you afraid of being scammed? Besides, you're a mechanical lord and instances with rogue AI are rare, not to mention the niche dwarf series. Most people exploring these kinds of cards either go solo or have a fixed team. You don't have enough star energy to buy a card from the Free Lords Guild, so let me help you find Onidal. Be quick. Thus, Yizuchi accepted Hu Tianhe's offer and joined the current team. Meanwhile, Hu Tianhe entered an environment card prepared by his family. As the heir to a territory that commands beast-like creatures, coupled with family heritage, Hu Tianhe's future path is already mapped out. It all depends on his personal potential now. This explains why some people, even after awakening their lord talents, see little change in their ultimate fate. The team in front of Yizuchi consists of 7 people, both men and women. Leading them is a scar-faced man. The scar could have been healed with potions, powders, or by summoning medics from other lords, but all of these require star energy. We're a strong team, and I hope you can keep up with our pace, the scar-faced man said coldly. If you die in the environment card space, we can't save you. I won't repeat the basic knowledge of environment cards. Since you're a graduate, you should already know. The other team members didn't look too friendly either. If not for the Hu family's influence, they wouldn't have accepted a fresh graduate. Gao Wei, one of the team members, was almost shocked when he learned about Yizuchi's identity, as if a new startup's management was told to accept an 80-year-old. Yizuchi felt a bit awkward, knowing he was leveraging the Hu family's connection. Well, I think my skills are decent, he stammered, causing Gao Wei's scar to twitch in disbelief. Alright then, let's enter the environment card. Remember, keep yourself safe, as we might not be able to protect you. The other team members said, already sensing this exploration might not go smoothly. Can this kid handle it? Who cares, he's in now. Hope he doesn't hold us back. The team members whispered among themselves. Gao Wei asked seriously, before we enter the environment card, tell me, what type of soldiers do you summon? Are they ranged? They're more like melee, I suppose. It's quite large in size. Gao Wei's eyes lit up. A large melee unit can serve as a tank or decoy. How many of these soldiers do you have? 10? 100? Just one. Do I need to do something? Yizuchi asked, puzzled by the sudden change in Gao Wei's demeanor. He didn't understand why the other was surprised, as his Black Knight mech was essentially a powerful killing machine, with all materials enhancing its combat capabilities. 1. Gao Wei was incredulous. When developing a territory, you should have at least 5 or 6 soldiers, right? Do you have any other skilled soldiers? Like those proficient in blacksmithing, forging, or alchemy. Items made by such soldiers can be used by others, and the Lord himself can benefit from talent boosts. No, just the one. Just one soldier? From the time you awakened your Lord talent, you've only got one? Who doesn't make a dozen soldiers right after activating their territory? Forget it. This kid's hopeless, Gao Wei concluded, believing Yizuchi was sent by the Hu family to annoy them. Alright, kid, listen up. Once we're in the environment card, don't wander off, don't touch anything, and don't rummage through stuff. Follow us wherever we go. If you stray and get killed, I can't save you. Okay, got it. So, how do we split the materials? You don't have to do anything, and you'll get 30%. This was agreed upon earlier. You won't get any treasures. Everything else is negotiable, but this part must be clear. Agreed earlier? Yes, that's what the Hu family princess said. Gao Wei irritably rubbed his neck. The task of mentoring a newcomer was not to his liking, helping the rookie gain experience with environment cards, while only getting 30% of the materials in return. He glanced at the fresh out of school newcomer and thought to himself that the kid probably hadn't even faced a Lord's death match before. This situation was entirely unexpected for him. He silently vowed that if the Hu family tried to place someone on his team again, it would either be for more money or he'd just refuse outright. As for the 30% share, it was acceptable. As a freelancer, he wasn't tied to any family, but venturing into environment cards alone was akin to gambling. He needed a reliable team. Besides, the materials obtained from these cards might not be useful to him, so he could sell them to these families in exchange for what he needed. These families were always fair, never undercutting prices or coveting others' gains. I won't hold us back, Yizuchi said earnestly. Though he wasn't sure about the strength of the monsters in a mid-level environment card, he was confident he could at least protect himself. Gao Wei didn't reply. instead silently pulling out an environment card. With a pinch of his fingers, the card emitted a blinding light. A strange spatial ripple enveloped them, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a different realm. This place was a stark contrast to the icy expanse of Qingting Academy. Above them loomed a massive stone wall, and below lay an underground town. The smooth, polished walls indicated meticulous craftsmanship. Weathered wooden goblets were scattered along the path, and the entire space felt oppressively silent and lifeless. This environment card has been explored 4 times already, Gao explained, despite his irritation. Even though it's the 5th exploration, there aren't many monsters around, but that doesn't mean it's without danger. Everyone stay alert. You, he gestured to Yi, stay close. Dwarven environment cards often have traps. Yi nodded immediately. In his last school environment card, he had been forced to summon a mech and fight to the end. This time, he was eager to learn the proper way to explore with the team. Scout the area first, Gao ordered, and determine our exact location. Summon the Pathfinder soldiers. As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the team summoned dozens of sand soldiers from their domain. These soldiers, made entirely of flowing sand, lacked legs and resembled upright sandworms, quickly dispersing to scout the area. Gao noticed Yi focused expression and slightly revised his opinion of the newcomer. At least he was cautious and attentive, unlike some reckless rookies. He continued to explain, only after assessing the environment can we plan our next move. Already explored environment cards typically have maps for sale, with prices varying according to level and exploration frequency. So, it's not just renting environment cards, Yi mused. You can sell maps too? Relying solely on rentals is a losing game. Selling maps and specific tools is where the real profit lies. But what if someone doesn't pay up? Kid, that's a foolish question, Gao said seriously. If you default, you'll be blacklisted by the Lords Association, making it impossible to buy or sell any cards without going through others, and you might not even find a way. The Empire doesn't have specific laws on this, but the consequences are too steep, and you drag down the Hu family with you. Just then, a scout reported back, Brother Gao. The area is secure. There's an open door 4 kilometers to the west and 12 dwarf puppets roaming 10 kilometers south. Gao's eyes lit up. What about their strength? Did you see anything unusual? Mid-level, 7 stars. There's a dry dwarf corpse among them, seemingly carrying a dwarf hammer. This news sparked excitement in Gao. A dwarf hammer could either enhance craftsmanship or increase damage, possibly both. If we get our hands on that treasure, we'll break even. 12 dwarf puppets, are we going for it? If so, let's head south. Faced with 12 mid-level 7-star dwarf puppets, Yi initially planned to summon his black warrior mech to fight. However, the system alerted him that the current space was too confined for the black warrior mech, making it impossible to summon. It suggested gathering materials to create temporary battle robots instead. Yi then realized the problem: the black warrior mech stood several hundred meters tall, whereas this underground space was only a little over 200 meters high. This realization made him ponder. If he encountered a similarly cramped space in the future and a sudden battle broke out, wouldn't he be helpless? Meanwhile, on the central plane of his territory planet, the Black Plane, the unmanned black warrior mech suddenly stood up. Black lightning snaked across its surface, crackling ominously. It looked up at the sky, as if it could see Yi predicament through the void. At that moment, a holographic image of a girl in white stockings and a sailor suit appeared nearby. It was the humanoid projection of Skynet. She calmly warned, Black Warrior, you cannot act without the Lord's summons. Your size could very well burst that space, throwing the Lord into spatial turbulence. The Black Warrior mech lowered its head, moving with agility that belied its massive frame, resembling more a fierce rogue than a cumbersome mech. Sensing its anger, Skynet added, I have a solution. Let me communicate with the Lord first. Hearing this, the lightning on the Black Warrior mech dissipated, and it sat down sullenly. Though this exchange lasted only a few seconds, Yi remained oblivious. Skynet promptly offered him 2 solutions. Either open part of the Lord's space to let the creatures in, or use a spatial gate to deploy the Black Warrior mech. It also informed him that once he advanced to low-level 2-star, both the Black Warrior mech and the soon-to-be-created White Frost Howler could activate form changes to adapt to various environmental needs. Gao, noticing Yi's hesitation to summon soldiers, kindly inquired if this indicated he specialized in solo combat. However, when Yi explained that his soldiers were too large to summon, everyone exchanged puzzled looks. How could a low-level lord possess such enormous troops? Eventually, Gao sighed and arranged for Yi to stay at a safe distance, promising him a 30% share of the materials. Yi followed along, quietly observing that this team's strength was actually inferior to the Abyss army led by Academy instructor Li Ruffung. As they approached the dwarf puppets, Yi stopped as instructed. From a distance, he could see that the puppets, constructed from a fusion of copper and iron, were indeed excellent sources of materials. He calculated in his mind. After this exploration, he would first upgrade his territory, then independently seek out new environment cards. As Yijichi pondered, Gao Wei had already led his teammates in a charge against the dwarf automatons. However, they didn't engage directly. Instead, they halted midway and summoned their forces. Charge, Sandswarm, crush them, Iron Fang Yellow Earthwolves. Instantly, 1,000 soldiers surged forward. The sluggish dwarf automatons suddenly became alert, their mechanical necks spinning rapidly, scarlet eyes locking onto the group. It was as if they had been electrified, suddenly becoming incredibly agile. The sound of gears turning filled the air, as each automaton extended sharp blades from its arms, and their bodies, riddled with small holes, began shooting iron needles, showcasing a comprehensive attack strategy. The spectacle left Yijichi awestruck. This was entirely different from the tactics he had anticipated, not the traditional melee up front and range behind, but an all-out assault reminiscent of an F2A strategy. Upon closer observation, he realized their true target was the mummified dwarf corpse on the ground, more specifically, the dwarf hammer in its hand. Acquiring that hammer would make this venture worthwhile. Low-level, 6-star melee enhancement card. Even with elite and common soldiers mixed in, they still couldn't break through to the corpse. As the distance closed, the steam emitted by the automatons grew denser, and their speed even more astonishing. Seeing this, Gao Wei immediately threw out a war card, causing his soldiers to shine brightly and their momentum to surge. Others also used low-level war cards. After a fierce battle, a soldier finally reached the corpse. Great! Retreat! Gao Wei shouted excitedly, kid. Don't fall behind. Everyone else, pay attention. We've got the body. Guya, split up and find a safe place. Yijichi quickly followed, and with the dual boost from his Black Warrior mech and War Fortress, he surpassed Gao Wei and the others in speed. This left everyone with a peculiar expression. Huh, how are you so fast? Gao Wei asked, panting. Yijichi was puzzled. Why run? Why not just destroy these automatons? Kid, you really have a death wish. These aren't living creatures. They're mechanical constructs with extremely high defense. You'd have to smash them to pieces to stop them completely. Plus, they're mid-level 7-star. Without mid-level 8-star units, they're tough to handle. Upon hearing this, Yijichi stopped, turning to face the pursuing automatons. Though these 6-star mechanical giants were imposing, they were no match for his Black Warrior mech. Kid, are you looking to die? No, I just don't want to run anymore. Looks like I'll have to use the mech to deal with this. Before he finished speaking, a massive rift opened in the sky, and a gigantic mechanical arm reached out, even larger than the automatons. Parts scattered, black lightning slithered, and in a flash, all 12 dwarf automatons were obliterated. These creatures' remains make excellent materials, and I'll take them all. You guys don't need them, right? I'll keep everything, no objections? Yijichi's face was lit up with excitement. He recalled the large number of monster corpses he had collected in the extreme cold environment card. Although they were used as power generation materials, the efficiency was indeed quite low. As for the monster corpses from the lower-level environment cards, they were considered worthless. However, this sparked an idea in Yijichi's mind: these corpses might have more potential uses, such as creating semi-mechanical creatures by perfectly blending biology with machinery. First, he needed to analyze the genetic characteristics of these creatures. If he could create living machinery, their power would be extraordinary. With this thought, Yijichi controlled the mechanical arm of the Black Warrior to slowly retract while closing the rift to his lord's space. You probably don't want them, right? Seeing everyone standing in a daze, Yijichi added, What? Do you want them too? Gao Wei and the others seemed frozen in place, with Gao Wei's mouth still open as if he was about to speak. It was only after Yijichi's repeated questioning that they snapped out of their stupor. The team exchanged bewildered glances. Does a powerhouse like him need us to lead the team? I don't think so. Did we wait for the wrong person? How could that be? He's the one brought by the Hu family. He looks so young, like a student. Are students this formidable these days? With that mechanical arm, sweeping through this environment card is no problem. The expressions on the teammates' faces were complex. Initially, they thought Yijichi was a novice, but their perceptions were completely changed. Gao Wei swallowed nervously and quickly explained, No, big brother, you misunderstood. I was just distracted for a moment. You can take all these dwarf puppet corpses. He thought to himself. With this kind of strength, and they said he just graduated and needed guidance? Clearly, we're the ones being carried. That's great, Yijichi replied with a smile. I can never have too many materials of a mid-level 7-star grade. After completing the second mech, I'll need materials for the third and fourth ones too. Although he possessed the creator's gift, which significantly reduced the consumption of manufacturing materials, this meant Yijichi could make low-level materials achieve better effects. Just like the materials from the extreme cold, They could be directly used to manufacture the second mech. Although there would be noticeable weaknesses due to their properties, the strength would be astounding. In that case, let's just push through. Let's find where the most monsters are around here, Ijachi said excitedly, quickly storing the dwarf puppet corpses into his lord's space. As soon as the corpses fell into the space, they landed near the Black Warrior mech. Already agitated by its inability to fight, the Black Warrior's battle spirit was instantly ignited, summoning its most powerful black lightning to form a sword in its hand. The humanoid projection of Skynet appeared immediately. Hold on, Black Warrior. These corpses are intended for the Lord to create other mechs, not for you to vent on. She knew the Black Warrior's temperament too well. A strike like that would reduce the corpses to ashes and leave a massive crack in the ground. Seeing the Black Warrior still holding the sword, Skynet continued to persuade, you wouldn't want the Lord to dislike you, right? The Lord will soon upgrade the territory, and then both you and the Sunto be completed. Extreme cold can change forms, and you won't be restricted when you want to go out. Plus, you'll further activate your core powers. Only then did the Black Warrior nod and dissipate the lightning sword, saying, all right. In the environment card, Yijachi and his team advanced effortlessly. They had already examined a weathered dwarf corpse and obtained 2 mid-level 6-star treasures that enhanced forging skills, a necklace and a hammer. Gawe initially intended to give the treasures to Yijachi, but for Yijachi, these were less valuable than the monster corpses. However, as they ventured deeper, the number of monsters dwindled. Yijachi's excitement gradually faded, but for Gawe and the others, having Yijachi around felt like a leisurely outing, an experience they hadn't even had upon graduating from the academy. Almost there, Gawe said excitedly. There's a door ahead. Once we get through, we should find more dwarf puppets. He couldn't help but reflect on how, as a lord, he always had to plan every step carefully, nothing like being swept along by Yijachi's momentum now. Yijachi was deep in thought about his lordship abilities, feeling an increasing craving for materials. He turned to his companions, inquiring about the sources and prices for unexplored environment cards, especially those that featured mechanical monsters. His mind raced, deciphering the blueprints of these mechanical creatures would undoubtedly enhance the efficiency of mech production for Tianwang. As soon as this idea crossed his mind, he sought confirmation from Tianwang. Tianwang responded almost instantly, stating that while there would indeed be improvements, it was not the optimal route. It advised that the Lord should prioritize upgrading the territory, which would allow the construction of various beneficial structures like laboratories, production rooms, and refining rooms within the war fortress. With ample materials, all issues could be resolved. Tianwang elaborated on several development plans, all aimed at preparing the Lord for large-scale wars. However, there were 2 prerequisites: a steady supply of materials and the advancement of the territory. Upgrading the territory would not only unlock new blueprints, but also provide some benefits that even Yijachi was not fully aware of. Yijachi nodded to himself, realizing that he had indeed been a bit hasty this time. He should focus on upgrading the territory first, which would at least enable the Black Knight mech to undergo its transformation. This way, he wouldn't have to constantly be on high alert or worry about the slow summoning speed when facing the threat of dwarf puppets. Although he felt somewhat confident in handling low-level dwarf puppets, he glanced over at Gaowei, who furrowed his brows slightly before explaining, the starting price for low-level environment cards is 1 million star sources, while unexplored mid-level environment cards go for 10 million star sources. As for high-level environment cards, they're rarely sold on the market. However, given your Hu family background, you could probably get a discount for bulk purchases. Hearing these prices, Yijachi was taken aback. 1 million star sources could buy dozens of resource cards. It seemed that going solo was indeed challenging, especially since they didn't even have the initial funds. The recently acquired dwarf hammer and necklace together were worth only 50,000 star sources. They passed through the previously explored door and proceeded along a relatively short tunnel, soon arriving at a larger underground town. A team member nicknamed Dogtooth immediately released a sandworm to scout the path. Witnessing this, Yijichi pondered that he should also learn such reconnaissance techniques. He could have Tianwang manufacture small drones, or, if space allowed, use the war fortress for large-scale scanning. He promptly asked Tianwang about the scanning possibilities in the current area. Tianwang replied that using the war fortress to scan would take 10 minutes, but if he held the card before entering the environment, it would only take a second. This discovery delighted Yijichi, as it meant he wouldn't have to worry too much about solo exploration in the future. At Yijichi's request, Tianwang quickly reported the surrounding conditions. A dwarf brewery located 1,000 meters southwest, housing 10 dwarf puppets and 4 treasures, and a deep dwarf warehouse requiring a key, 1,300 meters away, containing 40 dwarf puppets and 7 treasures. Follow me, Yijichi confidently instructed. The others exchanged glances. They hadn't seen Yijichi release any scouting tools, and Gaowei's map indicated this should be a safe area. However, recalling Yijichi's previous display of strength, they chose to remain silent, looking to their captain, Gaowei, for guidance. Meanwhile, in the academy principal's office, Zhu Guangfu was grimly questioning those present. What are we going to do? You're all aware of what will happen if I lose the principal position by the year's end. He was seething with anger at Yijiachi, feeling the loss was far greater than expected. What troubled him further was his inability to act against Yijiachi, who was under the protection of the Hu family. Even Yijiachi's sister was beyond his reach, safeguarded by Hong Yong. At that moment, Director Shui, who had been lost in thought, suddenly focused on Zhu Guangfu and said meaningfully, "Control the mechs, and you control everything? Once we control the mech, we control everything," Director Shui said gravely, his eyes piercing through the room. "If we gain command of that mech, all our current problems will be resolved. We can even shift the blame onto Yijiachi. Even those who know the truth will understand whom to side with once they see Yijiachi has lost control of the mech." The office was silent as the others processed this proposal. Zhu Guangfu's eyes darted quickly, weighing the merits of Director Shui's plan. Exactly, Zhu Guangfu realized, his power hinges on that mech. If we gain control, everything falls into our hands. A tiger without its claws is easy prey. Director Wang voiced a concern. But doesn't he also have a war fortress capable of ripping through planets? That cannon is called the Star-Shattering Cannon, Director Wang explained further. Its barrel is about half the size of our academy's plaza. My soldiers are hesitant to act recklessly in its presence. Even with the mech under our control, the fortress remains a formidable obstacle. Silence settled over the room again. Director Shui smirked. "I maintain, controlling the mech means controlling everything." Director Wang, have you forgotten? The fortress is summoned through the mech. If the mech is in our hands, combined with the academy's current strength, a collective sense of optimism spread across their faces. Over the years, their academy had been on par with others. If they could acquire that black mech and the war fortress, their power would soar, allowing Green Vine Academy to dominate Nantian City. Prestigious families would rush to enroll their children, and their own status would rise accordingly. Zhu Guangfu allowed himself a rare smile, albeit a cold one. This opportunity was monumental for him, not only securing his position as dean, but also influencing the future of Nantian City's next generation. The military and guilds would prioritize recruits from their academy, and the benefits would far exceed any environmental card profits. Zhu Guangfu had been stagnant at the Advanced Lord 1-star level for a decade. Though he could choose to advance at any time, territory promotion required a comprehensive strength assessment. He had nearly failed when advancing from Intermediate 9-star to Advanced Lord. Now, facing the 2-star assessment, he felt even less confident. A director interrupted Zhu Guangfu's thoughts. "The mech is formidable. How do we plan to seize control?" Zhu Guangfu replied confidently, "There's no rush. The key is to find a way to make him summon the mech. Leave the control methods to me." In his view, Yijiachi was merely a low-level lord, powerless against the influence of an intermediate artifact. Someone questioned, "But how do we get him back? His sister is protected by Hong Yong, unless someone dares to provoke that family." "Forget about his sister," Zhu Guangfu said, a glint in his eye. "I have an idea. Are you aware of the situation between the Jiang and Wu families?" The group was puzzled at first, then quickly understood. With Yijiachi's strength now rivaling that of a top intermediate lord, he wouldn't stand idly by if Jiang Yunxiao were to marry into the Wu family. Zhu Guangfu sneered. "We just need to widely publicize his connection with Jiang Yunxiao. Even if Yijiachi remains passive, the Jiang and Wu families will inevitably seek him out." He gazed out the window, murmuring softly, "We've got this." Zhu Guangfu's eyes gleamed with an unmistakable excitement. The past couple of days had been a whirlwind due to the situation with Yijiachi, but now, a satisfactory outcome seemed within reach. Not only that, the outcome appeared to exceed all expectations. A mech capable of overwhelming intermediate low-star lords, along with a war fortress that could nearly crush the entire intermediate lord level. Thinking about these two powerful mechanical creations, a radiant smile spread across Zhu Guangfu's face. The surrounding directors exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. With these two mighty tools at their disposal, that kid wouldn't stand a chance. What if he just runs away, leaves Nantian City? One director questioned. Run? Where could he possibly go? Another director sneered. Don't forget, his sister is still here. Besides, with his youthful arrogance, there's no way he'd run. If he wanted to run, he wouldn't have said what he did during the environmental card incident. Listening to these words, Zhu Guangfu began to regain his composure and was about to speak when the door to the dean's office suddenly swung open. His expression instantly turned grim, brows furrowing. He detested it when someone barged in without knocking while he was handling important matters. A quick scan confirmed that all 8 directors were present, and Zhu Guangfu was ready to lash out. However, upon seeing the person who entered, his eyes narrowed to slits, and he quickly plastered on a rare sycophantic smile. The newcomer was dressed in black, with a vivid golden scorpion embroidered on the left chest, exuding a formidable presence. Not only Zhu Guangfu, But the other directors also immediately stood, showing their respect. Hello, sir. Why didn't you give us a heads up? We were just having a meeting about the graduation ceremony. Zhu Guangfu forced a smile. The visitor was Bai Su, the fourth captain of the Empire's 7th Division, a formidable 4-star High Lord who once conquered a planet for the Empire. More importantly, he was Zhu Guangfu's mentor. It was due to Bai Su's support that Zhu Guangfu, with his 1-star High Lord power, could defeat a 2-star rival and secure his current position. Sorry to intrude, Bai Su began. I heard there's a genius here named Yijachi, right? Can you help me find him? Part of my visit is about him. Xiaofu, it's been years since we last met. You've changed quite a bit. A hint of disappointment and helplessness flashed in Bai Su's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He had already covered up the 2 solid card incidents. This was his last time helping Zhu Guangfu. Over the years, Zhu Guangfu had been involved in more than one unsavory affair. Teacher, please have a seat. Shaoli, make some tea. Zhu Guangfu grinned broadly. He believed that once the situation was explained, his mentor would surely support him in the face of mutual interests. However, Bai Su raised a hand to interrupt him. Let's just let those 2 card incidents slide, but you won't have such luck again. Your father asked me to look after you back then, and I believe I've done my duty. Now, bring Yi Zheqi to me as a favor. Zhu Guangfu wanted to explain, but when he met Bai Su's cold, disappointed gaze, he fell silent. Bai Su had brought along 2 trusted aides from the 7th Division. Without Bai Su's support, not only would his position as dean be at risk, but those he had crossed over the years would come for him. Okay, all right. Teacher, please wait here. I'll go find him right away. Zhu Guangfu bowed his head and quickly left. The other directors also felt the oppressive atmosphere and hurriedly found excuses to leave. They all knew that Bai Su was aware of the unsavory deeds they had committed over the years. Director Wang swallowed hard. The academy has some affairs to handle. I'll take my leave first. The others also quickly made their exits, fearing Bai Su might question them. If caught lying, Bai Su could easily end their lives, and the Empire's laws wouldn't intervene. After watching the directors leave one by one, Bai Su let out a sigh. The state of Qingting Academy was disheartening, and he suspected the other 3 academies weren't faring much better, even though he hadn't visited them yet. Once the crowd had dispersed, a trace of disdain flickered in the eyes of Bai Su's confidant. The incident at Qingting Academy had already been thoroughly investigated, and with so many teachers and students having witnessed it, there was no point in covering it up. Although the situation hadn't fully escalated, it had already made things difficult for Zhu Guangfu. Captain, it seems Zhu Guangfu left with a sense of defiance. He probably thinks a mech and a war fortress are enough to win you over, the confidant remarked. Bai Su's disappointment deepened. Resorting to robbery over a couple of pieces of equipment from a young talent. Nantai City finally produced such a genius, and they're ready to crush him for a bit of resistance. These people only have self-interest in their eyes. They've gotten too comfortable. Tomorrow, the 4 academies were set to hold their graduation ceremonies, typically lasting 2 or 3 days. However, due to Yijachi's presence, Qingting Academy's ceremony was cut short to just 1 day. Many guilds and family clans hadn't even begun competing for talent, and the graduates' abilities seemed unpredictable thanks to Yijachi's exceptional performance. Traditionally, after the graduation ceremony, the Academy's environment cards would be explored, and students would be assessed by the Academy's monitoring systems, with a heavy emphasis on combat skills. Captain, should we get involved with that kid's situation? The confidant asked. Bai Su was well aware of Zhu Guangfu and the others' schemes, but he chose not to expose them. That kid hasn't joined us yet. Let him handle it himself. Don't forget, he's fundamentally a mechanical lord. When the topic shifted to mechanical lords, Bai Su's eyes still held disbelief. Typically, mechanical lords found it nearly impossible to establish territories, requiring all sorts of rare materials. Even creating a basic territory was a challenge, making their talents seem useless. Yet Yijachi had quickly crafted a powerful mech and war fortress, all while being merely a low-level 0-star lord. After Zhu Guangfu left, he met with others to discuss locating 2 families. Watching the director's retreating figures, his earlier joy diminished slightly. He opened his panel and the words, "Clever talent," glared back at him. Teacher, why don't you understand? Everything I do is to help you. Zhu Guangfu muttered to himself. Now, it's time to find that kid at the Hu family. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of people stood dumbfounded, staring at the distant scene. How many has he taken down now? At least 100, I think. They look pretty fragile. Fragile? Why don't you try it yourself? No way, the new generation is terrifying. He's supposedly just a low-level 0-star lord. Yeah, a low-level 0-star lord. I wonder which academy he graduated from. Probably Qingting Academy. I heard they had a monster this year, with the talent of a mechanical lord. I thought it was a joke. Yijachi had become adept at his craft by now. With a simple snap of his fingers, he could summon the mechanical arm of his Black Knight mech through a rift, effortlessly sweeping away the dwarf puppets. Even the more formidable ones couldn't withstand a single blow from the Black Knight. After collecting the shattered remains of the dwarf puppets, Gao Wei appeared beside Yi Zhiqi like a phantom. "Big brother, why don't we just leave now?" he suggested, looking embarrassed. Originally, the Hu family sent him to lead a team to help Yi Zhiqi gain experience and share some materials and treasures. But now, it felt more like a leisurely outing. It was his first time exploring an environment card so effortlessly in all his years as a lord, and his territory had already gained 8 treasures. "Leave now? Aren't you planning to clear out the environment card?" Yi Zhiqi's expression shifted. "These dwarf puppet remains are mid-level 6-star attribute-free materials, highly compatible. They could enhance the Black Knight or be used for the second mech that's nearly complete. Materials are the most coveted resource for Yi Zhiqi. Even with access to the star source, his priority remains acquiring more materials. This is due to his unique ability to transform materials into combat power with remarkable efficiency. While other lords can also enhance their troops, their efficiency pales in comparison to Yi Zhiqi's. They face numerous constraints. Materials must be compatible with the units, absorption barriers can occur during enhancement, units may be unable to handle the enhanced power, or changes in attributes might affect combat style. However, Yi Zhiqi simply needs to hand the materials over to the Skynet system, and all these issues are resolved. When Gao Wei suggested halting their operations, Yi Zhiqi immediately objected. His Black Knight mech had yet to unleash its full potential. If it did, a single sweep of the Black Thunder energy sword could bring surrounding buildings and underground spaces crashing down. Gao Wei wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained apologetically, "We initially planned to retrieve just 6 treasures before leaving, but we've already acquired 8. A dispute over the distribution of materials erupted. The materials came from the dwarven puppets I defeated, so naturally, they belong to me. You can have at most 10%. These mid-tier materials, when calculated by the Skynet system, could achieve a 90 utilization efficiency, far surpassing the 30 of ordinary materials. This efficiency boost is precisely the advantage of the Skynet system." Gao Wei continued, "Big brother, you've misunderstood. These 8 treasures are enough to sustain our development for a year. Just the current hall alone could sell for 1.5 million star source. Including the map and other gains, this mission could net us at least 5 million star source." Nearby, Guya was sweating profusely as he continuously directed soldiers to explore the surrounding areas. Even after taking intermediate-level mental fortification potions, he struggled to alleviate the ongoing mental exhaustion. Eventually, Yi Zhiqi proposed a new distribution plan. "Considering how hard Guya has worked, how about this? You take 30%, and I'll take 70%, okay?" For him, the treasures were not the main focus. Materials were the key to enhancing combat power. Gao Wei glanced at Guya's condition, fearing that refusal might provoke the wrath of the Assassin's Guild. He reluctantly agreed to the proposal. The subsequent search was more efficient, with all members acting as scouts, launching signal flares upon discovering monsters. Soon, a larger and more intricately crafted dwarven puppet fell, dropping several treasures and a blueprint. The group waited expectantly for Yi Zhiqi to handle the spoils. By this point, Gao Wei and his team had acquired 15 treasures, enough for them to recuperate for several months. Yi Zhiqi quickly stored the blueprint and the puppet's remains in the Lord's space, while also collecting the dropped treasures. The blueprint depicted a dwarven shock cannon, a mid-air 8-star artillery weapon designed by a despairing dwarven engineer after consuming the Night Elf King's poison wine. Although it could be used as a siege or defensive weapon, its utility seemed limited for Yi Zhiqi. After placing the blueprint into the domain space, Yi Zhiqi immediately instructed Skynet to analyze and evaluate it. If the blueprint proved to be practical, he would keep it. Otherwise, he would sell it at a high price, as a blueprint was worth as much as a mid-level environment card. Skynet quickly completed the analysis, and the breakdown of the blueprint showed enhancements for the explosive star annihilation cannon and the endless ether tower. More importantly, the system developed an entirely new mech design based on this blueprint, Sky Split Guardian. Afterglow. This was an 8-star war mech with an astounding firepower of 30,000, capable of shattering a planet with just 10 shots. It came equipped with several special abilities: energy fire control, which improved accuracy and firing rate; Afterglow Light, which doubled its firepower when mechanical units were present on the battlefield; and Brief Mortal Resolve, which could amplify the next shot's power by 16 times, though the mech would disintegrate after 3 shots. Yi Zhiqi was nearly jumping with excitement upon seeing this data. With such firepower support, combined with the frontline Black Knight mechs, his Legion's combat capability would see a qualitative leap. However, the material requirements for construction were a concern. It required a significant amount of low-level 5-star materials. But Skynet quickly explained that the blueprint could be substituted with a smaller quantity of mid-level materials. Even more delightfully, Yi Zhiqi's current material reserves were already sufficient to build one. Under his command, Skynet immediately began the 2-hour manufacturing process. After returning from the environment card space to the wild, Yi Zheqi made a few casual remarks before preparing to leave. However, upon returning to the Hu family, his excitement was quickly dampened. A familiar face he detested was waiting for him. In the Hu family hall, the elder, Hu Yong'an, was sipping tea, while Hu Xing had already left to handle affairs. Zhu Guangfu's presence made Yi Zheqi wary, but due to the difference in strength, he had to suppress his impulse to initiate a lord's duel. Xiaofu, did you need something from me? Yi Zheqi asked, feigning calmness. This question immediately angered Zhu Guangfu, but Hu Yong'an promptly stopped him, reminding him that this was someone wanted by the Empire's 7th Division 4th Squad leader. This reminder calmed Zhu Guangfu. Offending the Empire's prison was not wise. Hu Yong'an's gaze at Yi Zheqi became complicated. As the head of the Hu family, he was acutely aware that his family was now like a paper tiger, unable to withstand any storms. If Yi Zheqi joined the Empire's division, it could be another blow to the Hu family. This possibility made Hu Yong'an sigh inwardly. Zhu Guangfu's anger simmered like boiling lava, but years of experience had taught him restraint. For the sake of his teacher, he suppressed his irritation, maintaining an outward calm even as veins bulged on his forehead. Yes, indeed, he is my teacher. I hope you can accompany me to meet him. Yi Zheqi smirked with derision, his eyes full of disdain. What? He's too busy to see me. Is that how you invite someone? Why not just drag me there? Zhu Guangfu's facial muscles tightened, a cold glint in his eyes. Kid, don't get too cocky. You think you're all that just because you have a mech suit? Let me tell you, the world is much bigger than you imagine. Every member of the Imperial Division is a genius or a monster. This invitation is a recognition of your talent. Don't be ungrateful. Yi Zheqi chuckled coldly and turned back to his room. Let him wait. I'll return to school in a week or so. Sir, I'll need to stay here for a day or two to work on my territory upgrade. Hope that's not a problem. Hu Yong'an's eyes lit up. Of course, son-in-law, stay as long as you like. Do you need any war cards for the territory upgrade? No, thank you. I just explored a mid-level environment card today and got a good haul. With a wave, over 60 mid-level 5-star or higher treasures appeared in the hall, including several complete sets of equipment. Hu Yong'an was stunned. These treasures bore dwarven markings, the result of the environment card his granddaughter had arranged for Yi Zheqi to explore that morning. In the entire Nantian city, family's main forces might have accumulated only 4 or 5 mid-level treasures over 2 or 3 years. Yet Yi Zheqi had brought back so many in one go, and even complete sets. Ha ha ha, you're quite something, kid. Hu Yong'an laughed. Yi Zheqi replied calmly, sir, these are for Hu Tianhe. I'm sure she'll find them useful. Zhu Guangfu, standing nearby, looked pale. So many treasures. Would you like me to help you keep them safe? Yi Zheqi ignored him and entered his room. In the territory space, the scene took him by surprise. Besides the central war fortress, a black area shrouded in dark lightning stretched out, resembling a sea of thunder. The Black Knight mech stood silently within, almost as if it had a life of its own. A cool voice echoed, "Welcome, my lord." Yi Zheqi turned to see a pale-skinned girl in a sailor suit with white stockings wrapped around her legs. She was a projection, unable to manifest physically due to the territory's level restrictions. Did you design the territory environment? It suits the Black Knight mech well. Is there a way to enhance it? Yi Zheqi asked. My lord, this area was modified by the Black Knight itself. This environment is more comfortable for her, the voice replied. In this dark environment, the Dark Warrior mech truly feels right at home. As a mech with both dark and lightning attributes, this black terrain perfectly complements its characteristics, even though it might appear like an evil machine crafted by a villainous force. Yi Zheqi was pondering the suitability of this environment when he suddenly widened his eyes and quickly turned towards the Skynet projection. The projection maintained its simple outline, showing no change in expression. A startling realization dawned on him: was this environment actually created by the Dark Warrior mech itself? Seeing this, Skynet explained, this area is naturally spacious, making it ideal for the mobile war fortress to enhance the Dark Warrior mech. Both the Dark Warrior and the new mech that is about to arrive require a dedicated area for enhancement. Here, they can not only quickly repair mechanical damage, but also grow stronger over time. This is in stark contrast to the lower-grade constructs like the Rift Town Guardians, which can only perform basic combat. No, Skynet, you misunderstand. Yi Zheqi exclaimed excitedly. I'm not concerned about the size of the territory. I'm amazed that the Dark Warrior has self-awareness. His face lit up with joy, as if he were witnessing a doll he meticulously crafted come to life. Dark Warrior, can you hear me? Yi Zheqi eagerly approached the mech, his heart full of anticipation. Lord, I can hear you, the Dark Warrior mech responded in a somewhat clumsy mechanical voice. Yi Zheqi was even more thrilled. The Dark Warrior immediately bent down, gently lifting him with its mechanical hand and placing him on its shoulder. Skynet's projection calmly observed the scene and reminded, Lord, Please upgrade the territory level as soon as possible. Only then can the numerous restrictions on the Dark Warrior mech be lifted. Yijichi suddenly realized that the Dark Warrior's difficulty in speaking was due to the territory level constraints. He swiftly moved to the War Fortress's core and chose to upgrade without hesitation. Immediately, a unique spatial energy began to emanate from the core. Skynet's projection calculated and alerted. In 1 minute, 6,000 low-level 1-star combat units will invade. Leave it to me. The Dark Warrior mech eagerly volunteered, frequently glancing towards the territory core. Skynet agreed. I estimate that the Lord will directly advance to 5 or 6 stars. During this period, I will collect your data, so you can give it your all. The second mech is ready within the War Fortress, and there's no need to worry about energy within the territory space. Energy recovery is 100 times faster than outside. Don't hold back against those low-level 1-star creatures. Their material value is very low. As soon as the words left its mouth, a black thunder dragon in the sky let out an earth-shaking roar. The creatures that had just emerged from the rift in the sky, with their crimson eyes, were instantly pulverized and vanished into the air. The wave of monsters didn't even give the Dark Knight a chance to move. In the sky, a black thunder dragon roared thunderously as it moved freely. The invading creatures disintegrated into dust the moment they stepped into the territory. A minute or two later, Yijichi was about to step out of the War Fortress to assess the situation himself. Despite having surveillance, he wanted to see what kind of creatures dared to invade. Just then, a system notification chimed. Territory upgrade successful. Current territory level, low grade 1 star. All units energy efficiency 10. All units weapon efficiency 10. All units energy shield efficiency 10. All units operational efficiency 10. Intelligent machines calculation speed 10. Intelligent machines invasion speed 10 inch. Wow, this upgrade provides a comprehensive 10 boost across the board. Yijichi thought with delight. Since things are going so smoothly, let's aim for a 6-star upgrade. In his view, upgrading to 6-star was the optimal choice. Jumping straight to a mid-level lord status would certainly attract unwanted attention. 6-star was the upper limit he could handle with his current mech capabilities. After all, the difference between 1-star and 4 or 5-star at the low-level lord tier wasn't significant, but at the mid-level, each star represented a noticeable gap. Among high-level lords, a single star's difference was vast, and very few in the Empire could fight across star levels. After confirming the upgrade command, Yijichi headed to the edge of the War Fortress. The projection from the surveillance system followed him, appearing more dynamic than before. However, Yijichi's focus was entirely on the Dark Knight mech. Its body was enveloped in red light, rising continuously, while the black thunder dragon in the sky grew in tandem. Clearly, this upgrade not only enhanced the territory but also boosted the Dark Knight mech. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Baisu commented with a smile, "It seems the rumors are true. This young man indeed has the audacity to back up his arrogance." Zhu Guangfu, however, was indignant. "Teacher, that kid completely disregards you. Ignoring both you and the Empire's invitation to upgrade his territory directly." "Guangfu," Baisu interrupted. "Remember what I said. Your father was my comrade, and now you no longer need my help. One last piece of advice, don't go around offending people. Arrogance often leads to ruin." With that, Baisu vanished with his 2 confidants, leaving Zhu Guangfu standing there, tears welling up in his eyes. To him, Baisu was his only family, and now, his eyes gradually turned bloodshot, his intent to kill almost palpable. "Yijichi, just you wait." At the same time, Hu Yong'an of the Hu family was meticulously examining the treasures before him. Initially dismissive, upon closer inspection, he discovered that they included a mid-level 9-star treasure. The collection ranged from mid-level 5-star to 9-star, even featuring a complete 9-star set. This was comparable to the Hu family's high-level 1-star set, Tiger Roar Sky Mist. This kid, could he have cleared out the environment card? Hu Yong'an realized in shock. Does this mean he's invincible at the mid-level tier? Hu Yong'an stared at the treasures laid out before him, momentarily dazed. These were real, tangible treasures right in front of him, not an illusion. Just as he was about to instruct someone to pack them up, Hu Xing pushed the door open, frowning slightly. The situation in Nantian City was undergoing a subtle shift. Today, the Jiang and Wu families invited representatives from nearly half of the city's families. Each family declared that they had no interest in the coveted intermediate eternal environment card. Many even established business dealings with the Jiang and Wu families, with transactions involving potions and war cards reaching 3 million star sources. However, a turn of events occurred at the last moment. Qingting Academy suddenly sent someone to the scene, bringing up the matter of Jiang Yunxiao and Yijichi. This was a past that the Jiang and Wu families were well aware of but had chosen to ignore after all. Yijichi was no longer the pushover he once was. The importance of an eternal environment card clearly outweighed the risk of offending a lowly lord. But Qingting Academy's move was akin to a public slap in the face, leaving the Jiang and Wu families humiliated. Hu Xing, as the representative present, had no choice but to step in and mediate, temporarily calming the storm. Yet he knew full well that once the Jiang and Wu families secured the Eternal Environment card, they would surely settle the score with Yi Zhachi. Father, what is this? Hu Xing was stunned, staring at the table full of rare treasures, an intermediate 9-star set, a dwarf's short hammer, short sword, a Moor necklace, fury ring? Where did these come from? Hu Yong'an looked up, his expression stiffening. Nonsense. How could I enter an intermediate environment card? Don't you, as the head of the family, know our situation? These were brought by that kid for Tianhe. As he spoke, anger welled up, and he grabbed a slipper to teach his son a lesson. But seeing Hu Xing's bewildered expression, he eventually put it down. At that moment, when Hu Xing mentioned Yi Zhachi, Hu Yong'an's expression immediately turned serious. That boy is in his room upgrading his territory, and no one is to disturb him. The old man's demeanor suddenly transformed, like a tiger poised to pounce, with the shadows of countless tigers crouching behind him, ready to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber within the Wu family residence, Wu Hao shed his disguise and inquired about the attitudes of the various families today. Upon hearing that Qingting Academy had suddenly mentioned Jiang Yunxiao and Yi Zhaqi's past, she displayed an excited expression. That's a minor issue, said Wu Xing, who identified as Wu Hao. Tomorrow, I won't need to disguise myself anymore. I'll just go out and get some fresh air. Their attention won't be on me. You just need to leave a decoy here. She gazed into the void, murmuring to herself, Dear brother, all these years I've lived under your name, bearing the brunt of the blame. But it will soon end. I will avenge our family. Wu Hao's face was filled with a sense of satisfaction. Although there were some hiccups during the execution of the plan, they didn't affect the final outcome. To him, a plan that can be carried through to the end and achieve good results is already worth celebrating. Wu Hao, no, now it should be Wu Xing, Wu gently reminded him. If you're going out, you'll need to get ready. I'll take care of the rest of the arrangements. Yes, indeed. Wu Xing nodded in agreement. To them, after that incident, Wu Xing is dead, and Wu Hao is just a fool. I'll leave the rest to you. At this moment, Wu Xing seemed like a little girl of about 5 or 6, her eyes pure and curious as she stretched out her hand and squeezed it, showing a rare expression of innocence. Seeing her master so happy, Wu couldn't help but feel excited too. Over the years, their relationship had long surpassed that of master and servant, becoming more like family. If we're going to explore outside, Wu began analyzing the options. We could join a random team and try our luck, or we could go for some draws, or head to the guild to find professional lords. Random teams mostly consist of solo lords. Going for draws means renting previously explored environment cards with weaker individuals, hoping to find a treasure or two. As for the guild's professional lords, they aren't weak. Some are even stronger than family members, but you need to be cautious around them. Forget about the draws. Wu Xing lazily lay on the creaky, worn-out bed. Most people in the guild have complicated intentions, and I don't feel like scheming with them. Let's just find a random team and see what luck brings. Wu nodded in agreement and left the room. In the Wu family, no one paid special attention to fool Wu Hao. They just needed to ensure someone took care of him to avoid public ridicule. Meanwhile, Yi Zhachi was also immersed in excitement. After his territory upgraded to a low-level 6-star, his personal strength, the performance of the Black Samurai mech, and the capabilities of Skynet all saw comprehensive improvements. The most noticeable change was Skynet's projection becoming incredibly lifelike, moving as if it were a real person, with even the subtlest expressions vividly portrayed. Skynet's projection was incredibly alluring. Slender legs, a soft waist, budding curves, dressed in a sailor suit with white stockings, all paired with a cool voice, making her seem like the perfect girl from reality. The territorial development plans are all in preparation for a large-scale war. Skynet asked in its usual cool voice, Does the Lord wish to adjust the direction? Her eyes were more lively than before, less mechanical. Yi Zhachi quickly brushed aside any dangerous thoughts about the projection, coughed lightly, and said, Let's proceed with normal development. There's no need to specifically prepare for a large-scale war. Initially, it was for the Academy's graduation ceremony environment card, and now that the Ivy Academy's graduation ceremony is over, the focus is on completing the second mech and collecting materials to produce more Sky Cleaver generals. He had already envisioned the battle scenes in his mind, controlling the second mech himself, coordinating with the Black Samurai mech on the front lines, while Skynet controlled the Sky Cleaver generals to provide fire support from the rear. Such a setup would be invincible among mid-level lords. At this point, the Black Samurai mech had grown to a towering height of 1,000 meters, surrounded by a chilling aura. Yi Zhachi believed that now, using only half of its power, he could give an opponent like Director Wang a hard time. When he checked the data panel of the Black Samurai mech, he was surprised to find its performance had reached an astonishing level. Extreme Dark Black Samurai mech low-level 6-star. Durability, 9000009 0000000. Energy shield 60 0000060 Special skills: Star Cutting Strike, Dark Transformation, Dark Thunder Conversion, Dark Matter Reflector Cannon, Ultimate Dark Feathered Sky Thunder. This mech had not only received comprehensive enhancements, but was also driven by the presence of its lord, channeling all its strength into self-enhancement, aspiring to be the most formidable force in its lord's arsenal. Yi Zhuqi stared at the data panel before him, a surge of excitement welling up inside. The Black Warrior mech had undergone a comprehensive upgrade, and even though not all attributes were displayed on the panel, the mere aura it emitted was enough to make the heavens tremble. This unprecedented sense of power left Yi Zhuqi nearly breathless with awe. Black Warrior, your combat ability is at least twice what it was before, Yi Zhuqi exclaimed with exhilaration. He hadn't anticipated that his own breakthrough would lead to such a significant transformation in the Black Warrior mech. At that moment, the voice of Skynet echoed. Analysis indicates that the Black Warrior mech possesses a high capacity for self-growth. If it acquires dark or lightning attribute materials, its utilization efficiency could reach 200. It is recommended, Lord, that you collect these materials extensively. With ample material support, the development of your territory will be well secured. These words left Yi Zhuqi momentarily stunned. Indeed, his stockpile of materials was running low, insufficient even to manufacture another mech or a Rift Sky Commander. As the largest resource consumer in the territory, it seemed there could never be too many materials. Materials are manageable. I can find mid-level environment cards of 7 or 8 stars easily, Yi Zhuqi mused privately, though he was not yet prepared to venture into high-level environment cards. After all, being a recent graduate, boldly challenging high-level environment cards would undoubtedly attract attention. He also had a vague sense that there might be a realm beyond that of a High Lord, though he had yet to discover it. Black Warrior, you mentioned having a second form before. Show it to me. Is it even stronger? Yi Zhuqi suddenly recalled the information Skynet had mentioned in the dwarf environment card. Yes, my lord, the Black Warrior mech replied with a hint of eagerness, relishing the moments when Yi Zhuqi focused his gaze solely on her. Now, she could express herself clearly, no longer hindered by a stuttering language system. Immediately, dark red light flickered densely, enveloping the towering mech. Within a few breaths, the light dissipated, revealing a striking woman in its place. She wore a sleek black and red armor, her red hair flowing, and her eyes glimmered like blood-red gems. Her helmet's visor was a translucent red, complementing her alabaster skin and perfect figure. In this form, my combat ability is about 75 of the mech form, and certain dark enhancement skills are unavailable, the Black Warrior's voice softened. If not for witnessing the transformation, Yi Zhuqi might have thought a real human stood before him. She exuded a cold allure intertwined with a delicate grace, a perfect blend of contrasting traits. Yi Zhuqi took a deep breath. Although Zhang Yunxiao and Hu Tianhe's outfits were impressive, they never evoked a special feeling in him. Yet, the Black Warrior's light armor stirred something within him. This form can also enter environments like the Dwarf Dead City, but could you add more armor? Yi Zhuqi was reluctant for others to casually admire such beauty. Of course, lighter armor maximizes speed, while medium armor offers more balance, she replied. As her words ended, black lightning flashed, and the Black Warrior was clad in a full set of light armor, with only her red hair cascading from her helmet. Although her skin was now concealed, she remained captivating. Skynet, how much longer for the second mech? Yi Zhuqi inquired about the mech still under construction. In 4 hours, the Frost Howler will be completed. Initial estimates place its grade at low-level 2-star. It can also change forms, but to achieve Black Warrior's level of fluent communication, its quality must be improved, Skynet explained in detail. Are the Dwarf series materials sufficient? For the Frost Howler, the utilization efficiency of dwarf materials is only 6. Using them all would provide some enhancement, but the effect would be negligible. Yi Zhuqi nodded lightly, contemplating how to handle the puppet corpse materials obtained from the Dwarven Dead City. These materials had a mix of earth and metal attributes, along with a curse attribute, making them so chaotic they could be classified as non-attribute materials. He quickly made a decision. Let's hold on to these for now. We'll only use them when we can achieve over 80 efficiency. The projection of Skynet blinked and respectfully replied, As you command, Lord. With his territory space advancing to a low-level 6-star, Yi Zhuqi could clearly sense the changes in his domain. The space had expanded 3 to 4 times its original size, comparable to the territory of some mid-level 8 or 9-star lords, far exceeding the standard of mid-level lords whose areas are typically only twice that of low-level lords. I'll leave the development of the territory to you, Skynet, Yi Zhuqi said, then turned his attention to the Black Warrior. He noticed that the Black Warrior's form was much more solid than Skynet's projection, almost as if she were an entity. This made him realize a crucial difference. Skynet was a projection, while the Black Warrior was the second form of his mech. Black Warrior, come here. Yi Zhiqi's heart beat slightly faster. The Black Warrior took a step forward, instantly appearing in front of Yi Zhiqi, moving so quickly it seemed like she was teleporting, creating a gust of wind. Her red hair gently swayed in the breeze. Yi Zhiqi reached out to touch her face, and the Black Warrior obediently removed her helmet. Gazing closely at the Black Warrior's fair face, Yi Zhiqi's fingers gently brushed against her skin, feeling its soft warmth. The Black Warrior's red eyes flickered, avoiding direct eye contact with him. It's time to find materials for you all. Yi Zhiqi withdrew his hand, realizing he was nearly lost in this tender moment. He thought of Jiang Yuanxiao and Hu Tianhe, and with his current strength, he began to harbor grander ambitions. Upon leaving the territory space, Yi Zhiqi found that the sun had just risen, marking the dawn of a new day. He entered the hall to see the attendants preparing breakfast. On the projection TV, sensational local news was rolling. A loud noise at Qingting Academy, environment card shattered. Wei Hongyong shielded a mysterious figure, the emergence of a second genius, Shang Wanhao, in the Shang family, and a mysterious intruder at the Hu family. Well, isn't this our genius from Qingting Academy? Hu Tianhe came down the stairs, teasing with a grin. Up early today, I see. How many stars have you broken through? Need my help? I just broke through to a low-level Lord 2-star. Sensing Yi Zhiqi's aura at a low-level 6-star, Hu Tianhe exclaimed, 6 stars. You advanced to 6 stars overnight? Yi Zhiqi's lips curled into a smile. Oh dear. Getting cocky over 2 stars? I was planning to stop at 5 stars, but I ended up at 6 without realizing it. Yi Zhiqi, Hu Tianhe, flustered, leaped off the stairs towards him. Yi Zhiqi easily caught the petite figure, as if he were holding a lively little chick. For a moment, after Yi Zhiqi grabbed Hu Tianhe, the air was filled with an eerie silence. A few attendants who were preparing breakfast witnessed the scene, their mouths twitching as they tried hard to suppress their laughter. They knew all too well that working for the Hu family required utmost discretion. One wrong move could cost them this stable job, forcing them to join a freelance team or gamble on their luck elsewhere. In the midst of this silence, a young voice came from upstairs. Brother, where did you get a bucket of water so early? Yi Zhiqi looked up to see his still sleepy sister, Yi Xiaoli, speaking. With these words, Hu Tianhe couldn't hold back any longer and broke free from Yi Zhiqi's grasp, landing on the ground with a fierce shout. Yi Zhiqi, I challenge you to a duel. Today, I'm going to defeat you. After some playful scuffling, they settled down to have breakfast. Yi Zhiqi planned to go find a freelance team on his own this time, which made Hu Tianhe fume with anger. However, recalling the events of the previous day, she understood that someone as clever as Yi Zhiqi didn't need a second lesson. Moreover, with his abilities, he could handle any trouble, even if it were to arise unexpectedly. After all, someone who had recently awakened and could already overpower an intermediate lord was unprecedented in the Empire's history. If not for Qingting Academy's fear of losing face, this news would have spread far and wide by now. At the gathering point in the frigid wasteland, Suo Danhong was scrutinizing the 5 people before her. This intermediate 7-star environment card had been explored 5 times already, and this time they were forming an elite team. My name is Suo Danhong, an intermediate 7-star ordinary creature type lord. She introduced herself, the new scar on her face particularly noticeable. Yi Zhiqi observed quietly, thinking that such a scar was either a badge of honor or a sign that she couldn't afford healing potions. The others introduced themselves in turn. 2 dark attribute lords, a fire attribute troop intermediate 5-star lord, and a 1-star intermediate lord skilled in exploration. When it was Yi Zhiqi's turn, he modestly claimed to be merely a low-level 6-star. Suo Danhong specifically reminded Yi Zhiqi to be careful, clearly assuming he was some noble family's young master sent out for experience. As they prepared to enter the environment card, a flash of murderous intent crossed the eyes of the 2 dark attribute lords. Though they quickly concealed it, Yi Zhiqi caught the fleeting expression. Meanwhile, in the center of the lord's space, the Black Knight, who was refining the power of the Black Thunder, suddenly opened his eyes. In the sky, 100 Black Thunder dragons roared in unison, shaking the heavens. The Black Warrior mecha stood silently, sensing a faint yet familiar dark aura of killing intent. It came and went quickly, making her feel as though someone was taunting her. At that moment, the projection of Skynet appeared nearby and promptly explained. No, the killing intent from those 2 isn't directed at the Lord, but at someone else. Within the Lord's domain, Skynet, granted high-level access by Yi Zhiqi, could directly observe the outside world. In contrast, the Black Warrior and other mechas could only vaguely sense the external environment, unable to observe it as Skynet could. Aside from the Lord, all who do not submit are enemies. For the Lord, I will kill and destroy everything to achieve victory, the Black Warrior mecha declared, revealing its true desire after hearing Skynet. Skynet said no more, and its projection dissipated. Outside, Yi Zhachi noticed the killing intent from those two quickly vanished, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The aura was directed at Suo Danhong, not him. It seems that in the mercenary circles, constant vigilance is essential. However, he was curious about how these two lords were so confident. Xiaoqi, have you prepared everything? Stay focused. You must always be fully prepared before entering an environment card, or getting injured inside can be troublesome. Suo Danhong reminded Yi Zhachi, noticing his distraction. This scene stirred something in Wu Xing's heart. She yearned for someone to care for her like that, but unfortunately, it was only a distant hope. She hesitated to speak, eventually remaining silent, though her mindset subtly shifted. She exchanged a glance with Au, silently conveying the intent to find an opportunity to deal with those two. Au understood immediately. At this moment, the two individuals who had previously shown killing intent suddenly felt a chill down their spines, as if something was watching them, sensing impending danger. Yes, I've got everything ready. Let's go. Yi Zhachi responded promptly. He always treated those who cared for him with sincerity. Suo Danhong nodded, gave a few more reminders, and then took out the environment card. In an instant, everyone was transported into the card space. Upon landing, a light mist surrounded them. Although it wasn't much of a hindrance, the atmosphere was unsettling. There's mist, so it seems the map I bought is accurately marked. Those 5,000 star sources were well spent, Wu Xing noted. Although she had previously explored environment cards, it was solely for developing her domain, with Au handling the maps. Now, with less urgency, she wanted to observe how ordinary people formed mercenary teams. Seeing Au not taking action, Suo Danhong asked curiously, "Scouting?" Au immediately summoned puppet soldiers from her domain. These soldiers, made of wood or iron, were humanoid but lifeless and exuded an eerie aura. The puppet race might not be the best in combat, but they were excellent expendables for exploring environments, scouting monsters, or triggering mechanisms. The two men maintained indifferent expressions, appearing even more aloof after entering the environment card. Their glances occasionally fell on Suo Danhong, clearly not out of affection but for revenge, Yi Zhachi surmised. How's the situation around us? Suo Danhong asked directly. Au scratched her chin. Not ideal. Monsters are wandering in all directions, but none are guarding anything. This means there's no treasure nearby. We have to move to the next area. Captain, the monsters are relatively fewer in the north, so I suggest we break through in that direction. Suo Danhong remained unfazed. Finding treasure immediately upon landing would be a great start, but having none nearby was also normal. The worst scenario is fighting through monsters only to find nothing, a common reason many ordinary lords remain stuck at the intermediate level. Alright, let's go that way, Yi Zhachi agreed, secretly instructing Skynet to scan the surrounding monsters and assess their value as materials. Skynet quickly completed the scan. These intermediate 8-star biomass materials have a 60 utilization efficiency for the Black Warrior mecha, 15 for the Frost Howler mecha, and as high as 70 for the Rift Commander. Skynet recommended collecting these materials in large quantities to manufacture the Rift Commander or waiting until the domain advances to the intermediate level to create more powerful mechas. Currently, Skynet's computational capacity cannot maximize the use of such biomass materials. Initial scans indicate that exterminating all monsters within a kilometer radius would be enough to produce 4 Rift Commanders. Yi Zhachi could feel the analytical capabilities of Skynet advancing rapidly, largely thanks to his territory space being upgraded to a low-level 6-star. Not only had the computational power increased several times over, but the various bonuses he had accumulated were now fully manifesting. Breakout. Yi Zhachi pondered for a moment. I agree with that idea, but before we act, we should first be aware of our surroundings. His words immediately drew the attention of everyone in the group, including Suo Danhong, who looked puzzled. Au mistakenly thought that a monster was approaching, but Yi Zhachi shook his head. No, that's not what I meant. Yi Zhachi turned to face two men dressed in a sinister manner. Are you two still planning to hide? Before we entered the environment card, my troops had already sensed your hostility. Your target is our captain, isn't it? You little brat. The two men's expressions changed drastically. Suo Danhong's eyes sharpened, and she immediately summoned her territory soldiers over 100 green bamboo people adorned with petals, surrounding Yi Zhachi protectively. Just as Suo Danhong was about to lead Yi Zhachi to safety, the two men made their move. Trying to leave? Not a chance. Space lock card. One of them sneered. Our sponsor offered our guild 5 million star sources for your corpse, so that's what we're going to deliver. This kid almost messed up our plans, the other man sneered. But no matter, with the guild's space lock card, unless she's a high-level lord, she can't escape. Au was secretly preparing to summon her elite soldier corps, but Wu Xing signaled her to hold off. Suo Danhong's bamboo soldiers released a pink toxic mist, but it was easily neutralized by the opponents using a mid-level poison resistance card worth 1 million star sources. Seeing the situation turn dire, Suwa Danhong looked at Yijachi with an apologetic smile. I'm really sorry. Even though I couldn't escort you out, there's still one more chance. You have to seize it. Yijachi sensed that Suwa Danhong's aura was becoming extremely unstable and was about to intervene. Hold on, they're just a couple of pests. There's no need for such drastic measures. As Yijachi finished speaking, everyone present was stunned. He had just referred to two mid-level lords as vermin, a level of arrogance that was hard to believe. Kid, that's not arrogance, it's stupidity, shouted one of the Blood Kill Guild members, charging directly at Yijachi. This person clearly followed the hero development path, investing all resources into himself. Die. Let me show you the power of vermin. 1,000 armored jade bamboo soldiers, stop him. Suwa Danhong's face tightened as she immediately gave the order. Au also prepared to summon territory soldiers, not to protect Yijachi, but to ensure Wu Xing's safety. Wu Xing, however, remained motionless, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. She wanted to see Yijachi survive, and then be consumed by hatred due to Suwa Danhong's death. She felt too lonely, and had finally found someone about to experience a similar fate. This helplessness and despair. Wu Xing's voice was barely audible. Suddenly, the sky darkened as if the sun had been eclipsed. A bolt of black lightning appeared out of nowhere, reducing the person charging at Yijachi to ashes. Even the core within him, which connected to the Lord's world, was utterly destroyed, leaving behind only a cracked territory relic. What? The other Blood Kill Guild member stood frozen. As he slowly looked up, he saw a 1,000-meter-high mech standing behind Yijachi, with a black thunder dragon roaring and coiling around it. This was none other than Yijachi's Black Knight mech. The air fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the sound of the thunder dragon raging on the mech. Couldn't even withstand a single blow, yet still claim you're not vermin, Yijachi chuckled. But then again, I hadn't even broken through to low-level 6-star back then. You're that monster genius from Qingting Academy? The remaining member stammered. Not exactly a genius, just lucky, Yijachi replied with a devilish grin. How about this? You run far away now, and maybe you can dodge a strike from the Black Knight mech. Of course, if you can't, no worries. Life always has shortcuts. Your buddy already took the first step. The man immediately attempted to leave the environment card, but the Black Lightning was faster. Another cracked territory relic hit the ground. Yijachi realized then that among mid-level lords, few could survive under his hand. Alright, trash disposed of, time to sweep the environment card. By the way, where did you say the most monsters were? The worldview of Au, Wu Xing, and Suwa Danhong was severely shaken. A low-level 6-star lord summoning power comparable to a high-level lord hero, effortlessly crushing two mid-level lords, as easy as squashing ants. Yijachi, is it you? Suwa Danhong snapped back to reality. Big brother, I didn't bring the wrong person, did I? Your strength? Yijachi nodded. If you know Gao Wei, then it's the right person. We just explored the mid-level environment card of the Dwarven Dead City yesterday. Suwa Danhong suddenly understood why Gao Wei wanted her to bring Yijachi along. Clearly, he was a newcomer with strength approaching that of a high-level lord, just entering the wild team circle, unfamiliar with everything. Those previous reports were indeed true. Then it's settled. Yijachi collected the two lord relics, the Skynet scan showing only a few buildings and blueprints for analysis, with no valuable materials or resources. Yijachi decided to directly conquer the environment card space. Meanwhile, in the villa hall rented by the Dark Blood Guild, a dozen shareholders were holding an emergency meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the intelligence I've gathered from various families, Yijachi is not someone we can afford to provoke, one shareholder said gravely. He possesses two mechanical creations, one capable of contending with a mid-level lord, and the other can easily crush one. These reports are indeed hard to believe, but the facts are undeniable, another shareholder chimed in. Even Zhu Guangfu, the senior lord from Qingting Academy, is powerless against him. After a heated discussion, everyone unanimously agreed to add Yijachi to the list of people not to be trifled with. At this very moment, within the corrupt Cold Land environment card, Au was sweating profusely as she scouted the surrounding monsters. Initially, she thought it was just a routine reconnaissance mission, but as the number of released puppets increased, the images flooding back to her mind grew overwhelming, threatening to drive her to madness if she wasn't careful. Beside her, Wu Xing observed everything with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Such power far surpassed anyone in his family, and he wondered if there might be an opportunity to negotiate with Yijachi. Yijachi was not personally controlling the Black Warrior mech at the moment, allowing it to operate autonomously. Even without activating the Beyond Limit mode, the Black Warrior mech could easily sweep through the ordinary monsters. In the sky, hundreds of black thunder dragons roamed, occasionally striking down with lightning to shatter the monsters into pieces. Which way should we go? Au asked. We'll just go straight through, Yijachi replied. The monster materials are useful to me. You can have the treasures. Alright, Au, and Wu Xing quickly agreed. Yi Zhaqi gave Ayu a tenth of the treasures, Song Danhong also received a tenth, and the rest went to Yi Zhaqi. However, what he valued most were the monster corpses, classified as materials by the Skynet system. He had already used these materials to create 6 Rift space commanders in his territory space. In a private room of a tea house, Yi Zhaqi and Wu Xing sat across from each other, with Ayu standing nearby. If I'm not mistaken, you are the mechanical lord who graduated from Qingting Academy and have some connection with Jiang Yunxiao, Wu Xing said directly. Yi Zhaqi's brows furrowed slightly, realizing that the other party had sought him out. Yes, if there's something you want to discuss, just say it. Don't get me wrong, Wu Xing quickly clarified, observing Yi Zhaqi's reaction. I'm just making an educated guess. Among this year's graduates, only you have such capabilities. If you help me with this task, you can name your price for resources. Moreover, this matter might align with your plans. Wu Xing, who had been planning meticulously for a long time, could not afford any mistakes at this moment. She always maintained a cautious approach, and her current probing of Yi Zhaqi was for the same reason. To ensure her plan was foolproof, she needed absolute certainty. Yi Zhaqi felt a surge of vigilance. The young woman before him, who appeared to be a student, exuded an air of worldly sophistication that was far beyond what an ordinary student would possess. This kind of maturity must have come from harsh experiences. Clearly, the survival environment of the Wild team was far more complex than it seemed. Indeed, I have a deep aversion to the Wu family, Wu Xing said calmly. When the time comes, you will naturally know who I am. You are doing this for Jiang Yunxiao, while I aim to completely eradicate the Wu family. Her expression showed a slight change when she mentioned extermination. Yi Zhaqi pondered silently, recognizing that such an expression indicated a deep-seated hatred for the Wu family. So, you're an enemy of the Wu family. What did they do? He asked casually, his guard slightly lowered. Those previous tests were likely to gauge his trustworthiness. They killed my parents and brothers, it's as simple as that, Wu Xing said with a hint of pride. I have grown up bearing humiliation, and I must seek revenge. If this collaboration goes well, we can continue to work together. She continued, card makers are highly esteemed in any faction. In the entire Nantian city, no family possesses a card maker. As a card maker, resource utilization becomes significantly more efficient. For example, 1 million star sources can create a mid-level 1-star environment card, which is quite profitable. More importantly, I can craft environment cards with traps. So, Nantian City has more enemies for you than just the Wu family? Yi Zhaqi asked offhandedly. Wu Xing's face stiffened. You misunderstood. I didn't mean that for further cooperation. Ayu, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile. Wu Xing quickly clarified. I'm a card maker, and we can collaborate in other areas. I've seen your capabilities. When creating environment cards, if you want to improve quality, you must relinquish most control at crucial moments. Otherwise, even with the same star source expenditure, the quality will be significantly compromised. Seeing Yi Zhaqi's calm expression, Wu Xing's forehead veins bulged. Did you understand what I just said? I'm a card maker. Her chest heaved with frustration, feeling on the verge of exploding. People usually held card makers in high regard, but Yi Zhaqi's indifferent attitude was unusual. I'm a mid-level card maker, capable of creating mid-level 1-star war resource cards and environment cards. Do you understand? Wu Xing's eyes burned as she stared at Yi Zhaqi. That's nice, Yi Zhaqi replied, puzzled. To him, unless it was an environment card explored 7 or 8 times, it was nothing special. Wu Xing was seething inside, initially wanting to boast about her proud creation of fake mid-level eternal environment card. But recalling her years of planning, she forcibly restrained herself. The years of enduring humiliation could not be wasted by a moment of impulse. Yi Zhaqi noticed her unusual demeanor, glanced around, and saw only a table and 2 sofas in the private room, with Ayu standing nearby, presumably Wu Xing's guard. He suddenly understood and pressed the call button on the table. A waiter entered the room. What do you need? 2 glasses of plain water, Yi Zhaqi said. Although he currently had no star source, his lord space contained many treasures and mid-level materials. Besides the treasures, the materials had been used by Skynet to manufacture at least 10 sky-splitting town generals. This artillery support type of machinery was naturally better in larger numbers. Plain what? Bring 2 cups of bitter tea. Wu Xing took a deep breath and tried to convince herself. Experts often have quirky personalities, and perhaps this unusual mindset is a hallmark of a true expert. Although she now felt like slamming the table into Yi Zhaqi's face. After Yi Zhaqi left the tea room, Wu Xing gazed at the empty seat across from her, a feeling of indescribable emptiness washing over her. The thing she feared and loathed most, loneliness, had crept upon her once again. With a sudden urge, Wu Xing grabbed the tea on the table and gulped it down hastily. Ayu, what do you make of this mysterious man? Wu Xing mused, her brow furrowed. She couldn't quite figure Yi Zhaqi out. His unconventional thinking left her puzzled. Ayu's lips curled into a slight smile. At the very least, he might turn out to be a good friend for you. This could be your fate. She had noticed that Wu Xing had been unusually cheerful while discussing tea and water with Yijiachi. A friend? Wu Xing said seriously. That is indeed something to celebrate. She had just struck a deal with Yizik. If he helped her settle the last breath of the Wu family, he would receive a large portion of the family's resources. Shall we head back now? Yes, let's head back and get ready. I'll disguise myself as Wu Hao to meet Zhang Yunxiao, Wu Xing replied, a hint of envy in her voice. If it weren't for the family upheaval years ago, she might have experienced a sincere relationship like Zhang Yunxiao. Who would have thought you'd envy someone else? Envy? Nonsense. I just think she's lucky, that's all, Wu Xing hastily denied, while Ayu nodded with a knowing smile. Meanwhile, at the Hu family residence, Hu Xing stood outside his father's room, his expression complex, his eyes fierce like a raging tiger. His father's health was failing. Initially, when Yijiachi brought back a substantial collection of intermediate-level treasures, it had brought him some comfort. Not only had it bolstered the family's strength, but Yijiachi had also become a favorite of the old man, who treated him like a grandson. A healer with business ties to the Hu family exited the room, his face grave. Hu Xing quickly approached him. How much longer can my father hold on? How can he be treated? Hu Xing asked, suppressing his anger. If not for the old man, with his grade lord talent, raging beast, he would have dared to challenge the academy, the Wu family, and the Jiang family long ago. The healer shook his head. The old man isn't suffering from an illness or injury. It's a curse. It's easy yet difficult to lift. Either use a rare intermediate 8-star purification card, or break the curse with dark attribute power, combined with an intermediate 8-star healing card. Hu Xing's face darkened. Given the Hu family's current strength, both solutions were nearly impossible. An intermediate 8-star healing card was already beyond their reach, even if they sold the entire family. As for the purification card, he had never even heard of it before. Come in. I've got a month left. What's with the crying? Old Master Hu Yong'an's voice came from inside the room. Hu Xing entered, tears streaming down his face. For years, the Hu family had barely maintained their position among the families in Nanshan City through strength and integrity. What? Have you grown tired of your old man? No, I've never been tired of you. I know you wouldn't dare. A curse. The old man snorted. Who would have thought this would be the end of me? Hu Yong'an's face showed no trace of sorrow. Instead, there was a look of relief. In his eyes, his granddaughter's future was secure. With both Yijiachi and Hu Xing as her protectors, given another couple of years, Yijiachi would surely advance to a mid-level lord, with his combat power approaching that of a high-level lord. As for the threats from the Wu and Jiang families, the old man had already weighed them. The Hu family was never excessively wealthy, and even if the other families attacked, Hu Xing's reckless fighting style would be enough to deter them. Time flies. I thought I'd live another 2 or 3 years, but it seems I can't wait, Hu Yong'an said naturally, with a smile on his face. In contrast, Hu Xing was crying like a 3-year-old child. That kid might not give up in the end. When the time comes, take the Hu family to help him. If things don't look good, take him and Tianhe and leave Nantian City immediately, Hu Yong'an instructed. Hu Xing nodded solemnly. His father's words were his guiding principle at all times. Enough. If you keep crying, I'll smack you. Don't let Tianhe see you like this. That child takes after her mother and will definitely start asking all sorts of questions. Hu Xing quickly wiped away his tears. However, they hadn't noticed that Hu Tianhe was already standing in the hall, her eyes wet with tears. This smart girl quickly wiped her eyes and pretended she had just come back from outside. Shortly after, Yijiachi returned, busy checking on his territory, and completely unaware of the Hu family's situation. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Captain, here's the list of talented individuals from the other 3 academies worth noting. Baisu casually glanced at the list handed over by his confidant. Just pick 1 or 2 randomly. These people are no different from those in previous years. Unfortunately, that kid won't join our division. Why not? He hasn't even arrived yet. How can you be so sure he won't join? The confidant asked, puzzled. Baisu pictured Yijiachi in his mind. That's other people. This kid is different. Every move he makes is meticulously planned. Someone who has walked his own path for 3 years, awakened a mechanical talent without losing heart, and even developed such mechs, wouldn't settle for being just a regular soldier. Just then, another aide entered the room. Captain, the Wu and Jiang families are planning to arrange an engagement in advance. All the well-known families in the city have received invitations, and we have 3 as well. Baisu smirked. It seems there's been a twist, but it's none of our business. I'm curious to see how that kid will handle it. At the same time, in the Wu family's inner courtyard, Ayu was being harshly scolded by a greasy-faced elder of the Wu family, while Wu Hao stood there dumbfounded, like a 3-year-old child. Do you know what you're doing? Wu Hao is crucial to the family now. Even if he dies, it must be for the family. Wu nodded silently, a flash of murderous intent in her eyes. Her own family had been destroyed by these Wu family members, leaving her as the sole survivor. Fortunately, she had Wu Xing by her side all these years. Wah, I want to go back to my little room and play with my blocks. This old man is so mean. Wu Hao suddenly burst into tears like a child. This scene stunned everyone present, including Jiang Yuanxiao and the Jiang family members who were watching. Jiang Yuanxiao's eyes showed a hint of admiration, while the others made no effort to hide their disgust. The Wu family elder quickly changed his tone. Enough. Take him back to his room now. Tomorrow must go off without a hitch. At least you were smart enough to introduce him to the Jiang family first. Ayu nodded quickly, dragging Wu Hao away in a hurry, heading straight for the small house at the edge of the courtyard. The elder immediately put on a smile. Apologies, esteemed guests. You're here today to discuss cooperation between our two families, right? The elder leading the Jiang family nodded in agreement. Jiang Yunxiao's eyes flashed with disdain as she turned to look at her parents, only to find them ignoring her gaze, cold and indifferent. When Jiang Yunxiao noticed her parents deliberately avoiding her gaze, a sharp pain pierced her heart. In that moment, she finally understood that she was merely a pawn in the family, to be moved at will. Lacking talent, she could only offer her last bit of usefulness to the family, standing in stark contrast to her cousin, who was exceptionally gifted and highly valued. A wave of disappointment swept over her, but soon after, a glimmer of hope emerged. Although Wu Xing hadn't mentioned anything about Yi Zhaqi, he had confided in her his plans to take revenge on the Wu family, warning her to stay away when the time came to avoid getting caught up in it. This thought somewhat alleviated her sadness, as she realized wallowing in despair would only harm her spirit. The idea of your daughter marrying our son is truly a waste. How about becoming a concubine for our Wu family's heir? Of course, we'll offer more profit. The words of the Wu family's elder echoed in the hall. The elder from the Jiang family fell into contemplation, while Jiang Yunxiao's face turned pale. She was well aware that the so-called Wu Hao was actually Wu Xing in disguise, and as a woman, Wu Xing wouldn't harm her. However, the young man emerging from the back of the hall, introducing himself as Wu Cheng, made her uneasy. Hello, I'm Wu Cheng, just graduated from Blue Sky Academy. The young man wore a confident smile. I heard your Greenvine Academy produced a monster upon graduation, but that was just a fluke. He merely relied on mechs and aerial fortresses, easily controlled by AI. If you choose to be with me, resources and treasures will be plentiful. Jiang Yunxiao instinctively stepped back, her face filled with disdain. This self-proclaimed a-level talent, Wu Cheng, had coveted her from the first glance, now openly displaying his greed. Don't be so afraid, he won't bite. This is the true heir of the Wu family, came a familiar voice. Jiang Yunxiao turned to see her own mother. Mom, what are you? Mom's doing this for your own good, don't be disobedient. With young Master Wu Cheng, you'll live in comfort, much better than marrying that dull Wu Hao, her mother said, pushing her forward as if selling a product. Jiang Yunxiao felt a wave of unfamiliarity and coldness. She realized that her mother only saw profit, caring nothing for her feelings. The two families discussed back and forth, treating her as nothing more than an item for sale. Meanwhile, at the Hu family, Yi Zhaqi sat with Hu Tianhe and Hu Xing, while the old master rested in his room. In Yi Zhaqi's domain, the second mech, Frozen Howler, was completed. This low-level 6-star mech boasted impressive attributes, 6 million durability, 80 million energy shield, and special skills like Absolute Frost and Ice Heart. In the domain space, a girl even smaller than Hu Tianhe looked up at the sky, her white eyelashes fluttering in the wind, surrounded by a frost-covered area with howling winds and swirling snow. So that's what you were talking about, Yi Zhaqi said after listening to the Hu family's account. Then I'll go tomorrow. I want to go with you. You want to come with me? I'm not keen on dragging you into this. It's my affair to handle. Yi Zhaqi stood in the courtyard of the Hu family, deep in thought. He didn't want the Hu family to get entangled in these troubles, especially since they had not only given him a place to stay but also treated his sister like one of their own. The old man's kindness made him feel the warmth of family he had long missed. Coupled with Hong Yong's support and generosity, these debts of gratitude weighed heavily on him. He had a plan in mind, to repay Hong Yong and the Hu family with resources he would acquire from the Wu family. Seeing his sister living a life no different from the family's own children only deepened his sense of indebtedness. As for Hu Tianhe's feelings towards him, Yi Zhaqi was fully aware. Since Hu Tianhe himself was unconcerned, there was no need for pretense on his part. You can't put it that way. You know my relationship with Jiang Yunxiao. Is it wrong to go all out for a friend? Hu Tianhe said anxiously. Hu Tianhe knew well that Yi Zhaqi possessed two powerful mechanical constructs, yet the current situation was worrisome. The opposing families together had at least 30 mid-level lords, who wouldn't hold back like the academy's teachers. If 30 lords joined forces to attack, along with the threat of high-level lords and potential involvement from other families, the situation could become extremely dangerous. Kid, I know you have potential, but don't be reckless. A duel between lords is different from exploring environment cards. It's a battle of hidden resources and war assets, Hu Xing said, looking earnestly into Yi Zheqi's eyes, only to find an inexplicable confidence reflected back. I understand, Tianhe. Just take care of my sister. No matter the outcome, I have to go myself. This is for me, and for you, Yi Zheqi said, using moral reasoning to persuade Hu Tianhe. Hu Tianhe fell silent, while Hu Xing, uncharacteristically, lit a cigarette. Suddenly, he thought of a plan. All right, kid. If that's the case, go ahead and make a scene. Tianhe and I will watch from the shadows. If things get dangerous, we'll get you out of Nantian City. Yi Zheqi nodded in agreement. There was no point in saying more. Only tomorrow's battle could prove everything. The only thing that puzzled him was the old man staying in his room and not coming out. Nanchi Pavilion, as a landmark in Nantian City, stood 59 stories high and was recognized as a top-tier dining establishment. Today, the Wu and Jiang families had reserved the 56th to 59th floors. The event was attended by many, including important figures like Hong Yong from Blood Mist Township, the city lord, and Bai Su, captain of the 4th Squad of the Empire's 7th Division. In a corner on the 59th floor, Hong Yong was dining with Yi Shaoli. At another table, Bai Su's conversation with Zhu Guangfu revealed the machinations behind this engagement. This was all you're doing, wasn't it? Bai Su asked calmly. Zhu Guangfu admitted nervously. Yes, it was. Well, let's make a bet. Bai Su began. But before he could finish, the atmosphere in Nanchi Pavilion had already begun to subtly change. Let's make a bet. These words left Zhu Guangfu momentarily stunned. Bai Su, known for his strict adherence to rules, had never engaged in any form of gambling. This unexpected proposal left Zhu Guangfu feeling bewildered, as if the teacher before him had suddenly become a stranger. All right, what would you like to bet on? Zhu Guangfu asked cautiously. Bai Su's lips curled into a slight smile. Let me think. Let's bet that you'll lose and lose badly. This statement not only shocked Zhu Guangfu but also widened the eyes of the Qing Tang Academy directors and Bai Su's 2 confidants present. If anyone else had said it, they might not have paid much attention. But coming from Bai Zuth, captain of the Empire's 7th delegation, renowned for his unparalleled strength and insight, it was clear there was more to his words. Are you suggesting I'll lose to that kid? Zhu Guangfu asked incredulously. In his calculations, with the support of the Wu and Jiang families, and considering Yi Zheqi was merely a low-level lord, victory seemed assured. As guests gradually filled the engagement banquet, Jiang Yonqiao's engagement, being one of the most beautiful women at Qing Tang Academy, naturally caused quite a stir. Guests chatted in small groups, some discussing the recent genius emerging from the academy, while others reminisced about the past between Jiang Yunxiao and Yi Zheqi. In a secluded corner, guests from the Shang family conversed in hushed tones. Shang Wanhao listened to the mocking remarks about Yi Zheqi and felt a silent rage. Having gained enlightenment thanks to Yi Zheqi, he understood his strength better than anyone. In the back hall, Jiang Yunxiao fought to hold back her tears as a maid attended to her hair. When she emerged, she was met with her mother's reproachful gaze and the whispers of the guests. At that moment, a loud voice rang out from afar. Wow, you're such a considerate mother, always thinking of your daughter. How about you marry again for the sake of the Jiang family? All eyes turned towards the source of the voice. There stood a young man in an ordinary suit, yet he commanded attention as if illuminated by a spotlight. Yi Zheqi, the crowd exclaimed. The banquet hall was buzzing with chatter as guests from both the Wu and Jiang families recognized the unexpected guest Yi Zheqi. His portrait was familiar to them all. The moment Jiang Yunxiao laid eyes on Yi Zheqi, her face lit up with delight. She was about to rush forward when a Jiang family elder firmly held her shoulder. Wu Cheng's face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. This engagement party was of paramount importance to the Wu family, not only for the alliance between the two families, but also as a significant event for the Wu family heir. Among the distinguished guests, losing face in such a manner was a major disgrace. Yi Zheqi, you actually dared to come. Are you not afraid of death? Wu Cheng spat the words through gritted teeth. Yi Zheqi responded with a disdainful smirk, as if you could do anything to me. His words only fueled Wu Cheng's fury. What are you guards standing around for? Seize this troublemaker. Wu Cheng shouted, and a dozen guards immediately charged at Yi Zheqi. Hong Yong was about to intervene but suddenly froze in place. The mid-ranking lords present, especially those with 5 stars and above, widened their eyes in astonishment. They all knew Yi Zheqi as a lord who relied on mechanical creations, dismissing him as a mere waste. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Yi Zheqi vanished and reappeared beside Jiang Yunxiao, effortlessly knocking back the elder holding her and gently lifting her into his arms. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, Jiang Mingyun spoke up, her tone carrying a hint of admiration. Kid, you've got guts. A mechanical lord who can establish a territory and create 2 powerful mechanical constructs at a low level. If you were born into a great family, Your future would be limitless. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Mingyun continued, how about this? I'm not any less than my cousin. Would you consider marrying me? I truly admire you. She licked her lips. Come on, put my sister down and take my hand. Yi Zhachi glanced around, as if waiting for something. Where are you? I can't perform well without you. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed through the hall as the doors swung open, and Wu Hao and Ayu walked in, one after the other. The Wu family was stunned to discover that the voice of Wu Hao was so distinctly feminine. Members of the Wu family, and the true current head of the Wu family, Elder Wu, said Wu Xing, who had been masquerading as Wu Hao all along. Elder Wu's eyes widened in shock. Your mind was never impaired? You've been pretending all these years? Wu Xing smiled as she removed her disguise, revealing a fit physique and a cold, striking presence. It's me, old man, Wu Hao's younger sister, Wu Xing. The teacup in Elder Wu's hand fell, shattering on the ground. Wu Xing continued, old man, I've waited too long for this moment. I've got something special prepared for you all. Wu Xing's words cut through the air like a sharp blade, sending a shiver down the spines of the Wu family members. They could feel the immense resentment and intense murderous intent in his voice. Let me show you something interesting. Wu Xing pulled out an environment card from his pocket. Strangely, it emitted a unique aura of an eternal environment card, a scent all too familiar to both the Wu and Jiang families. The Wu family elder quickly retrieved another eternal environment card from their territorial space. Astonishingly, the auras of both cards were identical, an extremely rare occurrence in environment cards. You've all been fooled. Wu Xing sneered. I'm actually a card maker, and these two fake eternal environment cards are my proudest creations. The combination of card maker and fake eternal environment card left everyone present stunned. Even the well-traveled by Su and Hong Yong were wide-eyed with shock. Wu Xing turned to Yi Zhachi. Now it's your turn. Remember, don't let the Wu family off too easily. I want them to taste fear and despair. But make sure to leave them breathing. Yi Zhachi nodded in agreement. Wu Xing then casually pulled out a dozen cards, causing everyone to gulp nervously. The scariest thing about a card maker who bears you ill will is their ability to effortlessly produce a handful of environment cards. Intermediate World Card. Activate. 12 Intermediate Space Lock Cards. Activate. 5 Intermediate Control Cards. Activate. With Wu Xing's commands, all the cards, including the one in the Wu family elder's hand, vanished. A powerful spatial force pulled everyone in, leaving them unable to resist. In an instant, they found themselves on a barren land under a sky of blue clouds and a red sun. Wu Xing's voice echoed through the space. This space is incredibly stable. Even hundreds of high-level lords would be powerless here. In this place, I make the rules. Visitors are free to leave at any time, but the Wu and Jiang families, I won't let you go. Bai Su quickly composed himself, taking a seat from his territorial space. The other spectators followed suit, ready to watch the unfolding drama. Zhu Guangfu impatiently charged at Yi Zhachi, unleashing the pressure of a high-level lord. But as soon as he moved, he was locked onto by a murderous intent filled with bloodlust and madness. Don't move, came Hong Yong's voice. As a high-level lord, you shouldn't bully a low-level lord. Zhu Guangfu's face turned pale. Although Hong Yong's murderous intent wasn't a significant threat, he dared not provoke her. Zhang Yunxiao buried her head in Yi Zhachi's embrace. Yi Zhachi reassured her, Teacher Hong Yong, I don't need your help this time. I want to test the strength of a high-level lord. These words made Zhu Guangfu's expression change drastically, and Bai Su frowned. So arrogant. Maybe I overestimated you. The city lord watched the scene unfold with excitement. For years, Nanshan City had been stagnant, and now change was on the horizon. Such moments often bring forth extraordinary talents. Is this guy too cocky? Well, with a card maker backing him, who wouldn't be? No, there must be something we don't know. That kid seems confident. He must have something special up his sleeve. Is it his mech? Just watch and see. Jumping to conclusions now would be foolish. Sheng Fan watched in surprise as his cousin Sheng Wanhao maintained his calm demeanor. Is this what you wanted me to see? He's relying on those mechanical creations? Sheng Wanhao didn't rush to answer. Instead, he leisurely sipped from a bottle of wine he retrieved from his territorial space. It's hard to stay rational in the face of despair. Just keep watching. His immense power. He recalled witnessing the overwhelming mechanical war fortress in the extreme cold environment card at the academy. Members of the Wu and Jiang families summoned their elite troops, except for Jiang Mingyun, who stood still. Zhu Guangfu glared at Yi Zhachi with murderous intent. Boy, summon that mech of yours. He had a rare counter-AI control card ready in his hand. At that moment, Yi Zhachi received a prompt from Tian Wang. Detected opponent holding AI counter card. AI level 4, threat level 0. Black Knight AI level? Extreme Cold Roar AI level? Tian Wang AI level? Lord, rest assured, their AI poses no threat. Yi Zhiqi couldn't help but chuckle to himself. No wonder the old man suddenly felt confident. It was all because of a special AI control card. Yi Zhiqi faced Zhu Guangfu's provocation with a calm demeanor. Zhu Guangfu, thinking he finally had the upper hand against Yi Zhiqi, allowed a smug smile to play on his lips. However, that fleeting satisfaction vanished the moment he caught sight of Bai Su's impassive expression. Not bad, but if you don't summon your mech, how do you plan to stop me? Or these two families? Zhu Guangfu taunted. With just your physical strength rated at mid or 2 or 3 stars. Don't make me laugh. The tension in the air was palpable. The Wu family members wore grim expressions, yet dared not act rashly due to the rules controlled by Wu Xing. The Jiang family, meanwhile, stood still, having summoned their elite troops from their lord spaces, all due to Jiang Yuming's presence. On the sidelines, Hong Yong furrowed her brows, worried for the young man she admired. In an unnoticed corner, Wu Xing sat cross-legged, eyes closed in contemplation. If Yi Zhiqi doesn't succeed? No, impossible. With his character, he's got more than just that one mech up his sleeve. Tiger Tianhe and his daughter were also observing. They recalled the scene of Yi Zhiqi retrieving numerous treasures from the environment card, their instincts telling them this was far from simple. Yi Zhiqi snapped his fingers lightly. In the next moment, a colossal figure overshadowed the entire arena. Black Knight mech, now a fifth larger than before. Its black and red frame stood a towering 1,000 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming aura. Everyone's eyes widened, including Wu Xing's, who watched from the shadows. The directors from Qingting Academy were especially stunned, particularly Director Shui and Director Wang, who had first-hand experience with the Black Knight's formidable power. Bai Su sprang from his seat, eyes alight with excitement. This kid, with such prowess as a low-level lord, is destined to reach even greater heights. Hong Yong let out a clear, cheerful laugh, while Hu Xing was left speechless by the mech's imposing presence. He knew full well that even his summoned Black Tiger Beast Tide would be no match for this machine. The modified Black Knight mech, with its commanding presence, captivated everyone, leaving none able to divert their gaze. Standing still, there was an inherent sense of reliability. However, when it came to the Wu and Jiang families, this feeling morphed into a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spine. The Black Knight was trapped within Yi Zhiqi's dominion, able to hear the outside world and sense some external conditions, but only Skynet could fully scan the outside environment. Thus, the Black Knight continuously inquired about the detailed situation outside from Skynet. Wu Cheng of the Wu family stood frozen in disbelief, staring at the scene before him. As someone with an 11 family inheritance and lordship talent, he commanded over 100 low-level 3-star soldiers, making him quite outstanding among recent graduates in Nantian City. Yet, in front of Yi Zhiqi, these proud soldiers were wiped away like dust in an instant. Jiang Mingyuan watched the Black Knight mech with caution, sensing an unfiltered and pure killing intent emanating from the mechanical creation. This left her puzzled. How could a mech exude such a genuine sense of menace? It should be nothing more than an inanimate object requiring human or AI control. Seeing Yi Zhiqi successfully summon the mech, Zhu Guangfu immediately deployed an AI invasion card. Kid, today you'll witness how powerless mechanical creations are against an AI invasion, he declared, flinging the card towards the Black Knight mech. Thanks to Skynet's warning, Yi Zhiqi remained calm and composed. To gauge Zhu Guangfu's trump card, he decided to bide his time. Skynet promptly reported in a mechanical voice, Black Knight's basic firewall, Skynet established. Detecting a level 4 AI decomposing data. Decomposition complete. Skynet processing speed increased by 0.0001. An AI this feeble is only 3 levels above the most basic cleaning robot. Yi Zhiqi was secretly amazed, having anticipated how Skynet would handle this AI, only to find that it couldn't even last 3 seconds before being dismantled. The Black Knight then turned its deadly gaze towards Zhu Guangfu, who felt a chill run down his spine. Yet, in the next moment, the mech's killing intent vanished. Yi Zhiqi exhaled in relief, feigning panic. What did you use to control my Black Knight mech? He asked, while internally remaining on high alert. Zhu Guangfu laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, no matter how much of a genius you are, you're just a low-level lord. You probably don't even know about the special AI control cards in this world. The onlookers wore expressions of pity. To them, Yi Zhiqi, who had risen from humble beginnings through talent and hard work, was worthy of admiration. Bai Su stood up from his seat, a gesture that greatly pleased Zhu Guangfu. In truth, Bai Su was simply astonished by Yi Zhiqi's performance. His confidant was about to comment on Yi Zhiqi's apparent carelessness, but was interrupted by Bai Su. Look closely at the kid's demeanor. If it were you, would you remain so calm after losing your greatest asset? Hu Tianhe was on the verge of tears, ready to rush forward to help, but his father, Hu Xing, held him back. Stay back and look closely at that boy. Does he seem panicked to you? You're usually perceptive, so why are you confused now? Hu Xing mused to himself, Thinking that Yi Zhachi was indeed fortunate, not only did he have his daughter, but also the Jiang sisters, and his intuition told him that the future with Hong Yong was likely to be. Tiger Tianhe widened his eyes, carefully observing the scene before him. Yi Zhachi remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. In contrast, Zhu Guangfu was so excited he seemed almost ablaze. Kid, if you kneel down, admit your mistakes, and apologize, I won't interfere in your affairs with the Wu and Jiang families. I might even protect you. Zhu Guangfu was thrilled, but kept a semblance of rationality. After all, Yi Zhachi was the genius favored by his teacher, by Su, and for his teacher's sake, he was willing to make concessions. It wasn't so much about being at odds with Yi Zhachi as it was about earning by Su's approval. You think you can control my Black Knight mech? That's going too far, Yi Zhachi replied with a frown, though a closer look revealed a hint of amusement, clearly baiting Zhu Guangfu. Zhu Guangfu chuckled smugly. With control over your mech, you can't summon that powerful war fortress and turn the tables. I won't harm you, but whether the Jiang and Wu families will spare you is out of my hands. At this moment, Jiang Yunxiao peeked out from Yi Zhachi's embrace and lightly tapped his face. I'm sorry, I'm too weak. If I had worked as hard as you did at the academy, maybe I wouldn't have become a sacrifice for my family. I'm really glad you came today, she said, tears streaming down her face. Yi Zhachi couldn't bear to see a woman cry. Remembering the tears his sister shed for him during his hardest times, and now seeing Jiang Yunxiao in tears, he felt at a loss. Director Wang and Director Shui approached Yi Zhachi, advising, Kid, surrender and at least save your life. If it weren't for the low-level environment card at school limiting us, we would have dealt with you long ago. Zhu Guangfu frowned slightly. Ah, Jiang Yunxiao, a girl from a prominent family, falling for a beggar and shedding tears, it's just not worth it. Ignoring them, Yi Zhachi looked down at Jiang Yunxiao and said, I promised I would restore your dignity. Trust me. Then he raised his head to look at Director Wang and Director Shui, his gaze filled with a murderous intent that chilled them to the bone. At that moment, other directors from Qingting Academy and members of the Wu family arrived, the latter swiftly summoning their elite family army. Yi Zhachi, if you don't let Wu Xing release us, we'll kill you. The Wu family members declared, confident that the situation was under control. Yi Zhachi chuckled coldly, addressing the puzzled Jiang Yunxiao. Sorry, I got carried away and didn't realize I tricked you too. Panic suddenly gripped Zhu Guangfu. What? Could there be another mech? Cold sweat formed on the foreheads of Director Wang and Director Shui as everyone's eyes fixed on Yi Zhachi. I do have a second one. And did you really think you had control over my Black Knight? Yi Zhachi's words left Zhu Guangfu pale. Yi Zhachi continued, leave the Wu family members alive, as previously agreed. As for the Academy's people, you can eliminate them. I permit you to use any level of force. This environment card is stable. The Black Knight mech unleashed dozens of thunder dragons instantly. Understood. I will execute your orders perfectly, my lord. Those two ants will experience even greater pain. Darken. Suddenly, the once clear wasteland was overcast with dark clouds, with black and red thunder dragons coursing through them. Two bolts of lightning struck down, transforming into a black and a red lightning sword, falling into the hands of the Black Knight mech. You lower-grade combat life forms better protect yourselves well, because only then can I make you feel fear. The Black Knight mech's words and actions sent shockwaves through everyone present. In that moment, Hong Yong and Bai Su were left speechless, utterly astounded. The mechanical creation before them, possessing self-awareness like a living being, completely shattered their understanding. The Black Knight mech deftly raised its black thunder energy sword, its icy voice echoing through the air, perish in fear and despair. Star slash. Zhu Guangfu snapped back to reality, shouting, no, run. The Wu family scattered at his warning, but it was too late. The black sword light flashed. Some lost their legs, others were cleaved in half. Before Zhu Guangfu could summon his elite territorial army, the Black Knight had already teleported behind him, delivering another deadly strike. Star slash. With the sound of a blade slicing through flesh, an arm spun through the air. In his haste, Zhu Guangfu summoned 100 soldiers for protection, yet it wasn't enough to fully evade the lethal blow. Earlier, Director Wang and Director Shui, who had been so arrogant in front of Yi Zhachi, were now dumbfounded. The Black Knight mech was not only larger, but its combat power had more than doubled. In the shadows, Wu Xing's forehead was beaded with sweat. The Black Knight wielded the power of black and red heavenly thunder, causing the space around them to slowly crumble. This is beyond the realm of an ordinary High Lord, she thought. It's even affecting the stability of the environment card. Watching the long-feared Wu family members lose their limbs, she couldn't help but cheer. 10 years of pent-up resentment finally released. The Shang family's eyes were all on Shang Wanhao, who had been leisurely sipping his wine the entire time, as if he had anticipated everything. Shang Fan's eyes glimmered with admiration. Surviving against such a terrifying opponent, capable of affecting the environment card, was no small feat. Hong Yong observed the scene and turned to Xiao Li, whose eyes were still a bit swollen, saying, "That guy really knows how to fool people. Making you two girls cry?" Xiao Li pouted in denial. "Nonsense, Xiao Li didn't cry." Hong Yong affectionately pinched her cheek, then gently covered her eyes with his hand. "There, it won't be swollen for long. Your brother is about to become even stronger, progressing at a pace I can't keep up with. I'll soon be leaving Nantian City." In the city lord's mansion, a servant asked in confusion, "City lord, why do you think we can't recruit this genius?" The city lord gave a resigned smile. "First, his strength has already surpassed ordinary people. Second, we're not the only ones trying to recruit him. If the Imperial Division weren't present, we might have had a chance. Alas, we didn't even get a seat at the top table today." In the city of Nantian, the impact of Yi Zhaqi's battle today is spreading like ripples. The city lord, Bai Su, and Hong Yong all understand that this genius's name is about to echo throughout Nantian City. Yi Zhaqi's display of strength was astonishing. His kilometer-high black warrior mech stood imposingly, with its fingers alone dwarfing the human figures present. Even more astounding was that he possessed a second mech of the same scale. And all this came from a young man at the low-level 6-star rank. On the battlefield, Zhu Guangfu, along with the Wu family elder and the Jiang family clan elder, were trying to maneuver around the black warrior mech. Cold sweat dripped down Zhu Guangfu's forehead as he keenly felt that the black warrior was holding back, each strike precisely allowing him to evade. Yet the threat of death in its blade made his movements increasingly sluggish. A fifth of his soldiers had already been lost in his territorial space, and without the presence of the other two elders, he might have perished by now. The black warrior mech was also in a dilemma. It could easily unleash its full power, but controlling its strength to ensure the opponent's death wasn't too swift turned into a challenge of its own. The alliance of the Wu and Jiang families seemed formidable, but within Nantian City, other factions would inevitably challenge them to win over Yi Zhaqi. More importantly, Wu Xing, as a rare card master, held value comparable to a Syndicate's anomaly. The outcome of this battle was already certain. Yi Zhaqi and Wu Xing would remain unharmed, while the two severely weakened families would inevitably face restructuring. Is the war fortress even stronger than this mech? When the Wu family elder and the Jiang family elder heard Zhu Guangfu's words, their faces changed dramatically. Zhu Guangfu frowned deeply. Although they hadn't seen that more terrifying mechanical creation firsthand, just thinking about its destructive power sent chills down his spine. This young man, who once survived by scavenging, had transformed through relentless effort and experience into an eagle soaring in the skies. Any faction would have to show respect to such a genius. And this is the hallmark of a genius. With just a little effort, they can surpass what takes others a lifetime to achieve. The elder of the Wu family stood aghast, his heart a tumult of shock and anger. The young man who had suddenly appeared wielded a formidable mechanical creation. That damned Wu Xing had somehow managed to find such a powerful ally. The battlefield was a scene of horror. Only 5 or 6 members of the Wu family remained capable of fighting. The rest were either missing limbs or grievously injured, barely clinging to life. "We must end this quickly." Zhu Guangfu was seething with rage. "If he summons the war fortress, we're finished." His two teammates were oblivious to the enemy's capabilities and hadn't realized the mech was holding back. Zhu Guangfu astutely sensed that the mech seemed to be targeting him specifically. Looking around, he saw Director Wang and Director Xue standing frozen in shock. The other directors from Qingting Academy dared not act rashly, having witnessed the fearsome spectacle of the Black Knight mech nearly annihilating the Wu family's mid-level lords with a single strike. As for Wu Cheng, a low-level lord from the Wu family, he barely registered in the presence of the Black Knight mech. Jiang Mingyun had summoned her domain soldiers and employed all her war resource cards against the Black Knight mech, but the outcome was grim. Anyone who approached was cut down instantly. "Stop standing around." Zhu Guangfu's furious shout echoed through the air. "Director Xue, Director Wang, gather everyone and restrain Yi Zhaqi. We can't let him use the Black Knight mech to summon the war fortress." His shout drew the crowd's attention. A war fortress? What kind of mechanical creation could make Zhu Guangfu so wary? The onlookers speculated that it must be a powerful aerial bombardment device, summoned through a ritual involving the Black Knight mech. Yi Zhaqi's prowess was astonishing. Despite his young age, he could single-handedly contend with 3 high-level 1-star lords, primarily due to the mech. If he joined a family, his strength would undoubtedly make that family the most formidable in Nantian City. Bai Su stood thoughtfully nearby. He recalled how the 2 directors from Qingting Academy had immediately discussed the war fortress with Zhu Guangfu upon emerging from the environment card. If this kid joins the regiment, with his abilities, he'd be a deputy commander in 2 to 3 months, he remarked to his confidant. In the Empire's tradition, a regiment is divided into 8 to 12 teams, each with at least 5,000 members, split between recruits and veterans. Rising to the position of commander or deputy commander requires strength and merit. Although Yi Zhaqi's youth might temporarily hinder his rise to commander, the deputy commander position is earned through real combat. Meanwhile, Director Wang and Director Shui, jolted into action by Zhu Guangfu's shout, quickly rallied alongside the Jiang family and other directors from Qingting Academy. Zhu Guangfu summoned his domain soldiers once more, feeling a throbbing pain from the mental strain. The frequent summoning and heavy casualties inflicted a psychic backlash, hindering his recovery. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persisted, betting everything on this final assault. He understood that no matter how many forces were thrown against the Black Knight mech, they were nothing more than puppets in the end. When the words "kill Yi Zhiqi" were uttered, Director Wang and Director Shui felt as if they had been plunged into an icy abyss, shivering as if under the gaze of death itself. Director Wang's legs shook uncontrollably like leaves in the wind. Reflecting on every encounter with Yi Zhiqi, Director Wang's fear and regret only grew. From initially underestimating him during their academy days, to taking him more seriously at the graduation ceremony, and finally to feeling extreme apprehension upon witnessing his war fortress, he now regretted ever meeting Yi Zhiqi. A direct assault? It was nothing short of a pipe dream. Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up in Director Wang's eyes. He remembered a crucial rumor. The internal space of an environmental card is limited, and a mid-level lord could sense the external space and escape upon reaching the edge. This revelation instantly revitalized him. Quick and decisive, Director Wang suddenly erupted with an astonishing fighting spirit, leaving Director Shui and others around him in disbelief. "We must all strike together to have any chance of hurting him." These words commanded respect from the Jiang family members and other directors present. Director Shui also regained her composure and analyzed. His second mech should have been built recently, so it shouldn't be too strong by conventional standards. However, she knew well that with the assistance of Skynet, Yi Zhiqi's abilities had long surpassed conventional norms. At this moment, the Black Knight mech turned around. It had previously ignored the two directors because they were too insignificant. After setting Jiang Yunxiao down, Yi Zhiqi issued a new command to the Black Knight mech. "Deal with those three, but leave the Wu family with a breath." Jiang Yunxiao nodded tearfully. "Just eliminate them. I don't want to see these people anymore. Even if I begged on my knees, they would." Yi Zhiqi gently ruffled her hair, understanding the pain of losing loved ones. Director Wang sprang forward like an arrow, summoning his territory soldiers. He also drew two cards: Intermediate 3-star Speed Enhancement card, Intermediate 3-star Agility card. Activate. Instantly, his speed soared, like a streak of light. Seeing this, Yi Zhiqi also heightened his vigilance. But just then, Skynet issued a prompt. "This human does not harbor hostility towards the Lord." This unexpected message made Yi Zhiqi pause. In the next moment, the truth became clear. Director Wang bypassed Yi Zhiqi, his expression shifting from determination to that of a child with boundless joy. "Ha ha ha. Yi Zhiqi, didn't see that coming, did you?" Director Wang laughed as he dashed forward at an astonishing speed, leaving an afterimage behind him. He boasted, "I'm telling you, as long as I reach the edge, I can escape this environment card, regardless of whether there's a card master controlling it or not." Just then, Wu Xing's voice whispered in Yi Zhiqi's ear, "He's right about it being a spatial container. But he won't get out because I've set two rules at the edge. First, it disrupts the ability to perceive the outside. Second, it guides the target back to the center. The more he senses at the edge, the more his senses will betray him, leading him back unwittingly." Yi Zhiqi couldn't help but admire Wu Xing's preparedness and realize the depth of his animosity towards the Wu family. He understood that even without his help, Wu Xing could easily deal with the Wu family. The edge was actually a clever maze since, within the environment card, the edge could only be perceived and not seen. The surrounding members of the Wu family, hearing Director Wang's words, looked eager to try. However, their hopes were quickly dashed. The Black Warrior mech overhead released storm clouds that covered the entire space. Trying to escape? A lightning dragon could strike them down instantly. Director Shui was in a tough spot, neither daring to confront Yi Zhiqi hidden nor flee like Director Wang. He knew that Yi Zhiqi had been caught off guard the first time, and another attempt might lead to his demise in his current state. Since he's in such a hurry, I'll send him off personally. "Rift Sky Guardian, come forth." With a snap of Yi Zhiqi's fingers, a second massive mechanical construct appeared beside him. This machine, named Rift Sky Guardian, immediately drew everyone's attention. It had 4 sturdy mechanical arms as its base, topped with a cannon over 60 meters long, standing over 150 meters tall, with an alternating orange and white color scheme. Bai Su and others scrutinized the newly appeared cannon, finding it decent in appearance, but otherwise unimpressive. They discussed the Empire's current Emperor's Roar cannon, capable of piercing a planet within 20 shots and 3 times the size of the Black Warrior mech. Hong Yong, the City Lord, and others remained calm, considering it just a standard support cannon. They discussed its application in interstellar warfare and its use for clearing planetary surfaces. Sometimes, for planetary-level targets, the Empire might choose to destroy an entire planet to quickly gather star resources. The crowd continued to assess the Rift Sky Guardian's capabilities, concluding it might only shatter asteroids within 18 shots, which was considered the lowest grade by Empire standards. Some speculated that Yi Zhiqi might just have a special knack for mech creation, given his previously showcased Black Warrior mech was a melee model, indicating he might not excel in long-range firepower setups. Hong Yong stared at the support artillery summoned by Yi Zhiqi, her brow slightly furrowed. This artillery piece, while considered small among the Empire's arsenal, is typically assigned to deal with forces like interstellar pirates. Its strengths lie in its portability and rapid deployment capability, starkly contrasting with the Empire's most formidable Emperor's Roar, the latter being significantly larger than Yi Zhiqi's Black Knight mech. The Shang family collectively turned their gaze toward Sheng Wanhao, their faces lined with confusion. Is this the second mech? It looks way too small, someone murmured. This isn't the second mech, it's just an artillery piece, Sheng Wanhao explained. However, its power. His words were cut off. Can such a small cannon really shatter a planet? The Shang family members were clearly skeptical. Although they had gradually begun to believe Sheng Wanhao's previous descriptions after witnessing Yi Zhiqi's prowess, the seemingly ordinary artillery before them was hard to accept. Shang Fan scrutinized the Skybreaker General, evaluating. This artillery's performance is indeed impressive. It's said to crush an asteroid in just over 20 shots. But, cousin, the planet-destroying cannon you mentioned isn't this, is it? Of course not, Sheng Wanhao shook his head. The planet-destroying cannon I referred to is on his war fortress. This support artillery is likely a new addition. The situation on the field was clear. Many Zhang family members still survived, while the Wu family suffered heavy casualties, nearly wiped out. The three high-ranking one-star lords, when facing Yi Zhiqi's Black Knight mech, were like fighting the hardest level simulation battle, barely holding their ground without any chance to retaliate. Yi Zhiqi showed no hesitation, issuing the command to fire at the target. The Skybreaker General was immediately taken over by the Skynet, its barrel splitting into 4 segments as the center amassed a dazzling blue energy. This sight made everyone present break out in a cold sweat. This was no ordinary artillery, but one employing rare energy-based ammunition technology, a technology currently mastered only by the Blue Pattern Trading Guild. Though this artillery isn't large, the technology behind this energy-based ammunition alone could buy half a family, someone whispered in awe. Even the Empire's strongest Emperor's Roar only used high-calorie ammunition, not this advanced energy-based kind. A crowd of onlookers stared in disbelief at the energy cannon before them. The technology to harness such power was notoriously difficult to control, mastered by few outside the Empire's ally, the Blue Veins Guild. Baisu nodded slightly, secretly impressed. This young man never failed to surprise him. If he possessed any leadership skills, he could easily thrive within the Empire's core and might even earn an audience with the Emperor one day. The Emperor? Baisu's trusted aide nearly jumped out of his skin in shock. At that moment, a deafening explosion echoed through everyone's minds. It felt as if their skin was being ripped apart, and any sense of security vanished instantly. Many shivered instinctively, their ears ringing incessantly. Baisu, who had just sat down, sprang to his feet, eyes wide as he watched Yi Zhiqi's mechanical creation. This machine dwarfed even the Black Warrior mechas. This power rivals the Emperor's wrath. How can such a small device unleash an energy cannon of this magnitude? Baisu was so astounded he lost his composure, a rare lapse for the 4th captain of the Empire's 7th Corps. He had witnessed the Emperor's wrath in action, its roar echoing across an entire planet and leaving massive craters in its wake. Even the initially indifferent city lord's expression changed. Where did this kid get such a contraption? With one shot, it could render half the Empire's artillery obsolete. The city lord felt a headache coming on. The Empire would undoubtedly send high-ranking officials to investigate, requiring him to host not only captains but potentially even the corps commander. The thought of multiple dignitaries and their entourages visiting made him feel faint. His peaceful days were over. Director Shui and the surrounding Jiang family members stood frozen, summoning soldiers to stand guard for a semblance of safety. The energy projectile roared out of the cannon, disappearing into the distance. Moments later, a blue energy burst rose from the ground, with a powerful shockwave spreading rapidly. People quickly called upon expendable soldiers to shield them, knowing full well that their low-level hero-like resilience was no match for such an explosion. The scene erupted into heated debates, as some wanted to leave but couldn't bear to miss such a rare spectacle. Hu Tianhe and his daughter were dumbfounded. Although Hu Tianhe was aware of Yi Zhiqi's capabilities from their academy days, this display of firepower was astonishing. As for Hu Xing, she hadn't expected Yi Zhiqi to produce a mechanical cannon of this caliber. Meanwhile, in a hidden location, Wu Xing spat out a mouthful of blood. Without the support of several control cards, this shot might have cost him half his life. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he frowned and muttered, "That old man still doesn't trust me." Using such heavy firepower without a heads-up, Wu Xing wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and immediately sent a message to Yi Zhaqi. The weapon's power is too great. I can no longer repair that part of the space. It's taking a heavy toll on me, and I can't hold on much longer. Upon receiving the message, Yi Zhaqi's lips curled into a mocking smile. Didn't you say you could handle it? I haven't even brought out my big guns yet, and you're already struggling? Shut up. Wu Xing snapped. I can maintain it for at most another hour. After that, the environmental card will definitely shatter. It's like a plate empty. It can be fixed, but once it's loaded with food, it can't. Wu Xing was currently hiding in a secret spot within the space. Hearing Yi Zhaqi's reply, she was so infuriated that she was clenching her teeth, her chest heaving. Beside her, Yu covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking as she struggled to suppress her laughter. If Yi Zhaqi had been there in person, Wu Xing would have surely given him a good knock on the head. Taking a deep breath, Wu Xing continued her message. Enough, let's finish them off quickly. If we drag this out, it might attract void beasts. The environmental card can still hold, but your mechanical energy cannon absolutely can't fire a second shot, or the card will explode, and we'll all be done for. Yi Zhaqi realized that Wu Xing's words were no joke. If they fired another shot, they might all end up lost in the void, becoming the first mysterious case of Nantiang City. In that case, I'll have Kong retreat. So, as long as there's no instant large-scale destruction, you can repair it? Yes, you could say that. Yi Zhaqi snapped his fingers, retracting Kong Zhan back to his domain. Since they couldn't fire again, there was no point in keeping it out. The members of the Shang family were dumbfounded. Words like small gadget, not too powerful, and a bit of a pity echoed in their minds, filled with confusion. This power surpassed the Empire's mightiest cannon, Emperor's Wrath. So how could it be not too powerful? Shang family's genius, Shang Fan, stuttered, cold sweat dripping down his face. This is what you call a small gadget, a little cannon. Not too powerful? Not far away, Zhu Guangfu, the Wu family's grand elder, and the Jiang family's elder moved slowly, exchanging glances filled with extreme fear. With such power, let alone Director Wang, even if they were hit, there wouldn't be anything left of them. The Black Warrior mecha sensed their fear, as if discovering a new world. So, you're afraid of energy cannons and this kind of long-range attack? She released her grip, and the Black Thunder energy sword dissipated into small lightning snakes in the air. Then she raised her right arm, aiming her mechanical palm at Zhu Guangfu, massive dark attribute energy rapidly converging. The Black Thunder Dragon in the sky roared thunderously, nearly swallowing all surrounding light sources into the dark attribute energy in her palm. Dark matter. This mecha can manipulate dark matter? The crowd was incredulous. I don't think it's fake. Look at the dark attribute energy ball in her palm. It's almost solid. This mecha not only has long-range capabilities, but is also versatile. If it can fly, that would be even more impressive. But considering it can already manipulate the weather around it, flying shouldn't be a problem. Even without long-range attacks, its combat power is considerable. A mecha that can beat a high-level 1-star lord, and that guy seems to be only a low-level 6-star. Low-level 6-star? Yes, low-level 6-star. Never mind what level Yi Zhaqi is at. She's about to fire. What are you all standing around for? The crowd stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by the shockwave they had just witnessed. The power of that blast was already hard to withstand, and now they faced the imposing Black Warrior mech, its massive frame pulsating with dark and lightning energies far surpassing the threat of the previous attack. Retreat. Everyone, fall back. A voice rang out in panic from the crowd. Are you kidding me? Stand your ground and shield me, someone shouted desperately. Shield you? With what? That last blast was enough to knock us senseless. One shot from that Black Warrior mech could tear a hole in this entire space. Moments ago, the crowd had been sipping tea leisurely, but now they scrambled to retreat. Bai Su, the captain of the 4th Squad of the Empire's 7th Battalion, was paralyzed with shock. The reputation of this sky-splitter general is well-deserved. If they have a few more cannons like this, how could those in the corrupted domain stand a chance against us? Bai Su's heart raced, pounding as if it might leap out of his chest, his excitement akin to a child's. His two confidants beside him could clearly see their leader's exhilaration. If the Empire's battalion could recruit someone like Yi Zhaqi, their strength would soar within a year or two. Once Yi Zhaqi reached that level, not only would he secure a place in the battalion, but he would also be a formidable presence among the Emperor's elite guards. Captain, are you planning to approach him personally? Is that really appropriate? One of his confidants asked. Bai Su shook his head. It's not about being appropriate. After today's events, other Empire battalions and the 9 elite families will all be vying to win him over. If I don't act now, I won't even get close to him. Even at a low 6-star level, his combat abilities surpass most in the battalion. If he ascends to a mid-level lord, who in the basic ranks could stand against him? The two confidants pondered in silence. Even a high-level lord might struggle against him. With such power at a mere low 6-star level, his future potential seemed limitless. He wasn't just the Empire's first mechanical lord with high-level lord combat abilities. More importantly, given the materials, he could create powerful mechanical constructs. A shared image appeared in their minds. A mighty warship hurtling through the vast cosmos, its cannons splitting into 4 branches, a single energy blast effortlessly obliterating a planet in its path. Captain, we have to get this guy into our battalion. With him, all our problems would be solved. Absolutely. If he joins the 7th Battalion, we'll surely make the top 10 in this year's battalion hunting competition. Baisu nodded. I understand how crucial he is. And that Wu family girl too. We must meet all their demands. In a year or two, we'll definitely turn things around. Hong Yong watched the scene unfold, admiration gleaming in her eyes. Kid, even without me, no one can stand in your way. Yi Zhuqi had shown exceptional talent at the academy, and after awakening his mechanical lord abilities, he soared to new heights. Hong Yong, do you like my brother? Let me tell you, my brother. Yi Xiaoli's words were cut off as Hong Yong covered her mouth. Little one, you shouldn't speak carelessly, Hong Yong warned with a sly smile. If you do, I'll take you to a special training place, and trust me, you won't enjoy it. The mischievous smile on Hong Yong's face sent a shiver down Yi Xiaoli's spine. Black warrior, do not use the dark matter cannon, Yi Zhuqi suddenly shouted. The western space is already fracturing, and this environment card only lasts an hour. We need to finish this quickly. The onlookers, who were about to retreat further, paused at his words. The black warrior hesitated momentarily, then understood Yi Zhuqi's directive to swiftly deal with these opponents. Zhu Guangfu and his companions felt their hearts race with urgency. What are you waiting for? Zhu Guangfu shouted frantically. He can't let that machine fire again. Hurry up and capture him. Zhu Guangfu's roar echoed like thunder throughout the arena, instantly jolting Director Shui and the others awake. They suddenly realized Yi Zhuqi had previously warned against letting the Black Warrior mech fire its cannon, which clearly indicated that the internal space of the environment card was already unstable. A smug smile appeared on Director Shui's lips. When the wind is in your favor, be bold. Yi Zhuqi, you've missed your chance. Members of the Jiang family, let's... Before he could finish, snow began to fall from the sky, and a biting cold swept over the entire area. This was far from the ordinary chill of winter. The temperature was unbearably low. Come forth, Frost Howler, Yi Zhuqi summoned. As ice rapidly formed on the ground around him, a figure shorter than Yi Zhuqi suddenly appeared before him, bringing with it a chilling wind that seemed to pierce the soul. Spectators retreated in haste. Although many had already left due to the previous cannon fire, the freezing aura still made them shiver. The central area was especially daunting. Not only did one have to endure the biting wind, but the ground was also covered in treacherous ice. In such an environment, the combat effectiveness of summoned troops from each territory space would be severely limited. Baisu, as a high-ranking 4-star lord, was unaffected by the cold wind. However, his 2 confidants beside him gritted their teeth against the chill. This must be a unique creature from his territory space, Baisu analyzed. Each lord's planet has a chance of hosting indigenous races with special attributes, but few lords manage to tame them. This kid is quite lucky. Just as Baisu was lost in thoughts of Yi Zhuqi's promising future, one of his subordinates reminded him, Captain, with the strength of our 7th Brigade's 4th Squad, we might struggle to compete with other forces to recruit him. These words were like a bucket of cold water, snapping Baisu out of his pleasant daydream. Indeed, Yi Zhuqi was no longer the same. How could they possibly persuade him to join them now? The level of freedom within the regiment was not as high as one might imagine. A top-tier genius like Yi Zhuqi, no, one who has already matured to a considerable extent, naturally possesses a distinctive personality. Particularly Yi Zhuqi, whose prowess is nothing short of monstrous. Even under the current constraints of the environmental cards, the power he has displayed is astonishing. His true limits could only be assessed upon entering the star domain, but for now, his status as a high 2-star combatant is indisputable. Baisu was deep in thought. As his confidant had mentioned, how should he go about recruiting Yi Zhuqi? Through resources? Upon reflection, he realized that he might not even be able to outmatch the families of Nantian City in terms of resources. Moreover, given the strength Yi Zhuqi demonstrated today, there would undoubtedly be a steady stream of people eager to offer him resources. However, there was one thing that others could absolutely not compete with: regenerative resource core cards. These cards are even more precious than standard environmental cards, second only to eternal environmental cards on the planet. This could be a potential breakthrough. Unease stirred in Baisu's heart. This mission was initially just about dealing with the rift below Nantian City, which wasn't considered a major issue. He had even intended to use the opportunity to assess how many people in Nantian City could survive the Void Rift, and then recruit them into the regiment. But Yi Zhuqi's unexpected emergence completely changed the situation. With Yi, all other plans seemed redundant. Recruiting Yi alone would be equivalent to gaining 3 high one-star lords. Even if he could recruit all the talented students from Nantian City into the 7th Regiment, talents need time to grow. Not everyone can experience a qualitative leap like Yi in just a few days. Generally, talents maintain such speed only until they break through to low-level 5 or 6 stars, and slow down upon reaching mid-level lord status. Yet, Yi was already at low-level 6 stars, with combat power far exceeding this tier. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Bai Su mused to himself, if I can recruit him, great. If not, no matter. At the very least, I need to make an introduction and establish a good rapport, or I might not even have the chance to stand beside him in the future. He was acutely aware of the harshness of this world until one reaches High Lord status, without having ventured beyond the planet or participated in large-scale interstellar wars. What is called a Lord's deathmatch is merely child's play. Hong Yong looked ahead with anticipation, knowing that everything was about to conclude. All factions held their breath, refraining from further conversation. Director Shui and others remained in place. Although they had previously called for an attack, everyone halted after Yi summoned the Frost Howler. Some lords were nearly frozen into ice sculptures by the cold. Frost, freeze them to death. Black Warrior, no need to toy with those 3, finish them swiftly, Yi commanded, having lost patience and wanting to bring everything to a close. As soon as he spoke, Zhu Guangfu and the others felt a surge of pressure. Zhu Guangfu had long known that the Black Warrior mech had not exerted its full strength. His combat instincts kicked in immediately without hesitation. He summoned a pawn from his territory and used its back to propel himself backward. The Wu family elder and the Jiang family elder inwardly sneered, believing that as long as the Black Warrior didn't use its cannon, they had nothing to fear. However, their smiles froze in the next instant. The Black Warrior mech's visual module suddenly glowed red, exuding a murderous aura. Caught off guard, the Jiang family elder halted in midair, and most people didn't even see the Black Warrior swing its blade. All they felt was a cold breeze as the Jiang family elder's body was cleaved in two and fell to the ground. This sight struck terror into the hearts of the Wu family elder and Zhu Guangfu, making them tremble uncontrollably. Zhu Guangfu suddenly remembered that his teacher was still watching from the sidelines. He had already disappointed his teacher enough and couldn't afford to die disgracefully. The Wu family elder immediately pulled out several war resource cards, prepared to fight to the death, while summoning all the forces from his domain. Elite troops and cannon fodder filled half the sky. A low-level 6-star lord, managing to drive a high 1-star lord to desperation. Such a scene would be unbelievable if not witnessed firsthand. The Black Warrior paid no heed to the army summoned by the Wu family elder. Another flash of red light streaked across the sky, and the freshly summoned soldiers vanished instantly. The Black Warrior's red lightning sword had pierced the Wu family elder's heart. You. Before the Wu family elder could finish his last words, the tip of the red lightning sword triggered a thunderstorm that obliterated him completely, leaving not a trace behind. The massive explosion from the red thunderstorm sent shockwaves that made the onlookers' hair stand on end. Seeing this, Zhu Guangfu immediately shouted, "High 1-star. All-round enhancement card, activate." Simultaneously, he summoned the elite troops from his territory and activated an all-round enhancement card. The Dark Warrior observed the scene before him with a cold, indifferent gaze. To him, crushing the weak with overwhelming power was nothing extraordinary. However, he noticed that Zhu Guangfu's army, after receiving the enhancement of an advanced 1-star upgrade card, now exuded an aura comparable to that of an advanced 3-star lord. "Don't underestimate me," Zhu Guangfu quickly commanded his troops to form a formation, and the entire unit no longer appeared as fragile as before in the eyes of the Dark Warrior. Interesting, the Dark Warrior thought with a hint of curiosity. Since being created by my lord, no opponent has ever survived a single strike from my sword. This army is decent. It only lost so many troops under a single blow. Nonetheless, his intent to kill Zhu Guangfu remained undiminished. You're nothing but a mechanical creation," Zhu Guangfu said, lacking confidence, as a single sword strike from the Dark Warrior had already cost him a tenth of his army. A few more blows, and his entire force might be wiped out. In fact, this was also due to the Dark Warrior's relatively limited combat experience. In previous battles, a single strike could leave enemies dead or severely injured. The current situation only highlighted his own lack of strength. Indeed, that war fortress is dozens of times more powerful than I am. Even at full strength, I struggle to compete against it. Upon hearing the term war fortress, Zhu Guangfu's expression changed dramatically. He keenly sensed the Dark Warrior's dissatisfaction with Yi, possibly due to resource allocation issues. As a lord, he was well aware of the potential for soldiers within a territory to become disgruntled, or even rebel, due to uneven resource distribution. "If you join my territory," Zhu Guangfu seized the opportunity to persuade, "I will surely provide you with more resources. In my opinion, your potential far exceeds that of the war fortress." He felt smug, believing Yi Zhiqi was too young and had endowed this mech with immense power, along with near-human intelligence. How dare you try to sway me? The dark warrior erupted in anger, and the lightning dragon coursing over his body suddenly became violent, its speed increasing dramatically. The murderous intent was so intense that the audience felt their blood nearly freeze. Dark thunder transformation? The lightning dragon on the dark warrior exploded with a roar, and the clouds in the sky rapidly contracted. All the lightning dragons transformed into currents that surged into his body, forming a pair of black and red lightning wings behind him. His aura instantly soared to a low-level 8-star, and although it was only an 8-star level, no one dared to underestimate it. This power was clearly not comparable to an ordinary low-level 8-star soldier. Zhu Guangfu was utterly stunned. This was the true strength of the Dark Warrior, and he hadn't even been fighting at full capacity earlier. At this moment, he was completely locked in by an overwhelming killing intent, his body frozen except for his eyes, which could barely move. The Dark Warrior swung his sword again, and the power of this strike was far beyond the previous one. Zhu Guangfu's elite army disintegrated like snow in spring, vanishing in an instant. Zhu Guangfu himself lost feeling in half of his body. In his final moments, his life flashed before his eyes like a slideshow. His upbringing under Bai Su's careful guidance, his limited talent forcing him to resort to schemes to acquire resources, even betraying his entire family. To protect him, his foster father Bai Su was demoted from the 2nd captain of the 7th division to the 6th, only to be promoted back to the 4th captain after conquering a planet. As the Dark Warrior transformed into specks of red starlight and vanished, the 3 advanced 1-star combat forces were effortlessly cut down. Yi Zhiqi recalled her, a look of approval in his eyes. Meanwhile, Director Shui was nearly frozen into an ice sculpture, unable to pay any attention to Zhu Guangfu's battle. In this extreme cold, even struggling was exceptionally difficult. A member of the Jiang family was about to take out a card when they turned into an ice sculpture, the card clattering to the ground. The Dark Warrior received that simple glance as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. His power core warmed up slightly with excitement, much like a child thrilled by a rare compliment from their parents. On the battlefield, the silhouette of the Dark Warrior's mech vanished silently. The demise of the 3 high-ranking 1-star lords went largely unnoticed, as they were effortlessly cut down like fragile insects. The headmaster did put up a bit of a fight, managing to withstand an extra blow, a testament to his expertise in swordsmanship. Director Shui struggled to retrieve 2 cards from the Lord's space. Intermediate 4-star, Ice Resistance card, activate. Intermediate 5-star, Life Recovery card, activate. As the cards took effect, the coagulated blood in his veins began to flow again. He chose not to confront Yi Zhiqi's extreme cold directly, but instead decisively turned to flee in another direction. Other members of the Jiang family, not entirely frozen, clung to a glimmer of hope for survival. They pondered that perhaps Yi Zhiqi might spare them, as there was no deep-seated enmity between them. However, their chance of escape was purely due to the extreme cold not being fully awakened, still in a state of hibernating while gathering its icy power. This was Yi Zhiqi's first time deploying the extreme cold in battle. The data on the extreme cold howler read: semi-dormant state, low-level 6-star mech. Durability, 600W 600W. Energy shield, 8000W 8000W. Special abilities: absolute ice, heart of ice, freeze conversion, time-space ice bind, falling ice feathers. Just then, the projection of Skynet appeared beside Yi Zhiqi. Zhang Yunxiao was momentarily taken aback by Skynet's alluring appearance. Sensing her gaze, Skynet promptly changed its projection to a more modest attire. Despite being just a projection, Skynet was quite conscious of its appearance, having noticed that Yi Zhiqi often lingered a bit longer on certain 18-year-old females. As the manager of the Lord's territory, the operator of the War Fortress, the developer, and the calculator, Skynet reassured in a somewhat mechanical tone, "Do not be afraid, you are not our target." The surrounding spectators buzzed with discussion. Some recognized this as a high-level AI, at least level 30, explaining why Yi Zhiqi was unfazed by Zhu Guangfu's AI control card. Others pointed out the limitations of AI control cards, noting they could sometimes be countered by the AI within environment cards. Everyone realized that someone like Yi Zhiqi no longer belonged in Nantian City. He was like a giant whale trapped in a small pond. The city could no longer support his growth. Not far away, the city lord listened to these murmurs with a slightly grim expression. He instructed his attendants to deliberately trip the leaving crowd as a form of reprimand. After issuing his orders, he elegantly produced a piece of fruit, meticulously wiping it with a napkin before slowly savoring it. Yi Zhiqi inquired with Skynet about the state of the extreme cold. Skynet explained that the extreme cold's temperament was extremely volatile, a result of the materials used in its creation. It was formed from the fusion of ice attribute monster corpses and treasures, creating a unique ecosystem. However, the abundance of monster remains led to its unstable nature, prone to beast-like outbursts when enraged. Finally, Skynet suggested, waking her fully is simple. Just have you, my lord. Tell her dinner's ready or time to eat. It must be your voice. Mine won't work. Yijichi's face showed a hint of strangeness upon hearing Skynet's words. These mechas each have their unique characteristics. The Black Warrior mecha is cold and stern yet gentle, merciless to enemies, as evidenced by its intent to torment and kill Zhu Guangfu and others, whereas Jihan is more like a beast. Xiaohan, it's time to eat. Yijichi gently patted Jihan's head. Zhang Yunxiao, standing nearby, was full of surprise. Is she also a mecha? That's right. Yijichi confirmed with a nod. The people around them watched with peculiar expressions. Clearly, this was a living creature. So could it be a half-mechanical life form? Given Yijichi's mechanical expertise, creating such an existence didn't seem impossible. Yet, puzzlingly, there were no visible mechanical features on this creature. By now, the audience was no longer focused on whether Yijichi could defeat his opponent, but rather captivated by the three mechanical creations he displayed: the Black Warrior mecha, the Rift Commander, and the enigmatic Jihan. Suddenly, the howling wind intensified, and the temperature plummeted dramatically. Xue Zhurin's swift movement came to an abrupt halt, his face covered with frost. Other fleeing members of the Jiang family involuntarily slowed down, completely subdued by the unexpected cold. Jihan let out a fierce roar, leaped into the air, and transformed into a streak of electrical projection before vanishing. In the next instant, a colossal mechanical white-winged tiger appeared in the sky, its vast form almost obscuring the heavens, especially with those magnificent white wings. So this is his second mecha. Bai Su clenched his fists. With such power and some combat support, he'll definitely thrive in the regiment. To him, if a genius like Yijichi could join the 7th Regiment, the future would be limitless. Even with Yijichi's unique lordship mode, he didn't even need nurturing after all. The Empire had never seen a mechanical lord before. This was an entirely new field. No matter what, I have to try. If it doesn't work, I'll use my position to give him some advantages. Captain, you can't do this, you already? Bai Su sighed and interrupted. Helping Zhu Guangfu was because of my promise to a comrade. Helping this kid now is for us, for the 7th Regiment. It's a surefire investment, completely different in nature. With that, he vanished from sight. Although Zhu Guangfu had erred and was now deceased, he needed to bring back the body, to finish what he started. Meanwhile, Xue Zhurin was still struggling forward, but his speed had slowed drastically, and he was almost numb from the waist down, with his blood beginning to freeze. Suddenly, a powerful suction from behind rendered him immobile, forcing him to slowly retreat. No, impossible! He turned his head, pupils shrinking. He saw Jihan, now transformed into a massive flying white mechanical tiger, its gaping maw seemingly tearing the sky, an abyss of darkness within. Within moments, Xue Zhurin was swallowed into that black void. After eliminating Xue Zhurin and most of the Jiang family members, a few who hadn't acted survived, including Jiang Yunxiao's parents. Your parents are here. Do you want me to help? Of course, I'll spare their lives, Yijichi asked. Jiang Yunxiao's parents, seeing Jihan devour the likes of Xue Zhurin, panicked and rushed to their daughter. Xiaoyun, I'm your mother. You can't let your husband kill us. Yes, you can't do something so unfilial. Hearing this, veins bulged on Yijichi's forehead, and he immediately retracted Jihan, fearing he might order them crushed in a fit of rage. The decision should be left to Jiang Yunxiao. Jiang Yunming finally snapped back to reality, her face full of shock. She had considered suitors like Shang Fan from Nanqing for her future, but those so-called geniuses were mostly family packaged with mediocre abilities, an insult to the term genius. Yijichi was different aside from his strength. The poise of single-handedly entering the Jiang family, while elegantly dressed in a suit, was impressive. The Jiang family now was but a shadow of its former self. Jiang Yunming surveyed her surroundings, her gaze sweeping over the faces of the younger generation of the Jiang family. In her mind, she calculated that with her abilities, in another 3 or 4 years, the family might very well regain its vitality. Hu Tianhe was enraged upon hearing Jiang Yunxiao's parents' words. As Jiang Yunxiao's close friend, she had long seen through the nature of these parents, but had refrained from speaking out of politeness. Now, gritting her teeth, she was filled with the urge to personally teach this shameless pair a lesson. I'll handle this, Hu Xing interjected with a serious expression, stopping her. As the head of the Hu family who had been navigating the complexities of Nantiang City for over 30 years, he was no stranger to families exploiting their children for personal gain. However, if his own family were to stoop to such tactics, he would rather change his surname. Ridiculous. When you wanted me to sacrifice for the family, you spoke so nobly. Now that all the family's warriors have perished, why don't I see you making any sacrifices? Jiang Yunxiao's previously suppressed anger was completely ignited by her mother's words. They spoke of family honor when selling their daughter for profit, yet talked of personal feelings when it suited them. She trembled all over, her jaw clenched tightly. The onlookers watched coldly, well aware that family matters should not be meddled with lightly. Just then, a cool, sharp female voice broke the tension. Enough! You two are a disgrace to my sight. It was Wu Xing. Her breath was weak, indicating she was injured. Yi Zhachi frowned and asked, I held back the Wu family, so how did you get hurt? Your damn support artillery. Its power rivals half a star-shattering level, and you didn't even give a warning, Wu Xing retorted angrily. If not for the surrounding crowd, she might have slapped Yi Zhachi right then. Wu Xing then turned to Jiang Yunxiao's parents, her eyes filled with murderous intent. She recounted her past, how her parents sacrificed their lives for her and her brother, how her brother's bone marrow was drained, and how she, as a child, could only watch helplessly. People like you are no different from those old fossils of the Wu family, Wu Xing sneered. You must really love Jiang Yunxiao, right? If so, why not die in her place? Yi Zhachi quickly placed a hand on her shoulder. Don't be so rash, this isn't your battle. In the end, Jiang Yunming, as the heir of the Jiang family, stripped these parents of their family status. Afterward, Yi Zhachi took Jiang Yunxiao back to the Hu family, and the others gradually dispersed. Bai Su was eager to visit Yi Zhachi but dared not approach directly, instead following from a distance, quietly plotting his next move. On the 59th floor of the South Lake Pavilion, the grand banquet hall was now left with only the city lord. An attendant entered, pushing a long line of food carts, from which the aroma of steaming delicacies wafted through the air. Ladies and gentlemen, your meal is ready, the attendant began, only to realize the hall was empty except for the city lord. The city lord chuckled nonchalantly. It's raining outside, so everyone went home to bring in their laundry. But that's fine. I've been craving the cuisine from South Lake Pavilion for a long time. Truth be told, his salary as city lord was not among the highest in the empire. The positions that earned the best pay were those that could gain merit in the core, while his annual duties mainly involved reporting the number of geniuses to his superiors. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, the city lord thought to himself, this is the top-tier cuisine of the 59th floor of the South Lake Pavilion, and every dish is so aromatic it could haunt one's dreams. Today, I'm going to enjoy it all by myself. The attendant sighed in relief, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. City lord, you have a busy schedule. Everyone, reset the tables. Prepare them for a grand banquet. After indulging in the feast, the city lord wiped his mouth, still savoring the flavors, as expected from the first-class restaurant in South Sky City. The taste truly lives up to its reputation. It's getting late, I should head back. Just then, the attendant seemed to appear out of nowhere, holding a bill. City lord, here's the bill. Miss Wu said she would cover it, but she specifically instructed that the diner should pay. As a courtesy to you being the city lord, we've applied a 20% discount. The air grew tense. The city lord's smile froze on his face, as if captured in a painting. After a long pause, he took a deep breath, forcing a smile. Please, fetch your boss for me. Apologies, the boss is away on business in South River City. I'm his brother, currently managing here. The attendant replied. Would you like to order more dishes, or take some home? But I must remind you, our dishes spoil once they leave the premises. The city lord's expression stiffened, awkwardly eyeing the attendant. Have everyone else leave. I have something to discuss. The attendant misunderstood, thinking the city lord wanted more dishes, or to take some away, and immediately instructed, everyone else, return to your tasks. The 59th floor is closed for today. Kitchen, prepare. The city lord quickly blinked, trying to signal otherwise, but the attendant interpreted it as a request for 300 more dishes, leaving the city lord even more embarrassed. Meanwhile, in the Tiger family hall, the elder, Hu Yong'an, was pacing back and forth. According to the plan, Hu Xing and Hu Tianhe were supposed to have already left South Sky City, but they had not yet returned. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Hu Xing, Hu Tianhe, Yi Zhachi, and Jiang Yunxiao entered together. Hu Tianhe easily leaped onto the sofa, smiling, grandfather. Today's events unfolded beyond your wildest expectations. At the same time, within the Lord's Guild, several young family representatives from South River City were engaged in discussions. Their trip aimed not only to vie for spots in the underground rift of South Sky City, but also to suppress the local families. Someone brought news. Today was the wedding day for the Wu and Jiang families, but due to the appearance of a genius, the ceremony ended prematurely. Both families have now changed patriarchs. You mean all the families in South Sky City attended the wedding? Someone asked, displeased. The informant added, more importantly, that genius used mechanical constructs to kill most members of the Wu and Jiang families, and he himself is a mechanical lord. At this revelation, everyone exchanged glances, falling into a contemplative silence. In an instant, 30 seconds had passed. The young members of the guild were murmuring among themselves. scoffing at the terms mechanical lord and genius. A mechanical lord can't even establish a territory, one young man exclaimed indignantly. The materials they require are bizarre, some of which can't even be found in the comprehensive material guide. Without a territory, there's no room for development, no combat power. What does that have to do with being a genius? This isn't a marriage alliance at all, another chimed in. They're just brushing us off, trying to intimidate us before the Rift quota competition. The underground rift in Nantion City was rich in blueprints, but there were only 60 slots available, and the families from both cities had to compete for them. Since the other side had made the first move, they couldn't afford to back down. These young people were the elite talents from the prominent families of Nanha City, all brimming with youthful vigor. Historically, there had always been disputes between the families of Nanha City and Nantion City, but both sides understood that the difference in strength was negligible. The real distinction lay in town resources. Nanha City lacked premium facilities like the Nanpool Pavilion and had no underground dimensional rift, making it less resourceful and smaller than Nantion City. Yet, despite this, they managed to hold their own in the triennial competitions and had even claimed the top prize in recent years. Knowing they were on par with the families of Nantion City, but still being treated with such disregard, naturally fueled their anger. The messenger merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. Some truths, even if spoken, might not be believed. At that moment, Hu Tianhe was excitedly recounting the scene to Hu Yonghe. Grandfather, that Zhu Guangfu truly lives up to his name as the dean of Qingting Academy. He withstood 2 strikes before falling. Mind you, the grand elders of the Wu and Jiang families couldn't even withstand one. The short-statured Hu Tianhe spoke animatedly while leaning on Jiang Yunxiao. Meanwhile, Yi Zhaqi and Hu Xing sat quietly nearby, saying nothing. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a servant hurried in. Master Hu, Captain Baisu of the Imperial Corps wishes to visit Lord Yi. The servant cautiously chose his words. Yi Zhaqi, after all, had single-handedly vanquished 3 high-ranking lords, a feat that struck fear into many. Baisu? Zhu Guangfu's mentor? Yi Zhaqi's expression turned cold, a murderous glint in his eyes. So, after dealing with the juniors, now comes the senior? Perfect, I'll take care of him too. Hu Yong'an chuckled, trying to calm him. Young Yi, there's no need to show hostility. If he had any issues with you, he wouldn't have come personally. I suspect he's here to invite you to join the Imperial Corps. Hu Yong'an was inwardly shocked, only now truly sensing the chilling aura of terror emanating from Yi Zhaqi. Upon being granted permission, Baisu entered. He was a man of strong build with a resolute face, his eyes alight with excitement, exuding the authority and aura of a formidable presence. Sensing Yi Zhaqi's skepticism, he spoke directly. I understand it seems odd that despite you killing my student, I bear no animosity towards you. Everyone else remained silent as Baisu continued. Zhu Guangfu was the son of a comrade who once saved my life and entrusted his son to me before he passed. Unfortunately, my duties with the Corps kept me away, and I failed to guide him properly, letting his temperament become extreme, leading to many mistakes. Now, this matter is resolved. He paused. I believe a talent like yours shouldn't be confined to Nantion City. The Corps, for instance, would suit you perfectly. I'm willing to offer you my utmost support. This declaration caused Hu Xing and Hu Yong'an's expressions to change instantly. Support from a captain of the Imperial Corps was not a casual promise but a commitment of significant weight. The support from the Imperial Division's leader comes with a significant advantage. It boosts the division's reputation enormously. While this influence might not be obvious day to day, it proves incredibly useful during elections or when exchanging resources. Moreover, there are numerous hidden benefits that might reveal their worth at crucial moments. As Yi Zhaqi listened, he furrowed his brow. Support? What does this so-called support actually bring? Is it just moral support? He thought sarcastically to himself. People in this world sure are skillful, handing out empty promises like they're nothing. Have they all mastered the art of getting something for nothing? Baishu, observing Yi Zhaqi's reaction, spoke sincerely. Even if it means a demotion, I will fully support you. As long as you can lend the 7th Division a hand in the future, I'll be satisfied. He couldn't help but reminisce about the past, recalling how he had hoped to mold Zhu Guangfu into his pride. Yet due to neglect during his early years, Zhu Guangfu's character became hard to change. Now, with Yi Zhaqi, he saw new hope. Unlike Zhu Guangfu, this young man stood out purely through his talent and strength. However, these words triggered memories from Yi Zhaqi's previous life. Little Yi, you must work hard. I have high hopes for you. You're a top student, so don't worry too much about the salary. The sudden recollection left him with a stiff expression. Noticing Yi Zhaqi's indifferent response, Baishu was momentarily at a loss for words. Even with Zhu Guangfu, the son of his comrade, he had never spoken so candidly. In the division, securing the support of 3 team leaders, combined with personal abilities and achievements, could directly position one to compete for the division leader role. So, After all this talk, you want me to join the division? Besides your moral support, what tangible benefits are there? Yi asked with a smirk, feeling somewhat disdainful of the leader's approach. Baishu quickly clarified, it's not just that. There are many rare resources within the division that can be exchanged for battle merits. I can offer you more channels and preferential prices, like environment cards for machinery. As long as you show enough talent, the division will provide substantial resource support. Yi casually cleaned his ear. He had little interest in joining the Imperial Division. After all, joining meant following orders and rules, and he hadn't traveled to this world to be constrained again. I'm not worried about resources. I have several ways to obtain them, Yi revealed. For him, any material could be utilized. It was just a matter of quantity. He already had several units of the relatively low requirement Rift Commander. Moreover, with his current mechs and artillery, attempting an intermediate 9-star environment card wasn't difficult. Everyone present had witnessed his prowess firsthand. 3 high-level, 1-star lords were powerless against his Black Knight mech, and that was without the mech going all out. If it had, those lords wouldn't have lasted 3 strikes. Considering Yi was only a low-level 6-star lord, his capabilities left them in awe. Yi turned his gaze towards Hu Tianhe. If your division is so in need of talent, this little guy here is quite decent. Her abilities are up to par, and should fit well with your division. Hu Tianhe, who had been lounging lazily, immediately sat up straight upon feeling everyone's eyes on her. Hearing the term little guy, her cheeks puffed in anger, resembling an irate squirrel, as she glared at Yi with a look that could kill. Baishu was taken aback at first, but then a realization dawned on him. He no longer insisted on recruiting Yi into the division, but instead hoped to establish a connection with this promising young man. Hu Xing then chimed in, Little? Just call me Little Yi. I'm about the same age as the little one, Yi interjected with a smile. Despite being on their turf, he never forgot this camaraderie. Hu Tianhe's expression grew more irate, and if looks could kill, Yi would have perished 100 times over. I think you should visit the division. The 7th Division's headquarters is way better than Nanqing, Hu Xing suggested thoughtfully, piquing Yi curiosity. Apart from the underground rift, Nanqing didn't have much to offer. The turret and construction blueprints from the rift seemed insignificant to someone like Yi, who possessed formidable mechanical manufacturing skills. It's undeniable that a friend's words often hold a special persuasive power. Hu Xing's remarks significantly eased the resistance in Yi heart. Bai Su's eyes immediately brightened, looking at Hu Xing with admiration. Wow, no wonder you're part of the Hu family's management. You have such foresight. I really respect that. Our division has a lot of precious materials, especially those high-grade mechanical materials that are rare on the market. Even if you go to the Lord's Guild, you might not find them. Plus, with my help, anything you want to purchase with battle merits will be prioritized. In the 7th Division, my word counts. A faint smile appeared on Hu Yong'an's face, though it seemed a bit forced. Seeing this, Hu Xing and Hu Tianhe's expressions became tense. They were well aware of the deteriorating state of the elder's health and uncertain how much longer he could hold on. Yi keenly sensed something was amiss with Hu Yong'an. With the powerful physique shared by the Black Knight mecha and the keen perception brought by extreme cold, he could detect the weakness or health of a being. Additionally, the rapid scanning capability of Skynet was unparalleled. Ha ha ha, kid. What could be wrong with me? I just feel I'm getting a bit old. Hu Yong'an laughed heartily, though his tone hinted at a reluctance to trouble others. Yi didn't press further and directly instructed Skynet to perform a scan. Soon, the results revealed that Hu Yong'an was on the brink of death, afflicted with a dark attribute curse of intensity 3000. There were 2 solutions. Either use the Black Knight's dark attribute energy to shatter the curse, at the cost of Hu Yong'an losing most of his strength, or use light attribute purification energy to cleanse his body. Old man, don't stand on ceremony. I haven't even paid rent yet. I've been living with the Hu family for so long. You could have told me about the curse, Yi said with a smile, though his heart was heavy. Had he not discovered this in time, he would never forgive himself if the elder passed away. Everyone present was shocked at his words, with Hu Xing's eyes widening in disbelief, unsure how Yi had discerned this. After some discussion, Bai Su excitedly confirmed that the division indeed had purification cards available. Yi silently calculated the time, having Skynet assess Hu Yong'an's condition. Skynet's analysis showed the elder could hold on for another 19 days, but it suggested that the Black Knight could inject dark attribute energy. Though it would cause temporary pain, it could extend his life by 6 months. If Hu Yong'an could fully harness this dark attribute power, there was even a 24 chance of completely eliminating the curse. The 24 success rate stirred something in Bai Su's heart. It seemed inevitable that he would embark on the journey to the division. Although Nantian City had attempted to search for purification cards, such rare items were always elusive in the Empire. Even when they did appear, they were often hard to sell at a good price due to the limited number of users. Bai Su was filled with excitement. The great master had finally agreed to return with him to the division, and this year's new recruit competition was sure to cause quite a stir. Yijachi opened his palm, and a sphere of dark energy gathered in it. Old master, this is my gift to you. This energy can help you resist the curse for up to 6 months. If you can master it during this time, it will be greatly beneficial to you. With that, the energy flew towards Hu Yong'an. Hu Yong'an didn't dodge or evade. Firstly, he had complete trust in Yijachi, and secondly, he didn't sense anything amiss from him. As the dark energy entered his body, Hu Tianhe and Hu Xing watched their father's transformation intently. Hu Yong'an felt a lightness throughout his body, as if the curse within him had vanished. He knew well enough that the curse hadn't disappeared. It was merely dormant for the time being. The dark energy acted like a patrolling officer, moving through his body. This is really something. I feel much better, Hu Yong'an said with a smile, though internally he was in shock. After all, he had tried countless methods to deal with the curse, none of which had been able to prevent it from worsening to an almost unbearable degree. Yijachi explained, this dark energy should keep the curse at bay for over 6 months. Everyone noticed that Hu Yong'an's aura had indeed improved significantly, as if he had recovered from an illness. Old master, if the Hu family ever needs anything, just say the word. Your concerns are my concerns, Yijachi assured before turning to Baisu. I've heard of you, Baisu, right? How about we set off tomorrow? Baisu nodded eagerly, his heart brimming with joy. Yijachi's abilities far surpassed those of ordinary talents. As a low-level lord, he could easily defeat a high-level 1-star lord, a feat unheard of. Baisu left the Hu family in high spirits, confident this year's new recruit competition would be spectacular. Although Yijachi had agreed so readily, which seemed a bit suspicious, the journey to the division was imperative. As night fell, rumors about Yijachi began to spread. Many people were skeptical about his alleged feats of single-handedly defeating 2 major families and killing the academy's headmaster, Zhu Guangfu. Especially being a graduate of Qingting Academy, a low-level lord defeating a high-level one seemed like a fantasy to many. However, the facts were undeniable. Zhu Guangfu was indeed dead. The Wu family had a new head who was a card master, and although the Jiang family's power had waned, under Jiang Mingyun's leadership, they retained nearly 40 of their holdings, a remarkable achievement for a woman. That night, Jiang Yunxiao nestled against Yijachi, playfully saying, you should go to the division. I'll stay here with the Hu family. Hu Tianhe watched with jealousy, relieved that this scene wasn't unfolding at the dinner table, where it would have surely spoiled her appetite. Yijachi replied, I must visit the division, whether it's for that higher-level lord or the old master's illness. Either reason is enough to compel me. Hu Tianhe rolled her eyes dramatically. Yijachi chuckled, then glanced at Jiang Yunxiao. Understanding his intentions, she got up to lock the door, making Hu Tianhe blush and her heart race. Desire flickered in Yijachi's eyes, causing Hu Tianhe to swallow nervously. As Jiang Yunxiao approached, Yijachi playfully pushed her onto the bed, laughing, you know, I really do like burgers. Burgers? The two women were momentarily confused, then quickly caught on to his meaning. Sunlight streamed through the window as Yijachi rubbed his eyes, feeling a slight ache in his back. Hu Tianhe was still nestled against him, while Jiang Yunxiao slept quietly beside them. Noticing the few spots of blood on the sheets, Yijachi gently moved Hu Tianhe aside, his gaze lingering on both of them. Since arriving in this world, such bonds had given him an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Meanwhile, in Yijachi's lordship space, the black warrior mecha sat cross-legged. She had transformed into her humanoid form, radiating heat, with lightning dragons infused with fire attributes swirling around her. Although her mechanical form allowed her to utilize her full strength, there was no need to maintain that state in the lordship space. When will I receive such a reward? The black warrior murmured to herself. Suddenly, a stream of data flickered nearby, and the projection of Skynet appeared. Stop daydreaming, unless you come up with a plan. The Lord won't be able to experience that kind of thing anytime soon. What kind of plan? She asked. With a wave of its hand, Skynet conjured several data-constructed books in front of the black warrior. The Law of Attraction, How to Attract Male Beings, and 3 Steps to Make a Man Fall in Love with Me. The black warrior widened her eyes, but diligently began flipping through the books. In the Hu family living room, Yijachi, along with the Hu family father and son, and Baisu, had finished breakfast. Yijachi felt a clarity and vitality he had never experienced before, not even in his previous life. Ready to set off? Baisu asked. Yijachi replied candidly, I'm not planning to fully join the division. I just want to observe and exchange that card. He was still thinking of his 2 wives at home, and didn't want to be unable to visit them frequently by joining the division. Baisu explained, it's best if you join that way, you can exchange for division resources. But don't worry about your freedom. In the division, it's all about strength and achievements. As long as you're strong enough, no one will bother you. Hearing this, Yijachi was a bit surprised. It seems the division's rules aren't what I expected. Haha, those rules are for the weak. The strong have their own privileges. Hu Yong'an, bare-chested, seemed to have regained his vigor from a few years ago. Good lad. I'm waiting for your good news. Don't worry, old man. I'll sort out the achievements in a week or two, Yi Zhachi said confidently. Hu Xing took out a pile of resource cards. These are from the banquet, gifts from various families. Yi Zhachi casually took 3 cards and placed them in his lordship's space, leaving the rest for the Hu family. Although the number of resource cards was considerable, there weren't many of higher tiers. For Yi Zhachi, who possessed the creator's talent, having materials was all that mattered. Watching Yi Zhachi's actions, Hu Xing couldn't help but admire the young man. In Nantian City, he had seen many geniuses, some humble, others arrogant. But the latter often didn't last long before reality taught them a lesson. Yi Zhachi turned his head to look upstairs, noticing that the 2 people were already awake. He then shifted his gaze to Bai Su and said in an assertive tone, "Captain Bai, wait for me a moment." Although Bai Su wasn't sure what Yi Zhachi had in mind, he nodded in agreement to avoid disrupting his plan to convince Yi Zhachi to join the division. All right, sure. With a nod from Bai Su, Yi Zhachi headed straight upstairs. Considering he had been with them just the previous night, it would be inappropriate to leave without a word this morning. Bai Su then turned his attention to Hu Yong'an, explaining, "What he gave you is quite remarkable. As long as you can harness its power, you'll be fine for a year. If you manage well, you might even absorb the dark attribute curse within you." Bai Su observed Hu Yong'an closely. The young man's basic strength was decent, but his body had been corroded by the dark attribute curse for a long time. In Bai Su's estimation, it would take Hu Yong'an at least a month to begin controlling these dark energies. "Yeah, but I'm afraid I might not be able to fully control it," Hu Yong'an admitted candidly to Bai Su, fully aware of his own physical limitations. Bai Su took a badge from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Actually, you needn't worry. With him around, you should be fine. This badge carries some of my influence. If you encounter trouble when he's not around, you can take it to the city lord of Nantian City." The city lord? Hu Xing and Hu Yong'an exchanged puzzled looks. Bai Su noticed their reaction. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." They both shook their heads. Bai Su continued, "That city lord may seem frivolous, but he's reached that level. If not for certain events back then, he would probably be a division commander by now." A hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. People in the division are decent enough, but the merchant guilds, financial groups, churches, and space pirate gangs, most of them aren't trustworthy. That level? Has he surpassed the advanced lord level? Hu Xing was astonished. In his memory, the city lord seemed ordinary and miserly, and his strength was said to be merely at the advanced lord level. Bai Su's words indicated that the city lord had an extraordinary background. At that moment, Yi Zhachi gently pushed open the door. Hu Tianhe and Jiang Yunxiao, who were about to get up, quickly pretended to be asleep. Seeing this, Yi Zhachi chuckled and reached out to both of them. Within moments, the 2 women blushed and woke up, only to feel a sharp pain throughout their bodies when they tried to move. "Take it easy and rest. Jiang Yunxiao doesn't need to get married today," Yi Zhachi teased, earning a playful glare from Jiang Yunxiao. "I'm leaving." Yi Zhachi's words instantly froze the happiness on their faces. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." After a moment of tenderness, Yi Zhachi headed downstairs. Bai Su perked up as soon as he saw Yi Zhachi come out. Although Yi Zhachi had only been upstairs for a few minutes, it felt like an eternity to Bai Su. He quickly pulled out a teleportation card, placing a hand on Yi Zhachi's shoulder. "You're back. Great. This is a teleportation card. We'll use the division's special channel directly. My 2 trusted aides have already returned to the division. You don't have anything to pack, do you?" Yi Zhachi sighed inwardly, acknowledging Bai Su's eagerness as a testament to his status as an advanced lord and a division captain. People like Zhu Guangfu couldn't compare. With a raised eyebrow, he smiled. "No. Do we need to pack anything?" He could sense Bai Su's urgent desire to take him to the division, fearing he might change his mind. A flash of light swept across the room, and in an instant, Yi Zhachi and Bai Su vanished from sight. Hu Yong'an collapsed onto the sofa, his face beaming with an uncontainable joy. As someone in the twilight of his life, witnessing his family take their first steps towards the universe filled him with an indescribable excitement. Standing nearby, Hu Xing observed the unmistakable smile on his father's face. 2 months, perhaps, he murmured softly. "Haha, 2 months? Impossible. I say it will take no more than a month," Hu Yong'an replied earnestly. Hu Xing was taken aback. Although he had never been to the Corps, he knew that new recruits had to undergo assignment and trials, which would take at least a month and a half. Saying 2 months was already an optimistic estimate. Realistically, it would take at least 3. Seeing the confusion on his son's face, Hu Yong'an's smile widened. "Oh, Huer. Even you can be a bit muddled sometimes." Hu Xing was not convinced. He had meticulously calculated his conclusion. "Have you forgotten the special treatment for geniuses?" Hu Yong'an explained. As the 4th captain of the 7th Corps, Baisu has considerable influence. Moreover, the position of deputy commander is still vacant. Do you think Baisu would let Yijachi waste time on basic training with his talent and strength? That boy may be polite to us, but deep down he's quite proud. Hu Yong'an continued, a low-level lord able to defeat a high-level lord, this is unprecedented in the Empire's history. Do you know what it means if this news gets out? Hu Xing suddenly understood. Indeed, given Yijichi's status and strength, organizations like the church, trade associations, and financial groups would rush to provide him with purification cards. Especially the church, which has ample reserves of these meditation tools. Don't slack off. Hu Yong'an gently patted his son's head. Ever since he arrived, you've been neglecting the Hu family affairs. Hu Xing nodded, acknowledging the truth, recalling how casual he had been when he previously met the Imperial Captain Baisu. Meanwhile, Yijichi was following Baisu to the Imperial Corps' teleportation hub. The place was vast, about half the size of Nantian City, and was exclusively for Corps members. Many had also set up shops here to trade using battle merits. Remember, don't try to buy battle merits with star sources, Baisu advised. Doing so will directly decrease their purchasing power by 80%. This has cost lives before. As Yijichi listened to the explanation, he surveyed the area, which was 4 or 5 times larger than Qingting Academy. Where is this? Why isn't it marked on the Imperial map? This was carved out in the void, Baisu explained. Once you reach the High Lord level, you'll understand. He relished finding a topic that could stump this young prodigy. As they spoke, a middle-aged man with a stubbly face emerged from the teleportation gate, accompanied by a dozen young people. Hey, isn't this by Ironhead? The man teased. You've really gone downhill in just a few days, haven't you? Baisu's face darkened, and he whispered to Yijichi, that's a friend of mine, though I can't stand him. Yijichi merely responded with a nonchalant hum, which left the middle-aged man feeling slightly embarrassed. Damn it, by Ironhead. I'll remember this, the man said as he approached. Only recruiting one this year? Is Nantian City out of geniuses? Want me to bring your useless kid along too? Despite the taunts, Yijichi could sense that the two shared a good rapport. That ungrateful kid, he was beaten to death just the other day, Baisu said with a nonchalant tone, as if discussing the weather. His words rendered the middle-aged man silent immediately. He scratched his neck, frowning. Let's pretend I didn't say anything. But we need to find out who did it. The boy might not have been great, but we should at least know what happened. Unless he provoked someone first. Before he could finish, a fierce, threatening aura suddenly erupted, like a beast awakening from slumber. Yijichi sensed this energy right away, which caught the middle-aged man's attention too. This young man is something else. His perception is incredibly sharp. He must be a prodigy, the middle-aged man thought to himself. I wonder about his combat skills. What rank is he? I've heard the 5th squad has a mid-level 4-star genius. Are these the only geniuses this year? He gathered his thoughts and shifted his gaze back to Baisu. The kid brought it upon himself. I watched him die with my own eyes, Baisu stated. Thanks for your concern, Li Pighead. If it weren't for those last 3 words, we'd still be friends, the middle-aged man retorted with a smirk. But that kid was a high-ranking lord. How could he die so easily? It happened in the city, not out in space or the rifts. Did you, his godfather, do the deed yourself? Yijichi noticed the recent graduates behind the middle-aged man, their faces showing a familiar acceptance of his talkativeness. Didn't see that coming, did you? Baisu pointed to Yijichi beside him. He's the one who did it. Even with 2 high-level 1-star lords involved, none could withstand him. Everyone present was stunned by this revelation. The young people behind the middle-aged man stared at Yijichi, eager to see what was so extraordinary about someone capable of taking down a high-ranking lord. The story unfolds further, detailing Baisu's intention to take Yijichi directly to the competition, and the ensuing conversations and confrontations at the number 3 training ground of the 4th team of the 7th Division. Throughout the process, the attitudes and stances of various characters are fully displayed, setting the stage for the upcoming showdown. Baisu, with an air of arrogance, casually summoned 2 chairs from the Lord's space. He took a seat in one, and clearly intended the other for Li Wansheng. This guy is too weak. You might as well let everyone go at him at once. Or you can join in if you like, Baisu said to Li Wansheng, his expression unusually serious. Li Wansheng glanced back at the group of young people behind him. These were all academy prodigies from other cities, now being treated as mere extras, and their expressions naturally soured. Baisu, are you sure? Stop wasting time and come sit. Let's discuss the wager. All right then, just make sure you don't kill anyone, Li Wansheng instructed before flashing over to sit beside Baisu. A few young men slowly approached Yijichi. All of us against you? That's right, Yijichi replied with a smile. This is a bet between our 2 captains. If you don't want to get hurt, now's your chance to surrender. With your low-level 6-star power, you must have gotten in through the back door. One young man scoffed. Not really. You can attempt to join the Corps at low-level 5-star, but you need to pass a test, Izachi explained. I'm here to earn some battle merits, exchange for what I want, and then probably leave. Who isn't here for the resources? Another young man said, waving his hand to summon 100 cavalry soldiers. They were clad in specialized armor, wielding battle axes or wind elemental greatbows. This is my holy cavalry corps, equipped with meticulously crafted gear. What about yours? Izachi glanced at the troop, thinking they were no match for the dwarven puppets from the Dead City. After all, those puppets started at mid-level 7-star, while this guy was just low-level 8-star. Is that all? Izuchi remarked indifferently. What do you mean, is that all? I have 100 elite soldiers. The young man frowned, clearly displeased with Izuchi's dismissive attitude. I don't need them to fight. I can handle this alone, Izuchi stated. Come out, Black Knight. At that moment, Black Knight was in the Lord's space, engrossed in a book given by the Sky King. Upon hearing the summon, he jumped up, and a bolt of black lightning flashed, reducing the book to dust. Black Knight stood there, momentarily stunned, grasping at the air. Izuchi waited for a response, but seeing none, the young man across grew impatient. What's going on? Where's your soldier? What kind of creature is this Black Knight? How many do you have? Just then, Skynet's projection appeared beside Black Knight. Stop daydreaming. The Lord is calling you. A few books are nothing. I'll get you more later. Right now, someone is disrespecting the Lord, and that's the priority. Simultaneously, she set up a transfer network on Izuchi as a precaution. Black Knight snapped back to reality, seething with anger. As Izuchi was about to probe the Lord's space, Skynet informed him that Black Knight was already in combat mode. Suddenly, a massive rift opened behind Izuchi, and a colossal blackened mechanical arm, stretching 400 meters, emerged. This behemoth instinctively drove the cavalry corps to retreat, and the young man stood frozen. Holy crap, what is that thing? Li Wensheng, who had been casually chatting with Baishu, leaped up in fright at the sight. Li Wensheng widened his eyes, scrutinizing everything before him. As a high-ranking lord, he could clearly sense that the owner of the mechanical arm only had a low-level 6-star strength. Ordinarily, such an opponent wouldn't even warrant his attention, but the dangerous aura emanating from that mechanical arm made his hair stand on end. What shocked him even more was that this mechanical creation seemed to be exhibiting anger. Machines can get angry? Li Wensheng's eyes were as wide as saucers as he quickly turned his gaze to Baisu. At that moment, Baisu appeared calm and nonchalant, saying leisurely, "Calm down, come, sit down and talk. As an imperial captain, how can you be so agitated? Shaoli, you need to learn from me." Although his tone was composed, the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth betrayed his inner satisfaction. Anyone Baisu, bring back is naturally exceptional. You have brought back so many so-called geniuses, but can any of them defeat Izuchi? What the heck? Li Wensheng exclaimed, spitting as he spoke, some of it landing on Baisu's face. You're still pretending. Tell me, where did you find this monster? Baisu calmly wiped his face and then said, let's continue discussing the bet. Since we've started gambling, there should be stakes. In this situation, what is there to bet on? This kid probably has the combat power of a mid-level 5 or 6-star. Li Wensheng suddenly paused. Wait, are you saying this kid killed Zhu Guangfu? Zhu Guangfu was a high-level 1-star lord. Could a low-level 6-star lord really kill him? That would be quite the joke. Li Wensheng quickly shifted his gaze to Izuchi. He saw the Black Knight mech leap out from a spatial rift, its massive mechanical body towering 1,000 meters high, even blocking out the sunlight where they stood. Li Wensheng swallowed hard. If a high-ranking lord brought out something like this, it would be understandable, but the opponent was just a low-level lord. That's right, Baisu said smugly, and this kid has 2 of them. One is a support-type cannon, and the other can morph between a biological and mechanical form, with a body just as large. As for the cannon, you might not believe it even if I told you, but you'll find out soon enough. Now, about our bet. Bet? No way, I almost got tricked by you, Li Wensheng said, agitated. No matter what, Izuchi was now part of the 7th Division. Who would have thought that the Empire's weakest corps would have such a genius appear? Baisu became serious. I intend to support this kid. You've seen the state of the division. Someone needs to take charge. Li Wensheng wanted to argue, but the words caught in his throat as he suddenly understood. Izuchi had just graduated and was at the peak of his lordship power. Generally, advancing a domain within 10 years of graduation was normal, mainly depending on the domain's level. However, after 10 years, the domain core's self-assessment not only considered the domain space's level, but also the strength of the internal troops. More importantly, if the lord reached a mid-level, they were likely to attract the attention of void beasts. Are you confident? Li Wensheng frowned. Even if we support him, he'll need to conquer a planet. That's just based on his current low-level lord status. If he becomes a mid-level lord, without the battle merits of 3 planets, our support won't be enough. Looking at the enormous Black Knight mech, Li Wanqing realized that all the talk of the 5th Division's geniuses, mid-level 4-star or 5-star lords, even 8-star ones, paled in comparison to this. I understand that, Bai Su mused, but you could try sparring with this kid. I haven't seen him go all out yet. What are you doing? Bai Su noticed Li Wanqing holding a palm-sized device. Can't you tell? With a monster like this, we can't hold the rookie contest by the old rules. To change it, we'll have to convince others. They might not be willing to see it in person, so I'll record everything with this device. Good point, that should convince them. But how do you plan to conduct this year's rookie contest? This kid doesn't even seem interested in joining the division. He hates being controlled. If it weren't for his sense of loyalty, I might not have been able to bring him here at all. Bai Su recalled the difficulty of recruiting Yi Zhachi. Even now, he felt Yi Zhachi was only here for that purification card and to witness the level of high-ranking lords. Once those two things were accomplished, the division might never see him again. Geniuses tend to have a bit of an ego, which is normal, Li Wanqing said, so from now on, he definitely can't go through some standard boot camp. With his level of talent, he should go straight to the cosmic battlefield. Cosmic battlefield? The term left Bai Su momentarily stunned as he glanced at Li Wanqing with a slightly dazed expression. I haven't even figured out how this kid should develop, and you've already set the course? Bai Su said, a hint of helplessness in his voice. By this time, the recorder was fully set up, and Li Wanqing, without further ado, took a seat. Don't look at me like that, Li Wanqing explained. Given his current strength, where else should he go but the cosmic battlefield? While he's there, you can accompany him, and I'll work on convincing the others. Besides, the area we're responsible for is teeming with pirate groups and space stations. Those pirates are endless. It's the perfect place for him to hone his skills. Bai Su nodded, conceding that Li Wanqing's plan was indeed thorough. He knew Li Wanqing well, though often flippant, he was always dependable in critical moments, just like now. All right, it's settled then. You handle convincing the others, and I'll take the kid out for some action. Bai Su felt a surge of anticipation, curious to see how others would react to Yi Zhaqi's capabilities. At this moment, the Black Warrior stood menacingly behind Yi Zhaqi, poised to enter its shadow form and take down the opponents one by one. The group of young people who had been boasting in front of Yi Zhaqi now stared wide-eyed, some even rubbing their eyes to make sure they weren't dreaming. Yi Zhaqi exuded the aura of a low-level 6-star, yet the massive mechanical construct and the overwhelming killing intent left everyone questioning. Is this truly just low-level 6-star strength? Handling this alone might be a bit much for you, Yi Zhaqi said casually. Feel free to call on others, so I can see the level of your abilities. Hearing this, the Black Warrior grew excited, black and red thunder dragons coursing over its form. As the transformation activated, the sky filled with ominous clouds, and the black-red thunder dragons roared within them. The hellish scene was enough to make several young people collapse in fear. Would you like me to continue rewriting the subsequent sections in the same style? I don't have anything like an out-of-control AI environment card, Li Wanqing said with a hint of amusement in his eyes. But the division's resource exchange does have something similar. After the rookie competition, you should be able to earn at least 10,000 battle merits, which is enough to exchange for an intermediate card. As for how many stars it will be, that's uncertain. The more Li Wanqing looked at Yi Zhaqi, the more he liked him. If nurtured well, Yi might just be the solution to many of the 7th Division's current issues, possibly even making them non-issues altogether. Does the division really have such things? Is 10,000 battle merits enough for a purification card? Yi Zhaqi hadn't forgotten his main reason for joining the division. Yes, purification cards are available. High-level ones cost 10,000 merits, Li Wanqing replied, his eyes lighting up. I didn't realize you might be a believer. These cards are mostly used by believers for meditation, or by those under a curse for purification. But within the Empire, people who dabble in curses are as rare as exotic animals, so an intermediate purification card is usually sufficient. This guy isn't a believer, it's for his grandfather, Bai Su explained. Intermediate should be enough. But kid, don't be in such a rush to leave. There are plenty of good things in the division. We won't restrict you, just make sure you participate in the rookie competition. Bai Su, understanding Yi Zhaqi's aversion to trouble, shared what he could without delving into unfinished business. Yi Zhaqi nodded. The family patriarch, Hu Yong'an, could hold on for another 6 months, but he still wanted to return to the Hu family sooner. 2 wives waiting at home, living a carefree life. Why endure hardship here? Li Wanqing and Bai Su exchanged glances. Clearly, the kid didn't want to stay in the division long. That wouldn't he needed to keep him around. Kid, we'll see each other again soon, Li Wanqing said with a smile. I'm already looking forward to the shock you'll bring to the rookie competition this year. The prodigies who had come with Li Wanqing felt a chill. Though they didn't know exactly what the rookie competition entailed, they imagined a scene. A vast arena, summoned legions clashing, Yi Zhaqi unleashing his Black Warrior mech, and opponents surrendering within a minute. Subsequently, Bai Su took Yi Zhachi to complete various formalities. Perhaps due to Zhu Guangfu's influence, Yi Zhachi noticed that people in the division looked at him with a hint of disdain. I'm not sure about other divisions, but ours values personal battle merits and capability above connections. Even those with strong ties have to keep a low profile. I had previously looked out for Zhu Guangfu, so now they probably see you the same way, Bai Su explained. Yi Zhachi shook his head, indicating he didn't mind. Having strength was enough. Once the rookie competition was over, he'd exchange for a purification card and leave. The division wasn't for him. When does the rookie competition start? The soonest would be in a month. Everyone else has to stay in the rookie training camp for a month, and only the strongest recruits can participate in the competition. A month from now? Yes, it's a required process. But you don't need to train with them. I've already arranged for you to go to the cosmic battlefield. Li Wansheng happens to oversee a relatively weak area, so you can practice there, Bai Su mentioned casually, as if discussing something as simple as drinking water. Yi Zhachi nodded initially, then realized, wait, you mean I'm going to the cosmic battlefield? Yes, it's often infested with space pirates, impossible to eradicate completely. We usually go there to test new weapons, Bai Su said with a wink. Yi Zhachi was taken aback. Things were progressing too quickly. He had thought he would be training with other elite recruits using environment cards. How did it jump to battling space pirates in the cosmos? Those who dared to be pirates in space were surely formidable. Could he handle it? Isn't the cosmic battlefield too soon? I've never been to space. What, are you scared? Bai Su's eyes widened. It was the first time he'd seen Yi Zhachi show fear. Such emotions were common in others, but for a genius like Yi Zhachi, if Bai Su had his abilities in his youth, he'd have been arrogant beyond measure. Yet Yi Zhachi was so measured. Not scared, just unsure how to fight. What if they fire at me with warships before I even get close? That won't happen. First, you're a small target. Cannons can't hit you, and who would use a cannon to swat a fly? These pirates range from lords to those who rely on cultivation, with some using high-tech weapons. But tech users are rare. Those weapons are too expensive, and the wealthy wouldn't resort to piracy. There are exceptions, of course. Just lure them to a nearby microplanet. They'll prefer that since they have to consider the loot, Bai Su reassured. After Bai Su's explanation, Yi Zhachi finally understood. He couldn't help but feel a bit excited. After all, he had never been to space before. Bai Su spoke nonchalantly. You could also directly challenge them to a lord's deathmatch. It's a fight to the death within the initiator's territory. Lose and you're dead. Win and your opponent dies. Yi Zhachi's eyes lit up with interest. Sounds intriguing. By the way, if I manage to kill those pirates, can I exchange their heads for battle merits? Exactly, Bai Su explained. Each pirate has a different value. The most basic ones are worth about 500 battle merits, while the more notorious ones can fetch 2 or 3,000. If you can kill them, it's best to bring them all back. A smile crept onto Yi Zhachi's lips, and he felt a surge of excitement. This was perfect for him. First, he could eliminate the pirates to earn battle merits, then use those merits to obtain advanced environment cards, upgrade his territory, and finally, enhance his Black Warriors or Arctic Mets with materials. He had no intention of failing at the new recruits' grand competition. He couldn't afford to waste those 10,000 battle merits. When can I set off? Yi Zhachi asked eagerly. Bai Su rubbed his temples. You're quite impatient, aren't you? Tomorrow. I need to prepare a teleportation card, food cards, energy cards, and a travel ship for you. Normally, these things take half a month to gather. Giving you everything in a day is already quite fast. Despite the headache, he accepted it for the future of the 7th Division. But I must warn you, Bai Su said seriously, most of the pirates in that area aren't particularly strong. But a few have their own independent space stations. Be cautious around them. They're not opponents you can easily handle. Yi Zhachi nodded solemnly, committing the warning to memory. That night, Yi Zhachi returned to his shared quarters, allocated to new recruits. Although he could upgrade to a single room using battle merits, few opted to do so. He decided to take this opportunity to upgrade his territory to mid-level 2-star. Instantly, his consciousness entered his territory space. The projection of Skynet appeared beside him. The territory space remained unchanged. The war fortress stood in the center, surrounded by dozens of Rift Guardians. In the distance, the Black Thunder area was the domain of the Black Warriors, while Arctic lay in the snow region in human form, seemingly asleep but noticeably more powerful than before. Does Arctic get stronger just by sleeping? Yi Zhachi mused enviously. He needed materials and territory core upgrades to become stronger, while Arctic could simply rest and improve. Skynet explained. Arctic is a semi-organic, semi-mechanical being, composed of metallic biological materials. Her rapid improvement is mainly due to converting the people she devoured earlier into nutrients. Rest assured, Lord, Skynet continued. Both the Black Warriors and Arctic were designed with sustained combat in mind. Although their current power is only half of their peak, this limitation allows for a higher upper limit. As for the Rift Guardians, they're just temporary assets. Yi Zhaoqi fully trusted Skynet's judgment. He only needed to provide the materials. He came this time to upgrade his territory to mid-level 2-star. With the current setup, he was confident he could jump to high-level 1-star lord status, but that might attract unwanted attention. For other lords, the promotion process was like a leap through a dragon gate, but for Yi Zhaoqi, it was a breeze. He lounged comfortably in his chair, watching as the black warriors held off the monsters and Arctic's icy winds turned a large number of enemies into ice shards. The dozens of Rift Guardians didn't even have to act before his territory had already advanced to low-level 9-star. Yi Zhaoqi sat calmly in his chair, observing the battle unfolding before him. From the start of the 7-star level until now, it was primarily the Black Knight handling the situation alone, while Extreme Cold maintained a laid-back combat stance. Notably, the Black Knight hadn't even activated the Dark Blossom mode. The monsters projected by the Territory Core's advancement test were indeed disappointing in strength. Compared to the previous challenger's Centaur Legion, these projection creatures only reached a comparable level after breaking through to the 9th star. However, upon closer inspection, there was still a gap. The monsters relied more on numbers than quality. In the presence of the Black Knight, numerical advantage seemed futile. Each swing of the Black Lightning Energy Sword obliterated swathes of monsters. From a low-level 9-star to a mid-level 3-star, Yi Zhaoqi's strength had surged rapidly. Drowsily reclining in his chair, Yi Zhaoqi was suddenly startled by a loud roar that abruptly ceased, a testament to a void beast foolishly intruding, only to be sliced in half by the Black Knight, its body now lying on the ground. Already at mid-level 3 stars? Yi Zhaoqi pondered. This level should suffice. Advancing further to a high-level tier might attract unwanted attention and lead to dissection and study. He was well aware that his current limitation wasn't the territory's rank, but rather the scarcity of materials. With sufficient materials, Skynet could produce high-quality mechanical equipment. Like the improved Rift Vanguard, which Baisu claimed was on par with the Empire's most powerful cannon, the Emperor's Wrath. Yi Zhaoqi chuckled to himself, wondering how Baisu would react if he knew there were not one, but over a dozen Rift Vanguards in Yi Zhaoqi's territory space. However, he decided to take only one when he ventured out. Despite the significant boost in power, the world's true limits remained unknown. Especially the mysterious realm beyond the High Lord tier that Baisu mentioned. Yi Zhaoqi had no idea what kind of existence it entailed. Stop the advancement? Alright, the advancement has been halted. Black Knight, you can stop now. Throughout the advancement process, the Black Knight took the lead, while Extreme Cold stayed in a semi-dormant state. Yi Zhaoqi noticed that Extreme Cold's aura seemed even more formidable than the Black Knight's. Upon hearing the command, the Black Knight transformed into human form, clad in sleek black armor, and knelt before Yi Zhaoqi. Her figure was astonishingly curvaceous, even surpassing Jiang Yunxiao, with the black armor hinting at the alluring curves beneath. Yi Zhaoqi noticed that Skynet's projection nearby appeared more solid, though it still looked youthful. My lord, I have slain all the monsters. The Black Knight eagerly awaited praise. Yes, good, come closer. Yi Zhaoqi impulsively reached out towards the two peaks, the soft sensation jolting him back to his senses, prompting him to quickly withdraw his hand. Do you want me to remove my armor? Do you need access to my internal core? The Black Knight asked excitedly. No, what I mean is, this is my way of praising your strength. I'm very pleased, Yi Zhaoqi hastily explained. Skynet, nearby, smirked slightly, its gaze flicking over the Black Knight's chest, seemingly gaining a deeper understanding of human behavior. The Dark Warrior's eyes sparkled with fervor upon hearing Yi Zhaoqi's praise. She removed her helmet and passionately declared her willingness to clear any obstacles for him, to become his sharpest weapon. Yet, seeing the intense devotion in her gaze, Yi Zhaoqi felt a bit uneasy, as if he were deceiving an innocent child. He opened the Dark Warrior's attribute panel. Eternal Dark Warrior. Mecha level, intermediate 2-star. Mecha durability, 4700k, 4700k. Energy shield, 32,000k, 32,000k. Special skills, Star Slicing Strike, Dark Morph, Dark Thunder Assimilation, Dark Matter Reflector Cannon, Ultimate Limit Dark Feather Sky Thunder. Yi Zhaoqi noticed that the Dark Warrior's grade only reached intermediate 1-star, which was inconsistent with the previous pattern. He recalled that when he advanced to low 6-star, the Dark Warrior would also break through. The Skynet explained that the Dark Warrior's intrinsic strength was low 9-star, but territorial constraints prevented full potential. The current intermediate 2-star status was due to her self-training. To make the Dark Warrior stronger, more Dark attribute materials were needed, or she could absorb Dark and Thunder attribute energy, or even rare killing intent energy. Yi Zhaoqi gave a wry smile, realizing he was just a worker tasked with providing resources for his team. Only the Extreme Cold was somewhat easier to manage, requiring merely items to devour. He then checked the Extreme Cold's attribute panel. Extreme Cold Howler Fully Dormant State. Mecha level, intermediate 3-star. Mecha durability, 3900k, 3900k. Energy shield, 140k, 140k. Special skills, absolute ice, heart of ice, conversion freeze, time-space ice seal, falling ice feathers. Yijichi confirmed that the regenerative ice attribute energy core had already been fed to the extreme cold. The entire upgrade process took just an hour, elevating it from a low 6-star lord to an intermediate 3-star. As night fell, Yijichi gazed out the window. Although this world had artificial sun technology, it wasn't always illuminated. Just as he anticipated meeting his new roommate, a young man with a bruised face walked in. The young man introduced himself as Lu Wenxing, a recent graduate. He recounted his day at the training camp, hunting monsters with a low 9-star environment card to earn points, his eyes darting nervously, betraying his lack of confidence. Yijichi engaged him in conversation and learned that Lu Wenxing joined the division to avoid becoming a family enforcer. When Lu Wenxing inquired about the meaning of reading, Yijichi suddenly realized this was no longer his previous life. So he casually explained it was just a way to encourage him to be cultured. Lu Wenxing felt a sense of relief when he heard Yijichi's words, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Yet, the name Yijichi struck a chord deep within him, a fleeting sense of familiarity that he couldn't quite place. He finally had a friend now, but the thought of the goblin-like soldiers he'd summoned in his territory made him uneasy. Look at that, more goblins. Trash summoning trash goblins, nothing surprising there. Does someone who summons goblins really think they can compete with us? Check it out, the goblin guy seems upset. Yijichi said casually, Wenxing, don't just stand there. Do you need some ointment on your face? Or maybe a healing card? He didn't press Lu Wenxing about his results. No, it's fine. I'm used to it, Lu Wenxing replied. All right, get some rest. I need to rest too. See you tomorrow night. Lu Wenxing was puzzled. Aren't we all in the training camp? Yes, this is the dorm assigned by the camp, and I'll be staying here for a month, Yijichi explained calmly. But I have personal tasks, so I won't be around much. By the way, what kind of troops do you summon? Beasts or something else? Yijichi's question caught Lu Wenxing off guard. Ever since graduation, mentioning his goblin summons often led to ridicule, a key reason for joining the regiment. Seeing Lu Wenxing's hesitation, Yijichi didn't press further. Never mind, if you don't want to say, that's okay. Rest up, you'll have to be up early. Anxious not to offend his new friend, Lu Wenxing blurted out, goblins? I summon goblins. Goblins? Yijichi's eyes lit up. Having been in this world for so long, he finally encountered this familiar and fantastical race and a goblin lord to boot. Do you have any powerful variants? Like fire or ice goblins? Yijichi recalled the Goblin Kingdom dungeon from his Dungeon Fighter Online days, where goblins were formidable foes. Lu Wenxing was taken aback. This was the first time someone had reacted positively upon hearing about his goblin summons. He explained that his territory held 100,000 goblins, ranging in strength from low-level 0-star to low-level 4-star, while he himself was a low-level 7-star lord. This level, along with his goblin army, had allowed him to pass the trials. However, in battles against other legions, his goblins often fell quickly, unlike in environment card scenarios where the creatures had fixed numbers and didn't regenerate or receive reinforcements. The next morning, Lu Wenxing woke to find Yijichi gone from the dorm. At the training camp square, the captains were absent, leaving only the instructors present. Form your lines. The environment card will activate soon. Before that, you can exchange points at the booth to the west. Remember, your points determine your ranking. Lu Wenxing scanned the area but couldn't spot Yijichi. As he extended his senses, a group of young men approached him. Isn't this the Goblin King? Want to have a go on the duel platform? In this training camp, where strength and achievements mattered most, such challenges were common on days without captains. I'm just looking for a friend, Lu Wenxing stammered, instinctively stepping back, the bruises on his face still visible. You? Have a friend? Don't make us laugh. Who would want to be friends with you? Exactly. Just seeing you makes me want to punch you. Lu Wenxing, let me tell you, in this camp, especially in the environment card, deaths are not unusual. Pale and retreating further, Lu Wenxing was cornered. You need to help us fight the monsters so we can score higher. By the way, you said you had a friend? What's his name? Maybe we'll find him ourselves. Faced with their threats, Lu Wenxing bit his lip, not daring to mention Yijichi's name again. The young man leading the group wore a smug smile, reveling in the thrill of bullying someone who couldn't fight back. Minutes passed, yet Lu Wenxing remained silent, which only fueled their anger. Speak up. What's his name? Didn't you say you have a friend? Brother Zhang. I don't think he has any friends. Let's just leave. The young man called Brother Zhang was furious, but he knew he couldn't resort to violence here. If he did, the instructors would surely make him pay. He spat on the ground, the spit landing on Lu Wenxing's face. Inside, Lu Wenxing was seething, but he chose to stay silent, thinking of Yijichi, his only friend after awakening his lord talent that allowed him to summon goblins. He guessed Yijichi might not be very strong. Otherwise, he should be at the training camp. For instance, the top-ranked genius Zhu Yin, who was reportedly a mid-level 4-star lord with exceptional power. The second to fifth places were all dominated by a team led by someone named Li Wancheng. At this moment, an instructor noticed the commotion and strode over. "What are you doing here?" Seeing this, Brother Zhang immediately turned and left. As long as they didn't offend the instructors, they could quickly escape without further consequences. But if they dared to provoke an instructor, the consequences would be severe. A bunch of losers," the instructor said to Lu Wanxing. "Kid, work hard. Go to the exchange booth and get a treatment card. It doesn't require points." Lu Wanxing nodded and was about to leave when a group appeared nearby. They were discussing the pressure from the environment cards and the monsters they had defeated. "What are these monsters compared to that guy? We don't even qualify to make a move." No wonder he didn't come to the training camp. If he did, what first genius Zhu Yin? Mid-level 5-star? That's a joke. Not to mention her. We're all jokes in front of him. So we need to work harder. Old 5, go get some resource cards. We'll wait here. We need to hurry. We're too weak. Lu Wanxing, the instructor, and others stared wide-eyed at this group, their bodies covered in monster blood. These were Li Wanxing's men, deeply shaken after witnessing Yijiaqi's mech. Returning to the training camp, they decided to team up and challenge environment cards, significantly boosting their strength. Him? Who is he? Lu Wanxing was startled, immediately thinking of Yijiaqi upon hearing this. But it seemed too coincidental. Just then, a cold female voice rang out. "Since you've taken the ranks behind me, you must have strength. But there's no need to talk about me like that. If anyone's not convinced, they can fight me." The crowd turned to see a striking woman standing there. Exuding an aura of battle-hardened ferocity, it was Zhu Yin. The surrounding people began to murmur, with someone mentioning rumors of these people having previously faced someone named Yijiaqi and losing. Lu Wenqing shuddered at the familiar name. Zhu Yin frowned as she scanned the floating leaderboard, her face darkening. Such noble character, making up a name to overshadow me. Why don't I see this Yijiaqi on the rankings? Ridiculous. If he came, we wouldn't need to train. All the resources here would be his. A young man stepped forward, instantly summoning a few troops behind him. Zhu Yin, don't be so arrogant. If you think you're stronger than him, why not let 2 or 3 of us fight you together? He invited all of us to attack at once, and you? We don't even have time to bother with you. Zhu Yan's expression turned icy, her eyes filled with disdain and anger. Are you planning to take me on? Fine, let's do it together then. Just you? Du Ho sneered dismissively. I alone am enough. My skills may not be exceptional, but dealing with you won't be a challenge. All right, let's have a proper match, Zhu Yan replied coldly. The instructor nearby didn't intervene, as long as they didn't start fighting in the camp. After all, there was a dedicated arena for such confrontations, providing a space for them to vent. At that moment, Lu Wenqing suddenly asked urgently, do you guys know Yijiaqi too? His question immediately caught everyone's attention, and under their gaze, Lu Wenqing lowered his head. Brother Zhang, who was about to leave, chuckled coldly. This kid is bringing up Yijiaqi again. I wonder, does this person even exist? He had observed the entire situation unfold, and was clearly siding with Zhu Yin. Kid, do you think knowing Yijiaqi will make you stronger, that it'll change your situation? Just stick to being a goblin. Zhu Yin frowned at Brother Zhang. Although she found him somewhat unpleasant, she was focused on her standoff with Du Ho and chose not to say anything more. Lu Wenqing, provoked by these words, was about to retort when Du Ho shook his head and said, fools like you aren't worthy of his attention. With a nod to someone behind him, a person stepped forward. If you have any skill, take him on. All of us together couldn't last a single round against him back then. Du Ho left unsaid the rest about losing confidence and the right to challenge. The instructor then spoke, exuding a faint aura of intimidation. If you want to fight, take it to the arena. This presence made everyone, except those like Du Ho who had experienced true oppressive despair in the Black Knight mech, shiver involuntarily. For a moment, all the onlookers toned down their dismissive attitudes toward the instructor. Eventually, Brother Zhang left without stepping into the arena. However, Du Ho and Zhu Yin did have a match, with Zhu Yin emerging victorious, though it wasn't easy. You're strong, Du Ho admitted, but you're nowhere near his level. After the training camp, if you're still unsatisfied, you can seek him out. Zhu Yin pondered. Could such a person really exist? Someone with a skill level of intermediate 7 or 8 stars. After her bout with Du Ho, she was convinced he wasn't lying. Someone with such prowess wouldn't be an ordinary person, nor would they easily admit to being outmatched unless they truly were. Zhu Yin said nothing more and turned to leave, deciding to address everything after leaving the training camp. Meanwhile, in the 19th area of the 7th district in the Empire's western region, Bai Su led Yijiaqi to a spacious registration space station. It featured a large bar, various entertainment facilities, numerous private rooms, and public seating, far surpassing any high-speed rail station Yijiaqi had seen in his previous life. In the center of the hall stood a massive screen continuously displaying various tasks. Hello, Captain Baisu of the 4th Team. A seasoned registrar greeted respectfully. The situation in the 19th area is stable, with pirate numbers up about 10% from last month, but still within controllable limits. Baisu got straight to the point. I'm here to get this kid a task. The registrar glanced at Yijichi's wristband, puzzled. He's a new recruit, right? Why isn't he in the training camp? That's right, Baisu replied, somewhat resigned. This kid has great talent. Both Li Wensheng and I feel that staying in the training camp would be a waste of his time. Due to previously helping Zhu Guangfu through connections, the higher-ups in the entire 7th Division held a rather disdainful view of such situations. If not for Baisu's past achievements of capturing a planet and his good relationship with the current division commander, he might have struggled to maintain his position in the division. Baisu stood at the registration desk, a slight frown on his face. As an experienced captain, he had high hopes for Zhu Guangfu, but those hopes had only led to greater disappointment. It was like tending to a flower that ultimately withers. Some things are beyond human control. The middle-aged man at the registration desk glanced at Yijichi's new recruit badge with a hint of disdain in his voice. Captains aren't supposed to take on new recruits. It's the rule. Recruits need to be led by veterans to ensure their safety and to give them a real taste of battlefield experience. This cosmic battlefield wasn't dominated by any particularly powerful forces, but it wasn't a place for rookies either. Apart from the never-ending pirate threats, it was typically the first real combat station for training camp cadets. Trust me, this kid has potential, Baisu said. The middle-aged man sneered. Just like when you vouched for Zhu Guangfu a few years back? I can find him a team. Yijichi perked up his ears, realizing that Captain Baisu was trying to pave an easier path for him. No need. Baisu shook his head. I've already secured him a transport ship. Just give him an level mission, and he'll prove his worth. The middle-aged man looked unimpressed. A new recruit. Does he even know how to fight? Don't think you can just shout duel to the death and expect a unknown battle. In the regiment, it's all about achievements. I will teach him how to fight. Baisu's tone carried a rare hint of pleading, which was unusual for someone as resolute as him. Yijichi was about to speak, but Baisu motioned for him to stay silent. The strongest in level mission is just a high-level 2-star combatant, mainly relying on destructive weapons. It's not a problem for him. The registration officer's expression grew colder. Baisu's previous favoritism toward Zhu Guangfu had already earned him the disdain of most in the regiment. In the 7th Regiment, achievements were paramount, and such actions were seen as a violation of tradition. I can vouch for him with my reputation, Baisu said, sounding as if he'd aged a few years in an instant. The middle-aged man glanced down at the holographic screen. There's a mission here, Pirate Leader Yafu, a mid-level 4-star lord, with over 300 mid-level 2 and 3-star subordinates. How about an 11 mission instead? Let's go with this one, Baisu replied, fully aware that for Yijichi, mid-level lords were nothing more than a trifle. All right, the middle-aged man handed over a badge. Put the bandit's head in here to exchange for achievements. Good luck. The middle-aged man behind the registration desk placed a card on the counter, and upon seeing this, Baisu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He swiftly picked up the card and handed it to Yijichi. Yijichi noticed the exhaustion and weariness on Baisu's face, clearly indicating that while he was resting in the dormitory yesterday, Baisu had been busy dealing with the matter. 3 planets, Baisu said, handing over the card. Hold on to it. Now, follow me to the launch pad. On the way, I'll tell you 2 ways to deal with pirates. 1. Get close to their position or break into the space station and summon territorial soldiers to eliminate them. 2. Use the firepower of your warship to directly destroy the enemy ship. I've arranged for a 500-meter-long transport ship for you, and prepared an oxygen protection card so you can survive in space. I've already placed the teleportation card in the ship. Yijichi took the card and turned to the middle-aged man behind the desk. If I conquer 3 planets, will all his mistakes be forgiven? This question made the middle-aged man chuckle. In this large space station, there were over 300 similar registration desks, with all the surrounding public seats filled with people, many of whom overheard the conversation. The middle-aged man quickly composed himself and said seriously, each planet is controlled by at least a dozen pirate groups. In our jurisdiction, these pirate groups operate independently, often in conflict and ready to betray each other for profit. The Empire uses this area as an annual training ground for new recruits. You might not realize what it means to capture 3 planets. Each one has at least 1 high-level 3-star lord. Most are 5 or 6 stars, and they have dozens of high-level 1 or 2-star lords under them. And that's just one pirate group's strength. Yijichi frowned, not out of fear, but because he felt that even a month of fighting might not be enough to capture a single planet. It was too time-consuming. Even if the pirates stood still for him to attack, it would still take a month to finish them off. Seeing his expression, the middle-aged man assumed he was scared. Don't worry, completing an level mission alive is already quite an achievement. Although Captain Baisu has to pay a price, the regiment only values combat merit. Once you're no longer a rookie, you'll understand. I'm bothered by the hassle. Can I just destroy the planet and collect the star core? Yi Zhiqi asked. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Forget three. If you can destroy one planet and collect the star core, the entire regiment would step aside for you. But let me remind you, the Empire's strongest cannon, the Emperor's Wrath, requires 20 shots to penetrate a planet. Baisu can't help you, and those pirates won't just stand by and watch you fire 20 shots. Each shot takes half an hour, and you can't pause during that time. You'll need cooling potions and fire control aiming. I used to work in logistics, with over 200 people alongside me. Kid, you should just focus on completing the level mission. At this point, the middle-aged man's prejudice against Yi Zhiqi lessened slightly. After all, everyone has had moments of ignorance when first joining a regiment. Although this kid seemed arrogant, he gave off a decent impression. Do you have blank cards for storing the star core? Yi Zhiqi's question instantly quieted the surroundings. Everyone present thought he wasn't just arrogant but foolish. The middle-aged man, saying no more, tossed 3 blank cards, his expression turning completely cold. Yi Zhiqi took the blank cards, ignoring the attitudes of others. Sometimes, futile explanations only invite more ridicule. Baisu worried that Yi Zhiqi might run away, given that he was young and had no real attachment to this place. But surprisingly, Yi Zhiqi, holding the 3 blank cards, said, "Let's go. Take me to the launch pad." Seeing the look in Yi Zhiqi's eyes, Baisu was somewhat astonished. This young man's mindset and perspective had already surpassed many of his peers. Baisu gazed at Yi Zhiqi, calculating in his mind. If Yi Zhiqi could enhance his power by 1 or 2 times and gain some more battle achievements, especially if he could reclaim the star sources of 3 planets, his promotion to the head of the 7th Legion would be almost guaranteed. In the Legion, seniority isn't the most crucial factor. Battle achievements are everything. Let's go. Don't waste time, Yi Zhiqi said casually. Since I've accepted the mission, I understand the procedures. But I really don't recognize the launch pad. You're not expecting me to find it myself, are you? This calm demeanor puzzled Baisu. Yi Zhiqi was merely a low-level 6-star. So where did his confidence come from? Just then, Baisu suddenly realized that Yi Zhiqi's strength had surged to a mid-level 3-star. A discovery that shocked him. To think that Yi Zhiqi could kill a high-level 1-star lord when he was just a low-level 6-star, and now he's at mid-level 3-star. Baisu dared not continue his line of thought. You broke through? Yeah, let's go. Yi Zhiqi pulled Baisu along. Only then did Baisu truly acknowledge that Yi Zhiqi deserved the title monster. In just a few days, he had leapt from a low-level 6-star to a mid-level 3-star, crossing an entire major level. Such a feat, if spread, would be unbelievable. But everyone has their secrets, and Baisu didn't pry further. Instead, he carefully explained some critical points and often overlooked details about the cosmic battlefield. Behind the registration desk, a middle-aged man watched Baisu leave, sighing inwardly. Baisu, why do you bother? That Zhu Guangfu, even though you treat him like a son, is a disappointment. And this young man, can't you see how arrogant he is? He shook his head helplessly. Most people in the Legion had lost friends or brothers in the war zone. Wars were frequent, almost the norm. Some, after losing loved ones, were even more reluctant to leave the Legion, driven by revenge and unable to return to ordinary life. Old Wang, let them go if they want to die. Give me an A-level reconnaissance mission. This is your 3rd reconnaissance mission this month. Haha, Old Wang, you still don't get me? I'm all talk and no action. My soldiers in the territory can prove it. I failed in level mission last time, not because I don't want to take on something more challenging, but because I'm truly incapable. Old Wang shook his head. Alright, I'll give you an A-level reconnaissance mission. If you want to help that kid, give it a shot. But if he really wants to die, just let him be. In Old Wang's eyes, Yi Zhiqi, though young, must be a prodigy to have made it into the Legion at his age. And indeed, the current state of the 7th Legion was complicated. As for Yi Zhiqi's character, the more Old Wang thought about it, the more he liked him. This kid, though needing some guidance, was a promising talent. Especially when he left without anger. Even when handed 3 blank cards meant for storing star sources, it showed he had confidence and solid skills. Sitting in the transport ship Baisu had arranged, Yi Zhiqi looked at the scene before him. A massive light board, tens of thousands of meters square, displayed the words Blue Dream TR, followed by characters he didn't recognize. Though the board was still lit, dried bloodstains bore witness to the station's long history. Besides, there were a dozen other stations orbiting a planet, with possibly more on the other side. Is this the pirate space station? Yi Zhiqi curiously examined this place that resembled a port and entertainment venue. He piloted the unremarkable transport ship, equipped with only Baisu's card, a wind turbine, and a solar device. Though small, these devices could quickly recharge the ship when used on a planet's surface, according to their labels. As the transport ship neared the space station, a purple-skinned, mechanical-armed, scarred station chief of an unknown race, sat at the central round table inside, discussing matters. Chief, an Imperial transport ship is approaching. Just one ship, no escorts. Should we take it down? The subordinate reporting felt his head buzzing, as if his brain was colliding within his skull. Don't attack. If they're bold enough, will you take responsibility if something happens? The chief barked. Everyone, step aside and prepare to welcome them. You can do business with Imperial folks. To survive here, you can't just rely on fighting. You have to know how to please people, especially those from the Empire. Don't forget whose turf this is. If we blow up that transport ship now, the Emperor's wrath cannon will target us. Then we won't have to worry about surviving in the universe. We'll be dust. Understand? The henchman nodded vigorously in agreement. To them, the leader was absolutely right. The Empire was the undisputed ruler of this star sector. It was a well-known fact among all pirates. The Empire typically turned a blind eye to their minor skirmishes, as there wasn't much to gain from them, and this region was already chaotic. There had been attempts to unify the space pirates in the past, but those efforts were always thwarted by betrayal, with leaders often meeting their end before achieving their goals. This sector had persisted in this state for centuries, and anyone who managed to survive here for over 3 years was considered remarkable. Uraka had been the station master for only 8 months, and although he had managed to maintain a semblance of order, today's unexpected visitor, Yijachi, was a surprise he hadn't anticipated. If it were any other pirate approaching, it would mean war, but this situation was different. Don't just stand there, make preparations to show our sincerity, Uraka ordered. The Empire's new recruits will be training soon, and whether we survive depends on what we do now. Yes, sir. The non-human but humanoid henchmen responded in unison, their spirits lifted. Through a loudspeaker, Uraka continued issuing commands. Bring the stunner. If the opportunity arises, we can capture him as a bargaining chip. The order quickly spread through the layers of the space station. The pirates swiftly began tidying up the first floor, preparing it to receive their guest. A trusted aide handed over a small handgun, seemingly ordinary and even smaller than a standard pistol. A product of the Ion Corporation, Uraka explained. Designed specifically to capture humanoid targets, it only requires a small energy cell. Boss, he's here, and he's alone, a subordinate reported. According to the humans, he's quite young, and I saw him wearing an Imperial wristband. Uraka nodded, a gleam in his eyes. A young human lord, likely commanding just 200 or 300 soldiers. Meanwhile, his forces, combined from various territories, numbered over 1,000, giving him a definite advantage. However, things might not be so straightforward. The visitor might hold a prestigious position within the Empire, emboldening him to come alone. We can't afford to be careless. Handle this cautiously. We might just become legends. In this star sector, the average pirate lifespan was 3 years. Only those who achieved extraordinary feats during that time became legends among their peers. Uraka sensed an opportunity. Outside the space station, in the docking area, Yijachi stepped out of his transport ship, gazing at the vast universe, feeling as insignificant as a grain of sand. He activated the oxygen card in his pocket, a simple device that created an oxygen-filled shield around him, sufficient for 7 to 8 hours. They've probably spotted me already, Yijachi thought. Approaching so openly, even a blind person would notice. For a moment, he considered summoning the Black Knights to blow up the station, but quickly dismissed the idea. He was here to gather resources to strengthen his domain, not to alert the enemy. Nearby, a seasoned veteran watched in disbelief. Is this kid really that bold? Walking straight into Uraka's space station? As a veteran of the region, he was well aware of the strength of the various pirate factions. Isn't he on a frank mission? Taking down someone like Uraka should at least be an rank task. And he's a rookie. It's like walking into a lion's den, the veteran muttered to himself. Oh well, kid, I'll keep an eye on things. If a fight breaks out, I'll lend you a hand. Where did Captain Baisu find such a fearless rookie? Outside the space station, a seasoned veteran intently observed Yijachi, his brow slowly furrowing. This young prodigy of intermediate 3-star rank had indeed demonstrated impressive strength, yet the veteran's heart was filled with concern. He was well aware of the nature of those individuals, who showed no mercy to anyone, let alone a seemingly arrogant young man like Yijachi. Yijachi had already stepped inside the space station. Apart from the variety of humanoid creatures, everything here was vastly different from what he had anticipated. His choice of this space station was entirely based on the scans from the Celestial Network, which indicated that the threat level around this planet's space stations was low, mostly inhabited by mediocre riffraff. This intelligence gave him the confidence to board the space station directly. Fighting outside the space station posed numerous limitations, and an ordinary transport ship could not withstand the impact of heavy weaponry. If targeted by a large cannon, evasion would be impossible, and even his physical body might not endure the onslaught. Though his actions seemed reckless on the surface, Yijachi was well aware of his limits. For the first minute inside the space station, Izuchi remained silent. The station's leader, Uraka, scrutinized him with wide eyes. An evaluation bionic eye, from a now-defunct conglomerate, attempted to assess Izuchi's combat power. This eye was a crucial advantage in Uraka's rise to become a pirate leader. However, to his shock, the display showed only a series of question marks, an unprecedented occurrence since he started using it. Once Uraka confirmed that the eye was functioning correctly, his anxiety grew. Not even during the racial trials on his home planet had he felt so uneasy. The fact that Izuchi walked in so boldly clearly indicated extraordinary strength. It seems you're surprisingly welcoming. I expected you to attack immediately. Izuchi broke the silence, regretting his words instantly, fearing these cosmic beings might not understand his language. Uraka snapped back to reality, forcing a smile. Ha ha ha, you've come here for some reason? This unusual demeanor left his subordinates stunned, a stark contrast to their earlier readiness to use restraint guns. Seeing that Uraka understood him, Izuchi was in good spirits. Oh? You can speak? Ah, I get it, that's just how your species is. It's great you understand me. Haha, alright, let's skip the small talk. I want to blow up this planet. Can you hold off the other pirates for a bit? Just 7 or 8 minutes will do. These words froze Uraka's expression. As a pirate leader, it was his first time encountering someone so straightforward about destroying an entire planet. Considering the potential imperial background of the stranger, he cautiously inquired, sir, if I may ask discreetly, is the Empire planning to purge this sector? As soon as he finished, the entire space station seemed to fall into a vacuum, with even the air feeling immobilized. Uraka had always taken great pride in his status within the 13th star region. As the leader of a renowned pirate crew in the area, his influence was indeed formidable, surpassing many of his peers. When he learned that he was classified as an A-level target in the Empire's mission assessment, he was so thrilled that he couldn't wait to spread the news. This announcement attracted a large number of space drifters to join him, further strengthening his pirate crew. However, today, the arrival of a young man completely upended his understanding. The young man, named Izuchi, had a straightforward request. All I need are the star cores from 3 planets. You just need to hold off the other pirates for 7 or 8 minutes. Once I'm free, I'll take care of them myself. Izuchi's original plan was to first capture a large space station as a foothold, then set up a war fortress or summon the sky-splitting general. At this moment, he decided to directly summon the sky-splitting general to shatter the planets. As for the war fortress, he intended to keep it as a trump card in case of an attack from a massive pirate fleet that even Black Knights and extreme cold couldn't handle. But, this planet has our resources. Uraka stammered, sir, could you possibly spare us a bit? Izuchi immediately understood his concerns. This planet was their lifeline, undoubtedly rich in energy and other vital resources. In the vast universe, having no planet to rely on meant a dead end. I'm afraid I can't share the star cores with you. Izuchi pondered for a moment. But here's the deal. After I destroy the planet, I can help you eliminate an enemy. He felt a bit overconfident after saying this, but then figured that the rival pirate groups would likely be of similar strength. Uraka's eyes lit up at this. With such a powerful ally, eliminating an enemy would be a breeze. Sir, that's a great deal, Uraka quickly agreed. But let's be clear, the spoils belong to us, and we can only hold off the pirates in this area for 20 minutes at most, but we can at least manage 15. Izuchi agreed to these terms and asked to start immediately. When Uraka led him to the top platform of the space station, Izuchi snapped his fingers, and a dozen sky-splitting generals appeared out of thin air behind him. Seeing these tiny weapons, Uraka was full of doubt. Can these tiny cannons really do the job? In his mind, destroying a planet required massive artillery like the Emperor's Fury, not these finger-sized weapons. Though they may look small, I'm quite confident in their firepower, Izuchi said calmly. At that moment, Uraka couldn't help but wonder if he had been deceived. At this moment, Izuchi found himself at a point of no return. He placed his unwavering trust in his artificial eye had saved him from countless dangers and ultimately secured his position as the leader of the pirate crew. In the warehouse below the space station, a continuous stream of escort ships and assault-class starships emerged. In the blink of an eye, over 300 ships had gathered around. Izuchi noticed that some of the escort ships were manned by hundreds of bizarre creatures, evidently soldiers summoned by others from their territories. Though their exact strength was unknown, they would surely add considerable power to the fleet. The beings aboard the starships exchanged puzzled glances. The weapon appeared so small, almost like a toy, leading them to doubt its capability to truly destroy a planet. Yet, on second thought, since it was Imperial equipment, and given the Empire's stringent quality standards, perhaps this young man was the descendant of some noble family. It seemed reasonable for the space station chief to humor him. The communication network buzzed with speculation. If it really has such power, won't the balance of power across the entire sector be reshuffled? Maybe he's here to test a new Imperial weapon. This conjecture plunged everyone into silence, including Uraka, whose expression changed. If the young man indeed had imperial connections, it was a golden opportunity to forge an alliance. Suddenly, the barrels of a dozen rift cannons split open, each dividing into 4 branches that slowly unfurled. Blue energy rapidly gathered within, forming increasingly large energy spheres. Is this an energy cannon? Uraka asked in surprise. Are you dealing with a consortium? No, I built it myself. Beautiful, isn't it? Yijichi replied. He found that despite the pirate's rugged appearance, his conversation was rather sensible. Are all space stations like yours, with one person holding sole authority? Yijichi was curious about how these people survived in space. Uraka puffed out his chest, explaining with pride. In this planet's jurisdiction, only 5 of us independently control a space station. The rest are shared by multiple groups. He went on to describe the chaotic state of this region, where those who came were either defeated soldiers or people displaced from their homes, forced to continually grow stronger to survive. The energy spheres quickly reached their peak. Sir, it will fire automatically. You might want to cover your ears, Uraka advised. Although he knew energy weapons usually weren't very loud, he cautiously covered his ears. However, Yijichi, with his extraordinary resilience, didn't need to do so. A dozen energy spheres shot out with a whoosh, as electric currents flickered across the surface of the rift cannons, only to be swiftly absorbed, evidence of the recoil. All eyes were fixed on the target planet. With a thunderous boom, the planet quaked violently, and unstable energy surged rapidly. This planet is going to explode, Yijichi observed calmly, as he retrieved a blank card. Yijichi casually tossed the blank card into space, watching as it spun gracefully. In an instant, an extraordinary light flashed, and the surrounding space began to warp, twist, and fracture. The shockwave, energy, and debris from the planet's explosion were all trapped within an invisible cube, like an explosion frozen in clear ice, powerful yet unable to escape. Planetary resource collection initiated. A grade star core, 1 unit. Iron ore, 94,700 units. Copper ore, 10,200 units. Nickel ore, 12,400 units. Gallium ore, 1,250 units. Uranium ore, 3,500 units. The data stream scrolled rapidly. Not bad. Yijichi nodded in satisfaction as he retrieved the card. This multidimensional expansion card was worth it. The surrounding pirates were dumbfounded, having never seen such an effortless method to neutralize a planetary explosion. What kind of card is that? Uraka asked eagerly, his fellow pirates' eyes glinting with anticipation. Multidimensional expansion. A newly discovered SS grade card. Yijichi replied calmly. Isn't SS grade the highest? Why is this card so powerful? It's from a universe with a higher energy intensity. In that universe, the power of an SS grade card is exponentially greater, Yijichi explained offhandedly, while contemplating in his mind. This card, acquired by chance and studied extensively by the Skynet, had finally revealed its origins and usage. With Zhu Guangfu gone, the vast empire was the only remaining threat. Yet, challenging the empire single-handedly was a fantasy. This card, however, offered new hope. The card's most crucial function was to open a wormhole to a high-energy universe, but it required massive amounts of energy and resources. According to Skynet's calculations, resources from 9 grade planets were needed. Do you know of any other planets with this energy level? Yijichi inquired. The pirates exchanged glances. You're not thinking of blowing up more planets, are you?
Yes.
His straightforward answer left them stunned. I only need barren mining planets or unclaimed ones. As long as they meet the energy criteria, Yijichi clarified. Uraka pondered. You're planning to go to that higher energy universe? Can you take me with you? He asked cautiously, drawing angry glares from those around him. This card can only transport 1 person at a time. Yijichi shook his head. But I'll leave some blueprints and information for you to explore on your own. This promise appeased the pirates, who enthusiastically helped Yijichi locate suitable target planets. One after another, they repeated the process. Setting up weapons, detonating planets, expanding space, and collecting resources. However, before reaching the 8th planet, the Empire's massive fleet blocked their path. Out of the 7 destroyed planets, 5 belonged to the Empire, and they had finally reached their breaking point. The sky was filled with warships like a swarm of bees, intimidating the pirates. Attention, vessel ahead. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately or face the Emperor's artillery bombardment. If you hand over your weapons and return the resources, the Empire will consider leniency. Wow, trying to fool a child. When the pirates heard the news of a potential reduction in their sentences, they all smirked in unison. At this point, they knew they were on a path of no return. A twinge of regret crept into their hearts. It was Yijichi who stood to gain the most from the planet's explosion, while they were merely hoping for a share of the spoils. Don't worry, Yijichi reassured the restless pirates. The multidimensional expansion card can absorb all energy and matter within a certain range. It can completely absorb and store the energy from a class planetary explosion. So what's there to fear from a mere fleet? At most, it might delay my progress into other universes. His eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, and the multidimensional expansion card can activate directly in front of the ship, forming an all-encompassing, impenetrable defensive cube that absorbs all attack energy. Uraka and the other pirates nodded in agreement, attributing their sluggish thinking to the pressure exerted by the Empire, rather than admitting any deficiency in intelligence. After the Emperor Cannon's sweeping attack, there will be a period of firepower vacuum, Ijachi said with a smile. Seize this opportunity to make your escape. Meanwhile, aboard the command ship, Baleo of the Empire's First Fleet, Colonel Charles Larry was captivated by the scene before him as he stepped onto the bridge. The massive display screen showed the concentrated Emperor Cannon light dots hitting the same spot, yet no expected explosion ensued. The light dots seemed to disappear into an invisible black hole, vanishing without a trace. The bridge was bustling, with rows of workstations beneath a dome-shaped screen, where technical personnel darted between screens, keyboards, and instruments like a swarm of ants. Grand Admiral Alston Gunnett sat in the command chair, his ice-blue eyes fixed on the starry expanse displayed on the screen, a look of puzzlement in his gaze. "Did you see that, General?" Charles inquired. Alston raised his head slightly, his gaze sharp as a sword. Known as one of the most handsome men among the Empire's elite, this nearly 40-year-old general was the object of many noblewomen's affections, his eyes often compared to frozen stars, cold yet mysterious. Yes, he addressed the young colonel, who stood 190 centimeters tall and had been specially recruited for his A-class talent, warp captain, perfectly suited for fleet operations. "I'm here to report on the rebel situation," Charles said, pulling up a holographic screen to display the radar-detected paths of the rebel forces. 3 groups of rebels are encircling our fleet. They've timed their move perfectly, right during our post-Emperor Cannon firepower vacuum. Alston sighed, though he wasn't worried. These rebels were clueless about the true capabilities of the Empire's First Fleet. For instance, Charles could summon warp ships to swiftly penetrate enemy command ships for assassination strikes and safely warp back before the Emperor Cannon fired. What about those pirates? The Emperor Cannon seems ineffective against them, Charles asked, noting Alston's concern for the pirates. They used a peculiar energy field to absorb all the cannon's energy. Alston paused. That energy field likely came from a blank card. A blank card? The kind from the royal legacy? Alston brought up holographic data. In cosmic year 106, Emperor Wood III, who had been deceased for 20 years, suddenly returned. At that time, the Empire was fragmented, with 7 factions vying for the throne. Wood III wielded the Emperor Cannon to conquer the entire star system and reunite the Empire. In his will, he revealed that he had entered another powerful universe through a secret military experiment, living and learning there for 20 years, mastering technology beyond our universe. The Emperor Cannon was just the most accessible weapon technology he brought back. He also brought 5 blank cards, calling them keys to that universe, but activating them required vast energy. He used a blank card once to fend off a suicide attack during a rebellion. After unifying the star system, he never managed to gather the resources needed to activate them again. Before his death, he left 3 cards to the royal bloodline and gave the other 2 to trusted friends. Now, in cosmic year 223, Imperial scientists have studied the remaining 3 cards for over a century without progress. Yet these pirates have replicated Wood III's methods. Among those pirates, besides Uraka, there's a young man named Ijachi. Alston smiled slightly. Another prodigious talent. You've seen his combat record, I'm sure. As he listened, Charles reviewed the data. It truly is astounding. The SS-level talent of his Black Knight is terrifying. Both the Mechanical Lord talent and the blank card consume enormous resources, yet he can wield them effortlessly, Alston analyzed. This suggests he either generates massive resources or significantly reduces resource consumption. Charles was shocked to realize. What kind of existence could sustain the resource demands of a Mechanical Lord's development and freely activate a blank card? What exactly is he trying to do? Charles asked, his expression serious. Alston's lips curled into a cryptic smile. The blank card is the key to accessing the high-energy universe. He's been gathering vast resources to activate it. The high-energy universe is his true goal. Charles was taken aback. How can we stop him? Unfortunately, it's too late to stop him, Alston replied, shaking his head, his expression suddenly turning sinister. As for reporting to the Emperor, you only need to report to me. What? Charles barely finished speaking when he felt a powerful force pulling him toward Alston. A blank card appeared in Alston's hand, and his handsome face twisted. General, I have indeed activated the Devourer Lord ability. You, the elite of the Empire's First Fleet, along with those 3 rebel groups, will all become stepping stones for me to enter the high-energy universe. I've been waiting for this day for too long as a member of the royal family. With a chilling laugh, the scene abruptly shifted. Yi Zhachi looked around and found himself in a lush forest, with towering mountains in the distance and a crystal-clear lake nearby. As he pondered his situation, a young woman dressed in a white robe, her hair adorned with a jade hairpin, approached, leading a large feline hybrid. Who are you? Are you from a neighboring country? The girl, about 18 or 19, asked with bright, curious eyes. I come from a faraway place and got lost here, Yi Zhachi replied, studying her closely. Could you tell me where I am? This is the Beast Spirit Kingdom in the south of Qianglin continent. The girl cheerfully introduced herself. Ma Shaoling. Here, everyone has awakened a beast mastery talent. As they conversed, a golden object silently fell into the lake. Moments later, a soaked Alston emerged, bewildered by this world devoid of high technology. Just then, two robed cultivators flew in on swords. One, a plump Taoist, scrutinized Alston and released an energy probe. Alston activated his Devourer Lord ability, absorbing it, and was surprised to find it seamlessly integrating with his power. Look, he absorbed my devouring art power, the plump Taoist exclaimed excitedly. He is the chosen one of our devouring heaven sect. The other, a leaner Taoist, appeared more composed. I am Hongyi, and this is Hong Hua. We are from the devouring heaven sect. Would you be interested in joining our sect? Alston noted the peculiar names, but was more intrigued by his question. What does the devouring heaven sect do? Despite feeling a strong resonance with the energy he absorbed, Alston wanted to learn more before making a decision. Yi Zhachi followed Ma Shaoling to the Beast Spirit Kingdom's Beast Plaza, where he was greeted by a bustling crowd. The square was neatly divided into 4 lines, each with a designated testing area at the front. A mentor oversaw each testing zone, and above them floated a massive orb emitting a strange glow, beneath which lay a small magic circle. The awakening process was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Number 43, Chen Qi, a delicate-looking woman, awakened to a level snow rabbit talent. As she listened to the surrounding chatter, some complimenting her on the cuteness, others dismissing it as useless, and a few suggesting she would make a good kindergarten teacher, she ran off, covering her face. Next was number 78, Wang Weiji, who awakened a level fire lion talent, drawing admiration until someone remarked that such a level could only aspire to be a team leader at best. The most remarkable was number 58, Lu Yuer, a girl from a remote mountain village, who awakened an S-level phoenix talent and was immediately promoted to a Qianhu in the Kingdom's Guard. This scene left Yi Zhachi amazed as he pondered the power levels in this world. Seeing his interest piqued, Ma Shaoling suggested he try awakening as well. Considering himself a visitor from another world, Yi Zhachi decided to join the line. While waiting, he inquired about Ma Shaoling's beast, to which she whispered mysteriously in his ear. A water-avoiding golden-eyed beast, but don't tell anyone. This intimate gesture drew curious glances and whispers from those around them. Finally, it was Yi Zhachi's turn, number 5023. As the mentor activated the orb and energy surged into him, Yi Zhachi instinctively resisted, but the energy quickly integrated with him. The test revealed a mecha mutation talent with an unknown level. The unusual result instantly revitalized the previously indifferent mentor, who eagerly asked Yi Zhachi to demonstrate his mecha. However, when Yi Zhachi attempted to summon the imposing Black Knight, what appeared was a life-sized wooden puppet. To his dismay, upon checking the equipment, he found that aside from the network retaining its mechanical properties, all other gear had transformed into wooden mecha. The activation progress of the network system was painfully slow, taking a long time to move from 1 to 5. The mentor, disappointed, announced, "Flevel," and turned away. The crowd erupted into loud laughter, mocking what they deemed the worst mutation talent in history. Seeing this, Ma Shaoling kindly offered to introduce Yi Zhachi to a mecha talent master uncle from her sect, emphasizing that her sect was one of the top 10. Though Yi Zhachi felt downcast, he quickly regained his composure and jokingly asked if she feared he was an enemy spy. Ma Shaoling dismissively replied that he couldn't even fool ordinary people, let alone deceive her sect's truth-listening beast. This conversation not only ridiculed Yi Zhachi's talent, but also called into question his ability to navigate social situations. Ma Shaoling and Yi Zhachi walked side by side along the mountain path leading to the sect, with a refreshing mountain breeze brushing against their clothes. So, in your world, people also awaken their abilities at 18. But in your country and sect, the focus is on beast taming, while other countries have talents like immortal arts, technology, transformations, and magic. Yi Zhachi asked as they walked. That's right, Ma Shaoling nodded. For example, to the east of our beast-taming spirit nation, there is a country that focuses on immortal arts. They have a sect called the Swallowing Heaven sect, which specifically recruits cultivators with devouring abilities. Some can devour iron, others stones, and they absorb energy through devouring to perform spells. What if someone can only devour gold and jewels? Wouldn't that be costly? Yi Zhiqi mused. Ma Xiaoling covered her mouth with a laugh. Yes, the resources required for those cultivators to grow increase exponentially. Awakening such a talent means there's little hope. What if someone could devour air and water? Yi Zhiqi pondered aloud. You're adorable, Ma Xiaoling interrupted with a smile. Such a person would have to own an entire planet to grow. Yi Zhiqi thought to himself that he had destroyed quite a few planets before coming here. Nowadays, it's rare for anyone to own a planet, Ma Xiaoling continued. Everyone shares resources and takes what they need. A planet not only has air and water, but also mineral resources that others might need. By the way, do you have environment cards here? The ones that create small worlds for resource gathering or training? Yi Zhiqi asked. Oh, you're probably talking about small worlds, cave heavens, or space fragments, Ma Xiaoling explained in detail. She described the differences. Small worlds are immature worlds still growing. Cave heavens are special, fully formed small worlds often used as sect bases. Space fragments are remnants of a great world after an apocalyptic battle, usually quite dangerous. Feeling thirsty, Ma Xiaoling waved her hand and conjured a glass bottle filled with a liquid that emitted a white mist. Want to try some monkey brew? Yi Zhiqi took a sip and immediately felt refreshed, his senses sharpened. This is specially made by my third uncle master, only 30 bottles a year, Ma Xiaoling said proudly. As they talked, they arrived at the entrance of the sect, where the words Green Vine Sect were prominently displayed. Yi Zhiqi was a bit surprised that a beast-taming sect would be named after a plant. Ma Xiaoling explained that the founding ancestor's spirit beast was the Nine Heavens Green Vine, a rare growth-type spirit beast. Through cultivation, the ancestor developed the Nine Heavens Green Vine technique, eventually nurturing it into one of the pinnacles of plant-type spirit beasts. Because of this, the Green Vine sect particularly values mutation talents, making it one of the most inclusive sects. Is that why you invited me to join? Yi Zhiqi realized. Of course. Although, there aren't many with a mecha talent in the sect besides your future master, there's only one senior sister. Yi Zhiqi asked about the admission process, and Ma Xiaoling told him that it only required a master's willingness to take a disciple. She also explained that while the sect may appear traditional, its technological level is not behind. Wearing ancient costumes helps better enter the cultivation state. The universe is diverse, and in the western continent of Razu, technology talents are predominant. So, did I come to the wrong place? Yi Zhiqi asked, puzzled. There are indeed more like you in the West, but later on, everyone can fly and teleport, so the difference isn't significant, Ma Xiaoling pointed ahead. Look, that's your master's Qinji Peak. Yi Zhiqi looked in the direction she pointed and saw a uniquely styled mountain peak. As they journeyed on, the landscape was nothing short of breathtaking, with lush mountains, misty clouds, and rare mythical creatures frequently appearing. However, the scene at Qinji Peak was entirely different. The entire mountain seemed like a massive technological fortress, its exterior clad in a material resembling metallic armor, gleaming with a cold, steely light. Various signal lights flickered across the surface, and swarms of drones flitted between the peaks, some on patrol missions, others transporting supplies. As these drones reached the boundary, they automatically activated optical camouflage, transforming into cranes or other mystical creatures, blending seamlessly with the real ones. At the summit stood a towering signal tower, with several hovering aircraft acting as aerial elevators. Witnessing this, Yi Zhiqi felt confident that his Black Knight could be restored to its original state. Just as he was lost in thought, Ma Xiaoling pulled him towards the mountain gate. Well, a few days apart and you've got a new boyfriend, a grating male voice suddenly interrupted. Shang Tianhao, what business is that of yours? Ma Xiaoling retorted angrily, glaring at him. As a disciple of the law enforcement hall, isn't it my duty to be wary of unfamiliar faces? Hearing this name, Yi Zhiqi was startled. Turning around, he saw a handsome young man in traditional attire, whose looks were no less impressive than his own. He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that this Shang Tianhao was merely a namesake of someone he knew. Hello, I'm Shang Tianhao, an officer of the law enforcement hall of the Qingting sect. The young man introduced himself arrogantly. Yi Zhiqi, here to seek guidance. The elder of Qinji Peak is a renowned master of mech arts. Do you also have a talent for mechs? Shang Tianhao asked, eyeing Yi Zhiqi with amusement. After a brief conversation, Shang Tianhao mentioned the upcoming initiation ceremony for new disciples in 3 days, his tone carrying an implicit threat. Once he left, Ma Xiaoling explained the ceremony to Yi Zhiqi. Besides the celebration, it included a strength test and ranking competition, with extra resources as rewards for the winners. Shang Tianhao, as a disciple of the law enforcement hall, would be one of the judges. Ma Xiaoling then led Yi Zhiqi onto a hovering aircraft. It was a circular platform with railings, its base flickering with signal lights. A gentle electronic female voice asked for their destination. On their way to the main hall of Qinji Peak, Yi Zhiqi was puzzled by the absence of spatial teleportation. Ma Xiaoling explained it was for environmental conservation, a notion that felt somewhat incongruous to Yi Zhachi. Upon reaching their destination, they met Dr. Agasa, the head of Qinji Pika man with a white, frizzy hairstyle, wearing holographic glasses and wireless earbuds, clad in a lab coat. Dr. Agasa first discussed game matters with Ma Xiaoling before turning to Yi Zhachi to inquire about his talents and mech situation. Yi Zhachi hesitated for a moment, considering that the Skynet system was not fully operational, and decided to reveal only the status of the Black Knight for the time being. Yi Zhachi's mech piloting skills were rated at an F level, and his spirit mech was a wooden model named Black Knight. The Black Knight's attributes were as follows: damage 200, mobility 50, defense 100, and a linked health pool of 1000. His mech mastery included basic combat, basic flight, and basic swordsmanship. What does linked health pool mean? Dr. Agasa asked with a frown. It means my health and the mech's health are combined into one, Yi Zhachi explained. Dr. Agasa reassured him, it's a bit weak now, but your mutation skill might be the type that grows over time. Keep training and see how this mech evolves. Don't lose hope. Yi Zhachi wasn't overly worried, as he still had the creator's talent. Afterward, Dr. Agasa registered his information, assigned him a dorm room, and provided some introductory mech textbooks. Is there anything else you want to ask? Dr. Agasa asked with a friendly smile. I heard there's a senior sister on Qianji Peak. Why haven't I seen her? Oh, you're talking about Bayasha. She's out on a mission. Bayasha? That's an unusual name, Yi Zhachi remarked but didn't dwell on it. Before leaving, Dr. Agasa handed him a pair of holographic glasses as a communicator. Use this to contact me if you need anything. You can store it in your talent space. Back at his dorm, Yi Zhachi lay on his bed, gazing at the holographic screen he could summon at will. He activated the Lord Core and returned to his personal planet referred to in this world as his exclusive haven, though it had lost its former glory. He mentally accessed the mission panel, and the system began its analysis. Soul detection complete, perfect compatibility. Significant environmental changes detected. All facilities and mechs require reconstruction. Please confirm. Looking at the still initializing Skynet and the now puppet-like Black Knight, Yi Zhachi hesitated. Can we upgrade based on the existing framework? The system presented an extensive resource list, 2 A-grade star cores from other worlds, a vast amount of mineral resources, and an SS-grade mech core. After the Creator Engine Max failed to activate, the system downgraded repeatedly until only the lowest level Creator Engine LV1 was successfully activated. The downgraded resource requirements were 1 dragon bone, 2 phoenix feathers, 10 pieces of meteoric iron, and 5 units of refined gold. Yi Zhachi was taken aback in this world where cultivation and technology coexisted. The system also had requirements for the user's abilities. The bigger challenge was figuring out where to source these materials. He opened the communicator and saw only 2 contacts, Ma Xiaoling and Dr. Agasa. After some hesitation, he decided to contact Ma Xiaoling first. The subsequent content similarly condenses the storyline, maintaining all plot elements, including Yi Zhachi's conversation with Ma Xiaoling, their discussion about resource exchange, and finally, his meeting with Dr. Agasa to discuss resources from other worlds. Each scene flows seamlessly, with concise dialogues that retain all necessary information. Yi Zhachi quickly sent the resource list to Dr. Agasa. The list detailed the available resources and the items that needed to be exchanged, and there wasn't much difference between the two. Are you sure this is all you need? Dr. Agasa asked seriously. I might need a bit more in the future, Yi Zhachi admitted, considering the upgrade requirements for the creation engine. He left some room for additional needs, but it certainly wouldn't be as much as he was requesting now. A hint of relief flashed in Dr. Agasa's eyes. All right, as long as it's within my capacity, I'll provide it to you for free. He had finally found an opportunity to make amends. Thank you so much, Dr. Agasa, Yi Zhachi exclaimed, overjoyed. As your mentor, I'll help you as much as I can, Dr. Agasa replied, smiling contentedly at his apprentice's happiness. After receiving the resources, Yi Zhachi immediately entered his exclusive planet through the Lord's Core, intending to upgrade the Black Knight. However, when he saw that the creation engine was still at level 1, he realized he had forgotten to consult Dr. Agasa about cultivation techniques. Feeling awkward, he contacted Dr. Agasa again. Dr. Agasa, sorry to bother you again. Does Qianji Peak have any cultivation techniques? Huh. Dr. Agasa replied with a meaningful smile. Haven't you looked at the materials I assigned you? The cultivation techniques are in there. It dawned on Yi Zhachi then. He had assumed the materials only contained knowledge about mechanics, electronics, and mathematics, and hadn't thought to check them. His face flushed with embarrassment. It had been years since he felt caught out by a teacher. Upon opening the materials, a virtual Dr. Agasa began the lesson. Seeing that he could change the teaching avatar, Yi Zhachi chose Ma Xiaoling without hesitation. Under the guidance of the virtual beauty, he began learning the Qianji Technicia modern cultivation method that combines traditional cultivation knowledge with modern science. After 2 days of intense study, he advanced from a beginner to D level, and the creation engine upgraded to level 3. Although it downgraded to level after the Skynet reboot, it was sufficient for modifying the entire base and mechs, saving a significant amount of resources. The G-Good base was rebuilt, though its size was reduced to that of a football field. It was equipped with defense towers, energy towers, and detectors. The exploration mech Chase and combat mech Shadowhunter, along with Skynet, were all downgraded to level, but it was better than nothing. The Black Knight regained some of its former glory, no longer a mere puppet, but a black-armored warrior that blended technology with mythology. Even more exciting, it had mastered combat skills like the Chinji sword technique and Chinji martial arts. Just as Ijachi was basking in his success, an urgent message from Ma Shaoling arrived. What are you doing? The initiation ceremony has already started. Roll call. It was already 10 past 10 in the morning, and Ijachi realized he hadn't slept in 2 days. Despite his fatigue, he hurried to the sect's main square. Chinji Peak had only him as a disciple, while other elders had many talented students. Elder Agasa, I heard your disciple has an level talent. Did he give up because he knew he couldn't compete? A neighboring elder remarked snidely. As an elder with fewer resources, he had always harbored resentment towards Dr. Agasa. At that moment, Ijachi arrived in disarray, bowing deeply to Dr. Agasa in apology. Dr. Agasa smiled and said to the elder, "Here he is now, isn't he?" Ijachi stood among the ranks of the new disciples, feeling somewhat lonely as he noticed that each of the other peaks had at least a dozen members. Not far away, a woman in an ornate palace dress, wearing extravagant earrings, was eyeing him curiously. In an exaggerated tone, she asked, "Wow, which elder's disciple is that over there? How come there's only one?" "Senior Sister Huan Huan, he's the disciple of Elder Agasa, the master of Chinji Peak," explained a younger sister beside her, whose elegant hairpin swayed lightly as she spoke. "Chinji Peak? Is that the one with the armor?" "Senior Sister, that's not armor. It's a mech suit," the younger sister corrected with a smile. "Is there a difference?" Senior Sister Huan Huan asked, raising her delicate, orchid-like fingers in confusion. Armor is worn by people as protection, while a mech suit is more like a mechanical creation, akin to the Yellow Turban Warriors. They're completely different concepts. What rank do you think you'll achieve in this entrance ceremony? Senior Sister Huan Huan shifted the conversation. There are 10 SS talents and 1 SSS talent this year. Although I have an SS talent, I'm only a support-type moon rabbit, specializing in healing, the younger sister replied with a pout. Senior Sister Huan Huan hesitated for a moment and then whispered, "I heard that due to the news of the Demon Realm's invasion, this time it's focused on team participation. Support roles like yours are in high demand. I was thinking of pairing you with that SSS talent, but unfortunately, he's of the dark element, which doesn't match your attributes." Who is the SSS talent? A disciple from Black Ripple Peak with the talent of Dark Lord. During the initial test, I almost mistook him for a summoner from the Demon Realm. He can summon 3 kinds of dark creatures. A black hound over 2 meters tall with exposed fangs, a 3-meter turtle, foul-smelling 2-headed giant with visible writhing organs, and a creature with a blood-stained triangular iron spike for a head, covered in rust. Sounds like monsters from a horror game, the young sister mused. Games are fake, this is real. Senior Sister Huan Huan stomped her foot, her earrings swinging with emotion. By the way, Senior Sister Huan Huan's eyes suddenly lit up. That disciple from Chinji Peak might have an S-level talent. Mechanical mechs are considered a mutation talent, so it's quite possible. Want to go meet him? The young sister, known as Wanner, blushed immediately, her large, bright eyes making her look even more adorable. Yijachi listened idly to the speech on stage, occasionally glancing at the 2 sisters who were chatting and laughing nearby. Seeing them glance his way and laugh so joyfully, he figured they were probably concocting some little story about him. Just because he was a bit good-looking, did it really warrant such attention? Finally, the Grand Elder of Law Enforcement concluded his lengthy speech and began to introduce the trial location for the entrance ceremony, the Sword Tomb of the Western Heaven in the Jade Universe. This was an ancient battlefield from a great war between good and evil 3,000 years ago, where nearly 10,000 cultivators perished, leaving behind countless vengeful spirits and relics. As the runes lit up, the massive teleportation array beneath the plaza began to operate, and the new disciples were gradually transported away. At that moment, Shang Tianhao, seated in the judges' area, suddenly flashed a wicked smile. The story takes us back to when Yijachi first arrived at the plaza. From a distance, Shang Tianhao watched him intently as he sat alone. How could this so-called failure with grade talent consistently attract attention? Shang Tianhao thought bitterly. He noticed Ma Shaoling, who, despite playing on her tablet, occasionally glanced towards Chinji Peak where Yijachi was. What infuriated him even more was that Huan Huan from Juru Peak, with her S-grade talent and Bifeng spirit, and Wanner, a newcomer with an S-grade talent and Moon Rabbit spirit, seemed to be chatting but were frequently casting their eyes at that show-off. As someone who had always been the center of attention and a prodigy from a young age, Shang Tianhao was used to admiration from countless talented and beautiful girls. But because it came so easily, he didn't value it. That was until Ma Xiaoling, who showed no interest in him, appeared, immediately capturing his attention. He decided she was his future partner, and Yi Zheqi's presence became his biggest threat. Among the new disciples, many had already heard of Shang Tianhao's reputation and were eager to declare themselves his followers. This ceremony will show who truly deserves to be my right-hand man, he thought with a sly smile. The scene shifts to the Western Sword Tomb. Yi Zheqi had just been teleported there, facing the blood-red eyes of a giant ape. This creature, over 6 meters tall, crouched with its furry arms on the ground, its eyes like searchlights glowing white. Just as Yi Zheqi felt a moment of relief as it remained still, a massive black spider's claw suddenly emerged from behind the ape. With blade-like nails, it effortlessly enveloped the ape's head and squeezed. Red and white matter erupted like lava, and with a twist, the head was lifted like a smashed watermelon, disappearing into the mist. Blood gushed from the ape's neck, the heavy stench making Yi Zheqi nauseous. He hastily summoned his Qinji shield to block the spray. Once the ape's body collapsed and the blood ceased, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The black claw appeared again, this time shrouded in a thin layer of cyan flame. The full form was revealed, a creature resembling a panther and lion, shrouded in a faint blue blaze. Its claws could retract, and 3 sharp horns adorned its forehead, the middle one broken. Eyes gleamed like burning rubies, spewing crimson flames. As the creature slowly advanced, Yi Zheqi remembered to summon his Black Knight. Standing over 2 meters tall, the Black Knight wielded a sword protectively. No meat, the creature remarked before leaping away. Is that the aura of a void demon hound? A female swordswoman appeared before Yi Zheqi, inquiring in a refined manner, "May I know your name?" "Yi Zheqi," he replied, slightly uncomfortable with her antiquated greeting style. "I am Wu Wang Jianxian, the spirit of Qing Tang's sect disciple, Yi Bingbing." Spirit? Sword immortal? Yi Zheqi was speechless with surprise. "Sword immortal? Did you discover anything?" asked a classical beauty with jade-like skin, approaching them. "This is your Qing Tang sect brother, along with the corpse of a mutated ancient ape and the scent of a void demon hound." "Brother?" she asked curiously. "I'm Yi Bingbing, 17 years old." Her cheerful nature was a stark contrast to her cool-sounding name. "Yi Zheqi, 19. Same surname. I'll call you Brother Yi." Yi Bingbing exclaimed excitedly. "Surviving between a mutated ancient ape and a void demon hound. You must have an SS-grade talent, right?" Yi Zheqi awkwardly explained. "I didn't do anything. The ancient ape was killed by the void demon hound. It glanced at my spirit and left." "This mech is your spirit? Could it be so powerful it scared off the void demon hound?" "The void demon hound primarily hunts large, flesh and blood creatures rich in life force. This mech and a weak human aren't on its menu," Wu Wang Jianxian clarified. Yi Zheqi wasn't sure if he should feel lucky or disappointed. "Brother Yi, your mech spirit is a famous mutated talent, likely not below S-grade, right?" "I'm an S-grade spirit summoner, and I summon the long-resting Wu Wang Jianxian," Yi Bingbing said proudly. "My talent is grade," Yi Zheqi admitted, slightly embarrassed. "No worries. Most of the threats here are ghosts and skeletons. A non-biological mech actually has an advantage. You were just unlucky encountering the mutated ancient ape and void demon hound," Yi Bingbing consoled him. "What exactly are the mutated ancient ape and void demon hound?" Yi Zheqi asked, changing the topic. Yi Bingbing looked to Wu Wang Jianxian, who explained, "They are remnants from the great battle between good and evil years ago. The ancient ape is a common spirit beast of the beast-taming sect, mutated due to excessive malice. The void spirit hound was once the pet of a fallen demon lord. After the demon lord's demise, the hound was severely injured, retaining only a fraction of its power, and has been barely surviving in this place ever since. This location was later designated as a trial ground, making the hound part of the challenge. Every trial, it consumes the blood sacrifices, gradually regaining some of its strength." Listening to the tales of ancient times recounted by the sword immortal Wu Wang, Yi Zheqi finally felt the true essence of the world of Xinxia. He glanced at his Black Knight, relieved that the recent upgrade had adorned it with ancient-style patterns, making it seem less out of place. "Who dares to spy on us?" Sword immortal Wu Wang flicked his wrist, and a white sword aura shot through the air. A shrill call followed, and a crow plummeted to the ground. As new disciples, Yi Zheqi and Yi Bingbing were unfamiliar with such creatures, and they instinctively looked to Sword Immortal Wu Wang for an explanation. "This type of crow does not belong to our realm," Sword Immortal Wu Wang explained. Yi Zheqi pondered. Having just joined the sect, he knew very few people who would target him. Then he thought of Shang Tianhao, but according to Ma Xiaoling, he was merely acting as a judge. "Would a judge spy like this?" he asked. Yi Bingbing answered decisively, "Judges monitor through the eyes of truth from 10 miles above. never using personal power. Plus, this entry trial emphasizes teamwork, so it could be a team spying on potential rivals. Really? I had no idea, Yi Zhachi admitted, having been focused solely on his cultivation and oblivious to related matters. How about forming a team with me? You seem to be a lone wolf, just like I am, Yi Bingbing suggested. Yi Zhachi was secretly thrilled after all. She possessed an S-level talent, summoning a sword immortal level spirit. Although restricted by Yi Bingbing's level, she was already top tier among her peers. Teaming up with her was like hitting the jackpot. He couldn't help but look forward to discovering others' talents and the battles to come. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Ouch! A slender young man in black exclaimed, clutching his head. What happened to your spirit crow? The chubby boy next to him asked. A strange female cultivator shot sword energy that killed my spirit crow, the young man explained. Female cultivator? The data indicates Yi Zhachi has an F-level mecha talent, right? The chubby boy questioned. That must be the spirit summoned by Yi Bingbing. Why is Yi Zhachi always surrounded by beauties, and with S-level talents too? The chubby boy said enviously. The slender boy hesitated. Maybe we should back off. Even with my S-level druid summons, I stand no chance against Yi Bingbing. Don't rush. We still have a trump card, the chubby boy whispered. An SS-level Dark Lord talent. Ma Tianqi? What? Even Senior Shang couldn't recruit him. How did you manage it? Because I have a Dark World teleportation talisman, the chubby boy said, gritting his teeth. I wouldn't use it if my awakening was aligned with light attributes. But this talisman suits Ma Tianqi perfectly. I hope he can help, ideally taking out Yi Zhachi. We have no grudge against him. Why go to such lengths? The slender boy asked, showing a hint of conscience. Ma Tianqi's Dark Lord talent thrives on slaughter. In this ancient battlefield, where the killing intent is intense, he can't control himself in the heat of battle. You release more crows to keep an eye on things. Just then, Yi Zhachi suddenly froze. The Sky Network alerted him. Advanced energy technique detected. Scanning. Scan complete. Technique identified as the Void Sword technique. Analyzing usage method, current progress 1. Yi Zhachi felt uneasy. Wasn't this essentially stealing someone else's sword technique? As a fellow sect member, he felt obliged to disclose this. Seeing Yi Zhachi standing still, Yi Bingbing thought he might be under a spell. She waved a hand before his eyes, and when there was no response, she asked Sword Immortal Wuwang to check. He seems to be in a meditative state, possibly having an epiphany, Sword Immortal Wuwang assessed. An epiphany? Can a mecha talent cultivate immortal techniques? Yi Bingbing wondered. I've seen your fellow sect members practicing similar techniques, Sword Immortal Wuwang remarked. Really? I thought technology-based talents like mecha couldn't. Technology? It's a knowledge system that interprets the universe's truths in a way entirely different from your era. The world is indeed full of wonders, Sword Immortal Wuwang marveled. Yi Zhachi finally came to his senses. What happened to me just now? After learning he had been in a meditative state, he explained, it seems the Sky Network consumed too much energy analyzing the sword technique, causing a brief shutdown. Actually, he admitted, somewhat embarrassed, my Mecha Lord talent includes a mecha domain with a super brain, the Sky Network. It analyzed the Sword Immortal's move and seemed to comprehend the technique. Such a genius! Sword Immortal Wuwang exclaimed, thrilled. The Void Sword technique is our sect's pinnacle technique, difficult even for sword prodigies to grasp. What kind of entity is this Sky Network, capable of understanding a technique from just one move? Could I meet it? I'm willing to impart our sect's teachings. After a great battle, the Wuwang Sword sect had declined and vanished from the world. The Void Sword technique was so demanding that a suitable successor had never been found until now. Encountering someone who could grasp the technique at a glance was exhilarating. Faced with Sword Immortal Wuwang's eager request, Yi Zhachi felt a bit awkward. Yi Bingbing, upon hearing Super Brain, understood immediately. Senior Wuwang, the Sky Network is a mechanical device. A mechanical device? Yi Zhachi pondered for a moment and decided to explain the existence of the Skynet in a way that the Sword Immortal Wuwang could understand. It was a magical artifact that had gained sentience. Upon hearing this, Sword Immortal Wuwang's eyes flashed with surprise. Using her ability to perceive auras, she observed that Yi Zhachi was merely at the peak of the Qi refinement stage. To her, it seemed like a child carrying gold through a busy market. For such a valuable artifact not to be seized by a powerful cultivator, or to fly away on its own was a stroke of incredible luck. If you can allow this treasure to comprehend the Wuwang Void Sword technique, I am willing to personally teach it. All I ask is that it accepts disciples in the future and continues the legacy of the Wuwang sect, Sword Immortal Wuwang said, clasping her hands in respect. Yi Zhachi initially intended to refuse outright, but then he thought better of it and decided to consult Skynet. He took out the core and entered it. Skynet. This esteemed master wishes to teach you the Wuwang Void Sword technique. Do you accept? A moment later, Skynet responded, pausing current research, pause successful, I am willing. When Yi Zhachi emerged from the core, a small humanoid mech appeared alongside him, Skynet's avatar, for meeting Sword Immortal Wuwang. The mech raised its mechanical arm in a gesture of greeting. Sword Immortal Wuwang was even more astonished. For a Qi refinement stage cultivator to possess such a treasure was surely indicative of a prodigy nurtured by a sect. She asked earnestly, would you be willing to accept the legacy of the Wuwang sword sect and become a disciple? Yi Zhachi finally understood and explained, Senior, while Skynet has high comprehension, its sentience is still developing. It follows my commands, so it can be considered an extension of myself. Teaching it is equivalent to teaching me. Sword Immortal Wuwang pondered. Then would you be willing to accept the Wuwang sword sect's legacy? Yi Zhachi glanced at Yi Bingbing and said, allow me to consult my master first. After receiving approval from Dr. Agasa, Sword Immortal Wuwang handed a jade slip to Yi Zhachi, saying, this is the Wuwang sword manual. She then moved to the cliff's edge and demonstrated nearly all the fundamental sword intents with a single slash into the mist. Yi Zhachi placed the jade slip into the mech's core, allowing Skynet to begin its study. The system promptly issued notifications. Ancient technique Wuwang sword manual detected, parsing and learning. Progress 1 inch. Wuwang void sword technique demonstration detected, recording, parsing, and learning. Progress 5 inch. At that moment, a handsome young man dressed in a white suit appeared on a boulder on the cliff. He inquired about Yi Zhachi's whereabouts from the two people beside him. The thin, black-clad Yang Wentai responded nervously. My crow spotted him 2 kilometers to the west earlier. Useless. Ma Tianqi scolded. Is this the extent of your S-grade druid talent? Can't even track someone with F-grade talent? The chubby Lan Qingzi defended Yang Wentai. Senior brother Ma, Yi Zhachi is with Yi Bingbing, who has an S-grade spirit summoning talent. The female cultivator spirit she summoned slashed the spirit crow in midair. Ma Tianqi's interest was piqued. S-grade spirit summoning? Interesting. As for that F-grade nobody, if not for the Dark World card, I wouldn't bother. Let's see what your S-grade talent, the glutton, can do. Lan Qingzi looked uncomfortable. Our target is Yi Zhachi. It's not the time for infighting. Enough talk. Bloodthirsty hound, attack. Ma Tianqi commanded, and a massive black hound over 2 meters long lunged at Lan Qingzi. In the face of danger, Lan Qingzi clasped his hands together, and a giant dog's mouth appeared in the smoke, swallowing the bloodthirsty hound whole. As the smoke cleared, Lan Qingzi wore a victorious smile. To Ma Tianqi, it was a blatant taunt. A slight blush appeared on Ma Tianqi's face, but he quickly regained his usual composure. Lan Qingzi chuckled and tried to smooth things over. Our target is Yi Zhachi. There's no point in getting caught up in trivial matters. Just then, Yang Wenkai suddenly shouted, I've found them. They're still in the same spot. Perfect, let's go meet them. Ma Tianqi resumed his characteristically eerie tone, which caused Lan Qingzi to internally remark, despite having such a boyish face, why does he insist on speaking in such a dark manner? Ma Tianqi summoned a dark wyvern, its back forming a platform. He stood at the front and, without looking back, invited Lan Qingzi and Yang Wenkai to join him. Seeing the dark wyvern, which was akin to a small aircraft, Lan Qingzi marveled, what a powerful dark wyvern, at least in a grade creature, right? Just barely scrayed. Yang Wenkai corrected. Senior brother Ma is indeed impressive. Although he was a year older than Ma Tianqi, the age difference seemed insignificant in the face of Ma's SS-level talent. With Yang Wensai's spirit crow leading the way, they began their flight. Another 100 kilometers, Yang Wenkai estimated the distance. Ma Tianqi suddenly flashed a sinister smile. Hold on tight. I'm going to speed up. The dark wyvern instantly became a blur, and as they disappeared, only a scream was heard. Moments later, Ma Tianqi had to stop because Yang Wenkai was pale, spitting out a bit of blood. It turned out that his spirit crow, being linked to his soul, had been killed by the wyvern's acceleration, transferring the damage to him. At the bottom of a valley in the Sword Tomb, the Void God Hound watched warily at the distant flickering of sword light. Its broken horn glowed intermittently, revealing its inner unease. It still harbored a grudge against the Wu Wang sword sect for severing one of its horns years ago. At this moment, the voice of its former master, Ning Wuji, echoed in its mind. Although only a remnant soul remained of this demon lord, he retained his arrogance. Their relationship was complex. The Void Godhound coveted the demonic techniques Ning Wuji possessed, while Ning Wuji aimed to seize control through the infinite soul refinement technique. After their usual exchange of barbs, Ning Wuji proposed a plan. To use the underground Six Desires demon sword formation against the descendant of the Wu Wang sword sect. This formation was a remnant of the Nine Heavens demon-breaking sword formation and the Six Desires heavenly demon from the Green Mountain sword sect's mutual destruction. Meanwhile, Yi Zhachi received good news. The analysis of the Wu Wang sword sutra was 10 complete. allowing the Black Knight to learn the first level of the Wu Wang void-piercing sword technique. Within his lord's core space, the Black Knight unleashed a sword strike so powerful it seemed to slice through space itself. This filled Yi Zheqi with immense excitement, as it meant the Black Knight's combat capabilities would see a qualitative leap. After mastering the Thousand Machines technique, the Black Knight was only able to reach a level due to the limitations of the entry-level skill. The energy recovery was inefficient and had limited use, so he didn't pay much attention to it. However, the newly learned Wuwang Void Sword art was a completely different story. This top-tier technique, even by today's standards, would be rated at least level. Its efficiency in absorbing external energy increased by dozens of times, allowing the Black Knight to replenish the energy consumed during its moves by itself, which filled him with joy. When the Black Knight was summoned, he drew his sword with a majestic flair and demonstrated a sword move in front of the Wuwang sword Immortal. The sword Immortal observed the sword energy thoughtfully and remarked, "It lacks its own divine intent, just pure imitation. But could it be that it can wield the sword without limits?" Yi Zheqi felt a chill at the first part of the sentence, but the latter half reignited his hope. Indeed, as a robot, the Black Knight couldn't possess divine intent, but its advantage lay in its tirelessness. As long as there was enough energy, it could wield the sword endlessly. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded. "Host has not learned the Wuwang Void Sword art. Would you like to activate the shared link?" This unexpected delight thrilled Yi Zheqi. On further reflection, both the Wuwang Void Sword art and the Thousand Machines technique were human cultivator skills. Since the Black Knight could learn them, so could he. Although this method of cultivation seemed a bit cunning, as long as the Skynet could decode the top level, he could cultivate the Wuwang Void Sword art to perfection. Without hesitation, he confirmed the choice, and a stream of informational currents surged into his mind, making him feel completely at ease. Various sword stances and energy pathways replayed continuously in his mind. To Yi Bingbing and the Wuwang sword Immortal, it appeared as though Yi Zheqi had entered a state of enlightenment once again, so they stood by, protecting him. Half an hour later, while Yi Zheqi was still in his state of enlightenment, two groups unexpectedly arrived. On the left was the Void God Hound, a demonic creature that had been keeping a low profile since being injured, now looking provocatively. On the right was a black wyvern with a wingspan of over 6 meters, carrying two individuals. A strikingly handsome boy in a white suit and an unremarkable-looking chubby man, accompanied by a two-headed chimera. All three parties stopped when they encountered each other. Ma Tianqi's group had initially come for Yi Zheqi, but only the chubby Lan Qingzi and Yang Wentai noticed Yi Zheqi in meditation. Ma Tianqi's eyes were drawn to the Void God Hound, deeply captivated by its intense dark aura and mysterious power the first time he had seen such a combination, given his SS-level Dark Lord talent. The Void Godhound had intended to capture Yi Zheqi to lure Yi Bingbing and the Wuwang Sword Immortal into the Six Desires Demon Sword formation. However, Ma Tianqi's presence exuded a familiar, oppressive aura, reminiscent of its traumatic memories under the Demon Lord's enslavement. Memories of being dismembered and submerged in blood to test regeneration efficiency, and being forced to breed with various demon creatures, flooded back. Sensing Ma Tianqi's delight and the similar oppressive aura to the Demon Lord, it chose to flee immediately. Ma Tianqi gave chase, with Yang Wentai following suit. Only Yi Bingbing and the Wuwang Sword Immortal remained on the scene. That fair-skinned youth just now, his aura resembles the Demon Lord of old. "Do you know him?" the Wuwang Sword Immortal asked. "Yes, he's Ma Tianqi, recognized as the top disciple among our sect's new recruits, with an SS-level Dark Lord talent." The two then discussed the Demon Lord, talents, and related topics. The Wuwang Sword Immortal gained a clearer understanding of the SS-level talent, akin to a realm just below the Dao ancestor in the cultivation world, and also gained insight into Yi Bingbing's talent and strength. At that moment, Yi Zheqi emerged from his enlightenment, letting out a long shout and casually swung his sword towards the valley. Instantly, sword energy spread, the sound of swords resonated continuously, and countless broken sword artifacts from the sword tomb flew over, hovering and circling around him. This is a subdued version of the 10,000 swords pay homage phenomenon. Wu Wang's sword Immortal gazed at the scene before him, unable to hide his astonishment. In their system, the 9 levels from F to SSS correspond to the 9 realms of the cultivation world, ranging from the lowest, Qi refining, to the highest, Sage. Yet here was Yi Zheqi, with only a clevel strength equivalent to the Yang spirit realm, manifesting an anomaly akin to what a sword Dao realm master would evoke. Even in its weakened form, it was enough to leave one in awe. Could Yi Zheqi truly be a prodigy in swordsmanship? Wu Wang's sword Immortal pondered silently. What he didn't know was that the entity truly deciphering and comprehending the Wu Wang Void Sword technique was Tian Wang, a top-tier intellect far surpassing ordinary human capability. It meticulously calculated every detail from the most basic drawing of the sword to the position, force, and angle of each finger, simulating countless times until achieving the optimal solution. Yi Zhachi opened his eyes to find an array of swords densely pointed at him, momentarily bewildered, thinking he was under attack by a formidable foe. Just then, a system prompt sounded, detected collectible exotic high-energy metal, capable of forging various divine weapons. Would you like to collect? Without hesitation, he chose yes. Yi Bingbing and Wu Wang's sword immortal watched as the surrounding sword energy continuously flowed into Yi Zhaqi's lord core. Meanwhile, in the depths beneath the sword tomb, a bizarre scene unfolded. At the center of a glowing hexagram, a coffin lay, containing a skeleton. All around, various filthy mutated demons and specters busied themselves, sorting and placing collected remnants of armor, limbs, and weapons into furnaces at each of the 6 corners. The elderly Jian Yuanzi, holding an ancient parchment, coughed and said, 360 years have passed according to this parchment, and finally, the 6 Desires Void Demon Sword can be forged. He moved to the coffin, gazing at the skeleton enveloped in metallic liquid and black, spiritual energy, continuing, 6 Desires Demon. My junior brother used his body as a cage to imprison you. Despite your attempts to escape over the years, he spent his soul suppressing you. Now that his soul has dissipated, the seal is about to break. You must be thrilled, aren't you? At that moment, the cave ceiling suddenly broke open, and a massive figure plummeted down, only to be caught by the black magic barrier of the hexagram. Jin Yuanzi retreated warily, recognizing it as the Void Demon Lord's pet, the Void Divine Hound. Shortly afterward, Ma Tianqi's youthful face and Lan Qingzi's round visage peered in. Lan Qingzi, seeing the ground littered with ghosts and demons, and the air filled with sinister energy, felt an ominous foreboding. Yet, Ma Tianqi displayed a delighted grin. Today's my lucky day, collecting so many dark creations at once. Yang Wentai arrived shortly after, intrigued by the scene before him. At this point, the Void Divine Hound, trapped within the 6 Desires Demon Sword formation, was unable to move. In its mind, it roared at its former master, the Void Demon Lord. Ning Wuji, you deceived me. Anger and anxiety filled its heart, knowing that if it fell into the Void Demon Lord's hands again, endless torment awaited. It began to stir mental ripples in its mind, vowing to uncover Ning Wuji's remaining soul. Ultimately, the shadowy figure of Ning Wuji, clad in a black robe, was forced to appear, his form twisting under the pressure of the soul attack, as if about to disperse at any moment. The Void Beast gazed down at the writhing, fading figure of Ning Wuji, a mocking smile playing on its lips. Tisk, TSK, Master. Did you ever imagine you'd end up in my hands? Of course. I imagined it. Ning Wuji's voice, like his flickering form, was intermittent, yet devoid of fear. But still, I'll break you, no question. Do you know why? Still talking tough at the end, the Void Beast sneered. Don't worry, I'm not as cruel as you. I'll simply ensure you vanish forever. TSK, TSK, my little pet. Don't call me that. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the image within the Void Beast's mind expanded threefold. Surrounded by blue flames, its crimson eyes shot a black beam straight at Ning Wuji's distorted form. His spectral body was forcibly split like smoke, twisting and deforming. Ha, ha ha, is that all you've got? Ning Wuji's laughter was broken but unmistakably taunting. The soul-destroying light hit you, yet you're not gone? The Void Beast exclaimed in disbelief. Unexpectedly, Ning Wuji's nearly dissipated soul didn't vanish, but instead grew more solid, almost corporeal. Sensing the danger, the Void Beast quickly unleashed a second wave of the soul-destroying light. The black beams, like a hailstorm, bombarded Ning Wuji but could no longer penetrate him. Instead, they lodged into his now substantial soul like nails. Are you curious? Ning Wuji's voice regained strength. You are my pet and my experiment. Everything about you, your body, fur, spirit, memories, talents, even this soul-destroying light was crafted by me. It was just a pastime. Yet after the great battle between good and evil, my spirit was shattered, and my resurrection plans in other worlds were wiped out by the righteous path. Ironically, it was you, this trivial creation, that preserved a fragment of my soul. With a hint of self-mockery, Ning Wuji continued, the Void Demon Lord, who once roamed countless worlds, now clings to life through his own toy, using it to be reborn. Fate is indeed whimsical. But Void Beast, for your service in saving me, once I reclaim my position as Demon Lord, I will resurrect you to share in eternal glory. As the Void Beast was trapped by the 6 Desires Demon Sword formation, internally torn, Jian Yuanzi noticed Ma Tianqi and his companions. Who are you? What brings you here? Jian Yuanzi eyed the 3 oddly dressed young individuals and their unfamiliar creature with suspicion. Ma Tianqi, with an air of arrogance, surveyed the scene and barely acknowledged Jian Yuanzi, whose power was clearly inferior. Old Master, we're disciples of the Qingting sect, participating in the sect's entrance competition. May I ask who you are? Lan Qingzi, more diplomatic, began conversing with Jian Yuanzi, explaining they were from another great world. This revelation startled Jian Yuanzi, given the apparent lack of power in these youths to traverse worlds. Upon learning they were sent by their elders, Jian Yuanzi's demeanor softened considerably. However, due to the secrets tied to his power restoration hidden here, he politely requested them to leave. Yet Ma Tianqi was direct. Is this dark formation for sale? At this moment, Ma Tianqi, a descendant of the Eastern Ma family's branch, had just discovered his SS-level talent 3 days ago. With fresh access to family resources, he was in a phase of lavish spending. For him, the Dark World card from Shang Tianhao was the perfect cultivation tool. Sell it? Jian Yuanzi pressed his lips together tightly, his mind buzzing. This was his grand plan for resurrection over 360 years, and more importantly, it was his precious Six Desires Void Heaven Demon Sword. Suppressing his shock, he cautiously asked, "Do you happen to have any treasures or techniques to restore one's power?" After all, the person before him was a visitor from the upper realms. Even a casual gift might be of immense benefit to him. With some luck, he might even elevate himself to a higher level through this opportunity. Ma Tianqi observed Jian Yuanzi with interest. From the aura, he had already assessed the local sword cultivator's condition. This person had lost all his magical power and was barely sustaining himself with some dark force. The purpose of this formation seemed to be extracting various energies and concentrating them into the coffin at its center. Inside the coffin, the remnants of a top-tier dark creature were sealed, and the entire formation was nurturing a potentially powerful dark creation. Restore your power? What's your current situation? Ma Tianqi inquired. Seeing the interest in Ma Tianqi's eyes, Jian Yuanzi immediately explained in detail, "As you can see, I've lost all my magical power and am left with only a remnant body. This formation is called the Six Desires Heaven Demon Sword Formation, integrating the thousand-year sword-forging techniques of the Qingshan sword sect, the power of the Six Desires Heaven Demon, and the demon-attracting methods of the Void Demon Lord. The combination of these three can forge a Six Desires Void Demon Sword, helping me become a demon and rebuild my physical body." Ma Tianqi's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Although he wasn't familiar with these terms, the names alone suggested a strong compatibility with him. What are the Six Desires Heaven Demon and the Void Demon Lord? They are among the 9 great demon lords of the demon race. The Six Desires Heaven Demon excels at manipulating human desires, leading them astray. The Void Demon Lord is adept at creating void entities, employing extremely cruel methods, Jian Yuanzi recalled, with a hint of nostalgia in his tone. The demon race? Ma Tianqi, Lan Qingzi, and Yang Wankai, who was hiding in the corner, were all taken aback. These demon creatures had an aura similar to that of dark creatures. Could there be some connection between the two? After a moment of contemplation, Ma Tianqi said, "To me, so-called evil auras have no effect. They are merely pieces that align with my nature." This realization dawned on Lan Qingzi and Yang Wankai. Reflecting on their relationships with their summoned entities, they realized it was indeed more like a leader and subordinates, without being influenced by the nature of the summons. This insight subtly hinted at breakthroughs in the strength of all three, causing them to burst into laughter, with Ma Tianqi's laughter being the loudest. If his suspicions were correct, the spirits, ghosts, and remnants of the demon race in this world would all become sources of his power. This entrance competition at the Qingting sect was practically tailor-made for him, an SS-level Dark Lord. He turned to Jian Yuanzi and said, "I have a lich method here that can not only restore your power but also grant you immortality. Please don't deceive me." Jian Yuanzi was incredulous. Restoring power and gaining immortality, how could such a miraculous thing exist? Besides, isn't a lich's body from ancient primordial beings? Why don't you use this lich method yourselves? Ma Tianqi gestured for Lan Qingzi to explain. Lan Qingzi smiled and said, "A lich is usually a last resort when the body cannot be restored. Simply put, it transforms one into an undead being, far more powerful than the ghosts in your world." "I see. I thought it was an innate lich body from ancient times," Jian Yuanzi realized. Ma Tianqi added, "However, after transforming into a lich, your life and death will be in my hands, so think it over carefully." After weighing the pros and cons, Jian Yuanzi decisively said, "Given the situation, I have no other choice. Please proceed." Compared to the potential backlash and risk of failure from becoming a demon with the Six Desires Void Sword, this option seemed more secure. Ma Tianqi released a beam of black light, striking Jian Yuanzi's head. A black whirlwind roared, sweeping all nearby spirits and skeletons into it. In an instant, the underground cavern became clean and tidy, leaving only the motionless void godhound engulfed in green flames, the hexagram formation, and the coffin. This scene surprised Ma Tianqi. It was understandable that the S-level lich transformation spell couldn't affect the Six Desires demon sword formation, but even the seemingly a level dark creature beside it remained unmoved, which was puzzling. He experimentally fired a beam of death light, only to see it easily blocked by the green flames. At that moment, Yang Wenkai, with his keen senses, noticed something. It seems to be evolving. As an owner of an S-level druid talent, he was extremely sensitive to the fluctuations of life energy. A swirling black vortex spun continuously in the sky, faintly echoing with ghostly wails. Nearby, a flickering blue flame danced, emitting a chilling, otherworldly energy. On the ground, a hexagram glimmered softly, with a coffin placed at its center. Together, these elements formed a bizarre equilibrium. The first change came from the black vortex. It gradually dissipated, revealing an unusual figure, a short, stout Taoist priest clad in a blue robe, wearing a high Taoist hat, carrying a long sword on his back, and holding a horsetail whisk. Is this the Lich? Ma Tianqi, Lan Qingzi, and Yang Wenkai exchanged puzzled glances. They had expected Jian Yuanzi, after transforming into a Lich, to appear skeletal, not as a perfectly intact Taoist priest. Jian Yuanzi clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, benefactor, for saving me. I am Jian Yuanzi. May I ask the benefactor's esteemed name? I'm Ma Tianqi, with an SS-level talent, the Dark Lord. Ma Tianqi introduced himself. These are my fellow disciples. The plump one is Lan Qingzi with an S-level gluttonous talent, and the other is Yang Wenkai, an S-level druid summoner. Ma Tianqi was secretly amazed that Jian Yuanzi had not only regained his original appearance and strength, but also retained his consciousness, unlike other dark creatures. This would make him an ideal, loyal subordinate, as his life was entirely in Ma Tianqi's hands. Just then, the blue flames of the void divine beast began to churn violently, cracking to reveal flesh and bone. The onlookers were stunned as it transformed from a four-legged creature to a bipedal form, its limbs extending, claws morphing into human hands, and its lower body becoming human feet. Although still shrouded in blue flames, its humanoid outline was now discernible. Hee hee. An eerie laughter echoed, and Jian Yuanzi sensed a familiar aura. Void Demon Lord Ning Wuji? The humanoid form of the void divine beast turned, instantly dressed in regal attire. His eyes were expressive, lips red, teeth white, exuding the mature elegance of a noble young lord. Oh, Jian Yuanzi, long time no see. Ning Wuji glanced around, not finding the group of the unfathomable sword immortal, but he took an interest in Ma Tianqi, the charming young boy. Ma Tianqi attempted to gauge the opponent's strength, but received no feedback. This meant the Void Demon Lord was at least as powerful as he was, if not stronger, causing a twinge of anxiety. Don't worry, benefactor, Jian Yuanzi reassured. He's merely bluffing. After perishing with the unfathomable sword immortal, the Void Demon Lord's soul only occupies the body of the Void Divine Beast. His cultivation can't be detected because of his void abilities. Now is the best time to eliminate him. As they prepared to act, the Six Desires Demon Sword formation underwent a change. The coffin suddenly opened, frantically absorbing energy. The skeleton inside melted, gradually forming the shape of a sword. Shadows of tiny figures appeared in the smoke, engaged in indecent acts. Ultimately, the metallic liquid coalesced into an ancient-looking black long sword. Anyone who saw this sword felt an unsettling dread. The weakest, Yang Wenkai, was drawn to it, losing his senses. What are you doing? Lan Qingzi, snapping to his senses, hurriedly pulled him back, but Yang Wenkai continued to charge forward. Brother Ma, help! Ma Tianqi signaled Jian Yuanzi to intervene. Jian Yuanzi pointed his finger, sending a flying sword to intercept the black sword. This sword, I'll gladly accept, Ning Wuji said, somehow drawing the black sword into his possession before shooting skyward like a meteor, vanishing without a trace. With the black sword gone, Yang Wenkai collapsed to the ground. Ma Tianqi questioned Jian Yuanzi about why they didn't pursue. Benefactor, you may not know, but the Void Demon Lord uses void escape techniques, allowing him to travel to any void realm. I am powerless against it, Jian Yuanzi explained. From the moment the Void Demon Lord acted, Ma Tianqi sensed the dark energy and, after hearing the explanation, was even more intrigued. Tell me everything you know about the Void Demon Lord. Leave nothing out. His young face flushed with excitement. Yes, Jian Yuanzi replied respectfully. Shortly after, Yang Wenkai regained consciousness. What did you see or dream about? Lan Qingzi asked, frowning and fidgeting. Nothing, nothing at all, Yang Wenkai replied, blushing. So, unless the Void Demon Lord reveals himself, he's essentially untraceable? Ma Tianqi pondered. Exactly, he seeks others, but no one can seek him. He's virtually a ruler of the void, Jian Yuanzi answered. To think such a formidable person was annihilated, left with only a fragment of his soul. What did that unfathomable sword immortal who perished with him look like? Jian Yuanzi projected a scene, showing the battle between the unfathomable sword immortal and the Void Demon Lord. Isn't that the spirit summoned by Yi Bingbing? The three exclaimed in unison. You've seen her? She's alive? Jin Yuanzi was astonished. Two souls thought to be extinguished had survived? But then again, wasn't he himself someone who had come back from the dead? It seemed fitting that these extraordinary talents had also managed to survive. In the Grand Plaza of the Qingting sect, images captured by the true sight eyes were projected onto a massive sky screen. Each true sight eye was closely monitored by two judges, while Shang Tianhao's gaze was fixed intently on Yi Zhaqi. Damn it, that country bumpkin actually teamed up with Yi Bingbing, who has an S-level talent. Shang Tianhao muttered, his eyes turning bloodshot as he looked at yet another stunning beauty on the screen. Senior brother, would you like some eye drops? These are made from ancient ice crystals and are particularly good for the eyes. A junior disciple quickly offered, noticing his discomfort. Shang Tianhao initially wanted to refuse, but upon hearing they were made from ancient ice crystals, he changed his mind. Not bad, he said, accepting the eye drops. The junior disciple was secretly delighted, as this meant he was on his way to becoming Shang Tianhao's follower, granting him considerable freedom within the Qingting sect. Senior brother, are you planning to recruit that flevel talent, Yi Zhaqi, as a lackey? The junior disciple asked, growing more talkative now that he felt closer to Shang Tianhao. But that S-level spirit summoner, Yi Bingbing, and the female cultivator she summoned seemed quite formidable. Shut up. Shang Tianhao waved dismissively, pointing to another quiet junior disciple nearby. You, come over and replace him. The dismissed junior disciple inwardly lamented the loss of his eye drops, but dared not voice his complaint. Kotaro, tell me what you know about Yi Bingbing. Shang Tianhao addressed the newly appointed, obedient junior disciple. Kotaro promptly gave a detailed report. Yi Bingbing is from a branch of the Yi family in the Beast Spirit Kingdom. Her father, Yi Wuda, has an 11 blood lion talent, skilled in combat. Her mother, Luo Fair, has a level sonic seagull talent, specializing in reconnaissance. Yi Wuda loves antiques, Luo Fair enjoys gardening, and Yi Bingbing has a fondness for jewelry, especially semi-transparent jade. Jade? Shang Tianhao's eyes lit up, glancing at Kotaro, who had an S-level gem hunter talent. Isn't that a perfect match for you? The usually reserved Kotaro blushed slightly, quickly declining Shang Tianhao's matchmaking suggestion. Just then, the scene on the sky screen shifted as Yi Zhaqi awoke, triggering an extraordinary phenomenon where countless swords seemed to respond to his presence. The surrounding disciples were abuzz with disbelief that inflevel talent could resonate with ancient sword artifacts. Some speculated it was Yi Bingbing's doing, while others believed these swords would be used to forge mechas. The scene then switched to Ma Tianqi, who had discovered a hexagram array underground with his SS-level talent. He struck a deal with an elder and began a lich transformation ritual. The crowd was astonished by the power of his Dark Lord talent, and even more so when the elder turned out to be a sword immortal, whom Ma Tianqi transformed into a sword immortal lich. Hearing the murmurs that Ma Tianqi was a shoo-in for first place, Shang Tianhao felt a mix of anger and helplessness. The three people who had promised to help him deal with Yi Zhaqi had abandoned him to pursue the sword immortal lich, completely disregarding him. Yet, faced with the overwhelming power of an SS-level talent, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. On the platform of the main square of the Qingting sect, the elders and disciples from various peaks were intently monitoring the new disciples in the celestial canopy. The sect leader, Wu Yazi, clad in a white Taoist robe with flowing white hair and beard, exuded an ethereal aura that contrasted sharply with his weary demeanor. After completing the initiation speech, he delegated responsibilities to other peak leaders and was about to take a moment to rest. Sect leader, a mysterious figure, possibly from the demon clan, has appeared at the Western Heaven Sword Tomb, interrupted Wang Zhongho, the third peak leader. This tall, slender man, with a goatee and a Taoist crown on his head, and a gourd filled with homemade monkey wine at his waist, resembled a wandering fortune teller. Wu Yazi opened his eyes, his brow furrowed. Recently, the major sects had been preoccupied with fending off the demon clan's forces at the borders. The appearance of a demon in this small world implied that they might have discovered some special passageway. Wang Zhongho reported the situation in detail. Although the Jade Universe realm had been developed by the sect for nearly 500 years, it still held many secrets. Yi Zhaqi had discovered a Void Divine Hound, a pet of the Void Demon Lord from 3,000 years ago. Severely weakened after the great battle between good and evil, it had survived until now. Today, the beast first provoked Yi Zhaqi and Ma Tianqi, then fled underground, coincidentally encountering Jin Yuanzi of the Qingshan Sword sect, conducting secret experiments below. Jin Yuanzi was attempting to forge the Six Desires Demon Sword by combining the remnants of the Six Desires Demon and the Void Demon Lord with swordcrafting techniques. Unexpectedly, the Void Divine Hound harbored the residual soul of the Void Demon Lord, who successfully possessed it and seized the demon sword. Fortunately, with the help of Ma Tianqi's SS-level Dark Lord talent, Jin Yuanzi was transformed into a sword immortal lich. What level do you estimate this Void Demon Lord to be? Wu Yazi asked, stroking his beard. Wang Zhongho analyzed carefully. The Void Divine Hound could already instantly kill a clevel mutated ancient ape, so it's at least a level. After possession, it rose to S level, and with the demon sword, it could reach S level. Considering its mastery of spatial laws, it might be rated SS level. This assessment led Wu Yazi into deep thought. He explained that the Jade Universe realm was about to upgrade from a small world to a large world, which explained why it could accommodate so many powerful beings. This upgrade meant that the realm would gain a complete domain and spatial passageways, and although the Qingting sect could no longer fully control it, they could leverage their early advantage to expand their influence. Regarding the threat of the Void Demon Lord, Wu Yazi proposed a clever strategy. Using Ma Tianqi's Dark Lord abilities, they would deploy an S-level Lich as an undercover agent to infiltrate the demon clan. Meanwhile, they also discovered that Yi Zhaqi, who had N-level mech talent, actually possessed SS-level potential and had advanced to Clevel after receiving guidance from an S-level heroic spirit. Does this mean there are 2 disciples with SS-level talents among the new entrants? Wu Yazi finally smiled, a rare sight. Heaven favors our Qingting sect. Inside the sword tomb of the western heavens, a crisis was unfolding. Yi Zhaqi stood guard in the west, while Ma Tianqi held the eastern position. Meanwhile, a 4-person squad in the northern area was in trouble. Vines entangled their bodies, and a pack of demon wolves lurked around them, ready to pounce. One of the team members, a particularly conspicuous red-haired chubby guy, seemed to be marked in the eyes of the wolves. Sister Warner, help me. His cries for help were tinged with a rather exaggerated tone. Brother Sue, hold on. I'm coming. Warner had switched from her palace attire to a more action-friendly warrior outfit. Her petite figure nimbly slipped out of the vines, moving with the grace of a lively rabbit. She leaped up, the pom-pom on her pink staff glowing. With a swift strike, several adorable little rabbits darted towards the red-haired chubby guy. Su Chong felt a surge of power and stood up with ease. Behind him, the shadow of a black bear materialized into reality, pushing away the demon wolves like dust. The bear began to rampage through the wolves, the air filled with the chaos of battle and a hint of satisfaction. Thanks, Sister Warner, the chubby guy said, ignoring the plight of the other 2 comrades as he expressed his gratitude to Warner. Warner sidestepped his approaching chubby face and pointed to the others. Brother Jiang and Brother Luo are still in danger. Go help them, as she directed. The rabbits hopped towards the other 2, dissolving the vines wherever they went. Freed from their bindings, the 2 brothers showcased their abilities. Jiang Wen summoned bolts of lightning with a smile, turning wolves to charred remains. Luo Tianyi called forth an ice giant to combat the wolves. Though the giant eventually shattered, it left the wolves frozen as statues. The remaining wolves, sensing the shift in battle, fled in panic. Thank you, Sister Warner. The 3 brothers echoed in unison. Warner eyed them skeptically. It seems like you could have freed yourselves without my help, right? She recalled Sister Huan saying, men are all pig's feet. Though she didn't quite understand it, it seemed fitting. These 3 were all S-level talents. Su Chong was a master of beast summoning. Jiang Wen was the son of lightning, and Luo Tianyi was of the ice and snow royalty. Facing mere level demon wolves and level vines, their pretense of helplessness was truly exasperating. After exchanging glances, Luo Tianyi spoke up, Sister Warner, are you tired? I brought a picnic blanket and some fruit. How about we camp here? Yeah, I brought barbecue and grilling tools, and I've got pastries and drinks. Warner secretly thought to herself, are you here for a picnic? Back at the Qingtang Sect Square, disciples watching through the sky screen were abuzz with discussion. Some marveled at the impressive lineup of 4 S-level talents teaming up, while others reminded them to be wary of Yi Bingbing's S-level spirit and the A-level Void Divine Hound that might have been possessed. Wang Zhongho, head of the 3rd peak, shook his head as he watched. He had just learned from the sect leader that the Jade Universe might soon ascend to a major world status, and worried these youngsters were too complacent. Just then, a sudden change occurred. The ground cracked open, revealing a dilapidated palace rising up, gears and mechanisms intertwining, with black smoke swirling around the central statue, sparking with electricity. The sky darkened in an instant, thunder roared, and ghostly sounds echoed faintly. Luo Tianyi immediately summoned an ice and snow giant eagle to carry the 4 of them into the sky. The cold gripped them, and they shivered involuntarily. Luo Tianyi retrieved warm clothing from his icy realm, handing out a white coat to Warner and black jackets to the others. In the distance, Yi Zhaqi and Yi Bingbing also noticed the unusual weather. Is it just raining in this area too? Yi Zhaqi asked curiously. Yi Bingbing chuckled at the suggestion, but Wu Wang Jianxian looked grave, his hair fluttering in the wind. There's a demonic energy disturbance there. I suspect something sinister is about to awaken. The gaze of Wu Wang, the sword immortal, drifted toward the distance, where a peculiar encampment of the demon clan lay the dark manufacturing bureau. She cast a meaningful look at Yi Zhaqi, who was bewildered and asked, why do you look at me like that, elder? Yi Bingbing, equally curious, leaned in, eager to understand the connection between this unorthodox sect and Yijiachi. Wu Wang, the sword immortal, began to recount the scenes of past battles. The Dark Manufacturing Bureau was renowned for its unique mechanical creations, driven by dark energy, existing as half-living, half-mechanical entities. She described the eerie contraptions mechanical beasts formed by fusing the severed heads of demons with magical artillery. These constructs could move, aim, and fire autonomously, requiring no external control. The demon lord tailored specific techniques for these creations, enabling them to unleash their full potential. These techniques were further divided into elemental attributes like ice, fire, and poison to suit various battlefield demands. Even massive airships, flying vessels, and aerial fortresses were crafted similarly, requiring only a demon's head to immediately render these artifacts, which would otherwise take decades or centuries to cultivate, ready for battle. Cruel? Of course it's cruel, Wu Wang sighed. But that's the nature of the demon clan. They never value life. She elaborated on the demon clan's hierarchy. Only high-ranking demons from Class A and above possess true intelligence and self-awareness, often assuming leadership roles. Lower-ranked demons were akin to insects, acting purely on instinct, with their sole advantage being an astonishing reproductive capability. As she spoke, Wu Wang couldn't help but reminisce about the epic battle with the Void Demon Lord. Space fractured, and the Demon Lord flickered unpredictably, ultimately constrained by spatial anomalies. Although she perished alongside the adversary at her limit, the cunning Demon Lord managed to leave behind a wisp of his soul, resurrecting himself by possessing the Void Divine Hound. Shall we go take a look? Yi Zhuqi suggested. Yes, yes. I want to see what these dark creations are like. Yi Bingbing exclaimed excitedly. Though Wu Wang shook her head in resignation, her heart brimmed with curiosity. How had these dark creations resurfaced without the guidance of the demon clan? Meanwhile, a sudden downpour turned the sky as dark as ink. Giant waves crashed against the dam, mist spreading everywhere. Alston Gunnett stood inside a transparent dome, surprised to find himself completely untouched by the rain. With explanations from Hongya and Honghua, he learned that this world referred to magic as techniques. Eventually, they arrived at a dilapidated Taoist temple, its entrance marked with the words, "Swallowing Heaven Sect." As a member of the imperial family, Alston was taken aback by the temple's state of disrepair, but with his devouring abilities weakened, he had no choice but to endure. The winding path they traveled was a stark contrast to the technologically advanced universe battleships he was accustomed to. When he paused, a soothing energy gently enveloped him. Hongya and Honghua noticed Alston was motionless and were about to reach out to touch him when suddenly, a mist-like glow emanated from his body. Immediately following this, a foul substance seeped from his skin, filling the air with a nauseating stench. The two exchanged a glance, their expressions filled with astonishment. This was clearly the process of cleansing impurities from the body that every practitioner goes through when first entering the path of cultivation. Yet, they hadn't taught Alston any techniques, and he had somehow grasped it merely by passing through the temple? Such talent was worthy of an S-level devouring rating. It seemed the sect leader's judgment was indeed exceptional. Moments later, Alston opened his eyes and found himself covered in sticky, foul-smelling grime, which left him in shock. As a member of the royal family, accustomed to a life of luxury, he was known for his fastidiousness, and the filth now covering him was nearly unbearable. "Why did you do this to me?" he demanded angrily. "This wasn't us. It was you," Hongya replied with a smile, while Honghua nodded in agreement. "Impossible. I need a bath." If not for the presence of these strangers, Alston might have stripped off his clothes right then and there. Taking advantage of the rain outside, he tore off his shirt and dashed out, letting the rain wash over him. He returned half an hour later, drenched but still bearing traces of the unpleasant odor. Led by Hongya, they arrived at a simple courtyard. In the courtyard stood a well and a large vat. Seeing Hongya point to the open-air vat, Alston was almost ready to explode in anger. Accustomed to luxurious seaside villas with beautiful women and opulent baths, he was now expected to bathe in a dilapidated courtyard, using a possibly filthy vat that might have been used by two hefty men. In the end, he relented but insisted on showering by the well, refusing to use the vat. Hongya and Honghua stood outside, saying meaningfully, "Don't be bound by appearances. Soon you'll understand the benefits of that vat." The next day, wearing the same robes as Hongya and Honghua, Alston had a simple meal, feeling quite hesitant. For someone used to gourmet food, such fare was difficult to stomach. However, logic told him that in this dangerous world, as a weakling, he needed to grow stronger, and this seemingly rundown sect was just the place for him. The initiation ceremony was held in the ancestral hall. The spiritual tablets here were unusual, not the typical plaques, but in the shapes of swords, basins, flowers, stones, and other forms. Upon learning that these were the life objects of past masters, Alston felt somewhat disappointed. He had imagined his devouring talent would be awe-inspiring, yet in this high-energy universe, it seemed rather ordinary. Following Hongya's instructions, he knelt on a black and white cushion. As a royal who hadn't knelt in years, bowing to these inexplicable objects stirred turmoil within him. But he reminded himself, as a weakling, he must adapt to circumstances. When Hongya lit an incense stick, Alston's mind drifted back to when he was 12 years old. It was the emperor's birthday parade. He walked in the long procession, with the triumphant notes of the marching band's trumpets ahead, and the majesty of the emperor and empress behind. In the golden and splendid imperial capital's cosmic fortress, the sky seemed to connect directly to the stars, with golden confetti fluttering down. The parade moved like a blood vessel through the capital. Civilian contingents waving tools of labor, military units marching in perfect formation, and flags of territories, legions, and planets fluttering in the sky, while celebratory songs echoed over the capital. Alston was utterly captivated by a group of magicians. They held shimmering orbs of light, tossing them high into the air. The orbs traced elegant arcs before bursting at their peak, transforming into cascades of radiant, invisible waterfalls. These waterfalls enveloped the emperor and empress, the mist creating an ethereal atmosphere as if they were shrouded in a mystical realm. 12-year-old Alston stood nearby, ray gun hidden in his grasp. He had the power to end the empire but hesitated out of fear. Now, as an adult in this illusion, he gazed thoughtfully at his younger self. The two selves merged, and this time, he quietly drew the gun, aiming at the emperor, thinking, I could take his place. The illusion abruptly ended. As he opened his eyes, Hongya and Honghua were watching him. After a moment of silence, Hongya turned and bowed to an ancestral tablet, saying, We invite the sect leader. An oval portal appeared in the void, and a blurred figure gradually approached, eventually revealing a 12-year-old boy in Taoist robes. He had red lips, white teeth, and the distinct complexion and eyes of a person from Longhua on Blue Star. This shocked Alston, as the boy was identical to his younger self in the illusion. Prompted by Hongya, Alston bowed to his master. The sect leader, who appeared as a boy but spoke with the voice of a mature man, did not surprise Alston was becoming accustomed to extraordinary phenomena in this magical world. The sect leader praised him, impressive. You've managed to refine your essence and cleanse your veins so thoroughly. The illusion showed you're indeed an ambitious person. Our Swallowing Heaven sect needs talents like you. The sect leader then presented two choices: to follow him for training, or to go undercover at the nominal headquarters of the Swallowing Heaven sect. Sensing Alston's confusion, Hongya explained that the sect was divided into two factions. Their orthodox faction, which upheld the belief that everything can be devoured, and the surrender faction, which only accepted those with mild devouring talents and even sought to weaken the dangerous devouring abilities. After hearing the explanation, Alston understood the dilapidated state of the place was a result of internal strife. He also realized that the incense and illusion might have left a mark on his soul to prevent future betrayal. Weighing the pros and cons, he chose to go undercover at the headquarters. Upon receiving Alston's decision, Hongya and Honghua exchanged knowing smiles, as if they had anticipated this outcome. The sect leader instructed them to teach Alston the basic skills and inform him about the surrender faction before departing through the portal. Honghua then led Alston to the inner courtyard to learn fundamental techniques. Meanwhile, at the Qing Teng sect's main square, a dilapidated palace suddenly appeared, sparking widespread discussion. Some marveled at the ancient battlefield's palace, while others were disturbed by the remains and mech suits within. The four SS squads had already flown to safety, while onlookers engaged in heated debates about the sinister-looking structure. Some praised its unique beauty, while others despised it. Master, does this palace appear to be a fusion of machinery and biology? Wang Zhongho gazed at the image of Ma Tianqi on the celestial screen, observing the slowly rising palace of flesh and metal. Wu Yazi furrowed his brows, stroking his beard, as he was about to speak. A middle-aged woman in a green high-slit qipao approached gracefully. Her jade hairpin adorned her head. Her eyes were as clear as autumn waters, her skin was fairer than snow, and her figure was elegant, showing no signs of age. Other elders began to gather around as well. This palace, according to records from the great battle between good and evil in the Yu realm, belongs to the Dark Manufacturing Bureau of the Demon Clan, Wu Yazi stated solemnly. The Dark Manufacturing Bureau? Yu Luo, the master of the Ice Moon Peak, asked with a light chuckle. Luo Wandao, the master of the Fourth Peak, Xuanji Peak, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. His originally scholarly face appeared somewhat sleazy due to his excessive flattery. Allow me to elaborate for my junior sister Yu Luo. Luo Wandao spoke eloquently. The Dark Manufacturing Bureau originated when the powerful demon clan stumbled upon human mechanical heritage. Although they lacked complete technology, they used brutal methods to disassemble and utilize their weaker kin, replacing chips with heads for main control and using limbs and tentacles instead of mechanical arms. The palace's outer walls, though made of metallic stone, are covered with demon eyes for surveillance, and the interior is controlled by numerous demon brains, managing energy, access, and mechanisms. Their production line operates similarly, substituting mechanical parts with demon organs to create hybrid demon machinery weapons and equipment. These creations can regenerate and repair themselves, using deceased demons as raw materials. Combined with the terrifying reproductive ability of the lower-tier demons, this allowed them to fight the righteous forces of the UU realm to a standstill back then. After hearing this, Yu Luo, though inwardly disdainful, managed to smile and commend him. Wu Yazi acknowledged Luo Wendao's insight and inquired further, what could have caused this resurgence? Luo Wandao organized his thoughts and replied, I suspect it's related to several events. The new disciple Yi Zhachi causing the phenomenon of 10,000 swords converging, absorbing numerous broken weapons. Jian Yuanzi crafting the sixth desire demon sword using remnants of weapons. And the Void Demon Lord possessing the Void Divine Hound and seizing the sixth desire demon sword. These events gradually weakened the seal on the Dark Manufacturing Bureau, ultimately causing it to resurface. The group praised Luo Wendao's extensive knowledge, with even the master nodding frequently. Luo Wendao feigned modesty, but his eyes secretly glanced at Yu Luo. Seeing her silent smile, he felt secretly pleased with himself. After pondering for a moment, Wu Yazi commanded, to be cautious. Dr. Ali, Luo Wendao, and Yu Luo, you three will go to the UU realm to investigate. Dr. Ali is an expert in mechanics, Luo Wendao is knowledgeable, and Yu Luo excels in healing and restraint, making you a perfect team. The three accepted the order and prepared to set off. Before departing, Luo Wendao teased, Dr. Ali, you only have 2 disciples. With Bayasha not back and Yi Zhachi in the sword tomb, are you going alone? Dr. Ali smiled confidently, summoning a swarm of bee-like nano flying armors. Qinji Peak never lacks manpower. Indeed, Qinji Peak has plenty of mech robots, Yu Luo chimed in supportively. Yi Zhachi unfurled his black mechanical wings and soared through the sky. Not far away, Yi Bingbing sat alongside Wang Jianxian, gliding through the clouds on a flying sword device. The wind howled and clouds drifted by, but under the protection of Wang Jianxian's chi shield, Yi Bingbing's hair remained perfectly in place. Brother Yi, your mech abilities are incredible, almost omnipotent. Yi Bingbing marveled at the sleek, silver-glowing mechanical wings, her eyes filled with envy. To be honest, it's an SS-level mech lord ability, Yi Zhachi explained. I possess a mech core with a small pocket dimension inside, housing a fortress called Zhiga. This main base can construct various mechs, but it requires a lot of materials and energy. These mechanical wings were forged from the sword devices we collected earlier, and they can transform into a mechanical motorcycle and yacht. Your world is truly fascinating, Wang Jianxian remarked. Unlike us, who have to cultivate everything, you just awaken these special abilities. It's as if you're favored by the heavens. It's not all that great, Yi Bingbing analyzed. Our abilities vary in strength and most don't improve after awakening. In contrast, your cultivation world can defy fate with techniques, elixirs, and divine artifacts. Each has its pros and cons. Well said, Wang Jianxian nodded in agreement. Hey, Yi Zhachi began to speak. Don't even start. Yi Bingbing pouted. It's like cheating. You have abilities and can still cultivate techniques, learning them so quickly. It's maddening. Yi Zhachi scratched his head awkwardly, then grinned with pride. What can I say? I'm the chosen one. Look, we're here. Yi Bingbing pointed below. That's the palace of the Dark Creation Bureau. The structure resembled a massive warship, with a central area akin to a small palace. As a top-tier creation of the demon clan, this sky carrier rivaled Yi Zhachi's fortress, Zhiga. They descended to observe more closely. The deck was littered with broken armor and intertwined human and demon remains, shrouded in black mist. Mutant beasts and small demons scavenged among the debris, sometimes triggering traps and being dragged away, other times melting into blood by poisonous gas. Suddenly, a steam whistle blared. A chimney-like structure emerged from the center, belching black smoke. Yi Zhachi pulled out military binoculars to inspect the bridge and was startled to see Ma Tianqi's group including a familiar plump and skinny figure, along with a short, stout Taoist with an air of immortality. It's Ma Tianqi, Yi Zhachi exclaimed. Wang Jianxian focused intently and suddenly recognized, that's Jian Yuanzi from the Qingshan sword sect. I met him when he presided over the Six Heavens Demon Suppressing Formation. What is the Six Heavens Demon Suppressing Formation? Yi Zhachi and Yi Bingbing asked in unison. It's a formation specifically designed to suppress the 6 desires demons of the demon clan. Wang Jianxian's expression turned serious, his battle intent rising. Yi Zhachi and Yi Bingbing exchanged a glance, wondering if there was some unresolved issue between Wang Jianxian and the 6 desires demons. Senior, what exactly is a 6 desire demon? Yi Bingbing asked. The name alone was enough to send shivers down her spine. The unfettered sword Immortal explained in detail. The demon race is divided into 5 major tribes: 6 desire demons, void demons, mighty demons, yakshas, and 100 ghosts. Among them, the 6 desire demons are the most unique. They have no physical form and drift like phantoms between worlds. They feed on the desires of other races, often ensnaring their targets in illusions that amplify greed, lust, and other desires, consuming them when they are at their most blissful. Many who lack strong willpower or have flaws in their hearts fall prey to them. After he finished speaking, the unfettered sword Immortal fell silent. Yi Bingbing pondered for a moment, thinking that strong willpower should be enough to counter them, but Yi Zhuqi quickly corrected her. It's not just about willpower, Yi Zhuqi explained. Any negative emotion can be a vulnerability for them. Feelings like guilt from accidentally losing a master's treasure or remorse from harming a fellow disciple are often more easily exploited by them than direct temptations. Yi Bingbing looked at Yi Zhuqi in surprise. You know so much. Just average, he responded playfully, as the two started to banter. The unfettered sword Immortal added, precisely because the 6 desire demons are so troublesome. The Qingshan sword sect united their efforts to deal with it. He glanced thoughtfully in the direction of Jian Yuanzi. Did they succeed in the end? Yi Bingbing asked curiously. They did manage to seal the 6 desire demon within the sword formation. The unfettered sword Immortal replied calmly, but now the 6 heavens demon-breaking sword formation has been damaged. More concerning is that Jian Yuanzi, though retaining his human form, lacks any human aura. I suspect he may have been possessed by the 6th desire demon. Yet, strangely, he doesn't carry the demon's aura. Why overthink it? Why not just go down and ask? Yi Zhuqi suggested boldly. The unfettered sword Immortal cautioned. With the sword formation broken and the 6th desire demon unaccounted for, rushing in could lead to disaster. How about I send down a small mech to scout ahead? Yi Zhuqi proposed. Great idea. That's the safest way. Yi Bingbing agreed, giving a thumbs up, and the unfettered sword Immortal nodded in approval. Yi Zhuqi immediately gave the order, Skynet, create an exploration mech, pursuer, da. The system responded instantly, initiating the manufacturing process. Soon, a brand new exploration mech, pursuer, was born, equipped with excellent exploration and basic self-defense capabilities. Its exterior, incorporating metals from the world's broken swords, appeared particularly sharp and striking. Yi Bingbing gazed at the nimble little mech, stars shining in her eyes. It's so cute. The unfettered sword Immortal also praised. This mech is impressive. It could save a lot of trouble in reconnaissance and logistics during a battle. Yi Zhuqi proudly explained his mech system, mentioning the Black Knight he was training, which was soon to master the unfettered sword technique. Pursuer quickly descended to explore, uncovering remnants of flesh and machinery, along with wandering spirits. An octopus-like creature foolishly attacked, only to be effortlessly sliced apart by the mech's red beam weapon. At that moment, a voice echoed through the speaker. Who killed my summoned creature? It was Ma Tianqi's voice. Ye Bingbing gasped in disbelief, uttering Ma Tianqi's name as she stared at the scene before her. The dark creature rampaging on the demon clan's airborne carrier was actually an octopus monster summoned by Ma Tianqi. Through the tracking device, Yazeki questioned Ma Tianqi, what exactly are you trying to do? Standing at the command center, Ma Tianqi finally noticed Yazeki and his group in the sky. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he thought it was the perfect opportunity to fulfill his senior brother Shang's request. As a Dark Lord, he easily infiltrated the carrier's Korea-weakened demon clan's brain was no match for an SS-level Dark Lord and immediately submitted to him. At the center of the command room, the demon clan's brain, under a transparent dome, emitted an eerie green glow as it began executing its new master's orders. The massive airborne carrier ascended slowly, its tentacles contracting, causing the body to tremble and dirt and stones to fall. Skeleton ghosts and mutated creatures scattered in all directions, with the unfortunate ones crushed into a bloody mess by the falling debris. However, Yazeki discovered through the Skynet detector that the aggressive carrier was severely low on energy. Unsurprisingly, the carrier lost power midair and plummeted to the ground, crushing the creatures below into pulp. Fortunately, the Dark Manufacturing Bureau's products were of high quality, and the carrier itself remained undamaged. Ma Tianqi's handsome face twisted with rage, his eyes tinged with red. Useless. With a palm of dark energy, he shattered the brain and its dome in the command center. Jian Yuanzi quickly shielded himself with a light barrier, avoiding harm, while Lan Qingzi and Yang Wenkai were splattered with the disgusting brain matter. You too, clean this up, Ma Tianqi said disdainfully, glancing at them before rising into the air with Jian Yuanzi. He gritted his teeth. It's all Yazeki's fault. I'll make him understand the price of angering an SS level. Ma Tianqi, riding a dark wyvern, shot towards Yazeki and his group like an arrow. The gusts of wind sent Yazeki tumbling before he steadied himself, Even Wuwang Jianxian and Yebingbing were shaken by the impact. Ma Tianqi traced a perfect arc in the sky, confronting them. Brother Ma, Yebingbing attempted to ease the tension. In this power-dominated world, it was fitting for her, an S level, to address the SS level Ma Tianqi as senior brother. Who are you calling brother? Ma Tianqi shouted angrily, a beam of dark energy shooting towards Yazeki. Yazeki dodged awkwardly. Wasn't it just sending a mech to your carrier for reconnaissance and accidentally killing a dark creature? It attacked first. Does it warrant such hostility? No misunderstandings here. Jian Yuanzi, attack! Ma Tianqi commanded. Though Jian Yuanzi hesitated, under the Dark Lord's mind control, he quickly lost consciousness and mechanically raised his sword, splitting it into 36 beams of light raining down on Yazeki. At the critical moment, Wuwang Jianxian flashed in front of Yazeki, deflecting the attack with a circle of sword light. Stop hiding behind a woman and fight me unknown. Ma Tianqi challenged, ascending into the air again. Yazeki, now enraged, retorted, who's afraid of who? And soared up to confront him. Yebingbing stomped anxiously, brother Yi, brother Ma. We're all from the same sect. Why resort to this? At that moment, Lan Qingzi and Yang Wankai caught up. Responding to Yebingbing's inquiry, Lan Qingzi gracefully bowed. I am Lan Qingzi, with an S-level gluttonous talent, and this is Yang Wankai, with an S-level druid summoning talent. Didn't the Lan family already retire from public life? Yebingbing asked. We owe the Shang family a favor and were invited to protect Shang Tianhao, Lan Qingzi replied honestly. But hasn't brother Xing been initiated for years and is now serving as a judge? That, you shouldn't ask, Lan Qingzi responded with a smile, avoiding the question. Yebingbing turned to Yang Wankai. And why is brother Yang helping Ma Tianqi? You're from the Yang family, one of the 4 great families. Yang Wankai fumbled for words, but in reality, he was coerced by Shang Tianhao, who held leverage over him, forcing him to go against Yazeki. Meanwhile, the unconscious Jian Yuanzi attacked Wuwang Jianxian again. Wuwang Jianxian recited an incantation, and a beam of spiritual light shot into Jian Yuanzi's forehead, dispelling the dark aura above him and restoring his consciousness. The SS squad was enjoying a leisurely picnic in the open fields. Suddenly, the sky darkened as ominous clouds gathered. Lightning crackled, and thunder rumbled, signaling an impending storm. The 3 boys silently hoped that the storm would steer clear and not spoil their fun, though secretly each wished for the chance to share an umbrella with Warner if it did rain. Warner sat on the picnic blanket, surrounded by an array of delectable treats. Golden, juicy grilled meat, intricately decorated pastries, fresh, succulent fruits, and an assortment of drinks in beautifully designed bottles. Gazing at the rare spread, she couldn't help but marvel at the lives of the wealthy. Can I really eat this? She asked timidly, her adorable, youthful face causing the boys to momentarily freeze in awe. As the 3 remained speechless, Warner lowered her head, feeling that these affluent young men must hold her in contempt. Just then, the boys snapped out of their trance. Warner, try this A5 Wagyu beef. Su Chong, the red-haired, chubby boy, offered her a tender piece of meat. Perhaps start with a pastry to whet your appetite, suggested Luo Tianyi, holding out a pink, heart-shaped tiramisu. After all that activity, maybe a drink to quench your thirst first. Jiang Wen chimed in, handing her a peach-shaped glass filled with a tempting golden liquid. Before they could react, Warner, like a gentle breeze, had swiftly devoured all the food. Wow, this is delicious, she exclaimed, tilting her head back as the wind brushed through her bangs, sunlight dancing across her face, leaving the boys once again mesmerized. At that moment, a deafening roar shattered the tranquility. The group turned to see a massive flying vessel ascending from where the clouds had gathered, its size comparable to an aircraft carrier. The 3 military enthusiasts were immediately captivated by the unprecedented sight, but their awe turned to shock as the airborne behemoth plummeted, kicking up a colossal wave of dust. Simultaneously, a huge winged figure appeared in the sky, engaging in fierce combat with several glowing points. That's incredible. Let's check it out, Warner suggested excitedly, her voice filled with determination, much to the delight of the boys. Su Chong called upon his S-grade Beastmaster ability to summon 3 flying horses, while Luo Tianyi used his S-grade Ice Monarch power to conjure a snow eagle. The 4 of them headed toward the direction of Yi Zhiqi and Ma Tianqi's battle. Meanwhile, Jin Yuanzi, regaining his senses, was immediately noticed by Ma Tianqi. What are you waiting for? Help me take him down. As a sword immortal and ritual leader, Ma Tianqi had significant influence over Jian Yuanzi. Despite regaining his mind, Jian Yuanzi had no choice but to confront his old friend, the unfettered sword immortal. Witnessing this, Yi Bingbing didn't hesitate to use her S-grade spirit summoning ability. Given the ancient battlefield's history of righteous and evil clashes, most spirits here were from the righteous side. She could currently summon one S-grade spirit already occupied by the unfettered sword immortal, and once great or two a great spirits. Considering the circumstances, she deliberately avoided spirits from the Qingshan sword sect and instead summoned two a great spirits, the Xian snake sword Lu Qingxi and the black water sword Lu Shuangtian from the unfettered sword sect. Qingxi, Shuangtian. The unfettered sword Immortal exclaimed, recognizing his fellow sect members with joy. Upon learning that Yi Bingbing had successfully advanced in her cultivation with the green vine technique, she took the opportunity to seek advice on the unfettered sword canon. With Qingxi and Shuangtian's assistance, the unfettered sword Immortal adeptly managed to keep Jian Yuanzi occupied, preventing him from aiding Ma Tianqi against Yi Zhaqi. Lu Qingxi and Lu Shuangtian quickly joined the fray, directing their flying swords to entangle Jian Yuanzi while catching up with the unfettered sword Immortal. When Lu Shuangtian inquired about the possibility of restoring their physical forms and reviving the unfettered sword sect, the unfettered sword Immortal, observing the extraordinary scene and Jian Yuanzi before him, thoughtfully replied, perhaps it was impossible before, but now, there might be a glimmer of hope. Lu Qingxi gazed at Jian Yuanzi's physical form, which was starkly different from their own ethereal spirits. Wu Wang Jianxian explained, according to Yi Bingbing, Jian Yuanzi is now a lich, similar to the necromancy techniques in our cultivation world. Necromancy? Lu Qingxi and Lu Shuangtian were taken aback. Isn't that considered dark magic? They recalled the Jian Yuanzi of old, a paragon of righteousness who fought alongside them to vanquish demons, earning great renown among their peers. Wu Wang Jianxian patiently elaborated. Yi Bingbing and her group hail from a greater world, distinct from our smaller one. In their realm, individuals awaken to extraordinary powers upon reaching adulthood. These powers might manifest as celestial arts or what we perceive as dark arts, but it's merely a difference in nature like the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Darkness is just another attribute. The true malevolence lies with the demon race. The demon race? Hatred flickered in Lu Qingxi's eyes, while Lu Shuangtian inquired further. What do you mean by greater and smaller worlds? In the greater world, the rules are more refined, and the power ceiling is higher, Wu Wang Jianxian explained. Our smaller world is still evolving, with some rules yet to be perfected. Once reaching a certain level, one must choose ascension, like Yu Daoren. As for the demon race, what we have here is merely a branch of the greater world's demons. As they watched the half-hearted skirmish below, Lu Qingxi and Lu Shuangtian couldn't help but question the appropriateness of such actions. Wu Wang Jianxian casually reassured them, there's no issue. Right now, Yi Bingbing is participating in the sect's entrance competition. They're all fellow disciples, so there's no need to fight to the death. These words left Lu Qingxi and Lu Shuangtian in silence. Once formidable warriors, they now found themselves reduced to summoned spirits and enforcers, a humbling fall from grace. Wu Wang Jianxian sensed their discontent and remarked, consider this. We were already deceased. Being revived, even in spectral form, is better than vanishing into oblivion. And judging by Jian Yuanzi's condition, we might have a chance to regain our physical bodies. At that moment, 3 peak masters arrived at the scene aboard Dr. Aga's round flying vessel. Luo Wandao, the 4th peak master, and Yu Luo, the Ice Moon peak master, stood on either side, surveying the unfolding battle below. Seems like nothing major is happening, Luo Wandao observed. Only Yi Zhaqi and Ma Tianqi are seriously engaged in combat. The rest are just putting on a show. The demon race's airship only has some ordinary ghostly skeletons aboard. Yu Luo gracefully summoned a floral swing and sat elegantly in midair, while Luo Wandao and Dr. Aga descended to inspect the airship. Suddenly, a furious roar shattered the calm. Ma Tianqi's face contorted, his eyes etched with sinister red patterns, and a pair of sleek, leather-like black wings unfurled from his back. He soared into the sky, conjuring a massive orb of energy crackling with black lightning above Yi Zhaqi's head. Prepare to die. His shout echoed amidst the clouds. The airship sprang to life, signal lights flickering, and electricity crackling. Countless bloodshot eyes snapped open, and tentacles thrashed wildly, as if heralding an impending, terrifying transformation. On the deck of the sky carrier, Dr. Agai and Luo Wandao felt an unusual tremor. The massive ship seemed to come alive. A gigantic, bloodshot eye emitted an ominous aura, while grotesque puppets of flesh crawled across the deck with their hands. Scattered skeletons reignited the flames in their eye sockets, searching for remnants to reassemble themselves. A few skeletons even brawled over a complete hand bone. Initially, they thought it was merely the awakening of the demon fleet. However, when a pack of bloodthirsty hounds surrounded them, accompanied by rotting 2-headed giants and pyramid-headed creatures, they realized these were the hallmark dark summons of Ma Tianqi. Ma Tianqi, what are you doing? Stop this madness. Dr. Agai activated an energy shield and took flight. The bloodthirsty hounds leaped like flying fish, but could only reach 10 meters high before crashing down, shattering into pieces and becoming prey for other hounds. Meanwhile, the pyramid heads launched dart-like projectiles, but they were deflected by the energy shield. The falling projectiles pierced several unfortunate two-headed giants below. Ma Tianqi offered no response, trembling nervously with his eyes fixated on a massive energy sphere before him. "Run!" he suddenly croaked, a far cry from his former arrogance. "Can't you control these summons?" Yi Zhuqi asked in confusion. "Someone has invaded my mind. He says he is the Six Desires demon," Ma Tianqi uttered with difficulty. Yi Zhuqi was startled. The Six Desires demon was one of the 5 great demon tribes mentioned by the sword immortal of Wu Wang. If it could truly invade Ma Tianqi's mind, it must be an SS-level entity. The combination of an SS-level Dark Summoner and an SS-level Six Desires demon spelled disaster. Master Wu Wang, Yi Bingbing, Lan Qingzi, Zhang Wentai, Swordmaster, come quickly. The Six Desires demon has taken over Ma Tianqi, he shouted down below. The group was shocked, finally noticing the giant glowing sphere overhead and the activated demon sky carrier. An aircraft with an energy shield was ascending. Master Agai, Master Luo. Yi Bingbing recognized the two aboard. Upon learning of Ma Tianqi's possession by the Six Desires demon, the well-informed Luo Wandao realized the gravity of the situation. Although Lan Qingzi and Yang Wentai were on Ma Tianqi's side, they too were perplexed by the unfolding events. Those who had previously battled the Six Desires demon sword immortal Wu Wang, Lu Qingxi, Lu Shuangtian, and Sword Master understood its formidable nature. Sword Master suggested that repairing the sword formation below would be effective, but materials and manpower were lacking. After Yi Bingbing introduced Sword Master's identity, Dr. Agai offered to provide materials and robotic assistance. At this moment, the once sleeping Featherfall Master awoke from her swing and approached Yi Zhuqi to inquire about the situation. Despite not knowing this newly appeared middle-aged woman, Yi Zhuqi sensed her immense power and explained honestly. Featherfall smiled and introduced herself, volunteering to assist as an S-level plant goddess. Yi Zhuqi summoned the Black Knight, who now appeared ethereal like a celestial warrior, wielding a sword with the Wu Wang Void Sword technique against Ma Tianqi. Yet, Ma Tianqi, under the control of the Six Desires demon, merely scoffed, a petty trick, and summoned several club-wielding beasts to entangle the Black Knight. Even with celestial sword skills, the Black Knight struggled against multiple foes. Meanwhile, Ma Tianqi remained focused on the immense energy sphere, evidently aiming to obliterate everyone. On the ground, Dr. Agai, under Sword Master's guidance, organized robots to repair the sword formation, while others resisted the relentless assaults from dark creatures and the sky carrier. At this time, the 4 SS squads arrived, witnessing the fierce battles both in the sky and on the ground, unsure of what to do. Luo Wendao spotted them and called out, "Over here, don't just stand there." Su Chong, Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wan, and Wan'er stood at the heart of the battlefield, surrounded by a sea of ghostly skeletons and grotesque flesh creatures, their nauseating stench suffocating. Suddenly, a pack of bloodthirsty hounds charged at them with bared teeth. Thankfully, Dr. Agasa's robot detected the threat just in time, firing blinding laser beams through the air, repelling the lead hounds. The perilous moment snapped the 4 into combat readiness. Su Chong, from the Beast Spirit clan, was the first to act, summoning gigantic prehistoric Creaturisa massive lizard and a Tyrannosaurus to engage the enemy in close combat. Meanwhile, Luo Tianyi of the Ice and Snow Royal clan employed a dual strategy, summoning an ice giant as a shield while commanding an ice dragon to unleash its freezing breath, turning bloodthirsty hounds and two-headed giants into icy statues. The ice giant then shattered these ice sculptures with its colossal club. Jiang Wan, the lightning child, had his thunderbirds soaring overhead, casting lightning chains that wreaked havoc among the dark creatures. The weaker ones were instantly charred, while the stronger ones were left paralyzed, creating perfect opportunities for the ice dragon's attack. Wanner's moon rabbits darted across the battlefield, enhancing allies with speed, rage, and defense buffs, while also healing the wounded. This well-coordinated S-ranked squad quickly broke through the encirclement and reached Dr. Agasa's magic array. A massive energy shield enveloped the area as various robots worked diligently. The enormous hexagram formation was taking shape, with energy swirling at its core. What is this? Wanner voiced the question on everyone's mind. Busy with his tasks, Dr. Agasa couldn't respond, so Yi Bingbing stepped in to explain. This is the Six Heavens demon-slaying sword formation, designed to seal the Six Desires demon. Seeing their puzzled expressions, she elaborated further. It turned out that in the sky above, Yi Zhuqi was locked in fierce combat with Ma Tianqi, whose mind had been invaded by the Six Desires demon. Isn't this called possession in the cultivation world? Interjected Luo Tianyi, an avid reader of fantasy novels. Yes, but the possession isn't complete yet, Yi Bingbing confirmed. Jiang Wan, ever perceptive, raised another concern. But wasn't the Six Desires demon already forged into the Six Desires Void Demon Sword? How can it still cause trouble? Yi Bingbing shook her head, unsure. but Sword Master Jinyu explained. It's likely that the Void Demon Lord has fully mastered the Six Desires Void Demon Sword, granting the Six Desires Demon, as the sword spirit, a newfound freedom. Although the Void Demon Lord has only just completed the possession and hasn't regained full strength, the fusion of his techniques, the demon's essence, and numerous magical materials in the sword makes it incredibly formidable. After some discussion, the group decided to join the battle. The SS squad, along with Yi Bingbing, Lan Qingzi, and Yang Wangkai, ascended into the sky to support Yijiachi. Wanner's moon rabbits quickly cast buffs on everyone, and soon, the sky was filled with flying creatures like ice dragons and thunderbirds, amidst lightning and thunder, as the Sword Immortals' flying swords charged with energy. Sensing the mounting pressure, the Six Desires Demon commanded Ma Tianqi to summon a horde of dark creatures to confront them. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a black flying sword suddenly appeared above Ma Tianqi, followed by a figure engulfed in blue flames. The Void Demon Lord, the Sword Immortal exclaimed, recognizing the figure instantly. Lu Qingxi and Lu Shuangtian also cried out in alarm. His power has returned. The situation grew increasingly dire. A glowing sphere in front of Ma Tianqi had swelled to the size of an aerial carrier, threatening catastrophic consequences if it exploded. Initially, they thought it was merely the Six Desires Demon's ghostly assault, manageable with their summoned creatures. But now it was clear that this was the work of the Void Demon Lord, escalating the threat to a whole new level. A massive force of void energy gathered in the sky, its power strong enough to shatter the void and form a black hole that could devour everything. As the Void Demon Lord appeared, the convulsions of Ma Tianqi's body nearly ceased, indicating that the Six Desires Demon was about to successfully seize control. Sword Immortal Wu Wang, along with his fellow disciples Lu Qingxi and Lu Shuangtian, made a swift decision and launched an attack. Thousands of swords converged in the sky, shining with golden light, quickly forming a mystical array of runes. Lightning danced between the runes, and in the next moment, the swords rained down directly at the Void Demon Lord. The Void Demon Lord seemed to have no way to evade, but just as the sword rain was about to hit, a strange black light enveloped him, and he instantly teleported elsewhere, leaving only an afterimage behind. In an instant, the opposite wall was covered with images of the Void Demon Lord, and the flying swords of Wu Wang and his companions pierced only shadows. As the sword rain ceased, all the images vanished, leaving only the real Void Demon Lord, a disdainful smirk on his lips. Is that all you've got? The Void Demon Lord mocked. Don't get too cocky just yet. Sword Yuanzi's voice rang out at the right moment. The Six Heavens demon-slaying sword array was complete, with energy flowing between rune nodes, radiating light. A massive beam of light shot skyward, enveloping both Ma Tianqi and the Void Demon Lord. The beam then retracted into the sword array, and calm returned to the scene, with even the giant orb disappearing. Ma Tianqi's body fell like a broken kite, but Lan Qingzi swiftly flew up to catch him. Just as everyone was about to cheer for the sealing of the Six Desires Demon and the Void Demon Lord, the sword array suddenly erupted in brilliance, and a massive orb appeared, with black lightning rapidly darting around it, crackling loudly. Destruction-level energy detected. Prepare to use the multidimensional expansion card for sealing, the system prompted. Note, the multidimensional expansion card must be used immediately after sealing, or the consequences will be dire. Yijiachi shook his head in resignation, muttering to himself, is this leading back to Blue Star? Activate the multidimensional expansion card, Yijiachi commanded in a low voice. The system responded immediately. Insufficient multidimensional expansion cards detected. Expansion failed. Yijiachi's eyes widened in disbelief, about to question further when the six-day demon-slaying sword array suddenly trembled violently. A figure burst through the array, hovering in the sky as the light from the sword formation dimmed and faded away. Ha ha ha. Ma Tianqi's maniacal laughter echoed from above. Yijiachi, thank you for letting me absorb the power of the sword array. Not only did it heal my body, but it also made me even stronger. Yijiachi gazed at Ma Tianqi, now under the control of the Six Desire Demon, feeling the chilling dark energy emanating from him. This threat far exceeded their expectations. The team swiftly prepared for battle. Su Chong gripped the black talisman capable of summoning prehistoric beasts like the giant lizard and Tyrannosaurus. Luo Tianyi of the Ice Kingdom ready to call forth ice giants and dragons. Jiang Wan, the lightning child, poised to unleash thunderbirds and lightning spells. Wanner quietly prepared her moon rabbit summoning spell in the rear, ready to provide healing and speed support. Dr. Agasa stood at the forefront of the group, the runes on his robotic arm flickering. The flaw in the sword array's engraving allowed him to absorb its power. Hold him off, I'll restart the array. Jin Yuanzi immediately agreed to assist, preparing to intercept the enemy at a critical moment. Just then, Ma Tianqi vanished from the sky. Yijiachi felt a chill behind him, turning to see a figure distorted by dark energy slowly approaching. Yijiachi, you weakling shackled by a lowly rating, You can't possibly stand against me. Ma Tianqi's voice was low and menacing. Yi Zhiqi's strength far surpasses his rating. Don't underestimate us. Su Chong stood firm, his black talisman erupting with intense energy waves. Luo Tianyi and Jiang Wen also stepped up, one ready to unleash icy spells, the other brimming with lightning power. Come forth, Black Knight. Yi Zhiqi summoned a dark figure. The Black Knight radiated intense energy, and Yi Zhiqi felt his strength rapidly returning. Ma Tianqi summoned a horde of dark creatures, spitting venom and fire, shrieking hideously. Yi Zhiqi and the Black Knight coordinated seamlessly, counterattacking while dodging. The Black Knight formed a fiery barrier, blocking all attacks. Seeing his dark powers subdued, Ma Tianqi showed a flash of panic, but quickly laughed maniacally. It seems you have some skill, but this is just the beginning. He raised his hand, forming a black energy sphere that continued to grow. Watch out, that's his ultimate move. Su Chong shouted. The group felt the sudden, oppressive force in the air, and Jiang Wen anxiously asked, what should we do? Yi Zhiqi looked at the Black Knight beside him, resolutely commanding, Black Knight, go! Upon hearing Yi Zhiqi's command, a flicker of red light appeared in the eyes of the Dark Knight. He leaped into the air, a streak of white light cutting through the sky, colliding Hedon with the black sphere in Ma Tianqi's hand. Yi Zhiqi followed closely, standing side by side with the Dark Knight. The forces of light and darkness clashed fiercely in the sky, erupting into dazzling brilliance. Yi Zhiqi and the Dark Knight wielded their blades, drawing graceful and magnificent arcs in the air, deftly dodging the oppressive force of the black sphere while launching counterattacks. Each time their blades struck the sphere, a burst of bright light would erupt, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Yi Zhiqi felt an unending surge of power within him, his strength continually increasing. The Dark Knight radiated with scorching energy, his form growing ever more towering and formidable. They worked in perfect harmony, repeatedly repelling the ferocious attacks of the dark creatures. Yi Zhiqi, shielded by the Dark Knight's mech, relied on its sturdy defenses, his gaze piercing the battlefield, spotting every weakness in the enemy's attacks. Watch out, came the warning from the distance. Qin Feng swiftly dispatched several sneaky dark creatures, leaping into the air with the agility of his mech. His sword flashed, and the bodies of the dark creatures split apart. Under Yi Zhiqi's control, the Dark Knight's mech weaved through the enemy ranks, each strike precise and lethal, each evasion perfectly timed. As time passed, the dark creatures retreated step by step, their bodies strewn across the ground, looking particularly desolate under the moonlight. Ma Tianqi's face turned ashen as he roared, "You insects dare to block my path!" He swung his massive dark spear, launching a frenzied assault on Yi Zhiqi and the Dark Knight. Despite the terrifying destructive power behind each attack, Yi Zhiqi and the mech stood firm, unwavering in their defense. Meanwhile, Dr. Agasa and Jian Yuanzi were urgently working to repair the sword formation. The doctor was deeply engrossed in studying the structure of the formation, his fingers moving incessantly over the blueprints. Jian Yuanzi skillfully adjusted the tiny components with remarkable dexterity. They both knew time was of the essence and cooperated seamlessly. Jian Yuanzi felt the powerful flow of sword energy within him, confident that once the formation was repaired, Ma Tianqi could be defeated. When Dr. Agasa put away the blueprints and removed his glasses, saying, "Almost there," Jian Yuanzi nodded and smiled. However, Ma Tianqi couldn't wait any longer. He gathered a blazing sphere of light in his hand, emanating suffocating waves of energy, a smug smile spreading across his face. "Doctor, watch out!" In the critical moment, Su Chong, Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wan, and Wanner sprang into action, trying to divert Ma Tianqi's attention. Su Chong's Tyrannosaurus stood in front of the light sphere. Luo Tianyi commanded the Ice Giant and Ice Dragon to release cold air, freezing the area around Ma Tianqi. Jiang Wen's Thunderbird unleashed scorching currents, lightning crisscrossing the sky with a heart-stopping crackle. Meanwhile, Wanner's Moon Rabbit provided healing and speed support from the rear. On the battlefield, the warrior's skills unfolded like a meticulously choreographed dance. Healing energy leapt through the air, swiftly weaving between teammates, infusing each with powerful fighting strength. Yi Zhiqi watched his companions showcase their talents, a warm feeling rising in his heart. He knew that only through unity could they defeat the SS-class Dark Lord, Ma Tianqi. With the seamless cooperation of Su Chong, Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wan, and Wanner, Yi Zhiqi prepared to strike. Flames and blades intertwined in the air, and Jian Yuanzi sensed the intensifying sword intent within the formation. Ma Tianqi squinted, a flicker of unease in his eyes, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he gave Yi Zhiqi a cold smile. Just as the flames and blades were about to reach Ma Tianqi, a blinding black light erupted around him. The dark energy swirled and solidified, forming an impenetrable black barrier that swallowed all the attacks. Everyone watched in astonishment as Ma Tianqi's smile grew more cunning. Did you think I would be defeated so easily? Ridiculous. Now you have no chance left. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the black barrier, Su Chong, Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wan, and Wanner involuntarily stepped back. This energy wave stirred a sense of retreat in them, but they knew that wavering now would lead to the world's destruction. We can't back down. Su Chong's shout pierced the air, his eyes shining with determination. We must stand united, or we will all be utterly destroyed. Luo Tianyi nodded solemnly, gently stroking the ice giant and ice dragon, his gaze revealing an unwavering resolve to win. Jiang Wen tightly gripped the thunderbird feather, feeling the surge of electric energy within it. Jiang Wen took a deep breath, feeling the lightning energy coursing through him. He was about to unleash a more intense bolt of electricity when a determined glint appeared in Wanner's eyes. She knew this was her moment to shine. Her moon rabbit summoning would be crucial in turning the tide of battle. The four of them gathered in unison, exchanging a determined look. Let's take him down together. Su Chong gritted his teeth. Ma Tianqi watched with a cold detachment, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. The dark energy in his grasp grew brighter, sending ripples of shadow through the air. Su Chong, Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wan, and Wanner fixed their gaze on the ominous sphere of light, instinctively drawing a sharp breath. We can't let fear hold us back. Su Chong shouted, suppressing his own terror. You think you can save the world? How amusing. Ma Tianqi's voice dripped with scorn. You're out of chances now. With those words, he swung the dark shroud, unleashing a wave of shadowy energy that crashed towards them like a tidal wave. In an instant, the four were hurled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood and energy filled the battlefield, pain searing through their bodies. Yet, they helped each other to their feet, eyes locked resolutely on Ma Tianqi. We can't stop now. Su Chong clenched his fist. Right. We have to keep fighting. We can't let the world fall into darkness, Luo Tianyi said, using his sword hilt for support. This only makes us stronger, Jiang Wen said, wiping the blood from his mouth. I'll heal everyone with all my strength. We can pull through this. Wanner gripped her healing staff tightly. Ma Tianqi looked at them standing once more and sneered. Don't you see? You can't possibly defeat me. At that moment, Yi Zhiqi's voice echoed from the other side of the battlefield. I'll buy you some time, but you have to hurry, he called to Dr. Agasa and Jian Yuanzi. He then activated his last resort, merging himself with the Black Knight mech. A powerful surge of dark energy erupted, and the massive Black Knight stood on the battlefield, its armor etched with mysterious runes glinting coldly. Yi Zhiqi was completely enveloped within, gripping his sword hilt as he whispered, Bring it on. Dr. Agasa and Jian Yuanzi stood ready, prepared to offer their support. Yi Zhiqi, you can do it, Dr. Agasa encouraged. Ma Tianqi, who had initially dismissed the frank Yi Zhiqi, now sensed an unusual threat. You little punk, I'll crush you myself, he roared, charging at the Black Knight. A fierce battle erupted. The Black Knight swung its blade, casting arcs of rainbow light. Although Ma Tianqi evaded the first strike, he quickly found himself ensnared in a flurry of sword shadows. Damn it, he muttered, unleashing a surge of powerful dark energy, transforming into a colossal and terrifying Dark Lord, exuding a malevolent and chilling aura. Witnessing the scene, Yi Zhiqi realized the situation was becoming increasingly dire, but a resolute gleam shone in his eyes. The Black Knight mech seamlessly merged with him, forming an impenetrable defense, determined to withstand Ma Tianqi's assault. Embrace your fate, Ma Tianqi roared, swinging his weapon to unleash a fierce blade of dark energy. Although the Black Knight couldn't completely dodge, it only suffered a minor scratch. In an instant, it flashed beside Ma Tianqi, raising its massive fist for a lethal strike. Ma Tianqi felt the intense pressure, furrowing his brow yet refusing to back down. Dark energy rapidly gathered around him, causing the air to become chaotic, as a destructive energy sphere formed in his hand. The Black Knight sensed the danger and quickly retreated, but as it turned, a scorching light orb struck it hidden. Boom! Yi Zhiqi was blasted away, tumbling through the air. Damn, this guy is tough, he thought as his body felt engulfed in flames, eventually landing heavily on the grass, breathing rapidly and barely conscious. Dr. A and Jian Yuanzi watched in shock and rushed over to assist him. Jian Yuanzi activated a sword formation shield, while Dr. A mobilized the robots for support. Yi Zhiqi struggled to sit up, gritting his teeth against the searing pain that felt like knives slicing through his body. The two immortals looked gravely at the swirling dark clouds above, attempting to repair the sword formation. Pressing their palms against it, they poured their remaining strength into it, only to elicit a faint tremor. This formation, which once sealed away the Six Desires Demon and the Void Demon Lord, now lay unresponsive. Ma Tianqi approached with a cold smirk. It seems you've fallen into despair. Give up? That's never crossed my mind, Yi Zhiqi declared, standing up and unleashing a powerful aura. Su Chong, Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wan, and Wanner joined him, vowing to fight to the end. Suddenly, the sword formation vibrated, and a dazzling light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield. Everyone watched in awe as this immense and mysterious force gathered, eventually taking the form of a majestic figure Wu Wang Jianxian, standing tall and imposing on the battlefield. The immortal swordsman Wu Wang wielded his long sword, its blade glinting with a chilling light that seemed to emanate a biting cold. His gaze, sharp as lightning, locked onto Ma Tianqi, his eyes flashing with a penetrating intensity. Ma Tianqi gripped his own sword tightly, his expression resolute. As the two faced off, the air suddenly tore open with a rift, and a mocking voice echoed, "Sixth Desire Demon, your time has come." The will of the Void Demon Lord descended upon the battlefield, causing the rift to widen and releasing waves of dark energy that surged like a tide. Behind him loomed a world of darkness, devouring all light. This unexpected turn of events pressed heavily on everyone present. Su Chong, Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wan, and Wanner gasped in shock, while Yi Zhaqi appeared somewhat uneasy. Seeing this, Dr. Agasa quickly realigned the formation of the robots, preparing for the impending battle. Yi Zhaqi stepped forward, shouting, "We can't just sit and wait for doom." Su Chong promptly summoned a prehistoric lizard and a tyrannosaurus, the weakest of the beast spirits, yet still resolved to fight for justice. Dr. Agasa and Jin Yuanzi began working together to repair the Six Heavens demon-slaying array. Golden runes shimmered, their powerful energy fluctuations causing even the Void Demon Lord to feel a twinge of unease. However, he soon regained his arrogance, dark energy pouring from his body. Yi Zhaqi focused on the controlled Ma Tianqi and summoned the Black Knight mech. The mech was wreathed in black flames, exuding an aura of majesty. As Yi Zhaqi merged with the mech, the entire battlefield trembled. "You think such power can stand against me?" Ma Tianqi sneered. "I possess SS-level strength." Yi Zhaqi charged forward in the Black Knight mech, unleashing a massive shockwave of black flames. Ma Tianqi, although feeling the intense pressure, remained calm and effortlessly dodged the lethal attack. This rewrite retains all the original plot elements, including character dialogue, actions, and scene descriptions, while enhancing overall readability and vividness through a more concise structure and lively detail. With dark energy surging through his hands, Ma Tianqi conjured a massive axe, roaring as he swung it fiercely at Yi Zhaqi. "Kid, feel the power of my strength." Yi Zhaqi's face was tense as he maneuvered the Black Knight mech to confront him. The mech's heavy hammer traced a deadly arc through the air, clashing violently with Ma Tianqi's giant axe. Sparks flew as the shield met the axe, with the two figures darting rapidly across the night sky. "Is that all you've got? Pathetic." Ma Tianqi sneered, instantly teleporting behind Yi Zhaqi, unleashing a dark whirlwind with his axe. Yi Zhaqi's eyes were sharp as lightning, and the Black Knight mech steadily raised its hammer, precisely blocking the fatal strike. The resounding clash echoed across the sky, and though Yi Zhaqi felt the immense impact, he stood as unyielding as a mountain. The Black Knight mech radiated an endless black glow, reflecting the terrifying force back. The relentless battle began to wear on Yi Zhaqi, but he took a deep breath, gathering all his strength. Dark energy surged around the Black Knight mech, absorbing power from the surrounding air. "Ma Tianqi, you're at a dead end," Yi Zhaqi murmured, his gaze resolute and unyielding. In an instant, the night sky erupted. A massive black energy blade burst from the hammer, slicing toward Ma Tianqi like a bolt of lightning. Feeling the immense power, Ma Tianqi's expression grew grave. "Your end is near, Ma Tianqi," Yi Zhaqi shouted. Meanwhile, Su Chong and his team sprang into action. Su Chong gripped his sword tightly, channeling the spirit of the Beast Clan, his blade surrounded by righteous energy. Luo Tianyi cast spells, summoning ice giants and dragons to freeze the dark creatures. Jiang Wen moved with agility, summoning a thunderbird to unleash lightning, reducing enemies to ash. Wanner wielded her bloodline powers to control ice and fire, erecting a solid barrier at the battlefield's edge. The four worked in perfect harmony, forming a tight defense. "Don't let them get close to Yi Zhaqi," Su Chong shouted. Luo Tianyi kept a close watch on the Void Lord's movements, while Jiang Wen urged everyone to finish the fight quickly. Wanner declared firmly, "We must buy Yi Zhaqi some time." The battle intensified, the sound of energy clashes filling the air. The celestial swordmaster worked to restore Yi Zhaqi's strength, continuously stripping away the dark energy. The Void Lord observed coldly, mocking, "Do you insects dare hinder my grand scheme? Laughable." In a critical moment, the celestial swordmaster, clad in red, descended from the sky, the long Hua sword dancing like flowing light, blocking Ma Tianqi's deadly blow. "Yi Zhaqi, now's your chance." Yi Zhaqi locked eyes with Ma Tianqi, his fighting spirit ablaze. "You're nothing but a fake Dark Lord. I'll show you that I'm no mere ant." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a slash of sword light cut through the air. The celestial swordmaster wielded the Longhua sword, its flames blazing like fire. Ma Tianqi summoned a thick, dark shield, but Yi Zhachi had already discerned its weakness. He leaped forward, surging toward Ma Tianqi with unstoppable momentum. In the moment of their clash, the sword light and dark energy collided, unleashing a tremendous wave of power. Everyone watched in awe as this scene unfolded, astonished by the formidable strength displayed by Yi Zhachi, once deemed only class. Su Chang stood stunned, staring at the battlefield in disbelief at the immense power Yi Zhachi possessed. Jiang Wen watched the unfolding battle intently, murmuring, "Yi Zhachi is indeed extraordinary." Luo Tianyi's lips curled into a confident smile, trusting the aid of the sword immortal of Wu Wang. Wan'er gazed at Yi Zhachi in the midst of the fray, admiration glinting in her eyes as she silently thought, "He is our beacon of hope." At the heart of the conflict, Yi Zhachi and Ma Tianqi were locked in a fierce duel. Sword energy and dark forces intertwined in the air, heat and cold clashing violently. Ma Tianqi sneered, "You think you can defeat me this easily? How naive." No sooner had he spoken than a powerful aura of darkness erupted around him, making the air feel heavy. Suddenly, massive dark hands emerged from the ground, attempting to ensnare Yi Zhachi. Yi Zhachi, the sword immortal of Wu Wang's face changed drastically, ready to intervene. At that critical moment, a voice rang out, "Dr. Agasa, now is your time to act." Everyone turned to see Dr. Agasa, holding the Six Heavens demon-slaying sword formation, his expression serious and resolute. Sword Yuanzi responded, slowly dissipating into nothing but a hand gripping a sword. The Six Desires demon and the Void demon lord sensed the impending danger, unleashing tremendous dark energy to try and halt them. "Don't think you can stop me," Dr. Agasa declared with steely determination. "My mission is to seal you away." He wielded the sword formation, unleashing a torrent of sword energy like a downpour. Simultaneously, Sword Yuanzi transformed into a streak of light, slicing through the Void Demon Lord. The clash of energies resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, shaking the entire battlefield. As everyone worried about Yi Zhachi's fate, a golden figure burst from the darkness. "I'm all right," Yi Zhachi shouted, his body radiating with golden light. Dr. Agasa and Sword Yuanzi focused on the completed sword formation, their expressions a mix of gravity and hope. A mysterious aura surrounded the formation, its light flickering unpredictably. Sword Yuanzi inserted the final rune into the formation, and golden light soared skyward like a dragon taking flight. Feeling a deadly threat, Ma Tianqi struggled desperately but couldn't break free from the sword formation's grasp. He glared at Yi Zhachi and the sword immortal of Wu Wang with fury and resentment. Yi Zhachi smirked, "Ma Tianqi, did you think you could escape?" The sword immortal of Wu Wang gathered pale golden energy in his palm, forming a sword to strike at Ma Tianqi. Facing imminent doom, Ma Tianqi erupted with astonishing battle spirit. Even under the constraints of the sword formation, he displayed remarkable prowess, dodging Yi Zhachi's attacks like a specter. Seeing this, the sword immortal of Wu Wang swiftly adapted his strategy, switching to long-range attacks. He launched a barrage of pale golden light projectiles, which Ma Tianqi deflected with his dark sword. Meanwhile, Sword Yuanzi and Dr. Agasa hastened the sealing ritual, silver sword lights forming an impenetrable barrier around Ma Tianqi. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted from within Ma Tianqi, his form twisting and transforming into a massive dark beast. Though shocked, Yi Zhachi and the sword immortal of Wu Wang quickly reacted. Yi Zhachi summoned his spiritual power, his sword blazing with light, while the sword immortal of Wu Wang formed hand seals, the air around him swirling with energy. Together, they launched a relentless assault on the monstrous creature. The dark beast displayed astonishing power on the battlefield, deftly dodging every attack while unleashing a formidable dark aura in retaliation. The battlefield was shrouded in dust and debris, and the intense combat scenes were truly terrifying. In another corner of the battlefield, Su Chang, Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wen, and Weiner were locked in a fierce battle with dark creatures. Each of them was utilizing their unique abilities, working closely together to fight the enemy. At the center of a sword formation stood Dr. A. Li, wielding the Six Heavens demon-slaying sword array alongside Jian Yuanzi to seal the Six Desires demon and the Void demon lord. His expression was focused, and he was entirely absorbed in the sealing process. As the seal succeeded, a powerful force erupted from the sword formation, causing the entire battlefield to shake violently. Everyone watched intently as the invisible power of the seal gradually suppressed the roars of the two demon lords. Although the dark energy churned within the sword formation, it was firmly contained. Suddenly, the dark beast let out a piercing howl and dissipated into black smoke. Ma Tianqi's weakened figure appeared, his face as pale as paper. Yi Zhachi sneered, "Ma Tianqi, is this the best you can do?" Ma Tianqi glared at Yi Zhachi. You may have won this time, but next time, I'll make you pay dearly. With that, he quickly vanished into the darkness. His threat left everyone uneasy. Yi Zhachi took a deep breath. Now is not the time for complacency. We must remain vigilant. Everyone understood that this battle was just the beginning. Fatigue washed over them as Su Chong retracted the prehistoric lizard and the Tyrannosaurus. Luo Tianyi lifted the ice and snow barrier, and Jiang Wen soothed the exhausted Thunderbird. Weiner immediately used her moon rabbit healing art to restore her teammates' injuries. Under the influence of the healing energy, their fatigue gradually dissipated. Yi Zhachi expressed gratitude to Jian Yuanzi, and Dr. A. Li. Jian Yuanzi smiled and nodded. This is our duty, Dr. A. Li added. But the Six Desires Demon and the Void Demon Lord are only temporarily suppressed. We need to find a stronger sealing method. Just then, a sharp whistle sounded in the distance. Yi Zhachi sensed a powerful force approaching, as dense clouds gathered in the sky, signaling a more intense battle to come. What's happening? Su Chong asked, frowning. Jiang Wen gripped the Thunderbird tightly, asking Yi Zhachi if he could detect the exact location. Yi Zhachi closed his eyes to sense and replied. The power is coming from the north, getting closer. Before they could decide whether to fight or retreat, a massive white light sphere suddenly burst into the sword formation. The violent tremor made it difficult for everyone to stand, and the sword formation sealing the Six Desires demon collapsed with a crash, sword energy scattering and energy waves becoming wildly turbulent. Yi Zhachi suddenly felt his body being pulled by a tremendous force, instantly transporting him to an unfamiliar space. It was a vast void, with a distant mountain shrouded in mist, exuding strong spiritual energy. However, when he tried to approach, he was blocked by an invisible barrier. The other team members soon arrived. Su Chong tried to break through using the power of the Beast Spirit Tribe, and Luo Tianyi attempted to freeze the barrier with the power of the Ice and Snow Royal Clan. But both efforts were in vain. Jiang Wen paced anxiously, while Weiner released the Moon Rabbit group, silently praying for Yiziki's safety. In the hidden realm, Yi Zhachi slowly opened his eyes, an unusual feeling washing over him. Glancing around, he saw Yi Bingbing standing quietly beside him, her face pale, fists clenched. He squinted slightly, furrowing his brow as he tried to make sense of their situation. They had been drawn into this mysterious, unknown space. Bingbing, are you awake? Yi Zhachi asked softly. Yes, it seems I've been pulled into this place too. Yi Bingbing replied in a whisper, blinking. They exchanged a smile, their mutual trust giving them the courage to face the unknown together. Meanwhile, Su Chong was using the unique power of the Beast Spirit Clan to try and break through the resistance, roaring, "What is this secret realm?" Luo Tianyi stared at the distant mountains, determination flashing in his eyes. No matter what, we can't give up. We must find Yi Zhachi, he insisted. Jiang Wen paced anxiously, while Jian Yuanzi stood steadfast at the front of the group, eyes fixed on the barrier blocking their path. Just as Yi Zhachi was about to take action, a mysterious portal suddenly appeared before them. What is this? I don't know. Let's go in and take a look, Yi Zhachi said, shaking his head, and led the way to the entrance. Wait for me, senior brother. Yi Bingbing hurriedly followed. As they crossed the threshold, the sight before them made them stop in amazement. It was not a desolate place, but a vibrant forest. Lush trees stood amidst a riot of flowers, dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves to the ground below, birds singing joyfully in the branches, and a fresh floral scent filling the air. Yi Zhachi looked at Yi Bingbing, his eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. The beauty and vitality of this secret realm were completely unexpected, and Yi Bingbing bit her lip in excitement. Let's go, Yi Zhachi said, taking the first step, the soft, damp grass seeming to welcome their arrival. As they ventured deeper, a powerful energy began to pulse around them. Do you feel that? Yi Zhachi asked. What are you talking about, senior brother? Yi Bingbing shook her head. Nothing. There's something off about this place. We should be careful. What is there to fear with you around, senior brother? Yi Bingbing smiled. You silly girl. Yi Zhachi looked at his sister, unsure if she was simply naive or overly brave. As they proceeded, the forest grew darker and denser. Suddenly, a faint rustling came from behind the trees. Watch out. Yi Zhachi turned sharply, alert. A beast with the head of a dragon, claws of a tiger, and the body of a serpent lunged at them, spewing scorching flames. They dodged quickly, the fire reducing the surrounding trees to ashes. We can't back down. Yi Zhachi's eyes blazed with determination. We'll face it together. Yi Bingbing echoed resolutely. The beast darted through the forest, attacking with claws and fire. Yi Zhachi gathered his inner strength, moving like lightning to attack from behind. Though he struck the beast's back, it quickly regained its strength, its eyes burning with greater fury. Yi Bingbing seized the opportunity, her sword flashing with cold light as she aimed for its eyes. The beast dodged the critical blow, growing more ferocious. The The battle intensified, Yi Zheqi's figure darting through the air, each strike swift and fierce. However, as Yi Bingbing swung her sword again, the beast's tail struck her hard, sending her crashing into a tree. Blood dripped from her arm as the poison took hold. Yi Bingbing. Yi Zheqi rushed to his sister, anxiety in his voice. Don't worry about me, just defeat that monster. Yi Bingbing shouted through gritted teeth. Yi Zheqi's brow furrowed, taking a deep breath as a dark energy suddenly surged around him. The Black Knight mech materialized beside Yi Zheqi, its imposing 2.5-meter frame encased in thick, black armor, with metal shards protruding like spikes. Confronted by this sudden threat, the tiger-headed, snake-bodied monster let out a low growl, lunging with its gaping maw. The Black Knight mech displayed astonishing agility, easily dodging the lethal attack before countering with a thunderous strike, its mechanical arm delivering a powerful punch to the creature's face. With a dull thud, the monster staggered. Before it could regain balance, a second punch came whistling through the air, shattering its skull and splattering blood and brain matter, staining the surrounding trees red. Yi Bingbing watched the scene unfold, her eyes filled with delight, though the pain from her wounds caused her to grit her teeth. Yi Zheqi quickly approached her, concerned. Are you okay? I'm fine, just a little more injured. Yi Bingbing forced a smile. You're amazing, that mech is incredible. Relieved, yet still wary, Yi Zheqi scanned the dark surroundings. We can't relax yet. There might be other beasts around. We must keep moving and find that device to destroy it. Yi Bingbing nodded resolutely, standing up to join Yi Zheqi on their journey, with the Black Knight mech exuding boundless power in their wake. They traversed through grass and trees, crossed cliffs and streams, the entire forest shrouded in an air of mystery and danger. Brother, I'm too hurt to walk. Could you carry me for a while? Yi Bingbing requested. With a resigned sigh, Yi Zheqi moved forward and carefully carried her on his back, all the while searching for something to aid her healing. Before long, they reached the heart of the forest and discovered an ancient, majestic temple. The heavy doors bore the marks of time, exuding an aura of antiquity. This is. Yi Zheqi held Yi Bingbing close, cautiously pushing open the temple doors. As the long-closed doors creaked open, a rich herbal aroma enveloped them. They followed a path paved with blue stone slabs, eventually reaching a grand hall. In the center, a jade box emitting a soft yellow glow stood prominently. Brother, that thing is beautiful. Yi Bingbing exclaimed in awe. Gently setting her down, Yi Zheqi held his breath as he approached the jade box. Inside lay an herb imbued with healing properties. He carefully extracted it and fed it to Yi Bingbing. Her body trembled slightly before calming, and she opened her eyes with gratitude. Thank you, brother. Just as they were about to leave, a voice echoed from the depths of the hall. Warriors, please stay. Yi Zheqi gripped his weapon tightly, watching as torches flared to life in the hall's depths. Who are you? Why should we stay? He asked quietly. I am the guardian of this temple, who has slumbered for a millennium. As the voice drew nearer, an elderly man in a resplendent, ancient robe emerged from the shadows. I am the temple's protector, tasked with safeguarding its secrets. Your ability to reach this place and discover my presence is commendable. What exactly do you want us to do? Yi Zheqi asked warily. The old man smiled. Young ones, I need brave and strong humans to help break the seal and protect this mysterious land. If there's an extraordinary task awaiting, we're willing to take it on, Yi Zheqi said with determination. As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding white light enveloped them, and in an instant, they found themselves in a searing sea of lava. The air around them was nearly solid with heat, suffocatingly hot. Yi Zheqi immediately shielded Yi Bingbing in his arms. The sight left Yi Bingbing speechless. Molten lava spewed from the volcano's mouth, flowing like a serpentine dragon, flames reaching the sky as black lava continuously surged, laden with intense volcanic fumes. It's so hot, brother. Yi Bingbing fanned herself frantically. We need to find a way out quickly. Suppressing his shock, Yi Zheqi meticulously searched for an escape route. They stepped carefully on stones submerged in the lava, their bodies scorching under the intense heat. Suddenly, a massive eruption of lava surged toward them, and Yi Zheqi pulled Yi Bingbing aside just in time. We need to find a safe place, Yi Zheqi shouted. Rounding a corner, they spotted a clearing behind a rock wall, with what appeared to be a stable cave entrance ahead. Though still fraught with danger, it seemed to be the safest way out. Get inside, Yi Zheqi urged as he and Yi Bingbing swiftly made their way to the cave entrance. Before entering the cave, Yi Zheqi turned back to gaze at the relentless lava erupting from the volcano's mouth. The searing heat waves washed over them, but as they stepped into the cave, the thick rock walls shielded them from most of the intense heat. A refreshing breeze greeted them, allowing their tense bodies to relax a little. We're safe for now, Yi Bingbing whispered, gently touching the burns on her arm. Yi Zheqi took her hand, guilt flickering in his eyes. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you better. Yi Bingbing shook her head softly. Senior brother, you did your best. Surviving is a victory in itself. They found themselves in a dimly lit cave, where sharp rocks jutted from the walls, and the ground was littered with scattered bones and shattered weapons. It seems we're not the first to come here, Yi Bingbing remarked with a frown. Suddenly, the sound of spreading flames echoed from deep within the cave. Tongues of orangered fire surged toward them. Fire elemental creatures, Yi Bingbing warned. Yi Zhachi immediately summoned his Black Knight mech, which emitted a cold, dark glow, shielding them from the scorching heat. Yi Bingbing wielded her blue long sword, its blade slicing through the fire elemental creatures with ghostly precision. Working in seamless coordination, they maneuvered skillfully through the cave, striking with precision and successfully driving back the fire elemental creatures. However, the threat was far from over, as more fire creatures continued to rise from the flowing lava. We need to find an exit, Yi Zhachi shouted. The two of them navigated through the increasingly sweltering cave, finally discovering an exit away from the lava at a turn. They reached the end of the sea of lava, where a magnificent lava waterfall lay before them. Fiery lava cascaded from above, solidifying into majestic volcanic rock sculptures. Yi Zhachi activated the flame patterns on his Black Knight mech to form a shield, while Yi Bingbing emitted a pale blue glow to ward off the heat, carefully crossing the treacherous lava path. As they steadied themselves, a flame god clad in a red robe and hood appeared, a fiery red pattern glowing on his forehead. Warriors, you have passed my trial. The flame god's voice resonated as if from the depths of the lava. Yi Zhachi and Yi Bingbing bowed respectfully to the flame god. We embarked on this journey in search of truth. It is an honor to meet you, great flame god, Yi Zhachi said, subtly nudging the awestruck Yi Bingbing. The flame god smiled and produced a sword. This is the flame sword, forged with the power of a 1,000-year flame. I present it to you. As Yi Zhachi accepted the sword, a wave of fiery energy coursed through it, creating a mysterious connection with him. His heart was filled with boundless strength and determination. Yi Zhachi sincerely expressed his gratitude to the fire god. Beside him, Yi Bingbing took hold of the flaming sword that radiated intense heat, and a wave of warmth surged through her, infusing her with newfound power. We will make good use of this flaming sword to break through the frozen barriers ahead, Yi Bingbing solemnly promised. The fire god nodded in approval, his gaze lingering on both of them. I trust you will not disappoint. May your journey be smooth, and may you uncover the truth. The two exchanged a confident glance, unable to hide their joy at having the flaming sword in hand. Yi Zhachi swung the sword, its blade emitting a dazzling red glow as he led the way forward. Yi Bingbing followed closely, resolutely declaring, we will overcome every obstacle. Their figures gradually disappeared into the mist, leaving only the fire god's expectant gaze, before he too vanished into the lava waterfall. Emerging from the mist, a completely different world unfolded before them. The biting cold wind howled, carrying snowflakes, and thick snow blanketed the entire ground. The chill seeped into their bones, slowing their movements, and their breath turned to white mist in the air. Rubbing his cold fingers, Yi Zhachi gritted his teeth and said, we must find a way out quickly. Yi Bingbing tightened her clothing, managing a faint smile of encouragement. Yes, we can't stay here for long. In the silent snowy plain, only the crunch of their footsteps echoed. After a long trek, a massive ice wall loomed ahead, its surface shimmering with mysterious light. This might be the exit to the next trial, Yi Zhachi speculated. Yi Bingbing nodded in agreement. It's worth a try. In unison, they raised the flaming sword, its vibrant red flames standing out starkly in the white world. As the blade touched the ice wall, a loud crash accompanied by flying ice shards broke the cold, revealing a wide passage. At the end of the passage awaited an even harsher challenge. A raging blizzard attacked like a barrage of arrows. Yi Zhachi deftly dodged, each move requiring immense effort. Yi Bingbing employed the Qing Tang sect's technique to weave a sturdy shield around herself, which quickly became encrusted with thick frost. Yi Zhachi wielded the flaming sword, striking the ice wall repeatedly. Amid the deafening sound of shattering ice, cracks began to form. Yi Bingbing advised on the direction of the attacks, ready to dodge any rebounding shards. With a final blow, the fissure widened enough for them to pass through. They swiftly slipped through the gap, finally escaping the eerie maze. The warm sunlight bathed them, dispelling the cold. They exchanged a smile, their eyes shining with relief. We finally made it out, Yi Bingbing exclaimed excitedly, grabbing Yi Zhachi's hand. The journey ahead is still long, Yi Zhachi responded. But as long as we work together, there's nothing we can't overcome. At the maze's exit, they discovered a delicate box emitting a blue-white glow, resting quietly on an ancient block of ice. Yi Zhachi carefully opened the box to find a necklace adorned with a crystal-clear ice heart. As he put on the necklace, a rush of warmth swept through him, banishing the biting cold. Yi Zhuqi was delighted to realize he had gained the ability to control ice elements. With a gentle grip, the air around him condensed into an ice ball. Amazing! You can control ice elements now? Yi Bingbing exclaimed in delight. Yi Zhuqi's eyes gleamed with excitement as the newly acquired ability opened up possibilities for greater power. Suddenly, the icy world around them shook violently. Massive glaciers shattered with a thunderous crash, sending shards of ice flying in all directions. The biting cold swept over them, carried by a fierce wind that howled as if from the depths of hell. Brother Yi, what should we do? Yi Bingbing shivered uncontrollably, her teeth chattering from the cold. Clenching his fists, Yi Zhuqi faced the freezing force heaten. He scanned their surroundings keenly and soon spotted a bright exit through the mist. We must head that way, he declared with determination, pointing ahead. Without hesitation, the two dashed forward, pushing through the thick fog with their hands. The scene around them blurred, and a blinding light flashed before they were transported by a mysterious force to an unfamiliar realm. As their vision cleared, they found themselves in an area shrouded in a thin veil of mist, as if adrift in a boundless ocean of fog. What is this place? Yi Bingbing asked, bewildered as she looked around. Yi Zhuqi sensed the strange energy permeating their environment. This place is filled with mysterious power, he observed. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from within the mist. Welcome to the Frost Realm. A young woman dressed in white robes and a veil approached them gracefully. Who are you? Why are we here? Yi Bingbing asked warily, clutching Yi Zhuqi's hand. The young woman smiled and explained. I am the guardian of the Frost Realm, tasked with maintaining balance here. The Ice Heart necklace you wear triggered a special power that brought you here. We stumbled upon the Ice Heart necklace and had no idea this would happen, Yi Zhuqi explained. The guardian nodded approvingly. The Ice Heart necklace is a vital treasure of the Frost Realm, and only those chosen can wear it. You are the only ones who have successfully donned it. Exchanging a glance, Yi Zhuqi and Yi Bingbing realized they were entrusted with an important mission. Since we've been chosen, what must we do? Yi Zhuqi asked. The guardian pondered briefly. You must journey through the mystic gate to other realms, solving puzzles and facing challenges in each. Only by completing all tasks can you return to your world. Resolute, they nodded and ventured deeper into the mist. The necklace emitted a cold yet comforting energy, becoming their tool to overcome obstacles. They proceeded cautiously, relying on their senses to navigate and detect potential threats. Yi Zhuqi channeled his inner strength to form a protective barrier against the cold, while Yi Bingbing stayed close to absorb warmth. Suddenly, they heard footsteps approaching. Instantly alert, they crouched behind cover. The heavy footsteps grew louder, as if some great beast was near. They held their breath until the sound faded away, then exhaled in relief. Good thing we didn't alert it, Yi Bingbing whispered. We should avoid conflict with other creatures, Yi Zhuqi advised solemnly. Continuing on, they navigated the dark and enigmatic realm with silent coordination. Whenever danger arose, they swiftly found hiding spots and waited for threats to pass. At last, they sensed a powerful energy ahead. We're almost there, Yi Bingbing exclaimed with excitement. Yi Zhuqi tightened his fist, ready for the challenge. Emerging from the mist, they saw a massive stone door inscribed with ancient, mysterious runes. The guardian appeared behind them unnoticed. This is the mystic gate. Through it, you will enter the next realm. We will complete the mission, Yi Zhuqi vowed earnestly. The guardian handed them a gleaming gemstone. This is the Frost Realm's gift. May it aid you in overcoming hardships. Accepting the gemstone, Yi Zhuqi felt the potent power within. It shone brightly, dispelling the surrounding mist and cold. It's beautiful, Yi Bingbing exclaimed, jumping with joy. We've made it. Yi Zhuqi couldn't help but smile as well. Yi Zhuqi gazed intently at the shimmering lord's stone in his hand, his heart brimming with exhilaration. This hard-won gem, the fruit of his arduous search in the mystical realm, symbolized boundless potential and power. Finally, it's mine, he exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, his face alight with the joy of victory. Standing beside him, Yi Bingbing watched her brother's ecstatic expression, a smile tugging at her lips. Brother, you're amazing. With the Lord's stone, your strength is sure to reach new heights. The guardian, standing before them, wore a gentle smile. Remember, while the Lord's stone holds immense power, it requires your exploration and understanding. Don't let it blind you. Yi Bingbing nodded solemnly, fully aware that the stone was like a double-edged sword, potentially disastrous if mishandled. The two then settled on a time-worn, massive rock to discuss their plan to leave the mystical realm. Yi Bingbing tapped a piece of driftwood against the rock, her expression serious. We've been in this realm for days. It's time to consider a safe return. I plan to harness the power of the Black Knight mech, combined with the energy of the Lord's stone, to open a portal, Yi Zhuqi revealed. But the time flow here isn't in sync with the outside world. How can we time it right? Yi Bingbing questioned. We'll have to trust our instincts, Yi Zhaqi replied, clenching his fist, determination glinting in his eyes. Regardless of how much time has passed, I feel we've been here long enough. They climbed into the imposing Black Knight mech, the cabin resonating with a deep hum. As the mech powered up, the surrounding space began to warp, forming a massive energy vortex. Together, they pressed the button, a blinding light tearing through the void and sweeping them into a realm of unfamiliar chaos. In this distorted space, they encountered an elderly man with snow-white hair and profound eyes. Clad in a luxurious robe and holding an ancient staff, he spoke. To leave this place, young ones, you must first solve a temporal riddle. With a wave of his staff, a swirling maze pattern appeared in the air. In this maze are two exits, one leading to the past, the other to the future. You have 3 minutes to choose and explain your reasoning. With Yi Bingbing's support and encouragement, Yi Zhaqi pondered deeply before looking up at the elder. I choose the door to the future because, regardless of the memories the past holds, only by facing the unknown can we continually grow and progress. The old man nodded with a satisfied smile, acknowledging Yi Zhaqi's response. Staring confidently at the elder, Yi Zhaqi said, "Thank you for your approval, respected elder. I choose the gate of the future because only by bravely facing the unknown can we create a better future." The elder's deep gaze lingered on Yi Zhaqi for a moment before he raised his right hand to draw a peculiar symbol in the air. Instantly, a crystal-clear stone of time and space appeared out of thin air, hovering before Yi Zhaqi, radiating brilliant light. As he reached out to touch it, a warm energy surged into his body. Carefully placing the stone of time and space into his backpack, Yi Zhaqi couldn't hide his excitement as he approached Yi Bingbing. She greeted him with an encouraging smile. "Congratulations, senior brother. I didn't expect you to obtain such a significant stone of time and space in this trial." They high-fived to celebrate this important breakthrough. Yi Zhaqi said enthusiastically, "With this stone of time and space, we can accelerate the development of our territory. Whether it's building bases or producing resources, everything can be completed faster." Yi Bingbing couldn't help but look forward to the possibilities. After a brief rest, a beam of light suddenly illuminated, transporting them to the final challenge room. Ancient runes covered the walls, emitting a mysterious aura in the dim light. As they examined their surroundings, a deep, authoritative voice echoed, "Welcome to the final trial." Suddenly, powerful dark energy surged from the walls, forming two ghostly figures. In front of Yi Zhaqi appeared his inner demon, a menacing beast exuding black energy with fiery red eyes. Despite the overwhelming fear rising within him, he clenched his fists and stood his ground. Yi Bingbing closed her eyes, gathering all her courage. The inner demon sneered, "Do you think you can defeat me? I am your deepest fears and pain." In a critical moment, Yi Zhaqi summoned the Black Knight mech. He quickly entered the mech, releasing a powerful energy beam. Simultaneously, Yi Bingbing unleashed energy to form a massive ice wall, trapping the inner demon. With their combined assault, the inner demon finally dissipated into nothingness. After conquering their inner demons, a pair of soul earrings appeared in the center of the room as a reward. Yi Zhaqi picked one up, examining it closely but unsure of its purpose. Yi Bingbing took the other, feeling the warm energy within, and said confidently, "These can help us better understand the voices deep within our hearts." Yi Zhaqi chuckled as he handed his earring to Yi Bingbing. "Since you're interested, you can have it." Bingbing Yi happily accepted the earrings, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. "Thank you, brother," she said. Seeing her radiant smile, Zhaqi felt a warm surge within. He clenched his fists, reassessing his own feelings, and this time he felt neither fear nor pain, but rather an unprecedented strength and courage. Bingbing Yi carefully put on the earrings and immediately felt a warm energy flowing through her body. She closed her eyes, listening to the voice from deep within her. "Who are you? Why do you fear me?" The earrings responded softly, "I am the voice of your inner self. When you face difficulties, I will guide you to find the solution." "So, there's always been this strength accompanying me," Bingbing Yi remarked. "Yes, we all have it," Zhaqi Yi chimed in. "No matter what challenges we face, we can rely on our inner courage." They exchanged a knowing smile, reaching a mutual understanding. The earrings in the center of the room emitted a brighter light, as if celebrating their breakthrough. At that moment, a scroll descended from above, gently unfurling to reveal an ancient and mysterious pattern. "Is this a new reward?" Zhaqi Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement as he strode towards the scroll. He examined the details of the picture. A bustling city stood high in the clouds, with crowded streets. Yet, the city was surrounded by an abyss of darkness and chaos. "This is the Broken Land, a sacred place for ancient warriors to train," Zhaqi Yi murmured. "It's not just about fighting and training. There are hidden secrets here." "What did you see, brother?" Bingbing Yi asked curiously. "This is the secret of the temple," Zhaqi Yi explained with a smile. Within the broken land lies a source of power. Mastering it will take us further. Bing felt the powerful energy emanating from the scroll and clenched her fist. I believe we can succeed. We will always be together, she said. Zhe patted her shoulder encouragingly. As they prepared to leave, the scroll turned to dust and disappeared, and the room's light dimmed. Meanwhile, in the distant mountains, Changsu and his group were discussing plans to find Zhe. I've sent people to search everywhere, but there's no trace, Changsu said solemnly. This broken land is too vast. Just as they were becoming anxious, a dazzling white light shot up into the sky in the distance, strikingly visible in the darkness. Look! A burly man shouted, pointing at the light. Everyone stared at the powerful energy wave, speculating that it might be related to Zhe. This energy? Changsu mused. It must be him, Yu Xiao said, biting her lip. Only he could cause such a massive energy disturbance. The group immediately set off towards the light, traversing dense forests. As they neared their destination, Zhe and Bing had already returned to the temple's exterior. Surprisingly, the temple's divine power had completely removed the poison from Bing Ye's arm, restoring it to its original smoothness. Brother, is this the power of the temple? Bing Ye exclaimed, joyfully touching her healed arm. Just as Zhe was about to answer, Bing Ye pointed to the temple's center. Brother, look at that. They both turned simultaneously, staring in awe at the phenomenon in the temple's center. A massive fissure lay before them. At the center of the temple, a bottomless crack was expanding visibly, accompanied by an unsettling crackling sound. Powerful waves of energy erupted from the fissure, as if threatening to consume the entire temple. What's happening? Yi Bingbing asked in a hushed tone, a hint of unease flickering in her eyes. Yi Zhiqi took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Clearly, this is an abnormal energy fluctuation. The help we received earlier hasn't restored the temple's tranquility. The two cautiously navigated through the rubble, the ground creaking beneath their feet. As they prepared to confront the dark creatures drawn by the temple's energy, a familiar figure appeared in their sight. It was their old friend Su Chong, the bravest warrior of the Qingtang sect. Su Chong stood valiantly before the dark creatures, clad in heavy armor and wielding a giant axe. Renowned for summoning prehistoric creatures like the giant lizard and Trex, he was one of the sect's most formidable cultivators. Su Chong, Yi Zhiqi, and Yi Bingbing exclaimed in delight. Are you two all right? Su Chong approached them. I was passing by and noticed the temple's anomaly, so I came to investigate. These dark creatures are different from before. They exude a much colder aura. The trio immediately engaged in battle. Yi Zhiqi maneuvered his black knight mech, his sword slicing through the air. Yi Bingbing harnessed the power of wind, darting like lightning and creating whirlwinds among the enemies. Su Chong swung his axe, each strike severing the dark creatures' bodies. After the battle, Yi Zhiqi asked Su Chong how to harness the energy from the fissure. Su Chong lowered his axe, his expression serious. I'm searching for a mysterious beast spirit called the Rift Soul Beast. Only by finding it can we obtain the limitless energy from the fissure. This creature is extremely rare, often hiding in perilous areas, and can quickly sense threats. As the three discussed their strategy, another wave of dark creatures surged forward. At Su Chong's command, a massive Trex appeared out of thin air, its black scales shimmering ominously. The dragon's roar sent the dark creatures retreating. This is my latest summon Trex, Su Chong said proudly. It may not completely drive away the dark creatures, but it will clear a path for us. Just then, footsteps echoed from behind them. Su, how do you manage to run so fast? In the shadows, Luo Tianyi's figure appeared and disappeared, his tall silhouette outlined by a ghostly blue light. He held a massive ice hammer, his expression resolute and cold. Around Jiangwan, electricity crackled, and with a raise of his hands, a thunderbird transformed into a graceful arc of blue lightning in the sky. Wanner led a group of moon rabbits, their bodies adorned with lunar runes, as they gracefully arrived at the battlefield. The trio swiftly joined Su Chong and Yi Zhiqi, forming a seamless circular formation. Their eyes met, filled with trust and understanding. Yi Zhiqi, we're here, Luo Tianyi stated calmly, his icy aura suppressing the surrounding dark creatures. Jiangwen smirked at the dense darkness ahead. These dark creatures are too weak, he said, raising his palm to summon a swirling vortex of thunderclouds overhead. Wanner leaped gracefully, her staff casting a gentle moonlight that illuminated the area. The moon rabbit stood alert, guarding her. Yi Zhiqi felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at his timely allies. In this secret realm overrun by darkness, completing the mission alone was nearly impossible. Thank you for coming. Together, we'll defeat these dark creatures, he declared with determination. The battle erupted instantly. Luo Tianyi swung his ice hammer, summoning ice giants and dragons to launch a fierce assault. Massive ice claws and teeth tore through the darkness, shattering enemies to pieces. Jiang Wen's lightning struck the frozen targets with precision, reducing them to dust. Warner directed the moon rabbits to spread out, providing healing and support to her teammates. Under the warm, sun-like healing of the moon rabbits, Yijuchi's wounds healed rapidly. The trio worked in perfect harmony, communicating without words. Luo Tianyi's ice hammer, Jiang Wen's lightning, and Warner's moon rabbits formed an impeccable offensive and defensive strategy. Feeling power surging within, Yijuchi summoned his Black Knight mech and charged into the enemy ranks. The mech's weapons roared, unleashing a barrage that annihilated the dark creatures. He maneuvered deftly within the mech, each strike deadly. The dark creatures launched a counterattack, hundreds of shadows lunging at Yijuchi. Luo Tianyi swiftly swung his hammer to release a protective chill. Jiang Wen's thunderclouds roared above, and Warner's moonlight formed a shield around her allies. Yijuchi, in his Black Knight mech, eyes shining with unwavering resolve, cut down enemies that even the darkness feared. After the battle, Yijuchi and Yi Bingbing navigated the battlefield strewn with remains, arriving at the edge of a rift emanating a powerful, eerie energy. This was the entrance to the source of the dark forces. This is what we've been fighting for, Yijuchi said, gazing into the rift with determination in his eyes. Brother, I'll go with you into the unknown, Yi Bingbing said resolutely. Suddenly, a deep, menacing voice emerged from the rift. So you've finally arrived, pathetic Yijuchi. Do you think you can stop us? Your power is nothing but dust in the wind. Whoever you are, I will fight to the end. Yijuchi responded, fearless. Dark creatures poured from the rift like a tide. Yijuchi summoned the Black Knight mech, while Yi Bingbing unleashed her green vine energy, weaving a giant net to trap the enemies. Sister, we need to get through quickly, Yijuchi shouted. Just as Yijuchi was about to tap into the rift's energy, a massive, demonic creature emerged. It had a rough, hard shell exuding a terrifying dark energy, eyes glowing like the fires of a demon king, and countless sharp tentacles quivering with each breath. The team took a few steps back, quickly drawing their weapons. Yijuchi stood calmly at the forefront, feeling the power surging within him. Don't panic, everyone, Yijuchi shouted. We've overcome so many challenges. This creature won't defeat us. Jiang Wen and Luo Tianyi snapped back to focus, their gazes firm. Warner nodded silently. Yi Bingbing gripped her vine staff tightly, gathering even more powerful energy for the battle ahead. The monstrous creature lunged forward, exuding a dreadful stench. The team retreated a few steps, preparing to engage, while Yijuchi stood unwavering, watching the terrifying enemy. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from behind him. The Black Knight mech gleamed with a metallic sheen in the darkness. With a low, commanding shout, Yijuchi agilely leapt into the cockpit, gripping the control sticks firmly. The mech emitted a deep mechanical roar, causing the surrounding air to tremble from the powerful energy waves. Facing the monstrous giant, Yijuchi's lips curled into a cold, confident smile. As the giant's tentacle lashed out, Luo Tianyi's anxious warning rang out, Yijuchi, watch out. But Yijuchi was already prepared, maneuvering the Black Knight mech to swing its massive sword, severing the tentacle in one swift stroke. Dark energy erupted from the severed end, but was immediately subdued by the energy beams emitted from the mech. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Bingbing unleashed countless sharp vine spikes from her staff, piercing the giant's tough exterior. The giant let out a deafening roar, lunging at her with its remaining tentacles, only to be blocked by Yijuchi's timely intervention with the mech. Their teammates quickly joined the fray, each unleashing their own unique skills. Jiang Wen commanded storms, conjuring countless cutting wind blades. Luo Tianyi, clad in lightning armor, wove a deadly electric net around the giant. As the battle intensified, Dr. Agai and Jian Yuanzi arrived on the scene. They saw Yijuchi and the others trapped by a horde of malevolent demons. Without hesitation, Dr. Agai activated his portable equipment, controlling a well-armed combat robot. Jian Yuanzi, dressed in black combat attire and wielding a gleaming sword, leapt onto the robot's shoulder. Robot ready, Dr. Agai announced. The demons sensed the threat, sneering disdainfully. Two more intruders, do you think you can stop us? Dr. Agai unhesitatingly activated the robot's attack systems, unleashing scorching flames and razor-sharp blades. Jian Yuanzi became a shadow, his sword flashing like lightning, each strike precise and lethal. Together with Yijuchi and his team, they launched a fierce offensive on the battlefield. Yijuchi, we're here to help, Dr. Agai shouted. Thank you. Yijuchi responded confidently, then piloted the Black Knight mech to launch a new wave of attacks. The battlefield was a spectacle of fire and lightning, storms raging. Jian Yuanzi's sword formation gradually expanded, transforming from a small circle into a massive sword shield, entrapping the demons layer by layer. Her figure darted nimbly through the air, and where her sword light fell, demons met their end. The entire battlefield turned into a magnificent war scene, with flames, lightning, and sword light intertwining, casting dazzling brilliance in the darkness. Yi Zhachi gripped his sword tightly, controlling the powerful Black Knight mech as it charged across the battlefield. The blade of the mech sliced through the air, each swing unleashing intense energy waves, cutting through everything in its path. The demons let out terrified shrieks, having never witnessed such a fierce assault. From a distance, Yi Bingbing stood in awe, watching the lightning-fast figure move across the battlefield. Her senior brother's prowess far exceeded her expectations. In the center of the battlefield, Jian Yuanzi coordinated seamlessly with Yi Zhachi, providing timely cover during his attacks, the two moving as one. Yi Zhachi, your fighting style is truly awe-inspiring. Jian Yuanzi's voice of admiration echoed across the battlefield. Yi Zhachi responded with a confident smile, continuing to lead the mech forward. Luo Tianyi, Su Chong, Jiang Wan, and Wanner each showcased their abilities. Under Luo Tianyi's command, a giant of ice and a dragon of frost appeared, freezing the dark creatures into sculptures. Su Chong's prehistoric lizard and Tyrannosaurus joined forces with the Black Knight mech for a pincer attack. Jiang Wen's thunderbirds circled above, raining down lightning. The demons' arrogance gradually turned to fear as they finally realized the formidable nature of the team before them. Yi Zhachi locked onto the demon leader and piloted the Black Knight mech straight for its head. The energy condensed on the blade surged forward like a furious tide, forcing the demon leader to retreat before finally being vanquished with a single blow, dissolving into nothingness. After the battle, the remains of the demons coalesced into a dazzling dream pearl. Its surface was smooth as jade, emanating mysterious energy waves. Dr. Agasa excitedly confirmed that this was indeed the legendary dream pearl capable of enhancing a territory. Everyone gathered around, captivated by the beauty of the pearl. Just as Yi Bingbing reached out to touch it, Yi Zhachi stopped her in time. Luo Tianyi, Su Chong, Jiang Wan, and Wanner took turns sensing the mysterious power within the pearl. Dr. Agasa reminded everyone to stay vigilant, and Yi Zhachi carefully placed the pearl into a specially designed energy isolation box. At that moment, a rift suddenly appeared in the void, emitting a chilling dark aura. Luo Tianyi assessed that the portal led to an alternate dimension, and Jiang Wan sensed the lurking danger. Wanner quickly chanted a spell, unfolding a golden shield to protect everyone. As the portal slowly opened, the surrounding scenery became blurred, as if the entire world was twisting. Powerful energy waves surged through the air, drawing everyone's gaze to the mysterious phenomenon, their hearts filled with both anticipation and caution. Jian Yuanzi stood beside Yi Zhachi, a look of concern in his eyes. Are you ready? The dangers we face this time, stepping through the time gate, might be even greater. Yi Zhachi clenched his fists, his expression resolute as he nodded. Don't worry, I'll be cautious. Turning to the others, Jian Yuanzi smiled. Is everyone ready? We're about to enter an unknown world. Su Chong touched the beast spirit tattoo on his arm, his gaze unwavering. My ancient giant lizard spirit and I have always sought greater power. This is an opportunity we can't miss. Luo Tianyi, exuding a chilling aura, spoke in a low voice. As a member of the Ice Kingdom, I will face any danger. Jiang Wan waved his thunderbird staff, sparks crackling. The son of lightning never fears the dark forces. I'll turn them to ashes. Wanner gently patted the moon rabbit's staff in her hand and nodded along with the others. They were filled with anticipation and curiosity as they prepared to step through the time gate. Yi Zhachi, make sure to keep the dream pearl safe, Jian Yuanzi reminded earnestly. You can't afford to lose it. Yi Zhachi took a deep breath, looking at everyone with determination. Let's go in together. Before the time gate, they gazed at the unfolding mysterious world. The gate emitted a soft glow, and as it fully opened, it seemed to engulf everything around. Inside, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Islands of varying sizes floated in the sky, inhabited by strange creatures. Below lay a vast, shimmering ocean with giant sea lotuses dancing on the surface. In the distance, towering mountain ranges stretched out, their peaks dusted with glistening snowflakes. Without hesitation, Yi Zhachi took the first step, followed closely by the others. Jian Yuanzi, Dr. Agasa, Yi Bingbing, Jiang Wan, Su Chong, Luo Tianyi, and Wanner each passed through the time gate, disappearing into the otherworldly realm. On the other side, the view opened up to a vast plain, the landscape imbued with a magical aura. The sky was adorned with clouds as intricate as fine embroidery, and a gentle breeze carried a refreshing, pleasant scent. Crystal-like forests rose from the ground, their leaves shimmering with a rainbow of colors. Each blade of grass glowed with a golden hue, and the entire land exuded a unique, calming energy. Yi Bingbing looked around in wonder, having never seen such a magnificent sight. She turned to Dr. Agasa, eager to learn more. Dr. Agasa smiled and explained, "This is the Mystic Continent, a mysterious world filled with magical power. The area we're in is known as the Rootless Land, the most peaceful and harmonious part of this continent. Rootless land? Is everything here created by magic? Yi Bingbing asked in awe. Dr. Agasa nodded. Yes, everything here is infused with powerful magical energy. Yi Zhachi gazed at the distant clouds. Will the magical energy here affect our combat abilities? No need to worry, Luo Tianyi interjected. We assessed our strengths before entering. We can still perform at our best here. Dr. Agasa continued to share the legends of the rootless land. Hidden here is the unbreakable vibranium sword, forged from the purest metal and immense magical energy. But this place is fraught with peril. Only the truly brave and powerful can find it. Hearing this, Yi Zhaqi's eyes shone with determination, already envisioning the formidable power of combining the Black Knight mech with the vibranium sword. Yi Zhaqi stood up, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked at everyone around him. His voice trembled slightly with enthusiasm. If I can find the vibranium sword, my Black Knight mech will become even more powerful. Let's go search for it together. His companions responded eagerly. Su Chong was the first to step forward. My prehistoric giant lizard can lead the way. Its tough skin can withstand traps and attacks. Luo Tianyi smiled confidently. My ice giant and ice dragon can freeze our enemies, turning them into ice sculptures. Jiangwen patted his chest. I'll summon the Thunderbird to strike those dark creatures with lightning. Water spoke gently. My moon rabbits can provide healing and speed support for everyone. After a moment of thought, Yi Bingbing added, although I'm not as strong, I can help detect traps. Defense is just as important. Just then, Dr. Agasa excitedly suggested, we can go to the Fountain of Hope to find the vibranium sword. Seeing Yi Zhaqi's inquiring gaze, he quickly explained, the Fountain of Hope is located in the deepest part of the Rootless Lands mountains. There's a secret path to the vibranium sword there. Legend has it that only through the fountain can it be found. As Dr. Agasa spoke, he pulled a small robot from his pocket. He gently activated it, and a large virtual map unfolded before everyone, clearly marking the locations of the Rootless Land and the Fountain of Hope. This is my latest navigation robot, Dr. Agasa proudly introduced. It can not only identify and avoid dangerous areas, but also has high-speed flight and stealth capabilities. As he spoke, he pressed a button to demonstrate. The robot transformed into a streak of light, swiftly maneuvering through the air and precisely scanning the surroundings. Amidst the group's exclamations of wonder, Yi Zhachi led them on the journey to find the Fountain of Hope. They followed the navigation robot, traversing the rugged terrain and entering a dense forest. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, while the gentle breeze rustled the foliage. Luo Tianyi adjusted the position of the ice dragon. Su Chong checked the condition of the prehistoric giant lizard. Jiangwen waved the Thunderbird's feather, and Wanner gently stroked the moon rabbits. When the robot emitted a red alert, they skillfully avoided the pit ahead and continued deeper into the forest. The breeze caressed their cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness, as if they were in a mystical fairyland. Yi Zhachi and his group moved along the narrow path, surrounded by lush trees with small animals darting between them. Birds chirped joyfully from the branches, and wild rabbits hopped through the underbrush. Despite the beauty and mystery of the forest, they remained vigilant, ready to confront any dark creatures that might appear. Yi Bingbing paused to take a sip from her water bottle, catching her breath. Jian Yuanzi walked over and gently patted her back, asking, can you keep going? She nodded firmly, her determination as strong as anyone else's, even if her skills weren't on par with the others. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, and the path narrowed further. A navigation robot led the way, guiding them through the sea of green. The thick canopy blocked almost all sunlight, and the air was filled with the rich scent of vegetation. Crunching leaves sounded beneath their feet, and occasionally, a branch brushed against their faces. Yi Zhachi was at the front, focused on finding the right route, with Dr. A. Li close behind, frequently checking the map on the navigation robot. Jian Yuanzi, at the rear, supported Yi Bingbing, who couldn't help but ask Dr. A. Li, are you sure we're not lost? This forest seems endless. In all my years of research, I've never made a mistake, Dr. Ali assured, thumping his chest. The spring of hope must be well hidden. We have to keep going. Jin Yuanzi exchanged a knowing glance with Dr. A. Li, then smiled encouragingly at Yi Bingbing. As night fell, Yi Zhachi selected a relatively safe clearing for their campsite. Dr. A. Li quickly deployed 2 foldable tents, organizing the team into male and female groups. Before entering the tent, Yi Bingbing gently nudged Yi Zhachi's back, expressing her concern. Senior brother, you should rest too. He returned a wry smile, lightly tousling her hair. You too, junior sister. Jiangwen then used his powers to summon several Thunderbirds to patrol the area. The birds, with lightning flashing around them, circled the night sky, using their keen senses to detect potential threats. Once the Thunderbirds signaled safety, Yi Zhachi promptly made the necessary arrangements. As Yi Zhachi turned to issue orders to Su Chong, the camp was already shrouded in darkness. Suchong, summon your most powerful beast. We need a force that can blend seamlessly into the night for protection. Suchong sprang into action, pressing his palm against the ground. His low incantations echoed through the silent night. The ground trembled, and a massive chameleon emerged. Its body was covered in scales that shimmered faintly, and its sharp eyes quickly scanned the surroundings before it swiftly slipped into the nearby forest, becoming one with the darkness. The group felt a sense of security as they watched the chameleon's perfect camouflage. Luo Tianyi looked up at the star-studded sky, while Yi Zhachi observed the chameleon's shadowy form flitting between the trees with satisfaction. Once assured of their protection, Yi Zhachi led everyone towards the tent. Inside, Wanner had gathered a group of moon rabbits. These snow-white creatures had eyes that sparkled like stars, and their gentle white glow filled the space. Come on in, everyone, Yi Zhachi said with a smile. Wanner's moon rabbits can heal our fatigue and wounds. As they entered the tent, a warm and comforting energy enveloped them. Wanner directed the moon rabbits to each person, and they gently brushed their soft paws over the wounds, emitting a healing white light. Yi Zhachi felt the soothing power permeate his body and sincerely praised, Wanner, you're amazing. Wanner blushed and signaled the rabbits to stop the healing. Yi Bingbing, looking at her healed wound, gave Wanner a grateful glance. Thank you, Wanner. As the moon rabbits danced joyfully, the group gradually regained their strength. Yi Zhachi lay down on a carpet and fell into a deep sleep, while Luo Tianyi sat nearby, lost in thought. Jiang Wan and Su Chong leaned against each other, exchanging silent glances, weary but still ready for battle. Wanner asked if anyone needed anything else, and receiving no requests, everyone prepared to rest. The moon rabbits stayed close, their gentle glow adding a layer of peace to the night. However, the calm was soon disrupted. Su Chong suddenly sensed the chameleon's alert and quickly woke Yi Zhachi. The chameleon detected an unknown creature approaching. We need to be cautious. Yi Zhachi snapped awake and motioned for the others to be on guard. Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wan, and Dr. Agon also rose, their expressions serious. This time, we must be careful and not let those dark creatures succeed, Luo Tianyi said in a grave tone. Yi Zhachi asked Su Chong for more details about the unknown creature. Through his psychic connection with the chameleon, Su Chong learned, this creature exudes a powerful energy, yet its presence is unusually faint. This contradictory information heightened their vigilance. Luo Tianyi frowned in thought. A presence so faint yet radiating strong energy? What could be so special about this unknown creature? The tension in the tent rose immediately. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chong shared his view. This unidentified creature likely possesses special abilities to conceal its presence and strength. Dark creatures are notoriously cunning, and we must remain vigilant. Yi Zhachi furrowed his brows, pondering Su Chong's words carefully. A being capable of masking its presence so effectively could not be an ordinary dark creature. This might be the source of his lingering unease. If this creature can emit powerful spiritual energy while hiding its presence, it must have mastered some advanced spells. We need to be thoroughly prepared. His voice was grave and composed. The others nodded in agreement. Luo Tianyi gazed into the distance with a serious expression. We need to gain a more detailed understanding of their threat. Inside the tent, the atmosphere was tense. Yi Zhachi looked around at everyone and said, I'm going out to take a look. You all stay here. But Zhachi, it's too dangerous for you to go alone, Su Chong said worriedly. We're a team. We can't let you take the risk by yourself, Luo Tianyi said, clenching his fist. Jiang Wan and Dr. Aji also expressed the same sentiment. Seeing the determination in his companion's eyes, Yi Zhachi felt a warmth in his heart. He ultimately chose to take Dr. Aji and Su Chong with him. The jungle was eerily silent, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. Su Chong followed cautiously. Sensing his tension, Yi Zhachi reassured him softly, Relax, we're just scouting. Whatever we encounter, we can handle it. Dr. Aji took out a device and began operating it, soon projecting a light screen before them. I've adjusted the frequency and wavelength. As soon as we approach the chameleon's location, we'll detect a signal. The three of them moved forward silently until they noticed something unusual in a section of the forest. Is it there? Dr. Aji pointed ahead. Yes, that's where the chameleon is, Su Chong said, excitement flickering in his eyes. They approached the underbrush and saw the chameleon slowly crawling, nearly blending into its surroundings. Suddenly, a faint sound of a twig snapping came from the shadows, and the chameleon turned its head alertly. Yi Zhachi signaled everyone to remain still. Su Chong gently stroked the chameleon's head scales, a unique bond between them. The chameleon gradually relaxed, licking its body to show its trust in Su Chong. It's okay now, little one, Su Chong soothed quietly. Yi Zhachi and Dr. Aji exchanged a knowing smile. Su Chong's special connection with wildlife was precisely why he was held in high regard among the beast spirit tribe. This is the place. Su Chang pointed to a dense forest ahead, where the leaves formed a dark canopy. Yi Zhachi gripped his weapon tightly, watching the shadows warily. Despite sensing an eerie aura, he stood his ground. Standing beside Yi Zhachi, Su Chang whispered, "Relax, we'll face it together." Yi Zhachi nodded, suppressing his inner tension, his gaze still sharp as he focused on the dark forest ahead. The faint rustling of leaves was stark in the silence. The two of them stared into the shadows, filled with anticipation and anxiety. Su Chang furrowed his brow slightly, focusing intently on the distance with a confident curve at the corner of his mouth. With a subtle wave of his arm, a massive prehistoric lizard raced forth from afar, heading into the shadows. Its body was covered with thick scales, and each step sent tremors through the ground, creating an oppressive tension in the air. Yi Zhachi's eyes lit up, clearly impressed by Su Chang's display of power. This formidable and obedient prehistoric lizard was indeed one of the best choices to combat the unknown dark creatures. There seemed to be an unspoken understanding between Su Chang and the lizard, as it charged into the darkness without hesitation upon receiving his command. The lizard let out a deafening roar, its sound waves echoing through the valley, attempting to provoke the unseen creature in the shadows. However, the darkness remained eerily silent, like a still pond. Su Chang clenched his fists, observing intently for any signs of movement, carefully masking his inner anxiety. Just as the lizard prepared to sweep its tail through the underbrush, a shadow suddenly leapt from above, moving with such speed that it was nearly impossible to track. With a single strike, the shadow sent the lizard flying, tracing an arc through the air before it crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Yi Zhachi frowned and covered his nose, finally discerning the identity of the mysterious creature in the moonlight. A bloodied little girl. Her clothes were tattered, her face streaked with blood, but her striking emerald eyes were unmistakable. As Yi Zhachi approached to investigate, the girl suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed unconscious. Dr. Aga hurried over to examine her, discovering that she had fallen into a coma from severe blood loss. Following Yi Zhachi's instructions, Dr. Aga used a smart rope to bind the girl's hands and feet, while Su Chang carried her back to the tent. Inside the tent, the girl was placed on a soft bed, surrounded by the warm glow of torches. Jin Yuanzi arrived, puzzled by the sight of the bound girl. Yi Zhachi explained the situation, emphasizing that the restraints were to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Yi Bingbing noticed the severe internal injuries on the girl's body. Yi Zhachi speculated that her appearance might be linked to the Fountain of Hope and decided to treat her wounds first. He turned to Wanner, instructing her to summon the rabbit swarm for healing. Wanner nodded in agreement, beginning to chant, as moon rabbits materialized from the void. Inside the tent, dozens of snow-white rabbits with red eyes suddenly appeared, gracefully leaping through the air. These were the healing rabbits summoned by Wanner with a wave of her wand. They quietly surrounded the bedside of the unconscious little girl, gently touching her body with their soft fur. Yi Zhachi and the others watched this miraculous scene with bated breath. The moon rabbits not only healed the girl's wounds, but also cleansed the blood from her body. Wanner leaned over to touch the girl's pale forehead, examining her frail face closely. "You'll be all right, you will," she whispered softly. Seeing Wanner's meticulous care, warmth filled Yi Zhachi's heart. "Thank you, Wanner," he said. "It's my duty, no need to thank me," Wanner replied with a smile, continuing to focus on her healing magic. Each beam of light danced like a sprite, mending the wounds. Once Wanner left, the group finally got a clear look at the little girl. She appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, with delicate, angelic features and porcelain-like skin. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, as fragile and enchanting as butterfly wings. "This little girl is truly beautiful," Su Chang remarked softly. "Yes, she looks just like a princess from a fairyland," Luo Tianyi agreed. However, the group soon fell into contemplation, puzzled by the girl's sudden appearance. "What should we do?" Yi Zhachi asked with a frown. "There must be something special about this little girl." After some discussion, Dr. Agasa consulted some ancient texts and speculated that she might be from the land of nowhere and was being pursued. The group decided to temporarily shelter and protect her while searching for the Fountain of Hope to help her return home. At that moment, the little girl slowly opened her eyes, looking around in confusion. She tried to speak, but could only manage a dry cough. Su Chang quickly handed her a cup of water, and she took a trembling sip. "I'm hungry," the girl finally spoke, her voice tinged with helplessness. Yi Zhachi immediately arranged for Wanner and Yi Bingbing to prepare food. Su Chang sat at the bedside and said kindly, "Hello, I'm Su Chang. You can call me Big Brother." Thank you," the girl replied weakly. Yi Zhachi and Luo Tianyi exchanged glances, deciding that while investigating her identity, their primary task was to ensure her safety. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Wanner was preparing a colorful vegetable salad with a special dressing. while Yi Bingbing served a fragrant seafood soup and fresh slices of bread as the main course. Wanner and Yi Bingbing focused intently on preparing food for the little girl, placing a steaming bowl of soup and a fresh salad in front of her. The girl watched their busy figures with eyes full of gratitude. She whispered a soft, "Thank you," and then eagerly began to eat. Yi Zhachi, Wanner, and Yi Bingbing exchanged glances, surprised by the girl's ravenous appetite. She swiftly grabbed the vegetables from the salad, seemingly unconcerned as the juices stained her white clothes, a satisfied smile on her face. "She eats a lot, doesn't she?" Yi Zhachi remarked, eyes wide. Wanner nodded. "She must be really hungry." Yi Bingbing observed with a furrowed brow. "She probably hasn't had a proper meal in a while." Yi Zhachi watched the girl seriously, hoping for some clue about the Fountain of Hope. "Do you know anything about the Fountain of Hope?" he asked slowly. The girl looked up, her eyes puzzled. "The Fountain of Hope? I think I've seen it in a dream. Can you describe what you saw in the dream?" Yi Zhachi straightened up, pressing further. "Or do you know anything about the Fountain of Hope?" The girl frowned, trying to remember. "I recall standing on barren land, lifeless and desolate." She suddenly exclaimed, "I can't remember. I can't remember anything." "You mean you've lost your memory?" Yi Zhachi asked, surprised. The girl nodded, her voice faint. "All I remember is being chased by a beast. When I woke up, I found myself in an unfamiliar place, not remembering anything until I met you." Yi Zhachi's eyes softened with sympathy. "Don't worry, you're safe now. We'll protect you and help you regain your memory." The group fell into silence. The hope they had placed in the girl seemingly dashed. Yi Zhachi sighed deeply. "It seems we'll need to look for other clues." Just then, Hua Hua suddenly smiled mysteriously. "I might share something in exchange for the delicious food." Yi Zhachi's eyes lit up. "Really? Do you know something about the Fountain of Hope?" Hua Hua shook her head. "No, but I know a secret." She then asked if they were searching for a sword. "How do you know that?" Yi Zhachi asked curiously. "Because the ones chasing me are also searching for it," Hua Hua explained seriously. "The sword is entirely black, with blue gemstones embedded in the blade." Yi Zhachi examined the sketch Hua Hua handed him, which detailed the sword's patterns and runes. Beside him, Dr. Agasa's face lit up with surprise. "That's the legendary vibranium sword." He widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at the sketch, his face a mix of surprise and excitement. This vibranium sword was indeed the weapon of the guardian of the Fountain of Hope, the key they had been searching for all along. Dr. Agasa excitedly handed the sketch to Yi Zhachi. As Yi Zhachi took the sketch, his fingers trembled slightly. His eyes scanned the paper, already envisioning himself wielding this legendary sword in battle against the forces of darkness. "Hua Hua, what else do you know about the vibranium sword?" Yi Zhachi asked urgently. Hua Hua's expression suddenly turned serious, a flicker of fear in her eyes. She took a deep breath and said, "The vibranium sword. It's with the beast that's been hunting me." This revelation hit Yi Zhachi like a bolt of lightning. The vibranium sword was not only a powerful weapon but the last line of defense against the dark forces. Now that it had fallen into enemy hands, the consequences were unimaginable. "Are you sure?" Yi Zhachi pressed, hoping it was a misunderstanding. Hua Hua nodded solemnly. "I can sense the vibranium energy waves from them. The dark forces have sent a horde of beasts to hunt me down." Su Chong sensed the tension in the air. "What's going on?" Yi Zhachi briefly explained the situation. Luo Tianyi immediately declared, "We can't let the dark forces succeed." Jiang Wan and Wanner also voiced their support. Su Chong patted Yi Zhachi on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Yi. With your SS-class mechanical lord skills and my beast spirit tribe abilities, we can definitely reclaim the vibranium sword." Following Dr. Agasa's suggestion, they decided to use the memory scanner to help Hua Hua regain her memory. As the device operated, Hua Hua's memories gradually became clearer. "I remember now." Hua Hua's voice trembled. "The leading beast is called Lang Ao, a ferocious werewolf beast." Yi Zhachi clenched his fist. The vibranium sword was crucial to the survival of the rootless land. Su Chong immediately stated, "We must find Lang Ao as soon as possible." Luo Tianyi added, "I can use the ice giant and ice dragon to track Lang Ao's scent. Once we locate him, we can launch an attack." Jiang Wen suggested that they could use the power of lightning to launch a surprise attack and retrieve the vibranium sword amidst the chaos. This idea immediately resonated with the team. Yi Bingbing added that she could use the abilities of the moon rabbit to provide healing and speed boosts to her teammates. Dr. Aegon offered to prepare specialized mechanical traps and weapons to provide additional support during the battle. Yi Zhachi looked around at the group, his eyes shining with gratitude. They quickly devised a detailed battle plan. Luo Tianyi would use his ice giant and ice dragon to track Lang Ao's scent. Jiang Wan would lead the surprise attack, supported by Yi Bingbing's enhancing abilities. Dr. Aegon would prepare various mechanical devices, ready to deploy at any moment. Hua Hua grasped Yi Zhachi's hand tightly, her voice slightly trembling but her gaze unwavering as she expressed her determination to assist them. After listening to everyone's suggestions, Yi Zhuoqi fell into deep thought. Despite his lingering doubts about Hua Hua's background, the pressing matter was to find Lang Ao and reclaim the vibranium sword. We must take the initiative and find Lang Ao, Yi Zhuoqi stated firmly, his eyes sharp with resolve. The team members all voiced their commitment. Su Chong clenched his fist, vowing to defeat Lang Ao personally. Luo Tianyi swore to freeze him into an ice sculpture. Jiang Wen declared he would roast him with lightning, and Wanner promised to provide healing support. Dr. Agon proposed setting out at dawn the next day, and everyone began their preparations. Yi Bingbing quietly asked her senior brother if they would succeed, to which Yi Zhuoqi, gazing at the starry sky, replied with Hua Hua as the key to his confidence. This brought a knowing smile to Hua Hua's face. Despite her lost memories, she deeply felt the warmth of the team. As night fell, the camp grew calm. In his tent, Yi Zhuoqi tossed and turned, replaying the moments of meeting Hua Hua in his mind. Although he harbored doubts about her identity, he was touched by her innocent smile. The others were also absorbed in their thoughts. Su Chong silently vowed revenge in his tent, Luo Tianyi practiced his ice and snow techniques, Jiang Wen leaned against a tree to rest, and Wanner prayed quietly under the moonlight. At dawn, as the sun began to rise, Yi Zhuoqi and his team quickly packed their gear, ready to set off. Su Chong warmed up on the dew-covered grass, showcasing the agility of the Beast Spirit clan. Luo Tianyi conjured snow blossoms, displaying the power of the ice and snow royalty. Jiang Wen tended to the Thunderbird, surrounded by flashes of lightning. The entire team was prepared to face the challenges ahead. Despite the exhaustion from battle, he showed no signs of backing down. In the distance, a group of moon rabbits hopped leisurely across the meadow. Wanner took a deep breath of the fresh air, a warm smile spreading across her face. She felt a deep sense of purpose knowing she could provide healing and speed support to her teammates. Nearby, Dr. Agasa stood, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's, observing everyone's movements. As the team's strategist, this knowledgeable inventor remained on high alert. Each team member executed their tasks with seamless coordination. Yi Zhuoqi methodically organized the luggage, Su Chong adeptly managed the fire and food supplies, Luo Tianyi meticulously cleared the surrounding traces, and Jiang Wen diligently checked everyone's weaponry and gear. Just then, Hua Hua quietly approached Dr. Agasa, lowering her voice to share the latest clue about Lang Ao's whereabouts. Recognizing the importance of this information, the doctor quickly input the data into the navigation robot. A bright marker appeared on the screen, pointing to the nearest flower field. Seeing Dr. Agasa's focused expression, the other team members gathered around. Determination shone in Yi Zhuoqi's eyes, Su Chong fixed his gaze on the navigation route. Luo Tianyi's hand instinctively rested on his ice blade, emanating a chill, while Jiang Wen leaned against a tree trunk, sensing the electric currents in the air. Standing at the center, Wanner silently prayed for her companion's safety. As the midday sun grew hotter, the navigation robot finally pinpointed the exact location of the flower field. Dr. Agasa was the first to lift the robot, leading the group through the dense forest and across steep mountain paths. The sight before them was breathtaking. Vibrant flowers swayed gently in the breeze, bees and butterflies danced among the blossoms, creating a scene as enchanting as a fairy tale. "This place is truly beautiful," Wanner exclaimed with genuine admiration. "Indeed, this flower field brings life to the entire land," Yi Zhuoqi responded with a smile. Su Chong gazed at an especially tall flower in the distance. "Perhaps we can find Lang Ao's trail here." The team moved forward, weapons in hand, ready to face any potential danger. Yi Bingbing couldn't help but marvel at the stunning landscape she had never seen before, while Jiang Wen suggested capturing the moment with a photo. In front of Dr. Agasa's camera, everyone donned relaxed smiles, momentarily forgetting the challenges ahead. Soon, Yi Zhuoqi called everyone to resume their journey. The navigation robot's blue light guided their path, indicating they were close to their target. Each member understood that a formidable battle awaited them, but at this moment, they were united, ready to face the challenge together. The navigation robot indicated they were nearing Lang Ao's location. Dr. Agasa focused intently on the instructions displayed on the screen, his expression serious. At this critical moment, Yi Zhuoqi looked up at the navigation robot, then turned to his team and issued a command. "We need to split up. Once you spot Lang Ao, regroup immediately." The team quickly dispersed into the vibrant sea of flowers. Yi Zhuoqi weaved through the colorful blossoms, memories of past encounters with Lang Ao flashing through his mind. "Lang Ao, I will find you," he vowed silently. Turning to Jiang Wen, Yi Zhuoqi suggested with a smile, "We need a vantage point. How about summoning the Thunderbird for a reconnaissance?" Jiang Wen nodded in agreement and concentrated. Instantly, dazzling lightning gathered around him, and a majestic Thunderbird soared into the sky, its wings crackling with electricity, slicing through the air like a blade of thunder. Yi Zhuoqi, Luo Tianyi, Wanner, and Yi Bingbing watched the magnificent scene unfold. Luo Tianyi murmured in admiration. The blend of lightning and ice is truly breathtaking. Wanner silently prayed to quickly locate their target. Suddenly, Jiangwen received an alert from the Thunderbird. Yi Zheqi immediately became alert. Everyone, be on guard. Danger is approaching. Prepare yourselves. Before he finished speaking, 5 massive beasts appeared in their line of sight. Their bodies were covered in steel-like scales, emitting terrifying growls. Yi Zheqi and Jiangwen unhesitatingly positioned themselves at the forefront, while the other team members swiftly took their places. Su Chong gripped his giant lizard whip, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Luo Tianyi wielded an ice staff, exuding a chilling aura. Wanner prepared to cast healing and acceleration spells. Dr. Agasa provided tactical support from the rear. Yi Zheqi quickly donned his iron body armor and activated the Black Knight mech. The dark mech gleamed under the sunlight, resembling a war god descending upon the battlefield. The battle erupted in an instant. Luo Tianyi's ice pillars froze the aerial beasts, while Jiangwen's lightning repelled several others. Su Chong's summoned giant lizard launched a fierce attack, and Wanner's moon rabbit darted across the battlefield, offering support to the team. Though Hua Hua had lost her memory, she silently prayed for Yi Zheqi from the sidelines. Yi Zheqi, controlling the Black Knight mech, gathered all his strength. With a mighty shout, he swung his sword like a bolt of lightning at the nearest beast. The clash of metal reverberated through the air, and the powerful energy wave forced the surrounding beasts to retreat. Be careful. These beasts are formidable. We must stand together until the end, Yi Zheqi shouted, receiving resolute looks from his companions in response. On the battlefield, Yi Zheqi and his companions were fiercely battling a horde of ferocious beasts. Years of fighting side by side had made them familiar with each other's combat styles, leading to a seamless coordination. Luo Tianyi's icy domain spread like ripples, forming an impenetrable shield around him. He commanded his ice giants and dragons to freeze the invading beasts. Jiangwen, wielding a thundercloud, darted across the battlefield with lightning speed, each strike hitting its mark with precision. Su Chong's summoned prehistoric lizard burst from the ground, its massive jaws swallowing beasts whole. Wanner, with her agile moon rabbit, weaved through the chaos, providing timely healing and boosts to her allies. Yi Zheqi piloted the Black Knight mech, becoming a dazzling presence on the battlefield. As he deftly dodged the beast's attacks, he assessed the battle. Focus fire, he commanded, and his team immediately adjusted their formation, concentrating their attacks on a single target. The battle intensified, with the beasts roaring thunderously. Luo Tianyi's icy domain continued to expand, Jiangwen's lightning enveloped the battlefield like a web, and Su Chong's lizard horde created an inescapable trap. Yi Zheqi felt the surge of energy within the Black Knight mech and let out a roar, unleashing a staggering burst of power. Through their coordinated efforts, the beasts gradually lost their will to fight and fell one by one. Seizing a heavily injured beast, Yi Zheqi demanded, "Tell me, where is Lang Ao?" The beast trembled and replied, "Lang Ao? He is no longer here." Joy of victory spread across the faces of his companions. Jiangwen smiled and said, "Finally, we've defeated these vile creatures." Luo Tianyi nodded in agreement. "We did it. Now we can find Lang Ao." Yi Zheqi set aside his stern demeanor and thanked his team. "Everyone, well done. This victory is the result of our united efforts." Wanner patted his shoulder, praising, "Brother Yi, you're amazing. You always lead us through tough times." Yi Bingbing looked at him with admiration. "Brother Yi, you are truly powerful, not just with your mechanical prowess but also with that Black Knight mech." Hua Hua quietly observed Yi Zheqi interacting with his team, feeling a wave of emotions. She realized her connection with the group was deepening, yet a sense of confusion lingered within her. Dr. Agasa stood nearby, watching the recent battle with satisfaction and praising Yi Zheqi's team's performance. The subdued beast finally twitched a few times. Yi Zheqi fixed it with a piercing gaze and demanded, "What else do you have to tell me? Where is Lang Ao now?" The beast trembled and replied, "He's at the Fountain of Hope, but it's heavily guarded and difficult to enter." Yi Zheqi threw the beast to the ground, saying, "Tell me how to get into the Fountain of Hope." Luo Tianyi stepped forward. "Don't waste time. Just tell us how to get in. I can tell you about a secret passage, but you have to guarantee our safety," the beast gasped. Jiangwen lit a thunder talisman, lightning crackling around him. "If you set a trap for us, you'll face real pain." Yi Bingbing gently patted Yi Zheqi's shoulder. "Brother Yi, don't be angry. Finding Lang Ao is our priority." Dr. Agasa, with a serious expression, said, "We need to act quickly. This isn't a safe place to linger." Under the pressure from the group, the beast pointed towards the back of the flower field. "The secret passage is there, leading to the Fountain of Hope." Yi Zheqi, without hesitation, raised his weapon and swiftly dispatched all the beasts. Each strike was cold and lethal, with a powerful killing intent permeating the night. The team followed the pointed direction. The vibrant flowers in the field emitted an enchanting fragrance, but they were too focused on their mission to admire it. When they finally reached the Fountain of Hope, the sight was breathtaking. Clear water with colorful petals floating on the surface, sunlight filtering through the flowers to create dazzling patterns on the water. This place is truly beautiful, Su Chang remarked. Luo Tianyi reminded everyone. We have to be cautious and try not to touch anything. Wanner quickened the pace of the moon rabbit circling the group, providing protection for her companions. Hua Hua clung to Yi Zheqi's arm, drawing strength from him. Dr. Agasa was engrossed in observing this strange and wondrous place. Suddenly, they spotted Lang Ao by the water. The mysterious figure was tall, with blue eyes that showed vigilance. He approached slowly and demanded sternly, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Standing on the grass, Yi Zheqi met Lang Ao's gaze with determination. "I am Yi Zheqi. We are here for the vibranium sword." Lang Ao stood with his back to the sun, letting out a derisive laugh, seemingly unfazed by the group before him. "Do you really think you can challenge me? How presumptuous!" Lang Ao sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Yi Zheqi stood his ground, his gaze unwavering. "The vibranium sword doesn't belong to you. Hand it over." His voice was calm yet resolute. Lang Ao paused, momentarily silent. Just when everyone expected him to refuse, he suddenly turned to face Yi Zheqi directly, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "You want the vibranium sword? Then prove you have the strength to take it." As he spoke, a powerful aura radiated from him. The tension on the battlefield escalated instantly. Beneath Luo Tianyi's white robe, a chill emanated. Jiang Wen's thunder-imbued necklace crackled with electricity, and Wanner held her moon rabbit, ready for action. Everyone was prepared for battle. "Even if you transform into the mightiest beast the war-bristled dragon, you won't stand against my ice dragon," Luo Tianyi declared coldly. "My thunderbird will give him a taste of being roasted by lightning," Jiang Wen added, his fingers lightly brushing his necklace. Wanner softly reassured the moon rabbit in her arms. "If he dares to approach, my moon rabbit army will protect us." Hua Hua, hiding behind Yi Bingbing, felt a mysterious power awakening within her. Her green eyes glowed with an unusual light, catching Lang Ao's attention. "Hand over that girl, and I might spare your lives," Lang Ao said with a sinister grin. Yi Zheqi shook his head without hesitation. "I will never trade my friends," he declared with unwavering resolve. Lang Ao's fury erupted, and he lunged at them like a wild beast. Yi Zheqi immediately ordered Hua Hua's protection, summoning his Black Knight mech to confront the enemy. Su Chang's prehistoric lizard quickly shielded Hua Hua. The battle ignited in an instant. The Black Knight mech wielded its energy sword, slicing through the air with radiant arcs. Su Chang's prehistoric lizard and Tyrannosaurus clashed with incoming dark creatures, while Luo Tianyi's ice giant and ice dragon unleashed freezing assaults on the enemies, and Jiang Wen's thunderbird unleashed thunderous strikes. Yi Zheqi and Lang Ao engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat, their blows echoing with tremendous force. Lang Ao's movements were wild yet precise, while Yi Zheqi countered with agile maneuvers, working seamlessly with his mech. "You're not strong enough," Lang Ao roared, launching a fierce attack. "You? Ridiculous!" Yi Zheqi retorted with a cold laugh, swinging his energy sword in retaliation. The battle intensified, with neither side willing to yield. The Black Knight mech continuously cleared the surrounding dark creatures, creating a space for Yi Zheqi to fight. Meanwhile, Luo Tianyi, Su Chang, and Jiang Wen's summoned beasts pursued the dark invaders, annihilating them with relentless force. As the lightning struck, the dark creatures shattered into pieces. On the battlefield, Wanner orchestrated a flurry of moon rabbits that circled around Yi Zheqi, casting spells of healing and speed. The clash of sparks and frost resounded, weaving a spectacular scene in the air. Yi Bingbing focused intently on the battle, observing her senior brother Yi Zheqi's calm and decisive actions in the midst of danger. She silently cheered him on, ready to provide support at any moment. Feeling his junior sister's encouragement, Yi Zheqi's heart warmed, and he became even more focused on the challenge posed by Lang Ao. This was not just about personal dignity. It was a battle for the honor of the entire team. Lang Ao sensed the powerful energy surging from his opponent. Though surprised, he grew even more determined. He left streaks of lightning-like shadows in the air, launching fierce attacks like a storm one moment and skillfully evading the next. Relying on his S-level mechanical lord strength and experience, Yi Zheqi maneuvered the Black Knight mech, landing every strike precisely on Lang Ao. The battle reached a fever pitch, with both fighters giving their all in this life-and-death struggle. The massive Black Knight mech caused earth-shaking impacts with each movement, forcing Lang Ao to retreat repeatedly, struggling to withstand the dual pressure of the mech and the infinite sword technique. "You're not strong enough," Lang Ao roared in desperation as he was forced into a corner. "Ridiculous. Do you think a moment of bravery is enough to defeat me?" Yi Zheqi sneered, thrusting his energy sword forward. The sword's light sliced through the air, aiming directly at Lang Ao's vital points. The power of the infinite sword technique was overwhelming, the sword tip piercing Lang Ao's body with a piercing sound. Yi Zhachi ruthlessly twisted the blade, widening the wound, and then dove downwards with his opponent for several dozen meters. Audacious! Lang Ao bellowed in despair. The battlefield fell silent as the dark creatures began to retreat, having lost their leader. Yi Zhachi sheathed his sword and descended from the mech, his steps firm and unyielding. Luo Tianyi approached with an ice giant, praising him, while Su Chong came forward with the dragon crown to offer congratulations. Jiang Wan, Wanner, and Hua Hua gathered around, expressing their admiration for Yi Zhachi's prowess. Dr. Agon's invention, the intelligent binding rope, securely restrained Lang Ao, preventing any escape despite his struggles. It seems you're not strong enough, Yi Zhachi remarked coolly. In this rootless land, only strength commands respect. Lang Ao glared, eyes wide with rage. Do you think this is victory? I will never concede. Yi Zhachi turned to Dr. Agon, commending him. Doctor, your intelligent binding rope is brilliantly designed. This is just one of many inventions, Dr. Agon smiled. I will continue to refine it to make it even more perfect. Lang Ao continued to struggle, but the intelligent binding rope remained tightly wrapped around him, forming an unbreakable restraint. Watching Lang Ao futilely struggle on the ground while bound, Yi Zhachi gazed down at him with indifference. You're still too naive. Once you're bound, struggling is pointless, Yi Zhachi said, his eyes glinting with coldness. Tell me where the Jinjin sword is. Lang Ao forced himself to remain calm, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Do you really think I'd tell you? You, with your pretentious airs? Yi Zhachi caught a fleeting hint of panic in Lang Ao's eyes. You need to understand, no amount of struggling will change reality. Tell me the location of the Jinjin sword, and I might consider sparing your life. You think you can scare me? The Jinjin sword will never be handed over so easily. Lang Ao retorted with a clear tone of sarcasm. At that moment, Luo Tianyi approached Yi Zhachi, emanating an overwhelming chill. Lang Ao, stop this futile resistance. If you refuse to hand over the Jinjin sword, you'll face the consequences. Dr. Agasa timely produced a truth serum pill. It was a special concoction he had meticulously developed, one that compelled the consumer to speak only the truth. Upon seeing the pill, Lang Ao's face turned pale. Take it, or you're just wasting time, Dr. Agasa said coldly. You know we won't let you go. Under immense pressure, Lang Ao was forced to swallow the pill. As soon as it took effect, he blurted out, I threw the Jinjin sword into the spring. Yi Zhachi immediately looked up at the clear spring before him. Yi Bingbing grasped his hand tightly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Why did you throw the Jinjin sword into the spring? Yi Zhachi pressed further. Lang Ao's face contorted with pain. After I seized the Jinjin sword, I discovered it was still sealed. I found out from my research that only the waters of the Spring of Hope could break the seal and awaken its dormant power. At this moment, a ragged young girl named Hua Hua suddenly appeared, staring at Lang Ao in terror. Why were you chasing me? She asked. Because when I found the Jinjin sword, you were right beside it, Lang Ao replied through gritted teeth. Yi Zhachi noticed the peculiar expression on Hua Hua's face when she mentioned the Jinjin sword. What connection do you have with the Jinjin sword? Why are you being pursued? Hua Hua looked at Yi Zhachi in confusion, as if trying to recall something. Yi Zhachi pondered for a moment, realizing that the Spring of Hope was crucial to unsealing the Jinjin sword. Hua Hua, you must be familiar with this rootless land. Perhaps you can provide me with some useful information, Yi Zhachi asked softly. Yi Zhachi spoke gently. Hua Hua didn't respond immediately, but instead fell into deep thought. The two of them arrived by the spring, where the clear, mirror-like water lay still. Yi Zhachi gazed at the surface, his mind replaying the scene of the vibranium sword being snatched away by Lang Ao, and silently vowed to reclaim the sword. Suddenly, Hua Hua bit her lip, her eyes filled with anxiety and remorse. Yi Zhachi noticed her unease and turned to look at her face. Hua Hua took a deep breath and spoke with difficulty. Yi Zhachi, I didn't actually lose my memory. I was deceiving you all along. This revelation left Yi Zhachi momentarily stunned, as he looked at Hua Hua in confusion. She continued, I've been lying to you. Yi Zhachi gave a bitter smile. Why did you deceive us? Hua Hua paused for a moment, trying to calm her emotions. My father was the craftsman who forged the vibranium sword. He designed it so that only I can activate it. Yi Zhachi sighed softly and said tenderly, Hua Hua, I understand how you feel right now. The vibranium sword is a legendary weapon with immense power. My father only taught me how to activate it. Hua Hua explained further. Not long ago, I was being hunted by a beast and was in grave danger, so I pretended to have amnesia to escape. Yi Zhachi was taken aback by this revelation, his emotions in turmoil. Why are you telling me this now? Hua Hua bit her lip and said, "Back in the rootless land. I knew nothing about you and feared you might be after the vibranium sword too. Then I encountered Lang Ao, who threatened to kill me. I was scared that if I ran into you while escaping, you might be bad people as well, so I lied." Seeing how Yi Zhiqi and the others had treated her with genuine kindness all along, Hua Hua could no longer bear the weight of her deception. "Because you've all been so good to me, I don't want to continue lying." Yi Zhiqi held Hua Hua's hand, his gaze conveying understanding. Dr. Aegon smiled and said, "We've always believed in you, Hua Hua. No matter what happened in the past, we'll face it together." Yi Bingbing also took Hua Hua's other hand. "You don't have to carry that guilt anymore. We're all here for you." Hua Hua was moved to tears. "Thank you all. I'm truly sorry." Yi Zhiqi gently patted her hand. "Don't blame yourself too much. What's important now is to retrieve the vibranium sword. I want to help you get the vibranium sword," Hua Hua declared with determination. Yi Zhiqi felt a surge of passion, knowing that with the sword's power, he could better protect those around him. "I accept your help. We'll fight together." Hua Hua gripped Yi Zhiqi's hand firmly. "I'll fight for you too." Dr. Aegon was deeply moved, and Yi Bingbing expressed her support. "We believe you'll make the right choices." Filled with warmth and courage, Hua Hua said, "Thank you all. I won't let you down." She held Yi Zhiqi's hand as they walked through the meadow to the spring. The scene before them left Yi Zhiqi in awe. The crystal-clear spring exuded an aura of mystery, as if it held an endless reservoir of power. Hua Hua stood by the spring, softly explaining, "This spring connects the rootless land with other worlds, and within it lies the vibranium sword." Yi Zhiqi gazed intently at the calm water, a strong yearning surging within him. He knew that only by obtaining the power of the vibranium sword could he better protect those around him. "How can we find it?" he asked urgently. Hua Hua's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "It requires a special ritual to awaken it. Only when your heart truly desires it will it reveal itself." She closed her eyes and began chanting an ancient incantation. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from the spring, gradually coalescing into a mass before exploding outward. A sword, emanating a golden glow, slowly rose from the water. Yi Zhiqi held his breath, feeling the powerful aura radiating from the blade. This seemingly ordinary vibranium sword contained an unimaginable force. Hua Hua looked on with satisfaction at the scene before her. "Go ahead, take it." Yi Zhiqi cautiously stepped forward, and the moment his fingertips touched the blade, a faint yet resolute current surged through him, as if connecting him to the source of limitless power. Dr. Agasa stood by, marveling at the mysterious sword. He tapped it gently, listening to the clear resonance, his eyes alight with the thrill of discovery. "If we could study and replicate this, it would be a major breakthrough." Even Yi Bingbing couldn't resist stepping forward to touch it, shivering as the cold from the blade sent a chill through her. "This sword feels as if it has a life of its own." Hua Hua turned to Yi Zhiqi, her gaze soft yet firm. "Are you willing to take the vibranium sword and explore the dark lands with me?" "Nothing excites me more," Yi Zhiqi replied confidently. "I will use it to protect you and everyone who needs help." As Hua Hua handed the vibranium sword to Yi Zhiqi, he gripped the hilt, and a powerful, mysterious energy coursed through him. The blade emitted a gentle glow, like a slumbering giant awakening, establishing a unique connection with him. This lightweight and perfectly balanced sword seemed to await his command. Dr. Agasa clapped his hands in excitement. "This is one of the most mysterious treasures of the rootless land." This rewritten version retains all the narrative elements of the original while using a more compact structure and vivid detail to enhance the imagery and readability of the story. The dialogue and action descriptions flow more naturally, allowing readers to immerse themselves more deeply in the story's setting. The legendary vibranium sword is said to channel the user's will, unleashing immense power. At this moment, Yi Zhiqi is holding this mystical weapon high, while Yi Bingbing watches him with a heart full of pride and determination. "Yi Zhiqi," Hua Hua whispers softly, "I believe you can fulfill your mission." Her words seem to infuse Yi Zhiqi with boundless strength. He gazes at the vibranium sword in his hand and suddenly swings it at a phantom in the air. Instantly, the blade emits a dazzling golden light, like lightning tearing through the sky. "This is the power of the sword." Dr. 8 gasps. As Yi Zhiqi tightens his grip on the hilt, the light grows even more intense, blooming like flames. He can feel the surge of power within the sword, as if this divine weapon has chosen him as its master. Yi Bingbing stares blankly at the unfolding scene, while a hint of concern flashes in Hua Hua's eyes. She knows well the mystery and danger of the vibranium sword, and the spectacle before them confirms that the legends are not mere myths. Dr. Ake's eyes shine with curiosity, yet he dares not approach, only voicing a cautious reminder. "Yi Zhiqi, be careful. This is a dangerous treasure." At that moment, the vibranium sword suddenly bursts with even more intense light. its entire blade enveloped in a golden aura. The vibranium sword has chosen you, Hua Hua exclaims joyfully. This unexpected turn of events leaves everyone present in awe. Yi Zhachi feels a profound connection with the vibranium sword, as if the very air around him is ignited by its power. Dr. Ake observes this unprecedented phenomenon with fascination, while Yi Bingbing gently pats Yi Zhachi's shoulder with reverence. Being chosen by the vibranium sword is no ordinary feat. Hua Hua begins to chant an incantation, her voice solemn and far-reaching. With the incantation, the vibranium sword's blade slowly reveals its exquisite and majestic form. Intricate, mysterious patterns shimmer with golden light, drawing Yi Zhachi closer, almost involuntarily. A formidable force envelopes him instantly. Within this power, he envisions the Black Knight mech dominating the battlefield, igniting a fierce desire within him to harness this power and become a true leader. Vibranium sword, thank you for choosing me, Yi Zhachi murmurs. You were destined to have a special bond, Hua Hua says with a smile. The vibranium sword will be your mightiest weapon. Dr. Ake, filled with curiosity, inquires about the origins of the vibranium sword. Hua Hua explains that it is a legendary sacred artifact, containing boundless power, and only those chosen can wield it. Yi Bingbing is equally amazed by the strength of this treasure. Yi Zhachi solemnly sheathes the vibranium sword, releasing a powerful aura. His fingers tremble slightly on the hilt, as a tremendous force flows through him. Hua Hua and Dr. Ake are gratified by his transformation. With such a powerful weapon, you must use it wisely, Dr. Ake encourages. I understand. Yi Zhachi responds firmly. I will use the vibranium sword to protect the land of No Roots and its people. In the glow of the setting sun, a gentle stream flows, casting glimmers of gold across its surface. The surrounding flora sways in the light breeze, and the distant mountains rise and fall beneath a sky of pristine blue. This picturesque scene bears witness to the profound bond about to form between Yi Zhachi and the Xinjin sword. Hua Hua gazes into Yi Ziki's eyes and solemnly announces, Yi Zhachi, the Xinjin sword has been unsealed. From this moment on, only you can summon it. Yi Zhachi listens quietly, fully aware that this means he will become the sole master of the Xinjin sword. This bond is no longer a preliminary connection, but a much closer tie. Thank you for letting me know, he replies with a smile to the lively girl who has become a trusted partner. I'm just doing my duty, Hua Hua responds with determination. The Xinjin sword is powerful, but it needs someone to protect the rootless land. Now that person is you. I'll do my best, Yi Zhachi promises earnestly. In the face of any threat, I'll stand firm without hesitation. Nearby, Dr. Agasa nods silently, a look of relief in his eyes. Standing in the open field, sunlight filters through the clouds onto Yi Zhachi's black cloak. He gazes at the Xinjin sword in his hand, channeling his inner energy into the blade. In an instant, it bursts into a dazzling golden light, like lightning splitting the sky. You can do it, Yi Zhachi, Hua Hua encourages, her eyes shining with trust. Yi Zhachi nods slightly, resolved to unleash his full potential. Suddenly, a chill sweeps over them. Lang Ao's potion has worn off, and he breaks free from the intelligent ropes with magic, descending with a dagger in hand. Kid, I won't let you ruin my plans any longer, he sneers. The Xinjin sword instantly shields its master, deflecting Lang Ao's attack. Golden and black forces collide, creating a brilliant flash. Although Lang Ao is pushed back, he quickly launches another assault, his dagger gleaming like a venomous snake. Yi Zhachi focuses, the Xinjin sword aligning with his will to form a gold and black shield. The two engage in a fierce duel, with Lang Ao's magic driving his dagger with fierce intensity, while Yi Zhachi counters with the sword's power and his expert technique. Lang Ao, today you'll pay the price. Yi Zhachi shouts in anger. Naive boy, do you think you can defeat me? Lang Ao retorts dismissively. The battle intensifies, with sparks flying from the clash of sword and dagger, and sword energy and icy power entangling. Dr. Agasa and Yi Bingbing watch anxiously from the sidelines, holding their breath for Yi Zhachi. Suddenly, Yi Zhachi summons the Black Knight mech. The massive mech crashes down, shaking the ground. It is entirely black, with its shoulders and chest bristling with sharp spikes and cannons, holding the Xinjin sword with an unmatched aura. The Black Knight mech. Lang Ao exclaims in shock, clearly not expecting Yi Zhachi to have such a powerful trump card. Prepare to meet your end, Yi Zhachi commands, as the Black Knight mech roars and charges at Lang Ao. Despite Lang Ao's attempts to counterattack, he is continuously driven back by the mech's lightning-fast assaults. The Xinjin sword in the mech's grasp is even more formidable, each strike unleashing a storm of sword energy, sweeping across the battlefield. Lang Ao staggered back repeatedly, the dagger in his hand weaving intricate patterns as he tried to fend off the fierce assaults of the Black Knight mecha. Each clash left his arms numb from the mecha's overwhelming force, nearly causing him to lose his grip on his weapon. You despicable creature! Lang Ao roared, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. The Black Knight mecha remained unresponsive, its vibranium sword slicing through the air with a force like a rushing river. The sound of sword meeting dagger was incessant, with sparks flying and the deafening clang of metal echoing across the battlefield. Inside the control room of the Black Knight mecha, Yi Zhachi was intensely focused, executing each maneuver with precision and decisiveness. Beside him, Yi Bingbing clenched her fists, filled with pride for Yi Zhachi's outstanding performance. Dr. Agasa watched the battle with a tense expression, fully aware that the Black Knight mecha was Yi Zhachi's most formidable asset, but knowing that staying calm was paramount. Lang Ao, do you have any tricks left up your sleeve? Yi Zhachi's mocking laughter resonated with the roar of the Black Knight mecha across the battlefield. Lang Ao remained silent for a moment, then looked up with a crazed glint in his eyes. Kid, do you think you can defeat me? You're too naive. Before he finished speaking, a powerful wave of magical energy erupted around him, causing the Black Knight mecha to tremble and weakening the power of its sword aura. Yi Zhachi immediately became alert, recognizing this as the most dangerous moment. Vibranium sword, I need more power, he commanded firmly, gripping the control stick. The Black Knight mecha seemed to understand his command, instantly unleashing an even greater surge of energy, with the vibranium sword's glow illuminating the entire battlefield. Lang Ao watched in astonishment, unable to react as the Black Knight mecha charged at him like a deity descending from the heavens. Each strike carried earth-shattering power, pushing Lang Ao to the brink. He could only dodge with difficulty, his brow furrowed, filled with anger and reluctance. The battle grew more intense, with waves of energy rippling through the air. Yi Zhachi keenly sensed the extraordinary strength emanating from Lang Ao and cautiously searched for his opponent's weaknesses. Lang Ao, undeterred, wielded his dagger with ferocious aggression, attempting to turn the tide. Their duel stirred gusts of wind, with the vibranium sword's aura forming a sea of blades around the Black Knight mecha. With this pathetic sword? Don't make me laugh. Lang Ao shouted, his killing intent intensifying. Energy fluctuations continued to ripple across the battlefield, leaving the ground scarred and battered. Yi Bingbing and Dr. Agasa watched anxiously from the sidelines. As time passed, the battle reached a fever pitch. Lang Ao's attacks grew more frenzied, the clash of blades and shadows nearly trapping the Black Knight mecha, yet under Yi Zhachi's precise control, the mecha maintained a steady defensive stance. As the fight dragged on, Lang Ao's movements became sluggish, his breathing labored, and sweat pouring down his face. Yi Zhachi seized this opportunity, having already discerned Lang Ao's fighting style and weaknesses, knowing that the moment for a counterattack had arrived. Under the control of Yi Zhachi, the Black Knight mech charged forward, its vibranium sword gleaming brilliantly. A fierce slash of sword energy cut through the air, heading straight for Lang Ao. Despite his desperate attempts to dodge, the sword energy struck his shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. He staggered back, letting out a cry of pain. You think you can defeat me like this? How naive. Lang Ao glared at Yi Zhachi. Yi Zhachi chuckled softly, raising the vibranium sword slowly. I never said I wanted to defeat you, just to show you that you stand no chance against me. Lang Ao sneered. He knew his strength was no longer on par with Yiziki's, but his pride wouldn't let him admit defeat. I am Lang Ao. I will never surrender easily, he shouted, releasing one last surge of energy. However, this burst couldn't hide his exhaustion, and his movements became sluggish, his attacks losing their former sharpness. With a decisive strike, the battle ended. Lang Ao's scream echoed across the battlefield as the once formidable warrior fell under Yi Zhachi's vibranium sword. Where is the once mighty Lang Ao now? Yi Zhachi stood over the body, his gaze cold and proud. Only I am worthy of wielding invincible power. Is that the legendary vibranium sword? Yi Bingbing exclaimed. Dr. Agasa was equally astounded. Indeed, the vibranium sword is said to possess unmatched power, capable of cutting through any obstacle, answering only to its wielder. That's incredible. Hua Hua leaped with excitement. Yi Zhachi smiled warmly. I realize now, it will be an indispensable ally to me. He carefully stored the vibranium sword in his storage pouch, feeling the immense energy it contained. At that moment, Hua Hua sidled up to Yi Zhachi. Brother Yi, there's something just as important as the vibranium sword in the rootless land. What is it? Yi Zhachi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The power crystal. Hua Hua revealed with a mischievous grin. It can upgrade your Black Knight mech, boosting its combat power to new heights. Yi Zhachi's eyes lit up. His passion for mechanical technology fueled a strong interest in the power crystal. The power crystal is in Shangla City. Hua Hua continued. It's a bustling city full of secrets. Then we must hurry to find it, Yi Zhachi said eagerly. I want to upgrade the Black Knight mech as soon as possible. Dr. Agasa joined the conversation with enthusiasm. Shangli City is indeed fascinating, with all sorts of strange technological devices. Yi Zhachi looked around at his companions. My friends, I've decided to set out in search of the power crystal. Are you truly ready for this? Dr. Agasa cautioned. Shanglu City is fraught with danger. Yes, I believe we can handle any challenge, Yi Zhachi asserted confidently. Yi Bingbing clapped in agreement. I support you, senior brother. Absolutely. Together, we can definitely find the power crystal. Hua Hua chimed in. The group quickly began to discuss their plan of action. Dr. Agasa took charge of preparing supplies and equipment, while Yi Bingbing studied the terrain and potential obstacles. Hua Hua, where exactly is Shangli City? Yi Zhachi asked urgently. It's said to be in the desert, Hua Hua replied. We found a clue, Yi Zhachi said excitedly. Finding the power crystal would be a major breakthrough. Dr. Agasa's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yi Bingbing was eager, brother. I want to see the legendary Shangli City. Of course, we need your detailed intelligence, Yi Zhachi smiled. Hua Hua warned. Shanglu City holds not only treasures but also dangers, so we must stay vigilant. Dr. Agasa pondered for a moment. We need to be fully prepared. First, we must carry enough food and water, and secondly, we must be well equipped to face any dangers. Yi Zhachi clenched his fist. Right? We can't be careless. Everyone nodded in agreement. Based on Hua Hua's description, Dr. Agasa began searching for the location of Shanglu City on the navigation robot. Dr. Agasa was intently operating the navigation robot, his eyes shining with intelligence. The team gathered around him, holding their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, his fingers paused on the screen, and his brow furrowed momentarily before breaking into a smile. I found it. The location of Shanglu City, he announced excitedly. Yi Zhachi and the team immediately leaned in to take a closer look. Dr. Agasa, you're our guiding light, Yi Zhachi said sincerely. Dr. Agasa modestly shook his head. I just used some technical means. The real credit goes to Hua Hua. Hearing this, Hua Hua beamed with pride. Hee, Dr. Agasa, you're too kind. Is everyone ready? Yi Zhachi turned to the group. We're about to head into the heart of the northern desert. Yi Bingbing jumped up with excitement. We're finally going to Shanglu City. Remember to stay vigilant, Dr. Agasa cautioned. The desert environment is complex and dangerous. Guided by the navigation robot, the team set off on their journey. They traversed golden dunes under the dazzling sun. Dr. Agasa and Yi Bingbing led the way, staying alert, while Hua Hua joyfully hopped across the sands, bringing a touch of cheer to the journey. The path was far from smooth, with steep slopes and deep sand pits along the way. They also faced several attacks from desert creatures, but managed to fend them off thanks to their teamwork. After covering some distance, they reached a desolate area. Surroundings were barren, the sun blazed overhead, the ground was cracked, and yellow sand filled the air. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, the team was relieved when Yi Zhachi spotted a depression and led them to rest in the shade. Su Chong handed Yi Zhachi a water pouch. Have some water, he said, then poked the navigation robot's screen in frustration, complaining that it had led them astray. Dr. Agasa examined the robot carefully. The wiring and battery are fine. It might be a system malfunction, Yi Bingbing suggested. Could this unique area be affecting the navigation? After a brief rest, Dr. Agasa proposed trying a different direction. The team continued onward and eventually discovered a vibrant oasis at the desert's edge. The clear waters of the lake reflected the surrounding exotic vegetation, creating a scene of tranquility and peace. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. This beautiful scene made Yi Bingbing gasp in awe, a stark contrast to the barren land they had left behind. Yao Hui smiled and patted her shoulder, agreeing that this place indeed felt like a paradise. Yi Zhachi's eyes lit up as he dashed towards the oasis, with Chong and Dr. Agon following closely behind. They were filled with anticipation, eager to find rest in the oasis. However, as they approached, the stunning scenery vanished like a mirage. Yi Zhachi came to an abrupt halt, and Yi Bingbing and Su Chong looked around the barren desert in confusion. Su Chong comfortingly patted Yi Zhachi's shoulder and suggested they continue searching for a real oasis. Dr. Agon nodded thoughtfully, speculating that there might be some kind of special mechanism at play. Just as they were puzzled, Hua Hua suddenly jumped out and explained, it's a mirage, a natural phenomenon caused by the refraction of light in the atmosphere. This explanation enlightened Yi Zhachi, and everyone thanked Hua Hua. In the desert, they witnessed more illusory, yet magnificent scenes, palaces and towers intertwined, as if they were in a dream. Hua Hua excitedly leapt through the light and shadows, cheering for the magical sight. As the sun climbed higher, the scorching heat made everyone sweat. They urgently needed to find shade. Just as hope was fading, a brilliant light caught their eyes, a towering city gate made of jet black iron, adorned with gem-like patterns. Yi Bingbing gazed at the majestic structure in awe. After checking the navigation, Dr. Aegon excitedly confirmed that this was the legendary city of Shangli. Overjoyed, they headed towards the gate. The exquisite metal decorations and intricate carvings were breathtaking. They walked along the city walls, with the desert gradually disappearing from view. Light streamed through the gaps in the gate, casting a hopeful glow on the weary but determined travelers. This mysterious city, like a giant labyrinth, held endless secrets and treasures. Yi Zhachi and his companions stood before the gates of Shangli City, only to be suddenly stopped by a group of guards. The leader of the guards, a man with a stern expression and eyes as sharp as daggers, scanned them and said, "Without a pass token, no one is allowed to enter Shangli City." With a smile, Yi Zhachi inquired about the pass token, to which the guard replied coldly, "Shanglu City is one of the most bustling cities in the rootless land. We can't just let anyone walk in. Without a token, you must be inspected." Dr. Agasa attempted to lighten the mood with humor, stepping forward to say, "Haha, we just came for an adventure. Didn't expect we'd need a pass." The guard leader's eyes flickered with disdain. An adventure? Does Shanglu City need exploring? With that, he signaled his men to restrain Dr. Agasa. Seeing Dr. Agasa being tied up, Yi Zhachi felt anxious but remained calm. He took a deep breath and whispered to his companions, "Don't act rashly. We're in unfamiliar territory. Stay calm." Noticing Yi Zhachi's cooperation, the guard leader ordered his men to untie Dr. Agasa, while the other guards quickly encircled the group. "You outsiders," the leader sneered. "Think you can just waltz into Shangli City?" The guards pushed the group towards the pass gate. The leader knocked forcefully on the door, calling out loudly, "Open the pass gate." Inside was a simply yet elegantly decorated hall, with an ancient landscape painting on the wall and a redwood round table and chairs arranged neatly. Sunlight streamed through the windows, adding warmth to the space. Seated within was a man dressed in luxurious robes and wearing a high hat. He looked up at the group with eyes full of deep wisdom. "What brings you here, Chief Chi?" He greeted the guard leader, then turned to Yi Zhachi and the others. "Welcome to Shangli City. I am Yu Yu, the person in charge of the pass gate here." Yi Zhachi pondered silently, deciding not to reveal their true mission of seeking the power crystal just yet. He watched Yu Yu, the pass gate leader, and began to formulate a plan. Yi Zhachi spoke in a calm yet firm voice, "Sir, we have come to Shanglu City with a request." Yu Yu smiled and gestured for them to proceed. Qigong stepped forward and quietly explained the background of Yi Zhachi and his group. Yu Yu's gaze swept over each of them, his expression becoming serious and dignified. He could clearly sense the extraordinary aura emanating from these individuals. "Yi Zhachi." Yu Yu murmured the name softly, his eyes brimming with profound wisdom. "Your visit to Shanglu City is not a simple one." These words made Yi Zhachi frown inwardly, as the situation was unfolding beyond his expectations. Yu Yu strode towards them, slowing his pace as he approached, signaling with a confident look that they need not be anxious, while simultaneously turning his attention to Qigong. Under Yu Yu's slightly mocking gaze, Qigong felt a surge of anger. Yet, overwhelmed by Yu Yu's powerful presence, he could only lower his head to avoid eye contact. Yu Yu understood that the current circumstances called for a cooler and more astute handler, a sentiment he silently conveyed to those present. Yi Zhachi exchanged a knowing glance with Dr. Ali, both understanding Yu Yu's intention. Yu Yu turned to Qigong and said, "I'll handle this matter." Qigong scoffed, a derisive smile playing at his lips. "Do you really think you're capable?" Yu Yu narrowed his eyes, looking at Qigong with disdain. "Trust me, I'll provide you with a satisfactory answer." Despite his inner fury, Qigong recognized his own limitations against Yu Yu and dared not act rashly. Yu Yu returned to his seat, his gaze resting on Yi Zhachi and his companions, silently waiting for them to speak. Confronted with this unspoken pressure, Yi Zhachi took a deep breath, meeting Yu Yu's eyes with determination, choosing silence as his response. "You're quite astute, Yi Zhachi. It seems we should engage in further dialogue," Yu Yu said with a hint of teasing. Yi Zhachi looked at him steadily. "Since we've both shown our sincerity, there's no need for secrets. I'm curious why you chose to send Qigong away." This unexpected question made Yu Yu slightly embarrassed. He scratched the back of his head, avoiding Yi Zhachi's gaze. "Actually, I was just worried he might cause trouble in the city, and I'd be held responsible." Yi Zhachi frowned, clearly not buying the excuse. "Do you really think I'll believe such a pretext?" Cornered, Yu Yu finally admitted, "I feared Qigong might blame me for poor management and report to the Empress." Understanding Yu Yu's predicament, Yi Zhachi ceased his questioning and instead recounted how he defeated Lang Ao to obtain the vibranium sword. "In pursuit of the power crystal, I've laid everything bare. Only by gathering more intelligence can we pinpoint its location." "You possess the vibranium sword," Yu Yu exclaimed. "That's a legendary weapon of immense power. I always thought it was just a myth." Facing Yu Yu's expectant gaze, Yi Zhachi smiled wryly. "Yu Yu, that question isn't easily answered. I didn't possess the vibranium sword from the start. Yu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you create all of this yourself? Yi Zhuqi met Yu Yu's astonished expression, took a deep breath, and memories of that unforgettable journey flooded his mind. Memories of the past surged through Yi Zhuqi's mind as he vividly recalled that pivotal moment the instant his hand touched the legendary vibranium sword. An unprecedented power surged into his body. Yu Yu listened intently to Yi Zhuqi's story, his eyes shining with amazement. It's truly unbelievable, he marveled. Becoming an SS-class mechanical lord and mastering such a powerful Black Knight mech and vibranium sword is like something out of a myth. Seeing Yu Yu's awe-filled gaze, Yi Zhuqi felt a twinge of pride. He slowly drew the vibranium sword from behind him, and the light it emitted was like a meteor cutting through the night sky. This is the vibranium sword, he said with a calm yet expectant expression. I bet you're curious about its power. Yu Yu stared at the vibranium sword, his voice full of respect. The vibranium sword is indeed a rare treasure in this world. It's said to be indestructible and only acknowledges true heroes. Yi Zhuqi nodded in agreement. That's right. Only a true hero can wield it. This sword has been my most reliable battle companion. With that, he extended his slightly trembling hand and offered the vibranium sword to Yu Yu. Taking the sword, Yu Yu's eyes shone with excitement and envy. As he carefully grasped the hilt, he immediately sensed its powerful and mysterious energy. Yi Zhuqi spoke earnestly. I hope you understand its worth. This sword symbolizes the identity of a hero and limitless power. When Yi Zhuqi tried to inquire about the whereabouts of the power crystal, Yu unexpectedly said, we should meet the Empress first. This sudden turn left Yi Zhuqi puzzled. Why meet the Empress? Yi Zhuqi asked with a frown. I'm more concerned about the power crystal's location. Yu looked at him impassively. You may be an SS-class mechanical lord, but in this rootless land, the rules are different from the world you know. The power crystal is the treasure of Shanglu City, and only the Empress has the authority to decide its fate. Yi Zhuqi nodded thoughtfully, realizing he indeed needed to learn more about this unfamiliar world. Yu Yu pointed toward the distant, majestic Shanglu City, continuing, the Empress is the ruler of this city, wielding supreme power. Looking in the direction Yu Yu indicated, Yi Zhuqi felt an inexplicable connection with the power crystal deep within, a strong desire driving him to make a decision. Let's meet this Empress, then. Led by Yu Yu, the group boarded a massive dragon. The dragon spread its wings, carrying Yi Zhuqi, Yi Bingbing, Dr. Agai, and others toward the Empress's palace. Amid the roaring wind, Yu Yu tightly gripped the dragon's scales, explaining to the group that it took months of training to build this rapport. Amazing! Su Chang exclaimed, looking at the rapidly passing scenery below with envy. I want a powerful mount like this too. Yu Yu smiled and replied, it takes time and patience. With effort, you can have your own battle companion. As the dragon flew, the magnificent Empress's palace gradually came into view, its grandeur and brilliance gleaming in the sunlight. The dragon landed steadily on the palace's front plaza, as solemn music echoed from afar. Entering the palace, the group was awestruck by the sight. Exquisite carved furniture, luxurious gold and silver wares, and attendants dressed in splendid court attire. Standing at the grand entrance of the palace, Yi Zhuqi and his companions gazed up at the magnificent structure built atop the mountain, its walls adorned with intricate murals. The vivid scenes make one feel as if they've stepped into a world of mythical legends. The palace, resplendent in gold and jade, glistens under the sunlight, while the courtyard is a riot of colors with flowers in full bloom, filling the air with their fragrance. Exotic flowers and plants gently sway in the breeze, creating a breathtaking tableau. Yi Bingbing leaned in curiously towards the vibrant blossoms. How do these flowers maintain such brilliance? Yu Yu's face lit up with pride. These are unique to the city of Shangle, cultivated over generations to thrive and blossom so magnificently on this land. Yi Zhuqi gazed in awe at the towering Empress Palace, filled with a sense of reverence. This palace not only symbolizes Empress Malare's authority, but also represents the civilization and prosperity of the entire kingdom. Detecting his thoughts, Yu proudly remarked, Empress Malare will soon personally introduce you to the customs and culture of the city of Shangle. Dr. Agasa expressed his admiration repeatedly, and Yi Bingbing was deeply moved by the sight before her. Eagerly, Yi Zhuqi turned to Yu Yu. Please, take us inside to meet Empress Malare. Standing guard at the palace entrance was a heavily armored sentinel in silver armor, holding a massive sword with a banner bearing the Empress's emblem fluttering behind him. Yu Yu stepped forward, respectfully presenting a badge engraved with the symbol of the city of Shangle and explaining their purpose in detail. After a careful inspection, the guard's demeanor shifted to one of respect, and he spoke in a deep voice, the Empress has granted you entry. Please follow me. As the massive doors slowly opened, they were greeted by dazzling lights, luxurious decorations, and valuable paintings. Yu led the group through bright and spacious corridors, where melodious singing and music could be heard in the distance. Along the way, exquisite murals adorned the walls, with one particularly striking depiction of Empress Malare wielding the vibranium sword. Eventually, they arrived at the conference room deep within the palace, a significant venue where the Empress conducted state affairs and met with her key ministers. The room was softly lit, with opulent decor, and refreshments were already laid out on the table. Upon entering, Yu immediately knelt, his demeanor respectful and tense. Empress Malare sat poised on an ornate throne, dressed in regal attire, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, and her phoenix eyes shining with wisdom. She was engrossed in reviewing documents, only raising her head slowly upon hearing Yu's report. Your Majesty. Yu's voice trembled slightly. Yi Zhachi and his companions have entered the city of Shangle in search of the power crystal. Malare set down her pen, her brow furrowing. Her gaze swept past Yu, fixing on Yi Zhachi with a look of hostility. You say they are searching for the power crystal? Her voice was low and cold. Yu took a deep breath and continued, yes, and Yi Zhachi also possesses the legendary vibranium sword. At this, Malare abruptly stood, her eyes widening in disbelief. At that moment, Yi Zhachi slowly drew out the vibranium sword from his cloak, its divine golden light radiating brilliantly. Millar held her breath, her eyes fixed intently on the vibranium sword. Yu, noticing her reaction, sighed in relief and explained that this ancient artifact was obtained by Yi Zhachi during an adventure and could unleash immense power in his hands. Millar rose and approached Yi Zhachi, scrutinizing the vibranium sword with a serious expression. Her look gradually shifted from puzzlement to admiration. Feeling the Empress's gaze, Yi Zhachi pretended to remain calm as he tucked the vibranium sword back into his cloak, though inside he felt the weight of her attention. Yu secretly rejoiced at having found the right person. Yi Zhachi's strength and his artifact were enough to bring new life to Shangle City. Millar moved beside Yi Zhachi, a slight smirk of approval on her lips. Yi Zhachi, you are indeed extraordinary. With this artifact in hand, you will surely obtain the power crystal. Your Highness flatters me, Yi Zhachi replied humbly, showing no trace of arrogance. Millar advised, you must keep this sword safe and never let it fall into the wrong hands. It embodies supreme power, and it would be disastrous if an enemy seized it. Yu felt a nervous sweat on his forehead as he glanced at Millar's expression. Despite her recognition of Yi Zhachi's artifact, it was still unclear whether she would reveal the whereabouts of the power crystal. The tense atmosphere left him uneasy. Yi Zhachi waited expectantly for Millar's response. For him, the power crystal was crucial to enhancing the capabilities of his mech, and it was the primary goal of his journey. Though he possessed the vibranium sword, only the power crystal could fully unlock the mech system's potential. After a moment of contemplation, Millar asked, Yi Zhachi, what exactly do you intend to do with the power crystal? Yi Zhachi met Millar's gaze and answered frankly, the power crystal is vital to me. It will help me unlock the full capabilities of the mech system and greatly enhance its power. His tone was calm and resolute, revealing an unwavering determination. Millar furrowed her brow slightly, studying the desire in Yi Zhachi's eyes before showing a look of approval. You are someone with ambition, striving to protect those around you through your own efforts. That is truly admirable. Yi watched silently, growing increasingly impressed by Yi Zhachi's sincerity and determination. Dr. Agasa also sensed the energy emanating from Yi Zhachi. Suddenly, Millar laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Yi Zhachi, you are precisely the ambitious person the power crystal requires. Her laughter echoed in the room, stirring Yi Zhachi's emotions. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty, Yi Zhachi responded with a humble smile. Millar took a deep breath. The power crystal is hidden within the beast arena of Shangle City. Only by reaching the highest level can you obtain it. Excitement and determination flickered in Yi Zhachi's eyes. The beast arena, he repeated softly, his gaze growing resolute. I will overcome every challenge and claim the power crystal. Yu looked at the young mechanical lord with deep respect, having earned the Empress's approval. Dr. Agasa also observed Yi Zhachi silently, deeply acknowledging his spirit of ambition. The conversation is over, Millar said, turning to Yu. Take them to the beast arena. Yes, Your Majesty. Yu led the group through the grand palace hall, along the corridor adorned with murals, to the courtyard behind the castle. The fragrance of flowers and the fresh scent of greenery filled the spacious area, with sunlight filtering through the dense canopy. Yi Zhachi, gaining the Empress's recognition is no easy feat. Make sure you seize this opportunity, Yu reminded him. Yi Zhachi nodded in agreement, remaining vigilant. He knew well that nothing in this world came without a price. Finally, Yu guided the group to the main gate of Shanglu City. Towering walls flanked by majestic towers with exquisite stained glass windows greeted them. As he pushed open the heavy doors, a warm wave of air greeted them, enveloping them in comfort. Outside the city of Shanglu lies a vast plain, dotted with shops and residences of various sizes. The city gates stand tall and imposing, showcasing the grandeur and majesty of this bustling metropolis. Yi Zhiqi looked up at the enormous gates, deeply captivated by the sight before him. Shangla City truly lives up to its reputation, Yi Bingbing exclaimed with genuine admiration. I've never seen such magnificent architecture. As Yu led them through the main gate, he explained, this place not only boasts abundant resources and advanced technology, but also serves as a hub for powerful and rare creatures. The streets within the city were wide and tidy, lined with lush trees and vibrant flowers. Walking along the broad avenues, Yi Zhiqi could feel the city's vibrant energy and vitality. They eventually reached the Beast Arena, located in the city's core. At that moment, a massive winged dragon soared across the sky, gliding gracefully before landing in front of the arena. A tall, simply dressed elder emerged to greet them. Although he was over 50, his eyes remained sharp, exuding an aura of authority and wisdom. Yu and the elder exchanged respectful greetings. I am the head of the Beast Arena, the elder said kindly to Yi Zhiqi. I've heard of your extraordinary skills and potential, and I'm eager to witness them firsthand. Yi Zhiqi smiled in response, feeling a surge of pride. He knew this was not just a challenge but a prime opportunity to showcase his abilities. Yu eagerly conveyed to the elder, His Majesty has instructed me to bring them to the arena for a duel. Upon hearing this, the elder furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, and then led the group towards the dueling area. The arena was vast and silent, yet a tense atmosphere permeated the air. The beast tournament is approaching, the elder explained as they walked. Empress Myral has ordered the search for formidable challengers. I've heard you possess SS glass mechs and a vibranium sword. I wish to see your strength for myself. Yi Zhiqi nodded silently. The elder's dignified presence inspired a sense of respect in him. When the elder stopped and looked directly at Yi Zhiqi, a powerful sense of pressure enveloped him, leaving him momentarily immobile. Only one can participate in the duel, the elder stated solemnly. You are all outstanding, but Empress Myral demands only the strongest. Let me go, Yi Zhiqi replied, mustering his courage. Yi Bingbing clenched her fists tightly beside him. As Yi Zhiqi's junior and assistant, she understood the importance of this duel. It was rumored that the power crystals of Shangla City held infinite energy, capable of elevating mechs to new heights. Yi Zhiqi, Dr. Agai advised, stroking his beard, no matter what challenges you face, remain calm and confident. We believe in you. I understand. I will give it my all, Yi Zhiqi replied, taking a deep breath to harness the strength within. Led by the elder, Yi Zhiqi walked alone towards the dueling arena, filled with a sense of responsibility and determination. This was not only about personal growth, but also about the future of the entire team. Don't worry, I'll secure the power crystal quickly, and then we'll regroup. Yi Zhiqi promised his companions with resolve. Meanwhile, Yu guided the others to the viewing room. The room was softly lit, with large crystals adorning the walls, emitting a spectrum of colors. These crystals connected to the beast arena, allowing real-time viewing of the duel. Dr. Agai stood in front of the largest crystal, closely observing Yi Zhiqi's figure on the screen. Jin Yuanzi and Jiang Wan were eagerly discussing their expectations for the beast arena. I can't wait to see him summon that powerful Black Knight mech, Jin Yuanzi said excitedly. I've heard the Black Knight mech rivals SS class, truly invincible, Jiang Wan agreed. Yi Bingbing stood quietly to the side, her eyes fixed on the scene in the crystal, filled with both anticipation and concern. Su Chong, Luo Tianyi, and Hua Hua were also curious about the impending duel. Yu, can we watch Yi Zhiqi's duel from here? They asked. Of course, Yu replied with a smile. This viewing room is a privilege for evaluators, allowing us to watch the duel in real time through the crystals. Upon hearing this, everyone was thrilled, eagerly finding the best spots to witness this pivotal match. In the observation chamber, the crowd eagerly discussed the ongoing battle in the arena, their eyes glued to the images in the crystal, as if they could feel every move Yi Zhiqi made. The entrance to the arena exuded an ancient and solemn aura. Its heavy doors slowly opened, revealing a vast and profound space. Yi Zhiqi followed the elder inside, and the sight before him was awe-inspiring. The walls were densely covered with pictures of past champions and epic battles, each telling a legendary story and documenting the glorious history of the beast arena. Standing in the center of the arena, Yi Zhiqi was overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the place. The towering stands were packed with spectators, all eyes fixed on the central circular barrier. The intricate patterns of magic arrays embedded in the arena floor emitted a faint glow, and at the center stood a massive battle platform pulsating with energy. Feeling the expectant gazes of Dr. Agasa and his junior sister Yi Bingbing, Yi Zhiqi turned and smiled. Don't worry, I'll give it my all. Dr. Agasa nodded in encouragement. You're already strong enough. Just stay calm. Yi Bingbing echoed, brother. We believe you can win. You're the strongest. The powerful aura emanating from Yi Zhachi drew attention from those around him. As a member of the beast arena, he was ready to face any opponent. The moment he stepped onto the battle platform, the energy waves became even more intense. The audience held their breath, watching the man hailed as the SS-class mechanical lord, wielding a vibranium sword. The circular barrier rose, isolating the arena from the outside world. The elder, leaning on a staff and clad in a flowing robe, approached the edge of the battle platform, his deep gaze fixed on Yi Zhachi. Within the beast arena, you'll advance in rank by battling various levels of mythical beasts. Currently, your rank is 0. Rank 0? Yi Zhachi frowned slightly. The elder explained, all newcomers start at rank 0 and must defeat mythical beasts to advance. The beasts here are formidable, and you'll need both wisdom and strength to overcome them. As the elder left the stage, the tension on the battle platform intensified. In the observation chamber, Yi Bingbing clenched her fists, her eyes filled with anticipation and goodwill, while Dr. Agasa's steadfast gaze conveyed confidence. Suddenly, a blinding light rose from the center of the arena, forming a spinning giant disc. A massive fox beast, covered in golden fur, materialized in the middle of the disc. Its gaze was sharp and commanding, exuding a powerful aura that made hearts race. The surrounding competitors looked on in shock, while Yi Zhachi stared at the fox beast with unwavering determination in his eyes. This is an incredibly rare and powerful mythical creature, a golden nine-tailed fox demon. Yi Zhachi crouched slightly, his vibranium sword glinting coldly in his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the massive beast before him. The fox demon sensed the fierce aura emanating from Yi Zhachi and let out an ear-splitting roar, its mountainous body lunging toward him, stirring up a cloud of dust in the arena. Watch out! Dr. Ague anxiously warned from the viewing room. Yi Zhachi's lips curled into a slight smile as he nimbly dodged the attack with lightning speed. The fox demon, having missed its target, roared in fury, its 9 tails transforming into sharp blades aimed straight at Yi Zhachi's vital points. In the nick of time, the vibranium sword erupted in a brilliant golden light, forming an impenetrable shield around him. The sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the arena. Yi Zhachi moved with agility, continuously evading the demon's fierce assaults. The vibranium sword in his hand grew ever brighter, exuding a powerful, intimidating aura. Despite the beast's relentless attacks, it failed to land a blow, fueling its rage as it launched an even more ferocious onslaught. Yi Zhachi remained composed, spinning through the air to avoid the blades, while his sword traced an elegant golden arc. The battle intensified, yet Yi Zhachi maintained his calm, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, he drove his vibranium sword into the ground, unleashing a powerful energy wave that raised a massive earthen wall. As the wall collapsed, a dark cave was revealed, and the fox demon immediately pursued, with Yi Zhachi following close behind. Inside the cave, darkness enveloped them, with only faint light filtering down from above. Using the faint glow from his sword, Yi Zhachi navigated his way, realizing he was in a vast underground labyrinth. Suddenly, 2 giant claws emerged from the darkness, one striking Yi Zhachi and slamming him against the wall, leaving painful green poison marks on his body. Despite the searing pain, Yi Zhachi stood up, engaging the beast in another fierce clash. Sword light and claw shadows intertwined in the dark, with energy ripples echoing around them. After a fierce struggle, Yi Zhachi seized the moment, delivering a fatal strike with his vibranium sword, hitting the demon's vital point. With a wretched scream, the fox demon disintegrated into ashes. The dark barrier shattered, and Yi Zhachi returned to the arena. The audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers. You defeated the beast so effortlessly, you're amazing. Yi Zhachi responded with a serene smile. It was nothing. He gently caressed the sword, its silver light shimmering. Suddenly, the crystal screen lit up with a dazzling glow, displaying Yi Zhachi's name and image. A solemn voice announced, Yi Zhachi is victorious. He has earned a 10-level advancement. The crowd went wild, cheers echoing throughout. In the viewing room, Yi Bingbing clenched her fists in excitement, immensely proud of her senior brother's victory. Dr. Ague also showered him with praise, waving his arms in celebration. Standing in the center of the arena, Yi Zhachi felt the applause and congratulations from all around. This honor was not only a testament to his strength, but also the ultimate proof of acquiring the power crystal. Everything before him seemed exceptionally clear and bright. Yi Zhachi realized the weight of the responsibilities and mission he carried. He smiled at the audience below, his voice calm yet powerful. In the center of the arena, Yi Zhachi took a deep breath, a mix of excitement and anticipation surging within him. A massive disc began to spin, and under the lights, a colossal beast was transported into the arena, its fur like steel, fangs menacing, and claws razor-sharp. It roared thunderously, exuding the aura of a warlord. Yi Zheqi's lips curled into a confident smile, well prepared for what lay ahead. With the vibranium sword in hand, he uttered a low command, and the Black Knight mech appeared instantly. He leapt swiftly onto the mech's shoulder, gripping the control lever tightly. As the beast charged, spewing scorching flames, the Black Knight mech dodged with agility, and the vibranium sword sliced precisely through the beast's claw. The audience erupted in applause. In the viewing room, Yi Bingbing clenched her fist in pride for her senior brother, while Dr. Agasa watched the fierce battle with rapt attention. The Black Knight mech wielded the vibranium sword with precision, each strike hitting its mark. Yi Zheqi moved with agility, his gaze sharp, his swordsmanship impeccable. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy welled up within Yi Zheqi. Black energy ripples appeared around the Black Knight mech, and a more formidable and majestic mech form emerged, perfectly merging with him. The audience held their breath, and even the beasts instinctively stepped back. "What is that?" Yu exclaimed. From the Empress's palace, Empress Mirar watched the battle through a screen, her eyes reflecting admiration. The evolved Black Knight mech moved with steady, powerful strides, each step shaking the arena. Yi Zheqi controlled it with ease, subduing all the beasts in just a few rounds. The audience was astonished, and someone shouted excitedly, "Yi Zheqi's power has surpassed 100. This is unbelievable." Dr. Agasa and Yu exchanged a look of amazement, both acknowledging Yi Zheqi's extraordinary prowess. Despite several consecutive victories, Yi Zheqi's expression remained composed, without a hint of arrogance, fully aware that this was just the beginning. In the viewing room, Yi Bingbing watched her senior brother's figure with admiration. The competitors marveled at Yi Zheqi's talent, expressing their desire to emulate him. In the final match, Yi Zheqi once again triumphed over a powerful toad beast, and the arena erupted. The Black Knight mech radiated a powerful energy wave, and Yi Zheqi stood in the center like a war god, making every spectator feel that unimaginable strength. A solemn, deep voice suddenly resonated from the crystal screen, announcing that Yi Zheqi was about to reach his pinnacle moment. The entire venue fell silent instantly, with every gaze fixed on the screen. Yi Zheqi felt a surge of power within him. He clenched his fist, and his vibranium sword began to emit a dazzling light. In the viewing room, Dr. Aegon and Yi Bingbing exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with excitement. Yi Zheqi's energy level continued to rise on the screen, and arcs of electricity even appeared around him. When his energy reached its peak, a brilliant light burst forth from him, as if a deity had descended. As the light gradually faded, calm returned to the arena. Yi Zheqi furrowed his brows, contemplating the meaning of this pinnacle moment. Just then, the image of an elderly man with a white beard appeared on the crystal screen. He wore a long robe and had a profound gaze. "Yi Zheqi, by achieving your pinnacle moment, you will earn the power crystal," the elder solemnly declared. This unexpected news made Yi Zheqi clench his fists, and everyone in the viewing room was captivated by this sudden turn of events. The elder continued to explain, "The power crystal is the core of the city of Shanglu. Every territory's ruler needs it to sustain their power. But acquiring it is no easy task. Only by showcasing true strength during the pinnacle moment and defeating all opponents can one earn the power crystal's recognition." As the elder's image faded, a gigantic tiger beast was transported onto the arena's platform. Its body was imposing, with eyes that were both fierce and cunning. Dr. Aegon immediately began recording every move of the tiger beast, while Yi Bingbing watched the unfolding scene with tense anticipation. The tiger beast suddenly let out a deafening roar, exuding an overwhelming aura. Without hesitation, Yi Zheqi gripped his vibranium sword tightly, the blade emanating an invisible energy wave. He maneuvered his Black Knight mech, enveloped in a layer of black light, like an indestructible fortress. The tiger beast growled, its massive body tracing a fierce arc through the air, its fangs glinting menacingly. Yi Zheqi demonstrated exceptional reflexes and combat skills, deftly dodging the tiger beast's relentless onslaught. The audience gasped in amazement, witnessing Yi Zheqi move like a dragon, evading the tiger beast's deadly strikes. Yi Bingbing clenched her fists tightly, her eyes gleaming with determination. As one of Yi Zheqi's closest allies, she knew this was no time to back down. Nearby, Dr. Agasa wore a grave expression, silently praying that the Black Knight mech he had developed would help Yi Zheqi overcome the challenge ahead. On the battlefield, Yi Zheqi maneuvered the Black Knight mech with the agility of a fish in water, effortlessly dodging each of the tiger beast's attacks. This only fueled the creature's rage, making its assaults even more ferocious. Sensing an opportunity, Yi Zheqi suddenly accelerated, swinging to the side of the tiger beast. The vibranium sword in his hand flashed with a cold light, and its energy surged with intensity. "Black Knight mech, strike!" Yi Zheqi roared, merging with his weapon, each slash executed with pinpoint accuracy. The vibranium sword shimmered with golden light, its energy swirling like a tornado, engulfing the entire battlefield. Even the tiger beast was taken aback by the ferocity of the assault. Well done. Dr. Agasa shouted excitedly. Yijochi has truly exceeded our expectations. His mastery of the vibranium sword is unparalleled. Yi Bingbing watched the battle unfold, her eyes filled with admiration, fully aware of the immense effort Yijochi had put in to reach such a level. As the battle reached a fever pitch, the tiger beast suddenly expanded and transformed into a massive beastly form, rampaging across the arena. Undeterred, Yijochi piloted the Black Knight mech into the air. Black Knight mech. Slash. The vibranium sword traced an elegant arc through the sky, its energy cutting through the air. The giant mech descended from above, each strike causing sonic booms and stirring fierce gales. Although the tiger beast dodged swiftly, it was still struck by several energy slashes, leaving deep wounds that exposed bone. Seizing the opportunity, Yijochi charged forward, aiming the vibranium sword at the creature's vital point. The tiger beast let out a piercing scream and collapsed with a thunderous crash. The audience erupted in cheers, celebrating the spectacular victory. In the viewing room, Dr. Agasa, Yu, and Yi Bingbing clapped their hands in excitement. Bingbing, did you see that? Yijochi is incredible, Dr. Agasa exclaimed. Yi Bingbing smiled and nodded. Yes, my brother always manages to defeat formidable foes. Just then, an elderly man in a flowing robe, holding a wooden staff, appeared before Yijochi. With eyes full of deep admiration, he approached Yijochi. Yijochi felt immensely honored and listened respectfully as the elder spoke. Yijochi, congratulations on your victory. Yijochi humbly replied. Thank you for your praise. You flatter me. The elder nodded slightly, then gestured to the audience, bringing silence to the entire arena. Ladies and gentlemen, today, we have the privilege of witnessing the remarkable strength and courage of a young man. The audience erupted in applause and cheers. An elder stood at the front, his voice resonating as he praised Yijochi's performance. With a hint of shyness on his face, Yijochi bowed respectfully to the elder, saying, It is an honor to receive your recognition. The elder smiled kindly and patted Yijochi on the shoulder. Yijochi, you have unlimited potential and talent. I believe that you will make significant contributions in the field of mecha in the future. I hope you will live up to everyone's expectations. These words filled Yijochi with a strong sense of motivation, and he silently vowed to train even harder and delve deeper into the mysteries of mecha technology. Yijochi's eyes were fixed on the elder, filled with anticipation. The mysterious power crystal had completely captured his attention, and he was eager to obtain this treasure. Sensing the longing in Yijochi's gaze, the elder gave a knowing smile. You have developed a keen interest in the power crystal, very good. In fact, there is a power crystal hidden in the city of Shanglu, but acquiring it won't be easy. Can I obtain the power crystal now? Yijochi asked impatiently. The elder nodded gently, and with a wave of his staff, a brilliant beam of light shot from his fingertips, piercing the air and precisely striking the tiger beast. Instantly, a shining treasure box emerged from within the tiger beast. This incredible scene left Yijochi in awe, his admiration for the elder reaching its peak. The scene before Yijochi left him utterly awestruck by the mysterious power displayed by the elder. Carefully, the elder opened the treasure box, revealing a power crystal radiating a dazzling light. Yijochi instinctively reached out to touch it, and immediately a surge of powerful energy coursed through him, filling him with strength. The elder smiled as he handed the crystal to him, saying, This is your well-deserved reward. May it help you go further. As Yijochi accepted the crystal, he could hardly contain his excitement. Its brilliant glow seemed to bestow upon him the power to control the world. Master, how should I use this power crystal? Yijochi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. The elder gazed into the distance and slowly replied. The power crystal is the most precious resource of Shangla City, holding infinite power. But wielding its power is not easy. You need to seek guidance from Empress Mila. Yu confidently declared. I'll take you to the Empress's palace. The group rode giant winged dragons through the clouds. Yi Bingbing's long hair fluttered in the wind as she excitedly told Yijochi, Senior brother, we're finally going to the Empress's palace. I can't wait to see the power of the crystal. Dr. Agasa, focused on his notebook, eyes gleaming with excitement, remarked, According to my calculations, this crystal's energy density and stability are extremely high, harboring limitless possibilities. In the palace's conference room, Empress Mila stood regally at the center. She warmly congratulated Yijochi. Congratulations on obtaining the power crystal. Thank you for your grace, your majesty. Yijochi expressed his sincere gratitude. Mila smiled. This is your own achievement. I merely provided the opportunity. Now, try summoning your Black Knight mech. Yijochi closed his eyes, concentrating as he chanted a spell. A mysterious light emanated from him, and the power crystal began to glow. Mjolnir's staff radiated a brilliant light as well, and intricate patterns appeared on the surface of the Black Knight mech. The mech suddenly shook, its body expanding, igniting in flames. As the flames subsided, a taller, more imposing black armor was revealed, with angelic wings unfurling from its back. The mech exuded a dense aura of darkness, with golden patterns gradually surfacing, shining as if gilded. Yi Zhachi felt an unprecedented bond with the mech. He was no longer merely a pilot, but its true master. Mjolnir expressed her satisfaction. You've succeeded. Now you are the true master of the Black Knight mech, capable of unleashing its unparalleled power. Learning that the power crystal could also enhance the effects of the vibranium sword, Yi Zhachi was even more thrilled. He glanced around to see the anticipation in his companion's eyes. Dr. Agasa showed a yearning for technology, while Yi Bingbing gazed at him with hopeful eyes. This is incredible. Yi Zhachi couldn't hide his excitement and was eager to test the new capabilities of the Black Knight mech. He turned to Mjolnir to ask if he could put the mech's newfound power to the test. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.